Chapter 1: The System. Bring it on. Ho Fei Ho. Wong Fei Wong. Thousands of chariots and cavalry marched to North Ming. In a daze, the sound of a children's rhyme from the late Han dynasty echoed in Liu Bian's ears. With great effort, he opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was the elegant and antique decor surrounding him, along with a beautiful young girl in splendid attire sitting beside him, her face adorned with tears. Struggling to prop himself up, Liu Bian's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Ding! System check complete. Congratulations, host, you have traversed to the late Han dynasty. Time: the 12th day of the first month in the first year of Chuping, Gui Chou Day. Location: the capital of the Han dynasty, Luoyang, at the Xintian Pavilion. Identity: the young emperor of the late Han, Liu Bian, Prince of Hongnong. As the voice in his mind faded, a torrent of memories surged into Liu Bian's consciousness. It turned out that under the leadership of Yuan Shao, the Eastern Army was mobilizing to attack Dongzhuo. Dongzhuo, fearing that the Eastern Army would use the pretext of restoring the Prince of Hongnong to eliminate him, intended to take Liu Bian's life directly. Upon hearing the news, Liu Bian was so frightened that he fainted, which led to his current predicament of soul transference. Having inherited the memories, and recalling the voice from earlier, Liu Bian felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Not only had he transmigrated into Liu Bian, but the very day he found himself and was also the day he was forced to drink poison and perish. This is like cutting one's hair in the first month and doomed. Just as Liu Bian rolled his eyes in exasperation, a voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding! The collection points system successfully bound. The host can obtain rewards by collecting notable figures, generals, beauties, treasures, and so forth from the late Han dynasty. For each notable figure, general, beauty, or treasure collected, the host will receive a chance to draw a lottery. Upon hearing this, Liu Bian's eyes lit up at once. With the collection point system, benefits were sure to follow. Ding! As a first-time meeting, this system grants the host a talent reward. Ding! Please choose one from the following 3 abilities. 3 abilities? Liu Bian was instantly filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the options presented. System, do tell me, what are the 3 abilities? Ding! The ability of the Overlord Xiang Yu. Upon selection, gain unparalleled martial prowess, as well as leadership, strategy, and internal administration skills. Ding! The ability of the Water Combat Master Diaochan. Upon selection, gain unmatched prowess in naval warfare. Ding! The ability of the world's foremost hammer, Li Yuanba. Upon selection, gain unparalleled martial strength. Upon hearing these 3 abilities, Liu Bian made his choice without hesitation. It must be the Overlord Xiang Yu. One does not surpass Xiang. In comparison to Tan Daoji and Li Yuanba, Xiang Yu's abilities were far more comprehensive. Martial prowess, leadership, strategy, and internal administration were all indispensable in such chaotic times. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully inheriting the abilities of the Overlord Xiang Yu. As the system's voice concluded, a golden light surged through Liu Bian's body. In an instant, Liu Bian felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him. After inheriting the abilities of Xiang Yu, Liu Bian began to contemplate his situation. Although he had acquired the powers of Xiang Yu, relying solely on himself would not suffice to survive, let alone thrive in this tumultuous era. It seemed essential to gather certain items to trigger the rewards from the collection point system. Recalling that the collection point system could reward him for gathering beauties, Liu Bian's gaze fell upon the young woman beside him. The beauty in question was none other than his wife, Tang Ji, undoubtedly one of the great beauties of the late Han dynasty. With this thought in mind, Liu Bian reached out to gently caress Tang Ji's delicate face. Tang Ji looked up, her tear-filled eyes reflecting humiliation and reluctance. As their gazes locked, the system's voice echoed in Liu Bian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for collecting the beauty of the late Han, Tang Ji, granting you 1 lottery draw. Ding! Would the host like to draw? Upon hearing the system's voice, Liu Bian felt a rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Draw! I must draw! Ding! Lottery begins! With the system's announcement, golden light flickered before Liu Bian's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the historical General Yu Wenqingdu, along with his 3,000 elite cavalry. Hearing this, Liu Bian's excitement surged, and he sprang to his feet. The renowned General Tianbao, hailed as the world's #1 invincible warrior, ranked second among the 13 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Yuan Qingdu. Not only that, but he also had the elite infantry, the Shaoguo army. With this, escaping Luoyang and ensuring his survival would undoubtedly be a piece of cake. Ding! Yuan Qingdu and the 3,000 Shaoguo army are on standby outside the Xintian pavilion. The host need only issue a loud command to summon Yuan Qingdu and the 3,000 Shaoguo army into the hall. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction. However, before he could revel in his joy, a chilling voice broke through the air. "Your Highness, it is time to take your medicine." Following the direction of the voice, Lu Bian saw a middle-aged scholar clad in a brown robe, with a pale complexion, a handlebar mustache, and a cold expression, extending a bowl of medicine toward him. From the memories inherited from the original owner, Lu Bian recognized the man before him as Li Ru, a trusted advisor under the tyrant Dong Zhuo. Li Ru's gaze was cold, his lips curling into a cruel smile. "Your Highness, this medicine can dispel cold and ward off evil. If you do not drink it soon, then I shall have to personally feed it to you." In Li Ru's eyes, Lu Bian was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Death was merely a matter of time. Lu Bian let out a series of cold laughs. Rising from the ground, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Ru. "I must have truly poked you with a dagger to open your eyes. Dong Zhuo merely wishes to poison me, yet claims this medicine prolongs life and wards off evil. If such effects truly existed, would Dong Zhuo even remember me, Lu Bian?" At these words, Li Ru was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, Lu Bian had been crying and appeared weak, even fainting from fear. How could he suddenly seem like a different person? Tang Ji, sitting on the ground, looked at Lu Bian in astonishment, sensing a familiarity in his demeanor that was both known and yet strange. Li Ru snorted coldly, disdain dripping from his words. "Your Highness, since you are well aware, just drink the medicine obediently, to avoid a grim end that would disgrace the royal family." Li Ru regarded Lu Bian with utter contempt. "Death?" Lu Bian laughed aloud. "The one to die shall not be me, but you." Li Ru's expression shifted slightly, and before he could react, Lu Bian transformed into a shadow, lunging toward him. Smack! With lightning speed, Lu Bian extended his right hand, seizing Li Ru by the throat, applying just enough pressure to leave Li Ru gasping for air. "You!" The disdain in Li Ru's eyes morphed into sheer terror. He stared at Lu Bian in disbelief, unable to fathom how Lu Bian possessed such speed and strength. "You dog of a servant! Go to hell!" Lu Bian's voice was icy, and with a slight twist of his fingers, he snapped Li Ru's neck. With Li Ru's demise, Tang Ji's soft voice broke the silence. "Your Highness, you killed Li Ru? What shall we do now?" Outside the Xintian pavilion, there are only Dong Zhuo's fierce soldiers. Tang Ji's face turned pale, filled with despair. Lu Bian's lips curled into a confident smile. "My dear, do not fear, we shall certainly fight our way out." Tang Ji was taken aback, unsure why Lu Bian was so confident. At that moment, Lu Bian suddenly proclaimed loudly, "Yuan Qingdu, heed my command." Chapter 2. The target is Emperor Han. Clung clung. With Lu Bian's command, a man of towering stature with a waist as wide as 10 spans, a golden face and long beard, fierce eyes, and thick brows, pushed open the door and strode in. Adorned with a golden helmet shaped like a pair of phoenixes, clad in golden chainmail armor, and wielding a golden halberd, he emanated an aura of overwhelming ferocity. The man strode confidently to Lu Bian, kneeling on one knee and proclaiming loudly, "I am Yuan Qingdu, your humble servant, paying my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Hongnong." Excitement flickered in Lu Bian's eyes. As expected of the formidable General Tianbao, he truly exuded a commanding presence and an air of deadly intent. Lu Bian inquired, "Qingdu, have the soldiers under Dong Zhuo been cleared from outside?" Yuan Qingdu responded loudly, replying, "To your Highness, those insignificant rabble have all been eliminated by me." Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. I now command you to lead the 3,000 Shaoguo army with me to the imperial city and rescue my brother Lu Xie." Yuan Qingdu declared, "I shall obey your command." With the collection point system at his disposal, Lu Bian's primary goal was to gather notable figures from the late Han dynasty to trigger rewards from the system. Thus, the Emperor Han Xian Lu Xie within the imperial city became one of Lu Bian's targets for collection. Moreover, Lu Bian had another crucial reason for rescuing Lu Xie. He did not wish for any treacherous ministers to exploit the Emperor Han Xian to raise the banner of restoring the Han dynasty. With Lu Bian present, who else would be needed to restore the Han? Lu Bian, accompanied by Tang Ji, Yuan Qingdu, and the 3,000 Shaoguo army, headed straight for the imperial city. Despite the presence of 3,000 heavy infantry, Lu Bian's advance was swift. In no time, they arrived at the foot of the imperial city. At this moment, the imperial city was in disarray. Fearful of the might of the Eastern Army, Dongzhuo planned to relocate the capital to Chang'an. Thus, Dongzhuo's son-in-law and trusted general, Niu Fu, was wreaking havoc within the imperial city with his Xiliang soldiers. Have them move more quickly. The plans for relocating the capital have been delayed, and each of you shall pay with your heads. Niu Fu's arrogance was exceedingly brazen, occasionally brandishing his riding whip to strike the slow-moving palace maids and eunuchs. The entire imperial city was thrown into chaos, devoid of any semblance of the Han's grandeur. Lu Bian observed with growing fury. He bellowed, "Qingdu, heed my command. Your humble servant stands ready." Lu Bian declared with indignation, "Leave 500 men to ensure the safety of Lady Tang. You shall lead the remaining troops with me to storm the imperial city, shatter the disorderly forces of Xiliang, and slay Niu Fu." As Lu Bian's words echoed, he swiftly drew the treasured sword from his waist, his legs pressing firmly against the horse's belly, charging forth like a flash of lightning. "Rogue General Niu Fu, prepare to face my blade." Lu Bian surged ahead, charging directly at Niu Fu. Upon hearing the voice, Niu Fu turned sharply. Seeing Lu Bian alone on horseback rushing toward him, he was momentarily taken aback. Niu Fu pondered, wasn't Li Ru supposed to have poisoned Lu Bian? How is Lu Bian still alive? And what are the soldiers behind him? Lost in his thoughts, Lu Bian had already ridden up to confront him. With his right hand wielding the sword, its edge sliced through the air, aimed directly at Niu Fu's throat. Battle-hardened, Niu Fu dismissed Lu Bian as a threat. He thought little of it since Li Ru had failed to eliminate Lu Bian. He would gladly take up the task himself. "Do you think you can kill me?" Niu Fu scoffed derisively, and with that, he reached for his sword to retaliate. However, as his fingertips grazed the hilt, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Blood erupted, spraying forth in a crimson mist. Inheriting the prowess of the legendary Xiangyu, Lu Bian dispatched Niu Fu with a single strike. Niu Fu's face contorted in disbelief, filled with unyielding resentment as he collapsed into a pool of blood. With Niu Fu's demise, the Xiliang forces were thrown into disarray. Yuan Qingdu led 2,500 elite infantry, swiftly launching assaults left and right. Wherever the golden-winged halberd struck, blood and flesh flew. Witnessing Yuan Qingdu's ferocity, the Xiliang soldiers dared not resist, and soon they were scattered. As the battle concluded, the ground was littered with the corpses of Xiliang soldiers, while the elite infantry suffered no casualties. A throng of palace maids and eunuchs, seeing Lu Bian drive away the Xiliang forces, immediately surged toward him, kneeling in unison, their voices raised in gratitude. "Thank you, His Highness the King of Hongnou, for saving our lives. Your Highness, please save His Majesty." Lu Bian raised his hand to calm them. He inquired loudly, "Does anyone know where His Majesty is?" Once an emperor himself, he had been reduced to a mere subject after being deposed by Dongzhuo, thus referring to Lu Xie as His Majesty. An elderly eunuch stepped forward, saying, "In response to Your Highness, His Majesty remains in the Xuanda Hall. The Xiliang army merely drove us servants out first." Upon hearing this, Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction. "Qingdu, heed my order. You shall lead 2,500 elite infantry to remain here on standby. Guard the gates of the imperial city and be wary of the Xiliang army. I will personally take 500 men to the palace to find His Majesty." Yuan Qingdu expressed concern. "Your Highness, the situation inside is unclear. It would be better for me to go." Lu Bian shook his head in refusal. If Yuan Qingdu went, how could he trigger the rewards from the collection? Gathering his forces, Lu Bian proceeded toward the Xuanda Hall within the imperial city. The distance from the city gates to the Xuanda Hall was considerable. Thus, the Xiliang troops stationed there remained unaware of Niu Fu's death and the rout of their forces. 300 Shiliang soldiers were stationed within the hall, tasked with guarding Emperor Xian of Han, under the command of Dong Zhuo's general, Dong Yu. "General, where is the chancellor taking me?" The young Emperor Lu Xie sat upon the dragon throne, his youthful face marked by terror and dread. To an 80-year-old child, the armored soldiers bearing weapons appeared as terrifying demons. Dong Yu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xie, thinking to himself that the Han Emperor was no more than this. Perhaps one day he would be replaced by the chancellor. Yet before Dong Yu could speak, a voice resonated. "Your Majesty, you need not depart with Dong Zhuo, for I have come to escort you." As the words fell, the doors of the Xuanda Hall swung open, and Lu Bian, accompanied by 500 elite infantry, appeared before them. "Lu Bian?" Dong Yu exclaimed in shock. He could hardly believe that the king of Hongnong, who was supposed to have been poisoned, stood before him. Even more astonishing was that Lu Bian seemed to have brought hundreds of soldiers. Lu Bian smiled with pride. "What? Are you surprised?" Dong Yu was indeed astonished. Outside the hall stood an additional 150 Shiliang soldiers. Yet Lu Bian had arrived with hundreds, and they had not uttered a sound. Nevertheless, Dong Yu still regarded Lu Bian with disdain. What could a deposed, feeble king of Hongnong possibly accomplish? "Brother." Upon seeing Lu Bian, the young Lu Xie couldn't help but shed tears, his voice choked with emotion. Lu Bian's lips curved into a slight smile. He reassured Lu Xie, "Your Majesty, I have come to rescue you from the clutches of the traitor Dong." "Huh?" Hearing this, Dong Yu burst into raucous laughter. He scoffed. "Lu Bian, do you think you are worthy? Though I do not know how you have come to be here. Since you have arrived, I shall take your life." Lu Bian raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with contempt. "Dong Yu, you truly are like a cow visiting relatives, brimming with arrogance. Do you wish to kill me? Feel free to try." Dong Yu, incensed by Lu Bian's disdain, roared, "Brothers, charge with me and slay Lu Bian." At Dong Yu's command, the remaining 150 Shiliang soldiers stationed within the Xuanda Hall surged forward to confront Lu Bian. Lu Bian calmly unsheathed his sword. Empowered by the might of the legendary Xiang Yu, he dismissed Dong Yu as a mere nuisance. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Lu Bian strode forward. In a mere encounter, he severed Dong Yu's head from his shoulders. The 150 Shiliang soldiers stood in stunned silence. And in that fleeting moment of shock, Lu Bian descended upon them like a god of slaughter, striking left and right, felling dozens. "Elite infantry, heed my command. Kill the enemy." After decapitating several foes, Lu Bian commanded the elite infantry to join the fray. With the elite infantry's participation, Lu Bian paid no heed to the Shiliang soldiers, instead advancing toward Lu Xie. "I, Lu Bian, king of Hongnong, pay my respects to your Majesty." Lu Bian clasped his fists in a gesture of reverence. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for collecting Emperor Xian of Han Lu Xie, triggering a lottery opportunity. Shall the host commence the lottery?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Bian replied, "Begin." Chapter 3. The Guanning Iron Cavalry. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won 5,000 Guanning Iron Cavalry in the lottery." The voice of the system echoed, and Lu Bian was instantly filled with fervor. Guanning Iron Cavalry, the legendary cavalry that historically brought Emperor Taiji to tears. This is simply exhilarating. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Bian rubbed his hands together vigorously. Speaking of which, the Guanning Iron Cavalry should possess three-eyed fire guns. In this era, wouldn't they be invincible? Lu Bian's heart raced with anticipation. However, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Ding! System prompt. Host, do not entertain any unrealistic notions that TO align with the characteristics of this era. The three-eyed fire guns of the Guanning Iron Cavalry have been automatically modified by the system. Their archery and cavalry combat capabilities have been enhanced instead." Lu Bian felt a slight disappointment. But losing the three-eyed fire guns in exchange for enhanced archery and cavalry skills was a small consolation. Lu Bian inquired, "Where's the Guanning Iron Cavalry now?" "Ding! The 5,000 Guanning Iron Cavalry await just outside the royal city, ready to heed the host's command at any moment." Lu Bian nodded with satisfaction. With 5,000 Guanning Iron Cavalry at his disposal, escaping Luoyang would be considerably easier. Observing Lu Bian's flushed cheeks and excited demeanor, Lu Xie cast a puzzled glance. "Brother, What is the matter with you? Upon hearing Lu Xie's voice, Lu Bian snapped back to reality. Cough, I am simply overwhelmed with excitement at seeing your majesty. Lu Bian hastily fabricated an excuse. Lu Xie did not press further and instead asked, Brother, weren't you under house arrest? How could you possibly command such a formidable army? Lu Xie blinked, his youthful face filled with confusion. Lu Bian chuckled. Your Majesty, it is a long story. Let us depart from this place of peril. Otherwise, if Dong the traitor reacts and sends a large army to encircle us, I fear for your safety. Lu Xie nodded in agreement. At that moment, the remaining Shiliang soldiers in the hall had been entirely cleared out by Lu Bian's valiant Xiaoguo army. Without delay, Lu Bian, accompanied by Lu Xie and 500 Xiaoguo soldiers, swiftly exited the Xuanda Hall and met up with Yuan Qingdu and Tang Ji outside the city gates. Upon seeing Lu Bian emerge, Tang Ji rushed forward. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Tang Ji's eyes were filled with concern as she anxiously checked Lu Bian's well-being. Lu Bian gently brushed his hand over Tang Ji's hair, chuckling, Fear not, the one who could harm me has yet to be born, with the powers of the formidable Xiang Yu backing him. Lu Bian exuded such confidence that as the two conversed, a sudden roar rang out. Guanning Iron Cavalry, salute King Hongnong. Following the sound, 5,000 Guanning Iron Cavalry soldiers dismounted in unison, kneeling on one knee before Lu Bian. A legendary army, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Yuan Qingdu gasped in awe, exclaiming, What an impressive cavalry! Their formation is impeccable, and their spirit is soaring. Lu Xie, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the Guanning Iron Cavalry, instinctively hid behind his sister-in-law. Tang Ji, sister-in-law, I am frightened. The esteemed Han Emperor Lu Xie timidly grasped Tang Ji's hand. Tang Ji wrapped her arms around Lu Xie, gently caressing his face to offer comfort. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction and commanded, Guanning Iron Cavalry, Xiaoguo Army, heed my orders. Accompany me to the residence of Kai Zhonglong and bring him out of Luoyang. Kai Zhonglong refers to the renowned scholar Kai Yong of the late Han dynasty. Lu Bian had carefully considered his future plans. Leaving Luoyang to establish himself in Yingchuan, a place rich in talent and resources, would facilitate triggering the lottery system. However, merely relying on his identity as a descendant of the Han dynasty was insufficient to recruit the esteemed scholars of Yingchuan. Historically, even the formidable Liu Bei, with his royal uncle status, was not regarded highly. Thus, he needed one or two distinguished figures by his side to bolster his reputation and attract talented individuals. Kai Yong, residing in Luoyang, was the ideal candidate. His vast connections and significant reputation would greatly assist Lu Bian in recruiting talents. Furthermore, Kai Yong had a daughter, Kai Wenji, one of the rare beauties of the late Han and Three Kingdoms period. Securing this father-daughter duo would also grant him 2 additional chances at the lottery system. East of Luoyang, in the main hall of the minister's residence, the corpulent and brutish Dong Zhuo was leisurely enjoying the fresh fruits recently offered as tribute. What is taking Li Ru so long? Why has he not returned? A maidservant obediently placed a grape into Dong Zhuo's mouth. Dong Zhuo chewed with a smug expression. Standing beside him was a towering figure. Over 7 feet tall, with a fair complexion, wearing a purple gold crown and a red floral robe, adorned with a beast-faced armor, he stepped forward, saying, Father, allow me to investigate. Given the current chaos in the city, Li Durin may have encountered unforeseen delays. This man was none other than the legendary warrior El Bu, famed for his prowess in battle. Before Dong Zhuo could respond, an urgent voice called from outside the hall. Minister, a grave situation has arisen. A Shiliang soldier stumbled in, panic-stricken. Minister, something terrible has happened. Dong Zhuo cast a disdainful glance at the soldier, saying, Luoyang is firmly under our control. What could possibly go wrong? The Shiliang soldier, in a state of distress, replied, Minister, Li Ru has been killed, and Lu Bian has vanished. What? Dong Zhuo's body quivered with rage at this revelation. You speak of Li Ru's death? Who is responsible? Who dares to be so audacious? Dong Zhuo bellowed, his features trembling with fury. Before the soldier could answer, his trusted general, Li Ju, hurried into the room. That I report to the minister. A dire situation has unfolded. As soon as Li Ju spoke, Dong Zhuo, infuriated, swung his arm and slapped the maidservant beside him with great force. Get out! Go away! One says grave situation. Another says dire predicament. Is there someone plotting against me today? Dong Zhuo's wrath silenced everyone in the room, leaving them speechless. Only Elbu broke the silence, asking, "General Li, what has transpired?" Li Ju replied. In response to General L, Lu Bian has led 3,000 heavy infantry to assault the royal city and has now abducted Emperor Lu Xie. Upon hearing this news, Dong Zhuo's fury escalated further. What? How could Lu Bian's subordinates possibly muster 3,000 heavy infantry? Those damned traitors. It must be Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and the like who are aiding him in the shadows. Li Ju, where has Lu Bian gone? Li Ju hastily responded, "Minister, Lu Bian is heading towards the residence of Cai Yong." With a resounding clap of his hands, Dong Zhuo gritted his teeth and declared, "Excellent, my son, Feng Xian, I grant you 5,000 Shiliang iron cavalry. Go forth and eliminate Lu Bian and retrieve Lu Xie." Just as Elbu was about to take his leave, Li Ju interjected, "Minister, this matter is trivial. Allow me to handle it. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" Dong Zhuo nodded slowly. "Very well. You may go, but ensure Lu Bian is slain and Lu Xie captured alive." Chapter 4. The slaying of Li Ju. Lu Bian swiftly dispatched several small squads of Shiliang soldiers along his route and successfully arrived at Cai Yong's residence. At this moment, the Cai residence was also besieged by Shiliang soldiers guarding the exits to prevent Cai Yong and his family from fleeing Luoyang. Seeing this, Lu Bian wasted no time and led his forces straight into battle. The fewer than 100 Shiliang soldiers stood no chance against Lu Bian's attacking army, and in mere moments, they were entirely vanquished. "Chengdu, you stay outside the residence with your men and ensure the safety of Tang Ji and His Majesty." Lu Bian instructed Yuan Chengdu before entering the Cai residence. After receiving the order, Lu Bian felt reassured and took 50 Shaogua soldiers into the Cai residence that do not take any of these things. "Pack my books neatly. Do not mix them up." Upon entering the Cai residence, he was greeted by an elderly gentleman, resplendently dressed, with graying hair and nearing 60, who was calling out loudly while leaning on a cane. Recognizing him from the memories of the original owner, Lu Bian immediately identified this man as the great literary figure Cai Yong. "Cai Zhonglong, it is good to see you." Lu Bian clasped his hands together, smiling warmly as he greeted Cai Yong. Hearing the familiar voice, Cai Yong turned to look, and upon seeing Lu Bian, his aged face, marked by the passage of time, displayed shock and disbelief. "King Hongnong, you were not under house arrest by Dong Zhuo?" Cai Yong could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them vigorously. Lu Bian chuckled. "Dong the traitor's schemes could never ensnare me. I have slain Li Ru and rescued His Majesty. I have come to the Cai residence to escort you out of Luoyang and away from the clutches of Dong the traitor." Cai Yong's expression was one of utter astonishment. His lips parted slightly. "King Hongnong, please do not jest with an old man like me. Surely, the minister has not sent you to test my loyalty? Please, King Hongnong, report back to the minister that I, Cai Yong, am absolutely loyal to the Han dynasty and to the minister." Dong Zhuo's power was overwhelming, and he had already executed numerous nobles and officials. After all, he could even arbitrarily depose the emperor. This made Cai Yong wary of Dong Zhuo, and he assumed Lu Bian was there to assess his fidelity, thus proclaiming his unwavering allegiance to Dong Zhuo. Lu Bian smiled broadly, his expression radiant. "King Hongnong, why do you smile?" Cai Yong, with a face full of confusion, heard Lu Bian speak. "Cai Zhonglong, I swear by the honor of the Han imperial lineage that I have truly come to rescue you. His Majesty and my great army await just outside the door, that if we do not depart now, I fear." Before Lu Bian could finish his words, soldiers from the Shaogua army rushed in from outside, announcing, "Your Highness of Hongnong, General Li Ju under Dong Zhuo's command leads 5,000 Shiliang cavalry to besiege the gates of the Cai residence." A spark of realization ignited within Lu Bian, and a knowing smile graced his lips that Li Ju has arrived. "It seems fortune has favored us with a timely opportunity." Turning to Cai Yong, he declared, "Cai Zhonglong, since you doubt my intentions, I shall present you with Li Ju's head as proof." Without waiting for Cai Yong's response, Lu Bian swiftly exited the Cai residence. Upon stepping outside, Yuan Chengdu approached, exclaiming, "Your Highness of Hongnong, General Li Ju's forces are advancing. I request permission to engage in battle." Yuan Chengdu's eyes sparkled with a fierce intent to fight. Lu Bian replied solemnly, "Have the Shaogua army remain on standby to protect Lady Tang and His Majesty." "Chengdu, You shall accompany me with 5,000 Guanyin cavalry to confront Li Ju. As they are cavalry, let us show them what true elite horsemen are capable of. Drawing his treasured sword, Lu Bian mounted his steed and galloped towards Li Ju's forces, shouting, "Li Ju, prepare to meet your demise." His gaze was icy with determination. Observing Lu Bian charging towards him, Li Ju scoffed disdainfully. "Such ignorance of your own demise. Today, you shall witness the might of Li Ju," with a swing of his great blade. Li Ju led his troops to clash with Lu Bian and Yu Wenqingdu. Brimming with confidence, he swung his weapon forcefully towards Lu Bian. Yet, Lu Bian, wielding his sword, did not falter in the face of Li Ju's assault. The sound of their weapons colliding rang out sharply, and to everyone's astonishment, Lu Bian's sword remained unyielding while Li Ju's blade was sent flying. "What is happening?" Li Ju's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt a sharp pain in his hands. Lu Bian let out a maniacal laugh, proclaiming, "Li Ju, embrace your fate." With a furious shout, he swung his sword towards Li Ju's throat, forcing the latter to evade just in time. However, Lu Bian's strike merely severed the iron helmet atop Li Ju's head, leaving him disheveled and alarmed. "How can you be this formidable?" Li Ju stammered, his mind racing with disbelief that in his mind, Lu Bian had been nothing more than a weakling, incapable of bearing burdens or wielding weapons. Yet in this brief encounter, Li Ju felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "There is no need for further questions. You must simply accept that your end is nigh," Lu Bian roared, seizing the moment while Li Ju was still in shock. And with a swift stroke, he decapitated Li Ju before he could even emit a scream. The Shiliang army immediately descended into chaos. The Yu Wenqingdu, wielding a golden halberd, surged through the fray like a deity of death. And the Shiliang forces were unable to resist. Left at the mercy of his slaughter, the Yu Wenqingdu's exceptional prowess soon led to the complete rout of the Shiliang army, and as he prepared to pursue further, Lu Bian called out to him, "Qingdu, do not chase the routed enemy." Yu Wenqingdu, pulling back on the reins, returned to Lu Bian's side, somewhat disgruntled. "My lord, I was on the verge of a glorious victory." "Why halt now?" Lu Bian explained. "Within the city, Dongzhu's forces are formidable, and we can only secure victory amidst the chaos. To advance alone would only invite danger." Frustrated, Yu Wenqingdu retorted, "Shall we simply allow Dongzhu to escape?" Lu Bian smiled. "Qingdu, there will be ample opportunities in the future. We must prioritize our immediate objectives." With that, Lu Bian led Yu Wenqingdu and the 5,000 Guanyin cavalry back to the entrance of the Kai residence. Without delay, Lu Bian entered, bearing Li Ju's severed head. At that moment, Kai Yong awaited, seemingly never having left. Approaching Kai Yong, Lu Bian cast Li Ju's head at his feet. "Kai Zhonglong, surely you can believe me now." As he spoke, he wiped the blood of his adversary from his cheek. Kai Yong, gazing at the head, trembled uncontrollably. Soon, tears streamed down his face as he exclaimed, "May the heavens bless the Han. May the heavens bless the Han. Your Highness of Hong Nong, I am convinced, and I am willing to leave with you." His voice trembled with excitement, resonating alongside the system's notification in Lu Bian's mind. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully collected Kai Yong and earned a chance to draw a lottery." Lu Bian, without hesitation, commanded in his mind, "Initiate the lottery." Chapter 5. The King of Lonling. A flash of golden light enveloped Lu Bian, followed by the system's announcement. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a steed, an exceptional warhorse, a Bawang spear, and a set of black gold armor." Upon hearing this, Lu Bian was filled with uncontainable joy. The steed, the spear, and the armor were all legendary treasures belonging to the great Xiang Yu. Just moments ago, he had lamented having only a broken sword, yet now the system bestowed upon him these magnificent relics, filling him with exhilaration. Armed with these three items, Lu Bian would ride into battle with unmatched prowess. "System, you truly are a marvel," he exclaimed in admiration. "Ding. Thank you for your praise, host. The steed, the spear, and the black gold armor await you just outside." Satisfied, Lu Bian closed the system interface and turned to Kai Yong, asking, "Kai Zhonglong, may I inquire if your daughter is present in the residence?" Kai Yong suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, My daughter is in the inner chambers packing her belongings. I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I completely forgot about her." As a loyal minister of two dynasties, Witnessing Lu Bian slay Li Ju and repel the Shiliang forces stirred emotions akin to the surging tides of the Qiantang River within Kaiyou. In his elation, he had momentarily forgotten about Kai Wenji, that he promptly summoned a servant to fetch her to the front courtyard. Upon seeing Kai Wenji, Lu Bian was immediately captivated by her breathtaking beauty. With elegantly arched brows, crescent-shaped eyes, and dressed in a light green gown, she exuded an air of intellectual grace, embodying the essence of a mature and dignified lady. Lu Bian's heart raced with excitement. She was a talent of the ages, and her beauty was unparalleled, which explained why even the notorious Cao Cao had taken notice of her. Lady Kai Wenji, it is an honor to meet your Highness of Hongnou. She greeted gracefully, her voice soft yet genuine. Lu Bian replied enthusiastically, Lady Wenji, there is no need for such formalities. His words left both Kai Yong and Kai Wenji momentarily stunned, feeling that Lu Bian's demeanor was somewhat frivolous. A blush crept onto Kai Wenji's fair cheeks, and her gaze towards Lu Bian was tinged with a mix of indignation and shyness. Unperturbed, Lu Bian was wholly absorbed in the joy of meeting Kai Wenji. We must not delay. We should depart quickly. I have other matters to attend to. Hearing Lu Bian's address, Kai Yong reminded him, Your Highness, you should refer to yourself as this one. Lu Bian smiled warmly, Kai Zhonglong. This is simply my personal habit. Let us not dwell on such formalities. Whether I say this one or I, does it not convey the same meaning, having traversed from the modern era to the late Han dynasty? Lu Bian felt a certain discomfort with the term this one, as it struck him as somewhat awkward. Kai Yong opted not to press further, leading his daughter Kai Wenji alongside Lu Bian as they exited the Kai residence. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected the talented Kai Wenji and earned another chance to draw a lottery. The excitement of 2 consecutive lottery draws left Lu Bian elated. What wonderful fortune! Quickly, let me draw again. As the light flashed, the lottery concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the historical general, King of Lanling, Gao Su, also known as Gao Changgong. Lu Bian was nearly overcome with joy, almost leaping into the air. Had it not been for the presence of others around him, he would have danced on the spot, bursting into a celebratory song. Such luck was truly extraordinary. Gao Changgong, the king of Lanling, renowned for his valor during the Battle of Mongshan, had led 500 cavalry to break through the encirclement of the northern Zhou. Earning accolades from his soldiers, his legendary song, The Lanling King Enters the Fray, was the finest tribute to his prowess system. Where's Gao Changgong now? Lu Bian inquired eagerly. Ding. He awaits just outside, alongside the steed. Excitement coursed through Lu Bian as he quickened his pace, leading Kai Yong and Kai Wenji to the entrance of the Kai residence. Upon stepping outside, they beheld a magnificent black warhorse, adorned with a great spear and a neatly arranged set of armor. Beside the warhorse stood a remarkably handsome young man, clad in a deep indigo robe, a sword at his waist, and a spear slung across his back. Upon seeing Lu Bian emerge, the man immediately approached, introducing himself with a bow. I am the humble General Gao Su, paying my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Hongnou. As Gao Su attempted to kneel in reverence, Lu Bian swiftly supported him, saying, My esteemed general, you are like a tiger granted wings. Please do not be overly formal. Gazing at Gao Su before him, Lu Bian felt his heart race and his blood pressure soar, overwhelmed by a tide of excitement, exhilaration, and joy. None of the words could adequately describe the profound emotions surging within him. Gao Su declared with fervor, Thank you for your recognition, Prince of Hongnou. I shall follow you into any perilous situation without hesitation. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to firmly pat Gao Su on the shoulder. Changgong, from this day forth, you shall command 5,000 of the Guanning cavalry. Gao Su accepted the order with enthusiasm. Lu Bian swiftly introduced everyone to one another before they approached the magnificent steed, the black stallion. He reached out to gently stroke the horse's neck, which seemed to sense Lu Bian's intentions. Letting out a series of snorts, without delay, Lu Bian donned the black armor, grasped the formidable spear, and mounted the stallion. Did I in that moment? Yuan Qingdu exclaimed, Your Highness, you resemble a living embodiment of a conqueror, exuding unparalleled grace and demeanor. Even Tang Ji in the army could hardly contain her astonishment at Lu Bian's transformation. Is this truly the Lu Bian I know? She pondered, lost in disbelief. The man before her was imposing and valiant, a stark contrast to the weak, tearful Lu Bian she had previously known. Lu Bian chuckled heartily, gripping the spear tightly and feeling the timeless power coursing through it. He commanded loudly, "Yuan Qingdu, you are to lead 3,000 elite troops to ensure the safety of Tangji, the emperor, and the Kai sisters. Depart swiftly from the city of Luoyang and await my arrival 5 li east of the city." Yuan Qingdu clasped his fists and proclaimed, "I accept the command." Lu Bian nodded in approval. With Yuan Qingdu's unmatched might, few could rival him besides the likes of El Bu, Guan, Zhang, Zhao, or Dianwei. With him safeguarding the group as they exited the city, Lu Bian felt reassured. For traversing Luoyang with Emperor Xian of Han, Tangji, and the Kai sisters amidst chaos felt precarious. Turning to Gao Su, Lu Bian instructed, "Changong, you shall lead the 5,000 Guan Ning cavalry to accompany me to the residence of Minister Wang Yun." Lu Bian aimed to gather distinguished scholars to bolster his ranks, with Kai Yong being but one target, and Wang Yun being another. More importantly, beyond Wang Yun, there was also the renowned beauty, Diaochan. Gao Su solemnly replied, "I accept the command." With that, he donned the fearsome mask of the Ghost of Wrath. Chapter 6. Targeting the minister's residence. Lu Bian, accompanied by Gao Su and the 5,000 Guan Ning cavalry, galloped through Luoyang. Along the way, Lu Bian dispatched several small squads of Shiliang soldiers before arriving at the gates of Wang Yun's residence. The Shiliang soldiers stationed outside, upon noticing an unfamiliar army approach, stepped forward to question them. However, Lu Bian wasted no time. With a sweeping strike of his spear, he swiftly decapitated the 2 soldiers who dared to interrogate him. Lu Bian commanded, "Changong, take 100 Guan Ning cavalry with me into the minister's residence. The rest shall remain here." Dismounting promptly, Gao Su gathered 100 elite troops, dismounting to follow Lu Bian closely. With his right hand wielding the spear and his left hand resting on his sword, Lu Bian strode confidently into the minister's abode. Upon entering the grand courtyard, an atmosphere of tension enveloped him. With dozens of Shiliang soldiers positioned on either side, ready for combat, as Lu Bian and Gao Su entered, the soldiers along the bluestone path immediately became alert that a soldier clad in armor approached. Barking, "Halt! Who are you? I have not seen you among the Shiliang troops." Lu Bian smirked coldly and replied, "I am Lu Bian, Prince of Hongnong of the Great Han Dynasty. Naturally, you would not have encountered me among your ranks. How could a noble of the imperial family associate with you rabble?" Though the soldier did not recognize him, he had heard of the name. Although his rank was modest, he was aware of certain events, including Lu Bian's confinement by the Prime Minister Dong Zhuo. How did he escape? He wondered if he could capture Lu Bian and present him to Dong Zhuo, his fortunes would surely change overnight. The thought of promotion ignited excitement in the soldier as he drew his blade with a sneer, declaring, "What a silver-tongued brat! Regardless of how you escaped, since you have delivered yourself into my hands, I shall seize you and present you to the Prime Minister." With a disdainful glint in his eyes, Lu Bian regarded the approaching Shiliang soldiers as nothing more than mere chickens and dogs, unworthy of concern. Before he could act, Gao Su swung his spear, leading the Guan Ning cavalry into a fierce charge against the Shiliang soldiers. "Your Highness need not intervene. I shall handle these ruffians." Gao Su's voice was cold and laced with a palpable aura of lethal intent. Lu Bian smiled knowingly, calmly continuing toward the main hall without a shred of worry as he passed through the fray. The Shiliang soldiers were no match for the Guan Ning cavalry and Gao Su's prowess. With a single charge, Gao Su cleaved through the ranks, splitting the Shiliang soldiers in 2 and encircling them. Annihilating the enemy forces, the Shiliang soldiers were decisively overwhelmed. Gao Su promptly commanded the Guan Ning cavalry to encircle the remaining troops. The Shiliang soldiers, besieged and unable to withstand the relentless assault, fell swiftly to their demise. Meanwhile, Lu Bian entered the main hall of the minister's residence, where he found Wang Yun seated in the primary position, a wiry man with graying hair and a goatee. The very minister of the Great Han Dynasty. Wang Yun had already heard the commotion outside, yet due to the presence of another individual and several Shiliang soldiers within, he could only remain seated, his anxiety mounting. Upon recognizing Lu Bian, Wang Yun's shock was palpable. "Your Highness, the Prince of Hongnong." His mouth hung agape in astonishment. Lu Bian smiled and nodded. "Minister Wang, I trust you are well," as he spoke. Lu Bian's gaze swept across the room. The Shiliang soldier's eyes were sharp and predatory, fixated on him. Additionally, seated beside Wang Yun was a middle-aged man dressed in dark scholar's robes, sporting a tassel cap and a well-groomed mustache. With deep, shadowy eyes. Drawing from his predecessor's memories, Lu Bian immediately recognized him as none other than the infamous strategist, Jia Su. Lu Bian mused to himself, what a fortuitous encounter. Even without seeking him out. Jia Su has conveniently presented himself that I have just received word that the Prince of Hongnong has slain Li Ru and is now fleeing within Luoyang. Just before your arrival, I was questioning Minister Wang about your possible whereabouts. Who would have thought you would come knocking at my door? Jia Su remarked, twirling his mustache with a sly smile, his gaze piercing as if it were a predator stalking its prey. Most would tremble under such scrutiny, but Lu Bian remained composed. Yes, that's so. So you are quite certain you can take me away? Lu Bian was acutely aware that Dongzhi would be enraged upon learning of his escape from Xintian Pavilion. Moreover, having just slain Li Ju, this news had yet to reach Dongzhi's ears. Otherwise, he would have dispatched more forces to capture him. Lu Bian understood the urgency of seizing this opportunity to rescue Wang Yun. Jia Su and Diaochan. Jia Su shrugged, a smirk on his face. With dozens of Shiliang soldiers in this hall, I fail to see how you could escape my grasp. His confidence stemmed from his belief that Lu Bian was just a weakling. Incapable of posing any threat, even clad in armor and wielding a spear. That's so. Lu Bian's lips curled into a subtle smile. How about we make a wager? Intrigued, Jia Su entertained the idea. As he had no immediate need to command his soldiers, in his mind, capturing Lu Bian was merely a matter of time. Thus, indulging in a bit of sport with him was quite appealing. Jia Su's demeanor resembled that of a cat toying with a mouse, oblivious to the true roles at play. Lu Bian proposed, let those soldiers join forces against me, that if they can defeat me, I shall accompany you to meet Prime Minister Dong. However, if they all perish, you will accompany me out of Luoyang and pledge your loyalty henceforth. Jia Su burst into laughter, a hint of mockery woven into his mirth. He theatrically wiped away an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. Very well. Let it be as you say. It is a rare occasion for a descendant of the Han dynasty to possess such ambition. Thus, I shall grant your wish. If you can single-handedly eradicate them all, I, Jia Su, would willingly pledge my allegiance to the king of Hongnong, henceforth assisting your highness in restoring the Han dynasty, unwavering until death. In Jia Su's eyes, Lu Bian was merely posturing. How could Lu Bian, all on his own, take on dozens of elite soldiers from the Shiliang army? What a jest! Lu Bian, with a triumphant smile, had been waiting for this very affirmation from Jia Su. Excellent. A gentleman's word is his bond. Mr. Wenhe, I trust you will honor your promise. Otherwise, my spear does not discriminate. As the words fell, Lu Bian brandished his spear, the overlord's lance, charging towards the Shiliang soldiers like a hunting leopard. Jia Su, too, quelled his smile and bellowed, Attack! Chapter 7. Joyous events unfold at Jia Su's command. Dozens of Shiliang soldiers surged towards Lu Bian. Yet to Lu Bian, these soldiers were merely targets to be dispatched. A cruel smile crept upon his lips as he swept his overlord's lance, sending the foremost 5 Shiliang soldiers flying. The might of a single thrust sent 5 men sprawling. The strike was as swift as lightning. Imbued with tremendous force, Wang Yun and Jia Su could barely perceive Lu Bian's movements, only witnessing the 5 Shiliang soldiers' anguished cries as they shattered the furnishings within the hall. Hiss, Jia Su gasped, his deep-set eyes narrowing, shimmering with an extraordinary light. Wang Yun, too, exclaimed in awe, his heart tumultuous. Could it be that heaven favors the Han, prompting a transformation in the king of Hongnong? Otherwise, how could the formerly timid king of Hongnong exhibit such prowess? Both Wang Yun and Jia Su harbored their own thoughts at that moment. Lu Bian nimbly maneuvered, the tip of his lance glinting coldly, as he dispatched several more Shiliang soldiers. Their demise bore an uncanny uniformity, each leaving behind a single scarlet mark upon their throats. In the blink of an eye, over 20 Shiliang soldiers lay lifeless in pools of blood. Only a handful remained, too intimidated to launch another assault against Lu Bian. Armed with curved blades, their gazes wary as they locked onto Lu Bian, fear flickered in their expressions. Lu Bian halted, erupting into a series of maniacal laughs. This all. He cast a scornful glance at the remaining soldiers. His mere gaze sent them instinctively retreating a step. Lu Bian commanded the atmosphere entirely, his aura dominating the hall. Today marks your demise. You are condemned for aiding the tyrant and willingly becoming the minions of chaos. Lu Bian roared in fury, brandishing his overlord's lance as he charged at the remaining soldiers. With a collective scream, the Shiliang soldiers attempted to flee. Yet their movements were sluggish. Lu Bian's lance struck with the ferocity of a dragon. Seemingly casual swings swiftly felled the last remnants of the Shiliang soldiers. Clang! As the final soldier's throat was pierced by the lance, his blade clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Wang Yun and Jia Su, jolted back to reality, stared in astonishment at Lu Bian, as though they were beholding a stranger. Lu Bian laughed heartily. "Mr. Wenhe, it appears I am the victor." Gulp. Jia Su swallowed hard, hastily rising to bow before Lu Bian. "I, Jia Su, have been blind to my offenses. I implore your highness for forgiveness. I vow to uphold my promise and assist the king of Hongnong in restoring the Han, forever steadfast." Jia Su hurriedly proclaimed his allegiance. What a jest! With Lu Bian's combat prowess, it would be but a trifle for him to slay Jia Su. Jia Su, ever astute, recognized the importance of preserving his life. Moreover, witnessing Lu Bian's valor ignited a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of the Han dynasty within him. Lu Xie smiled with satisfaction. That moment, the system's voice echoed in Lu Xie's mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the strategist Jia Su, earning one lottery opportunity. What a delightful surprise." Lu Bian promptly requested the system to conduct the lottery. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have won the famed sword Zhanlu sword." Lu Bian was immediately elated. The Zhanlu sword was renowned as the foremost of the 5 legendary swords forged by Yezi, symbolizing invincibility. A flash of brilliance crossed Lu Bian's eyes, and he then heard the system announce, "Ding! The Zhanlu sword has replaced your original sword. Please check your inventory." Upon hearing this, Lu Bian hastily drew his sword from his waist. Indeed, the previously unremarkable sword had transformed into the legendary Zhanlu sword. Its blade was sharp and menacing. Lu Bian could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid sword!" At that moment, the minister Wang Yun approached Lu Bian. Hearing Lu Bian's praise, Wang Yun's cheeks twitched, mistaking Lu Bian's words for mockery. Nevertheless, Wang Yun maintained his composure and proclaimed loudly, "Heaven bless the Han! The king of Hongnong possesses such valor. The restoration of the Han is imminent." Upon hearing Wang Yun's flattery, Lu Bian returned to his senses from the joy of acquiring the Zhanlu sword. He sheathed the sword and fixed his gaze on Wang Yun. Before Lu Bian could speak, Wang Yun continued, "I am willing to follow your highness in the restoration of the Han." Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction. Strength is paramount. Had it not been for his single-handed eradication of dozens of Shiliang soldiers, Wang Yun would not have been so quick to align himself with Lu Bian. "Furthermore, I have a beloved daughter named Diaochan, if your highness does not mind. How about taking her as a concubine?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bian's mind stirred. Wang Yun, the old fox, was attempting to forge a connection right from the start. How cunning! Yet Lu Bian understood. Wang Yun hailed from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, a prominent family. Ties between noble families and the imperial family were often maintained through marriage. That I appreciate Wang Situ's goodwill. However, now is not the time for such discussions. If Wang Situ is willing, let us depart together with Diaochan. As for the matter of a concubine, we can discuss it later. Wang Yun promptly nodded and ordered someone to summon Diaochan. Diaochan appeared, clad in a flowing red gown, adorned with a golden hairpin, her face delicately painted. Her long, slender eyebrows and captivating eyes seemed to speak volumes, with a gentle flutter of her lashes. She exuded charm, complemented by her fair skin and graceful figure, every expression radiating allure, rendering onlookers spellbound. Even Lu Bian found himself entranced, his gaze fixated as if drawn by an irresistible force. That no wonder Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu turned against each other over Diaochan. Such a breathtaking beauty would captivate anyone. Wang Yun, observing nearby, felt a sense of triumph. With Diaochan present, how could he fail to draw closer to Lu Bian? "Kair, quickly greet his highness, the king of Hongnong," Wang Yun commanded. Diaochan glided forward, a waft of fragrance accompanying her. Her voice, like a melodious tune, carried a poignant and enchanting quality. "I, Diaochan, have come to pay my respects to your highness." As she spoke, She cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Bian, her alluring demeanor evoking an irresistible allure. Lu Bian quickly cleared his throat, instinctively diverting his gaze, fearing that a lingering glance might lead him to lose his very soul to Diaochan. Ahem, no need for formalities. This is a place of turmoil. We ought to depart swiftly. Wang Yun, Jiasu, and Diaochan immediately acquiesced, following Lu Bian as they exited the minister's residence. That moment, the system's voice resonated in Lu Bian's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring Minister Wang Yun and the beauty Diaochan, earning 2 lottery opportunities. Would you like to draw? Lu Bian did not hesitate in the slightest and promptly declared, "Let me draw." Chapter 8. The first spear of the Southern Song, having gained 2 lottery opportunities in one breath. Lu Bian felt utterly exhilarated, and he brimmed with anticipation, eager to discover what rewards awaited him. Just as he indulged in his daydreams, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 5,000 White Rod soldiers. My goodness! Lu Bian was instantly elated. White Rod soldiers, renowned for their prowess in mountainous warfare during the late Ming Dynasty, were a unique unit of spear-wielding troops. Apart from their formidable combat abilities, their weaponry was distinctive, featuring long spears equipped with hooks and sturdy iron rings that in battle, the hooks could slice and pull, while the rings could serve as bludgeoning weapons. When necessary, dozens of spears could interconnect, transforming into tools for scaling mountains and cliffs in an instant. During the late Ming period, Qin Liangyu led the White Rod soldiers in numerous campaigns. Achieving significant accolades, acquiring such a capable force adept at mountainous combat was truly a boon. Lu Bian could hardly contain his excitement and inquired, "System, where are the 5,000 White Rod soldiers now?" Ding! The White Rod soldiers are awaiting you outside the eastern gate of Luoyang. Lu Bian clenched his right fist, eagerly exclaiming, "Quick, initiate the second lottery. I can hardly wait to see what rewards I will receive." Ding! The lottery is commencing. A flash of golden light enveloped him, followed by the system's announcement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the historical General Gao Chong. What? After the establishment of the Kaiping Wang, with unparalleled martial prowess and immense strength, General Yu Fei's most formidable commander, Gao Chong, renowned as the finest spear wielder of the Southern Song dynasty. Lu Bian, brimming with excitement, nearly leapt from his seat. Gao Chong's might could undoubtedly be deemed exceptional. Having single-handedly vanquished the trio of Niu Gao, Zheng Huai, and Zhang Kuei, sending Jin Wuzhu fleeing in disarray on the battlefield. How could such a legendary warrior fail to ignite Lu Bian's enthusiasm? Quick, quick, where is Gao Chong? Lu Bian hastily inquired of the system. Ding! The system alerted him that Gao Chong had entered the minister's residence to meet the host. Lu Bian promptly shut off the system and turned to see a figure clad in bronze armor. Wielding a grand spear, with a sword hanging at his waist, eyes like bright stars and brows that soared like clouds, striding towards him, "I am but a humble servant, Gao Chong, paying my respects to your highness." Gao Chong knelt on one knee, his voice resonating like thunder. Lu Bian rushed forward with excitement. "General Gao, please rise. It is indeed a great fortune to have your assistance." Lu Bian gazed at Gao Chong with exhilaration, unable to suppress his admiration for the valiant general. Gao Chong humbly replied, "Your highness is too kind. It is my honor to serve you." Lu Bian clapped Gao Chong on the shoulder with enthusiasm and subsequently introduced everyone to him. After the introductions, Lu Bian declared, "We must not delay. Let us hastily depart from Luoyang City. Otherwise, when Dong the traitor sends his forces, our escape will be fraught with difficulty." Jia Su, with a glint in his eye, asked, "Your Highness, do you already have a plan for after we leave Luoyang City?" Lu Bian grinned broadly and nodded. "Naturally. Just follow my lead." With that, Lu Bian led the group out of the minister's residence. Heading towards the eastern gate of Luoyang, the main hall of the state minister's residence, Dongzhuo appeared somewhat agitated. "It has been quite some time since Li Ju left. Why has he not returned? How can thousands of elite Shiliang troops fail to capture a mere fool?" Dongzhuo muttered to himself, his eyes glinting with dissatisfaction. Beside him, Elbu spoke reassuringly, "Father, do not worry. General Li Ju is seasoned in battle, valiant and fierce, commanding thousands of elite Shiliang troops. Surely, he must have encountered some delay, or perhaps he is already on his way back. Soon, you shall receive good news, and General Li Ju will present Lu Bian's head. Elbu spoke with remarkable ease, for he believed that even with the covert assistance of regional lords like Yuan Shao and Chao Chao, Lu Bian could not stir up any significant turmoil. Ultimately, a fool remains a fool, devoid of any opportunity to inspire hope. Dong Zhuo slowly nodded. Indeed, my son, Feng Xian speaks wisely. Li Ju has followed me for many years, fighting across the south and north. He may not be effective against others, but against that Lu Bian he certainly will be. Before Dong Zhuo could finish his sentence, a piercing scream echoed from outside the hall. Report! Report! State Minister, grave news! As the voice entered, a Shiliang soldier tumbled in. Disheveled and panting, the soldier's face was smeared with dirt, his helmet askew, and his armor in tatters, appearing utterly disheveled. Dong Zhuo furrowed his brow and shouted angrily. What has happened now? His heart raced, a mix of fury and a hint of anxiety gleaming in his eyes. The Shiliang soldier clasped his fists and reported, State Minister, Lu Bian has killed General Li Ju and scattered the Shiliang troops. What? Both Dong Zhuo and Elbu were taken aback that Li Ju had actually been slain by Lu Bian. The soldier had no time to gauge the emotions of Dong Zhuo and Elbu. Continuing, State Minister, after killing General Li Ju, Lu Bian also abducted Minister Wang Yun. Even Jiasu has joined the rebellion. Bang! Dong Zhuo raised his right hand and slammed it down on the table. Scoundrel! That treacherous Jiasu! How dare he betray us? He truly deserves a fate worse than death. Dong Zhuo was greatly enraged. On one hand, he was furious over Li Ju's demise at the hands of Lu Bian, and on the other, he could hardly believe that Jiasu, who had followed him for years, had turned traitor. Dong Zhuo shook his ample frame, declaring in a thunderous voice, I shall personally lead the troops to slay these traitors who have angered me. Elbu, observing the scene, quickly interjected, Father, there is no need to be angry. A mere Lu Bian and Jiasu are hardly worthy of your personal attention. There is no need for you to take action. With my sky-piercing halberd in hand, I can easily take their lives. Just entrust the Flying Bear army to me, and I will certainly capture the Han Emperor and slay Lu Bian and Jiasu. Hearing Elbu's words, Dong Zhuo gradually seated himself. Very well. It is commendable that you, my son, have such filial piety. Henceforth, I shall grant you 5,000 Flying Bear troops under your command to pursue Lu Bian and Jiasu. The Flying Bear army was Dong Zhuo's most elite Shiliang troops. Having fought alongside him in numerous campaigns and boasting formidable combat prowess. However, the Flying Bear army had always been under Dong Zhuo's direct command. Even his most trusted generals, Li Ju and Guisi, could only lead them but never truly control them. Elbu accepted the command with enthusiasm, proclaiming, Rest assured, Father, I vow to bring back Lu Bian and Jiasu's heads for you. Dong Zhuo nodded in satisfaction. Feng Xian, remember, we seek the living, not the dead. Once they are captured, we shall have them meet a most gruesome end. Chapter 9. Blocked in front, pursued from behind, Your Highness. We are nearly at the eastern gate of Luoyang City. Jiasu spoke loudly in Lu Bian's ear. Yes, I understand it. Upon learning that you have abducted Kai Yong, Dong Zhuo has dispatched the General Duan Wei, leading 10,000 Shiliang troops to guard the city. If we wish to exit, we may need to devise another plan. The army galloped forward, and Jiasu continued to relay the developments. It appeared that after dispatching Li Ju, Dong Zhuo had spread the news of Lu Bian's escape and his abduction of the Kai father and daughter among the Shiliang troops. Simultaneously, he had assigned his generals to guard the 4 gates of Luoyang to prevent Lu Bian from leaving the city effortlessly. Lu Bian contemplated quietly. After abducting Kai Yong, he had entrusted Yuan Qingdu with the protection of Tang Ji, the Han Emperor, and the Kai father and daughter as they left Luoyang. Even if Duan Wei were swift, he should not have been able to intercept Yuan Qingdu and the others. Presently, with his forces primarily composed of cavalry, which were not adept at besieging cities, a different plan was essential. An idea sparked in Lu Bian's mind, and he smiled. I have heard that when he and Duan Wei hail from the same hometown and share a close bond. Perhaps you could persuade General Wen He to speak with Duan Wei and convince him to open the eastern gate of Luoyang for us. Jiasu was momentarily taken aback, astonished, Your Highness. You know of my friendship with Duan Wei? Lu Bian turned his head to observe Jiasu's surprised expression, unable to suppress a proud smile. I assure you, I know far more than you can imagine. As they conversed, soldiers from the Guan Iron Cavalry galloped up to report. Report, Your Highness, we have spotted pursuing troops from the rear. The urgent voice of the Guan Iron Cavalry prompted Lu Bian to swiftly command the army to halt. With obstacles ahead and pursuers behind, both issues needed resolution to ensure a safe departure from Luoyang City. Who leads the pursuing troops? Lu Bian inquired. The Guan Iron Cavalry soldier replied, Your Highness. It is Elbu, the general under Dongjue. Elbu? Lu Bian raised an eyebrow slightly. That Elbu was renowned as the mightiest warrior of the three kingdoms, his strength undoubtedly surpassing that of Yu and Qingdu, Gao Chong and Gao Chonggong, even subtly eclipsing them. The only one capable of contending with him would likely be Lu Bian himself, who had inherited the prowess of the legendary Xiang Yu. How many troops are there? Lu Bian further questioned. The Guan Iron Cavalry soldier answered, 5,000. According to our scouts, they are likely Dongjue's Flying Bear Army, with Elbu leading the Flying Bear Army. It seemed Dongjue was indeed serious about bloodshed. Your Highness, allow me to lead the charge. Haisu stepped forward, clasping his fists in a request to fight. Gao Chong declared loudly, Your Highness, should we face Elbu? I am willing to be the vanguard. Lu Bian turned his gaze toward the assembled individuals. Gao Chong and Haisu appeared resolute, their spirits ignited for battle. Conversely, Minister Wang Yun bore a countenance of despair, having already lost the psychological battle before the physical one commenced. Diaochan, frightened, paled at the mere thought of Elbu, despite never having seen him, for she had long heard tales of his formidable reputation. In contrast, Jiasu maintained a tranquil demeanor, his expression inscrutable, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. Lu Bian's mind raced, and within moments, he reached a decisive conclusion that he fixed his gaze on Jiasu. We are blocked in the front and pursued from behind. You handle the pursuit, while I will deal with the blockade. You are friends with Duan Wei. I command you to persuade him. Jiasu nodded slowly, clasping his fists. I shall do my utmost to persuade Duan Wei. Jiasu could discern that Lu Bian was vastly different from the feeble and incompetent figure spoken of in rumors. The Lu Bian before him was composed, astute, and possessed of keen judgment, not to mention exceptional martial prowess that in Jiasu's eyes, he appeared to be a commendable leader. Perhaps the revival of the Han dynasty rested upon Lu Bian's shoulders. More importantly, Jiasu was acutely aware that his betrayal of Dongjue had become an undeniable reality. Given Dongjue's character, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Thus, Jiasu understood that he had no choice but to follow Lu Bian down this treacherous path. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Gao Su. Chonggong, heed my command. Lu Bian declared in a deep voice, You shall lead 500 Guan cavalry to safeguard the safety of Jiasu. Wang Yun and Diaochan, escort them to meet Duan Wei. Should circumstances change, protect them and return to me at once. Gao Su clasped his fists in acknowledgement. This subordinate will obey. After Lu Bian issued his orders, Wang Yun spoke up. Your Highness, perhaps we should proceed together to the East Gate. If we succeed in persuading Duan Wei, we can leave the city as one, but if not, we can gather our forces and mount an assault on the city. Diaochan, her crimson lips parting slightly, added indeed. Your Highness, I too believe my father speaks wisely. Lu Bian erupted into a hearty laugh, a cascade of mirth echoing through the air. Wang Yun and Diaochan exchanged glances, both filled with deep perplexity. Your Highness, what is it that amuses you? Wang Yun inquired, bewildered. Lu Bian, holding his head high, proclaimed with great bravado, as a scion of the Han dynasty, How could I ever bow to traitors? If I do not confront Elbu, Dongjue might presume I fear him. My confrontation with Elbu serves to declare to the world, I, Lu Bian, descendant of the Han emperors, stand resolute against treacherous usurpers. And I shall never yield. His voice resonated with fervor, igniting the spirits of the Guan cavalry. Never yield. Never yield. The 5,000 soldiers raised their arms in unison, their cries surging like mighty waves. Wang Yun, deeply inspired, exclaimed, Excellent! What a noble descendant of the Han! This old minister is willing to accompany Prince Hongnong into the fray, even if it leads us to the gates of hell. I shall not falter. Lu Bian nodded in approval and urged Jiasu and the others. Time is of the essence. Hasten to the East Gate. With that, Gao Su, Jiasu, Wang Yun, and Diaochan bid farewell to Lu Bian and set forth towards the east gate. Watching the four depart, Lu Bian commanded, Gao Chong, you shall join me with the remaining 4,500 Guanning cavalry to confront Elbu. In this battle, we must defeat Elbu, scatter the Fei Xiong army, and diminish Dong Zhuo's audacity. Gao Chong responded with fervor, this subordinate will obey. I am prepared to accompany your highness in a fire and water, without hesitation. Lu Bian vigorously swung his overlord spear, mounting his steed, and led his men towards Lbu. It was not long before they encountered Elbu, who commanded 5,000 Fei Xiong troops. The two adversaries met as if they were sworn enemies. Elbu bellowed, Lu Bian, the prime minister has spared you, showing you great mercy. Yet you conspire with the eastern armies to rebel against your sovereign. Such treachery deserves the gravest punishment. Lu Bian could not suppress a cold laugh. El Fengxian, as a mere pawn of 3 families, it is no wonder you utter such shameless words. I, Lu Bian, descendant of the Han emperors, rightful heir to the late emperor, stand against the treacherous Dong Zhuo, a despicable usurper. I yearn to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Elbu, rather than growing incensed, chuckled derisively, a silver-tongued rogue. I wonder if your head is as hard as your tongue. Fei Xiong Army. Attack, Chapter 10. Fierce battle with Elbu, unwilling to engage in further discourse, led the Fei Xiong army into an assault against Lu Bian. Lu Bian, undeterred, roared, Guanning cavalry, charge forth and slay the enemy. Wielding his overlord spear, Lu Bian surged towards Elbu, while Gao Chong, quicker still, galloped ahead the moment Lu Bian issued his command. With singular focus, Gao Chong aimed directly at Elbu. Treacherous Elbu, face my spear. The first lance of the Southern Song confronted the mightiest warrior of the late Han and Three Kingdoms era. Gao Chong's spear surged forward with tremendous force, aimed directly at Elbu. Elbu, however, sneered in contempt, his demeanor laced with derision. Merely a rodent. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous roar, Elbu swung his famed halberd forward. Confident in his prowess, he anticipated easily dispatching this challenger, just as he had with countless others before. Yet this time, Elbu was mistaken. As the halberd clashed with Gao Chong's spear, a sharp sound rang out, and to Elbu's astonishment, Gao Chong's weapon did not yield as expected. Instead, the spear remained steadfast, suspended in the air. Elbu's arms quivered with surprise. This fellow possesses such strength. Meanwhile, Gao Chong felt his limbs tingle and his palms ache, astonished by Elbu's might that I had underestimated him. Both warriors regarded each other with newfound respect. Quick to react, Gao Chong recovered his spear and, with a swift motion, aimed a powerful strike at Elbu's side. That Elbu, unyielding, retrieved his halberd and positioned it defensively beside him. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, a relentless battle between spear and halberd. Meanwhile, Lu Bian seized the opportunity created by Gao Chong's entanglement with Elbu and led the Guanning cavalry into a massacre against the Fei Xiong army. Soldiers, obey my command. Slay the enemy. Lu Bian roared, his overlord spear ablur as he maneuvered his steed through the tumult of battle. Like a dagger, he pierced through the ranks of the Fei Xiong army, decimating their forces. Though they were touted as elite, they proved woefully inadequate before the equally formidable Guanning cavalry, especially with Lu Bian's prowess in play. With his spear's sharpness and his swift steed, Lu Bian became a divine harbinger of death. Weaving through the enemy lines that moment, he noticed that Gao Chong had already exchanged blows with Elbu for over 10 rounds. Initially, Gao Chong had held his own against Elbu. Both warriors locked in a thrilling duel. However, as the rounds progressed, Gao Chong's arms grew numb, and blood began to flow from his palms, indicating he was gradually losing ground, that if this stalemate continued, it would surely lead to his demise at Elbu's hands. Recognizing this, Lu Bian abandoned his pursuit of the Fei Xiong army and redirected his steed towards Elbu. Gao Chong, withdraw. Let me face Elbu. Gao Chong, acknowledging the reality of the situation, did not protest. He had come to realize Elbu's formidable nature. Elbu grew more vigorous with each clash, his halberd now swirling with a ferocity that pressed Gao Chong back, feigning a thrust at Elbu's face. Gao Chong quickly turned his horse, attempting to distance himself from the relentless warrior. Elbu, undeterred, pursued, shouting, "Traitor, halt!" Prepare to meet your end. Elbu thrust his halberd toward Gao Chong's back, but at that moment, Lu Bian's overlord spear intercepted the attack. With a resounding clang, the weapons collided, and Elbu's eyes widened in astonishment. In disbelief, he gazed at Lu Bian, unable to fathom how the young prince could so effortlessly parry his strike. Three family slave. Face my spear, Lu Bian bellowed, redirecting his weapon toward Elbu. Snapping back to reality, Elbu snorted dismissively. You dare consider yourself my equal? Unfazed, Elbu swung his halberd toward Lu Bian again. Lu Bian dodged the blow and, with a cunning angle, thrust his spear toward Elbu's side. Elbu's eyes widened in shock. He had not expected Lu Bian's reflexes to be so swift. Hastily, Elbu adjusted his stance, bringing his halberd back for defense. Yet, in the dance of attack and defense, Elbu was a moment too slow. With a piercing thrust, Lu Bian's overlord spear struck Elbu, though he managed to evade a fatal blow. Instead, the spear grazed Elbu's side, leaving a deep wound that elicited a pained cry from the warrior. In fury, Elbu unleashed all his strength, swinging his halberd with ferocity. Furious as a wounded beast, Elbu roared, and Lu Bian swiftly evaded. In that fleeting moment, Elbu turned his steed, the mighty red hare, and fled from Lu Bian's presence. Lu Bian, today I spare your life, but mark my words. I, Elbu, shall one day claim your life. As Elbu retreated, the Fei Xiong army followed suit. Gao Chong, emboldened by the heat of battle, yearned to pursue the retreating forces, but Lu Bian halted him. Your Highness, why do we not continue the pursuit? You have wounded Elbu, and with our forces, we could vanquish both him and the Fei Xiong army. Yet Lu Bian shook his head resolutely. The immediate priority is not to slay Elbu. Our utmost concern is to depart from Luoyang City. Within the city, Dongjua commands an army of over 100,000. If we rashly pursue Elbu and find ourselves ensnared within the enemy's encirclement, it would spell disaster. Lu Bian paused momentarily, then continued. Moreover, Elbu is already wounded. Should we pursue him, he will undoubtedly fight to the bitter end. You have witnessed Elbu's prowess. If he is determined to resist, he will certainly delay until Dongjua sends reinforcements. Hearing Lu Bian's words, Gao Chong could only relent. With a sigh, Gao Chong lamented, "What a pity! I still fall short in comparison to Elbu. Otherwise, I would truly wish to slay this scoundrel with my own hands." Lu Bian smiled broadly and patted Gao Chong on the shoulder, saying, "No need to rush. There will be opportunities in the future. Command the troops to clear the battlefield, assess our losses, and then we shall proceed to the eastern gate of Luoyang. Let us hope all goes smoothly. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to fight our way out." After Lu Bian spoke, Gao Chong led the troops in clearing the battlefield. Before long, Gao Chong approached Lu Bian and reported, "Your Highness, in this battle we have slain 2,000 of the Fei Xiong army, while our Guanning Iron Cavalry suffered 500 casualties. With 500 losses against 2,000 enemies slain, Lu Bian felt quite satisfied with this outcome." Lu Bian nodded and declared, "Excellent. Let us depart for the eastern gate." Chapter 11. Persuasion of Duan Wei east of Luoyang City. A general clad in dark armor, wearing an iron helmet and a sword at his waist, bore a countenance of hesitation. Before him stood Jia Su, a strategist newly acquired by the king of Hongnong, Lu Bian. Jia Su gently stroked his mustache with his thumb, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his deep-set eyes. "Loyal Ming, we are both subjects of the Han, that if not for dire necessity, we would never serve that traitor Dongjua. Now, the king of Hongnong is wise and formidable, a ruler deserving of our allegiance. Furthermore, loyal Ming, you are not held in high regard under Dongjua's command." Jia Su's final remark struck Duan Wei's heart like a dagger. Jia Su continued, "In terms of military command, loyal Ming is certainly no less capable than Li Ju or Guisi. In martial prowess, you are not inferior to the likes of Hua Xiong or Niu Fu. Yet, why are you not valued by Dongjua? It is simply because you remain loyal to the Han and refuse to consort with a treacherous villain." Jia Su's words caused Duan Wei to lower his head in contemplation. Seeing this expression, Jia Su realized he needed to stoke the flames further. "Loyal Ming, you are of the same clan as Duan Jiang. Duan Jiang is known as one of the 3 luminaries of Liangzhou. You are often compared to him. Duan Jiang has devoted his life to the Han. Do you wish to bear the infamy of a traitor? Jiasu's words struck Duan Wei like a heavy hammer against his heart. Duan Wei and Duan Jiang are of the same lineage, and the Duan clan holds considerable prestige in Xiliang. Suddenly, Duan Wei lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes, as if he had made a resolution. Hearing your words, I am enlightened. My Duan clan has long been favored by the Han dynasty. I, Duan Wei, cannot serve as a lackey for a traitor. I cannot face my ancestors with shame. Grateful for your teachings, I, Duan Wei, am resolved to turn against Dongjue and assist Liu. My 10,000 soldiers of Xiliang are willing to heed the king's orders. Upon hearing Duan Wei's declaration, Jiasu finally revealed a relaxed smile. Nearby, Wang Yun and his daughter Diaochan also breathed a sigh of relief. Their anxieties finally alleviated. At that moment, Gao Su approached. His ghastly mask startled Duan Wei. Who is this? Duan Wei looked at Gao Su with a bewildered expression. Gao Su's voice, somewhat muffled by the mask, came forth. Since General Duan has defected, the military token should be surrendered so that I may present it to the king of Hongnong. As the commander of the troops, Gao Su understood that without the military token, it would be impossible to mobilize the Xiliang soldiers. There is a saying, a defector without a surrendered military token is merely a rogue. Jiasu interjected at the right moment. Loyal Ming, do not be overly wary. Surrendering the military token now means that when the king of Hongnong arrives, it will naturally be returned to you. At that time, you will still be the commander of the Xiliang army. After a brief moment of reflection, Duan Wei surrendered the military token to Jiasu. I trust you. However, I find it difficult to trust this masked general. While saying this, Duan Wei kept a wary eye on Gao Su. Gao Su could not help but chuckle that he calmly replied, I am Gao Su, a general under the king of Hongnong, not some ghastly masked figure. As the group conversed, they noticed a cloud of dust rising not far from the eastern city gate of Luoyang. Once again, their hearts raced, uncertain whether it was Elbu's pursuing soldiers or the victorious Liu Bian. The troops were commanded to prepare for battle. Gao Su hastily mounted his horse, grasping his spear, ready for action. 500 Guanning iron cavalry stood guard behind Jiasu, Wang Yun, and Diaochan, exuding an air of formidable readiness. As if facing a great foe, the distant army approached, they soon recognized that it was the king of Hongnong, Liu Bian, leading the way. Accompanying Liu Bian was the great General Gao Chong. It is His Highness. Gao Su immediately recognized Liu Bian and exclaimed in surprise. The others finally released a breath of relief. Liu Bian, riding swiftly, reached the group before anyone else that he dismounted and was promptly surrounded by his comrades. Your Highness, is Elbu still in pursuit? Gao Su inquired with concern. Liu Bian grinned. Elbu has been defeated by me, and 2,000 of the Fei Xiong army have been slain. Our own losses are merely 500. Jiasu clasped his hands in salute. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your victory over Elbu will undoubtedly astonish that traitor Dong. Jiasu stepped aside, revealing Duan Wei to Liu Bian. Your Highness, this man is my compatriot, the General Duan Wei under Dongjue. He has resolved to pledge his allegiance to you and will open the eastern gate of Luoyang for us to exit the city together. As Jiasu spoke, he handed the military token to Liu Bian. Your Highness, this is the military token for 10,000 soldiers of Xiliang. Liu Bian received the token and scrutinized Duan Wei closely. Duan Wei felt as though he were being scrutinized by a hawk. A chill creeping down his spine. I am Duan Wei, paying my respects to the king of Hongnong. Liu Bian nodded slowly. Duan Wei's abilities are mediocre, and he is notably envious. Historically, Duan Wei was wary of Jiasu's defection, ultimately driving Jiasu away. Fortunately, Duan Wei's ambitions are not great, making it manageable to retain him. Liu Bian weighed the military token in his hand before returning it to Duan. It is rare for General Duan to abandon darkness for light. From now on, you shall serve under me to uphold the Han. You shall continue to lead these 10,000 Xiliang soldiers, but the name must be changed. Duan Wei quickly accepted the military token, bowing. I shall obey your highness's commands. Liu Bian nodded in satisfaction. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and declared, this 10,000 shall henceforth be named the Eastern City Army. General Duan will lead them in Luoyang's eastern region. The name carries a certain commemorative significance. Duan Wei promptly expressed his gratitude to Liu Bian. At that moment, A voice resonated in Lu Bian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited the Han General Duan Wei, earning one draw opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Bian felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Just by recruiting a mere Duan Wei, I have gained a chance to draw. What a profitable exchange! Quickly, let me have that draw. Lu Bian eagerly urged the system to commence the draw. Ding! The draw begins. Not long after the system's announcement, 3 cards appeared in Lu Bian's mind, all facing downwards, concealing any valuable information. What does this mean? Lu Bian inquired. Ding! System prompt. The host may select 1 card from the 3 as the reward for this draw. Lu Bian raised an eyebrow, surprised. Shouldn't I receive the reward directly? Ding! System prompt. The draw reward mode is not fixed. Please make a selection within the allotted time. 543. Just as Lu Bian was taken aback, the system initiated a countdown. Reluctantly, Lu Bian chose the leftmost card. Ding! The host has made a selection. Now, let us reveal the reward. Chapter 12. The 100 Guarding Han. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 300 by Bao Xianbei soldiers. By Bao Xianbei? Lu Bian leaped up in excitement. Each soldier can stand against 100, and when facing the enemy, they will fight to the death, thus being called by Bao Xianbei. This is a formidable force selected by the Emperor Gao Yang of the Northern Qi in history. Every individual in the ranks is a warrior capable of taking on 100. It is no exaggeration to say that the remarkable achievements of Gao Yang in history relied heavily on the formidable strength of the Bai Bao Xianbei. This unit is militarily rigorous, tenacious in spirit, and strictly disciplined. They fear neither hardship nor death. Unyielding and indomitable, truly a distinguished iron army. Although they number only 300, the Bai Bao Xianbei are elite and fierce, forming an excellent cavalry unit. To defend the emperor with 100 against 1, they will perfectly serve as my personal guard. While Lu Bian was thrilled, the name Bai Bao Xianbei left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Since it is the Han dynasty, it cannot be named by Bao Xianbei. Lu Bian asked. System, may I rename the Bai Bao Xianbei? Ding! System prompt. The host may rename at will. Lu Bian snapped his fingers, excitedly proclaiming. That is splendid. From now on, Bai Bao Xianbei shall be renamed by Bao Yan Han. Ding! System prompt. Renaming successful. Ding! 300 Bai Bao Yan Han soldiers are awaiting outside Luoyang City. Lu Bian was overwhelmed with excitement. He shut down the system and commanded those around him, convey my orders. Leave Luoyang City at once. Proceed outside the city to rendezvous with Yuan Qingdu. At Lu Bian's command, Duan Wei hastily instructed the Eastern Army guarding the eastern gate of Luoyang to open the city gates. Lu Bian and his troops smoothly departed from Luoyang. Upon leaving the city, Lu Bian felt as if a dragon had plunged into the sea, or a fierce tiger had returned to the mountains. He glanced back at the towering city walls, silently vowing, just wait, I, Lu Bian, shall return with vengeance. His eyes were filled with a resolute and courageous spirit. The imperial capital of the Han dynasty would, sooner or later, belong to Lu Bian once more. Not long after Lu Bian's army set out, they encountered 2 armies awaiting them. 1 contingent wielded long spears, their shafts white, with hook tips and circular rings at their ends. Lu Bian immediately recognized them as the 5,000 white spear soldiers. A reward from the system's lottery. Beside the white spear soldiers stood the 300 soldiers of the Bai Bao Yan Hans, mounted on war horses clad in crimson iron armor, symbolizing the fiery spirit of the Yan Hans. From a distance, they resembled a blazing flame. Upon seeing these 2 armies, Gao Chong and Gao Su both became alert. Your Highness, there are thousands of armored soldiers ahead. We must proceed with caution. Gao Su voiced from beneath his mask. Lu Bian chuckled lightly and reassured. Don't be tense. They are all our own. To his left stood the white spear soldiers, numbering 5,000, and to his right, the Bai Bao Yan Hans, comprising 300, but they are my secretly trained troops. Hearing Lu Bian's declaration, Jia Su and Wang Yun exchanged astonished glances. Who could claim that the Marquis of Hongnong was weak and inept? The ability to train such formidable armies in secret was undoubtedly a testament to profound wisdom disguised as simplicity. Upon Lu Bian's approach, the white spear soldiers and Bai Bao Yan Hans immediately knelt in reverence, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the Marquis of Hongnong. Their voices soared, filled with an indomitable spirit. Not only was Lu Bian ecstatic, but even Gao Chong, who had yet to command an army, displayed an envious gaze. Gao Chong discerned the extraordinary nature of the white spear soldiers and exclaimed, "With such a valiant army at your command, Your Highness, how could the Han not flourish?" His attention fell upon the white spear soldiers, that is a spear general renowned as the foremost in the southern Song. He favored infantry over cavalry. The appearance of these spearmen was indeed remarkable, particularly their weapons, which he had never encountered before. Noticing Gao Chong's eager expression, Lu Bian could not help but smile knowingly. "Gao Chong, from this moment forth, you shall lead the 5,000 white spear soldiers. Ensure that you demonstrate their prowess on the battlefield." Gao Chong, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy. He quickly dismounted and knelt before Lu Bian, clasping his fists and proclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall not disappoint your expectations. The world will come to know the might of the white spear soldiers." Lu Bian smiled with satisfaction and raised his hand, signaling Gao Chong to rise. Gao Su, filled with envy, remarked, "Your Highness, you show favoritism by entrusting the white spear soldiers to Gao Chong." Lu Bian was well aware of Gao Su's sentiments. However, he intended to retain the Baibao Yin Hans as his personal guard. Thus, he continued, "The Baibao Yin Hans are my elite troops, and I shall personally lead them." Lu Bian added, "The Guanning Iron Cavalry is no less impressive. Gao Chong, you must lead this cavalry to sweep across the battlefield." Gao Su promptly clasped his fists, declaring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure the name of the Guanning Iron Cavalry reverberates throughout the land." Lu Bian was thoroughly pleased with the responses from his two loyal generals. After assigning the two armies, Lu Bian led his troops onward. After traveling about 5 miles, they encountered scouts dispatched by Yu and Qingdu. Upon spotting Lu Bian, the scouts immediately guided him into the woods to meet with Yu and Qingdu. Seeing Lu Bian return safely, Tang Ji hurriedly rushed forward. Without a second thought, she threw herself into Lu Bian's embrace, her delicate arms tightly encircling his waist. "Your Highness, I was so worried." Lu Bian gently patted Tang Ji's back, soothingly saying, "It's all right. I have successfully made it out of Luoyang City. Haven't I? Tang Ji, all that has transpired is now behind us. We need no longer fear anyone." Sensing Tang Ji's body tremble slightly, Lu Bian felt a pang of concern that he tightened his embrace, hoping to provide her with a sense of security. Tang Ji murmured in response, "I trust you." The two lingered in their embrace for a brief moment before reluctantly parting. Nearby, Kai Wenji and Diaochan watched with a tinge of envy. The illustrious Marquis of Hongnong, in front of his subjects and others, openly embraced Tang Ji, indicating his deep affection for her. Kai Wenji and Diaochan couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if such love were directed towards themselves at this moment. Jia Su stepped forward, his voice grave. "Your Highness, you did not clearly state your intentions while in the city. Now is the time to discuss your plans moving forward. We, who aspire to restore the Han, deserve to know our next objectives." Chapter 13. The next stop, Yingchuan Jiasu's inquiry mirrored the concerns of Yu and Qingdu, Gao Su, and others. They had indeed escaped Luoyang, but what should their next course of action be? All eyes were fixed on Lu Bian, awaiting his response. With a light chuckle, Lu Bian unveiled his meticulously devised plan. To be frank, I intend to march into Yingchuan County. Yingchuan is a land of outstanding individuals and fertile resources. Conveniently located in the heart of the Central Plains, with access to all directions. To the north, we can seize Qinlu and occupy Yenzhou. To the west, we can reclaim Luoyang and the former capital of Chang'an. To the south, we can capture Jingzhou and venture into Bashu. And to the east, we can take Qing and Su provinces. Lu Bian's proclamation elicited Jia Su's approval. "Bravo!" Jia Su clapped his hands, his face brimming with delight. "Your Highness's vision aligns perfectly with my humble opinion. We must indeed head to Yingchuan. Firstly, to recruit talented individuals and bolster our military strength. Secondly, to launch attacks in all 4 cardinal directions and reclaim the territory of the Han." Jia Su's profound gaze shone with excitement, clearly satisfied with Lu Bian as his leader. However, Wang Yun stroked his goatee, expressing his concerns. "Your Highness, while Yingchuan County is indeed advantageous, I believe it presents both opportunities and challenges. Although it is a land of remarkable individuals and strategic routes, it is also a battleground fraught with conflict. Should anyone seek to harm you or His Majesty, we would face immense pressure and difficulties. Lu Bian chuckled heartily at Wang Yun's words. Minister Wang, the greater the challenge, the more invigorated I become. I have yet to regard the lords of the realm as formidable. Upon hearing Lu Bian's confident assertion, Wang Yun refrained from direct rebuttal. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Emperor Xian. Lu Xie, Your Majesty, do you have any wise suggestions? Lu Xie appeared timid, shaking his head and whispering, I will follow my brother's lead. Ultimately, Lu Xie was merely a child, and it was overly burdensome to expect him to govern a nation or determine the direction of power. This throne rightfully belongs to my brother. Once we reach Yingchuan, I plan to cede it to him. Lu Xie's words genuinely astonished Lu Bian. Though he had once been an emperor, he had no intention of seeking immediate power. Supporting Lu Xie for now would allow Lu Bian to seize the throne when the opportunity arose. Thus, with unwavering conviction, Lu Bian replied, Your Majesty, I harbor no intentions of usurping the throne. As Lu Bian spoke these words, he silently reflected. I merely omitted the term temporarily. Both the emperor and I share the bloodline of the Han dynasty. As long as we restore the Han and reclaim its territory, it is my lifelong aspiration. Lu Bian's grandiose rhetoric nearly convinced even himself. Upon hearing his declaration, Lu Xie pursed his lips in silence. Noticing Lu Xie's lack of response, Lu Bian shifted his gaze to the others. Chengdu, you and Duan Wei shall lead 3,000 elite cavalry and 10,000 Shiliang soldiers as the main force, ensuring the safety of Tang Ji, His Majesty, as well as Wang Yun, Kai Yong, and others, as we advance towards Yingchuan. Yuan Chengdu clasped his fists and replied, I shall follow your command. Rest assured, Your Highness. With me here, they will not suffer even the slightest harm. Lu Bian nodded with satisfaction, fully trusting Yuan Chengdu's capabilities. Next, Lu Bian turned his attention to Gao Chong. Gao Chong, heed my command, stepping forward. Gao Chong clasped his fists and declared, I am here. Lu Bian issued his orders. You shall lead the 5,000 white spear soldiers as the vanguard, clearing the way through mountains and bridging rivers. Our destination is Yingchuan County. Gao Chong responded loudly. Your Highness, rest assured, I guarantee to eliminate all obstacles along the way. At present, the chaotic era of the late Han dynasty is rife with turmoil and strife. Aside from the various warlords vying for control, there are also impoverished commoners turning to banditry, not to mention the remnants of the Yellow Turbans. Thus, the journey from Luoyang to Yingchuan Prefecture is undoubtedly fraught with peril. Your Highness, what can I do to assist? Gao Su, having removed his mask, revealed his handsome visage. At first glance, he appeared more like a delicate scholar than a general commanding troops in battle. Lu Bian flashed a cunning smile and said, Chong Gong, you and Mr. when he shall lead the 300 elite guards of the Yan Han and the 5,000 iron cavalry of Guanning at the rear. I surmise that Dong Zhuo, enraged by El Bu's defeat, will likely pursue us personally, though we must lay an ambush and strike him hard. Gao Su smiled knowingly and replied, Your Highness's strategy aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. Even if you had not suggested it, I would have advised you to set a trap for Dong Zhuo's pursuers. Beside them, Jia Su also chuckled. It seems we are of one mind. Since you do not consider me a burden, I shall accompany you to ambush Dong Zhuo's pursuing forces. After Lu Bian issued his commands, everyone swiftly sprang into action. Meanwhile, within the city of Luoyang, El Bu, bearing the wounds inflicted by Lu Bian, staggered back to the Prime Minister's residence. Feng Xian, my son, where are Lu Bian and Jia Su? Have they been captured for your father? Upon seeing El Bu enter the main hall, Dong Zhuo's face lit up with excitement. But it quickly morphed into a look of unease that El Bu's expression was one of shame. His head bowed, as if he had suffered a defeat. Dong Zhuo's previously jovial demeanor turned icy cold. Feng Xian, do not tell me you allowed Lu Bian and Jia Su to escape. El Bu sighed heavily and muttered, Father, your son is incompetent. This declaration sent Dong Zhuo into a furious rage. He leaped to his feet, kicking the table in front of him, sending it flying across the room before it shattered upon hitting the ground. Useless. All of you are utterly useless, Dong Zhuo bellowed. I believe myself invincible, yet I could not even keep Lu Bian and Jia Su. It infuriates me. El Bu attempted to explain, Father, please listen. Lu Bian has a formidable general under his command named Gao Chong, whose strength is remarkable. that I battled with Diaochan for over 10 rounds. And just as I was about to slay him, Liu Bian emerged from the side. Strangely, Liu Bian possesses immense strength and skill. It was my negligence that allowed him to injure me. Liu Bian possesses skill? Dong Zhuo's anger flared even more. He believed Elbu was making excuses. Nonsense. Liu Bian is but a weakling, incapable of even lifting a chicken. Do you think I am easily deceived? Elbu, I command you to accompany me and lead 10,000 flying bear troops to pursue Liu Bian once again. I wish to see for myself if Liu Bian is truly as formidable as you claim. If not, you shall pay for this. With that, Dong Zhuo huffed dismissively and strode towards the main hall exit. That moment. However, a soldier from Shiliang rushed in, panic evident on his face. Prime Minister, a grave situation has arisen. Hearing that familiar voice, Dong Zhuo nearly spat blood in fury. What now? He demanded, his face reddening with rage. The soldier, trembling, replied, reporting to the Prime Minister, the East City Commander, Duan Wei, has been persuaded by Jia Su to surrender, opening the gates of Luoyang and allowing Liu Bian and his party to escape. Liu Bian is currently leading thousands towards Yingchuan Prefecture. What? Dong Zhuo felt dizzy, his corpulent body swaying dangerously that if not for Elbu supporting him, he would have collapsed. This infuriates me. He seethed through clenched teeth. They all deserve to die. A fiery rage burned within him, threatening to erupt, that Elbu quickly urged, Father, calm down for your health. Dong Zhuo forcefully shrugged off Elbu's hand. How can I calm down? Li Ru, Niu Fu, and Li Ju are dead for nothing. Now Jia Su and Duan Wei have both defected. The Han Emperor has escaped from our control. I am not just angry. I am on the verge of being driven to madness by these scoundrels. Gasping for breath, Dong Zhuo continued, Feng Xian, you must quickly gather the 30,000 flying bear troops. Follow me out of the city to pursue Liu Bian and the Han Emperor. Elbu frowned slightly, but before he could respond, a silent general standing at the edge of the hall stepped forward. That I humbly advise, Prime Minister, that now is not a suitable time for pursuit. This general, clad in dark armor, with a long sword at his waist and black boots on his feet, bore a cautious expression. Dong Zhuo and Elbu turned to see it was Zhang Liao, Elbu's subordinate. After General He Jin's demise and Dong Zhuo's rise to power, Zhang Liao had joined Dong Zhuo's ranks, but Dong Zhuo had never placed much trust in him. He was merely one of Elbu's subordinates. Zhang Liao continued, Prime Minister, Jia Su is exceptionally cunning that I, in my humble opinion, pursuing them now would certainly lead us into an ambush. Instead, we should send scouts to investigate. When the enemy sees no pursuers, they will naturally retreat. At that point, we can launch our attack. Zhang Liao, a renowned general of the Chao Wei in history, was later regarded as the foremost among the 5 elite generals and one of the 64 generals of the Temple of Martial Achievement. His military strategy was second to none, and he saw through Liu Bian's plan at a glance. However, Dong Zhuo, blinded by rage, could not heed any counsel. Nonsense. He roared. Liu Bian has but a few thousand troops. I command over 100,000 elite soldiers from Shiliang. Liu Bian will be lucky to escape with his life, let alone set an ambush. Zhang Liao swallowed hard, preparing to argue further, but Dong Zhuo interrupted. Enough. You need not say more. Quickly follow Feng Xian and mobilize the flying bear troops to pursue Liu Bian. Seeing Dong Zhuo so resolute, Zhang Liao had no choice but to don his helmet and leave with Elbu. Once outside the Prime Minister's residence, Elbu sees Zhang Liao's ARM.is. There's something you wish to discuss. Wenhua. Zhang Liao turned back, surprised by Elbu's sudden interest. Elbu narrowed his eyes and whispered, Is what you said earlier true? Zhang Liao nodded solemnly. To be honest, this is also my speculation, that I cannot claim to predict the enemy's moves, but I am quite certain that if you do not believe me, you may send scouts to verify. On the way to Yingchuan Prefecture, the scouts will surely uncover something. Elbu pondered for a moment before replying, There is no need for that. Zhang Liao furrowed his brow, asking, Then why do you inquire? Elbu shamelessly declared, Wenhua, even if we send scouts, given the Prime Minister's temperament, he will still order us to pursue Liu Bian. That I called you over, because I want you to take the lead, while I and the Prime Minister will follow as the main force. Zhang Liao's expression shifted to one of understanding, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. How ironic that you, Elbu, proclaim yourself the greatest under heaven, Yet you resort to cowardice and fear of death. Truly, it is chilling. Nevertheless, Zhang Liao concealed his dissatisfaction, a smirk playing on his lips as he clasped his hands in salute. Rest assured, Lord Wen, I know what to do. Pleased, Elbu nodded and clapped Zhang Liao on the shoulder. Wenhua, if you are indeed right this time, and there are ambushers, I will ensure the Prime Minister rewards you handsomely upon our return to Luoyang. Hearing this, Zhang Liao felt a wave of nausea that Elbu had found his preferred pawn, and thus he brought Zhang Liao to the military camp, brandishing Dong Zhuo's orders to mobilize 30,000 Flying Bear troops. This was the entirety of Dong Zhuo's Flying Bear forces. As elite troops, the costs of maintaining the Flying Bear army were exorbitant, which explained Dong Zhuo's relentless extortion, observing the well-organized and spirited Flying Bear troops. Dong Zhuo's fury finally began to subside. Soldiers, follow me out of the city to capture the Han Emperor and eliminate Liu Bian and that scoundrel's ilk. With a single command, the 30,000 Flying Bear troops followed Dong Zhuo, gradually departing from Luoyang. Yingchuan Prefecture is not far from Luoyang, and to prevent Liu Bian from escaping, Dong Zhuo, heeding Elbu's suggestion, appointed Zhang Liao as the vanguard to lead 10,000 Flying Bear troops in pursuit. Dong Zhuo and Elbu then commanded the remaining 20,000 Flying Bear troops to follow closely behind. Zhang Liao's forces advanced, and before long, they reached the location where Liu Bian's troops lay in ambush. Your Highness, they have arrived. The scouts dispatched returned promptly to report Zhang Liao's movements to Liu Bian. With a sudden clap of his hands, Liu Bian revealed a cunning smile and inquired, "Is it Dong Zhuo leading the troops?" "How many are there in total?" The scout replied, "Your Highness, the Xiliang army has Zhang Liao at the forefront, commanding 10,000 Feixiong troops. Dong Zhuo and Elbu lead another 20,000 Feixiong troops behind." Upon hearing the scout's report, Jiasu's eyes gleamed with insight. Raising his right hand and gently twisting his mustache, he spoke gravely, "Your Highness, I have a strategy that may provide you with an exceptional general." Liu Bian's eyes twinkled as he smiled and asked, "Master Wenhe, how shall we proceed?" Jiasu, brimming with confidence, replied, "Your Highness, we shall allow Zhang Liao's vanguard to pass that if the vanguard does not detect any enemy presence. Dong Zhuo will surely let down his guard. When Dong Zhuo's forces have advanced halfway, you shall personally lead 300 valiant soldiers to launch a surprise attack from the rear. General Chang Gong will lead 5,000 Guanning cavalry to strike from both flanks, causing chaos in Dong Zhuo's ranks. Once we have repelled Dong Zhuo and Elbu, our forces will converge to cut off Zhang Liao's retreat. Thus, we will surely capture Zhang Liao alive. At that time, I am willing to persuade him alongside your Highness to preserve the Han dynasty." Chapter 15. Defeating the Feixiong army. Jiasu's plan resonated deeply with Liu Bian, articulating his innermost thoughts. Before Liu Bian could speak, the excited Gao Su burst into laughter. "Indeed, Master Wenhe is truly resourceful. I was thinking the same. Allow the vanguard to pass and strike the rear. With this battle, we can defeat 30,000 Xiliang troops with just over 5,000 men. After this victory, our name shall echo throughout the land." As a seasoned warrior, Gao Su's face radiated excitement, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Jiasu smiled triumphantly, a flush of color gracing his otherwise lean face. Liu Bian nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well. We shall proceed as Master Wenhe suggests. We will follow the plan. I will ambush the Xiliang army from behind, and upon hearing the sound of the gong, we shall immediately launch our attack." After Liu Bian finished speaking, he gathered the 300 Baoyan soldiers, using the woods as cover as they stealthily advanced towards the rear of the Xiliang army. As Liu Bian departed, Zhang Liao led the Xiliang vanguard through the encirclement Liu Bian had set. Zhang Liao remained vigilant, continuously relaying information from the vanguard to Dong Zhuo's rear troops. The absence of enemy encounters led Dong Zhuo, who had never anticipated an ambush, to grow increasingly complacent. "Humph! What is Zhang Liao babbling about regarding an ambush?" Dong Zhuo scoffed, his face contorted in flesh. The cypress forest was already the most perilous stretch on the route from Luoyang to Yingchuan, an area ripe for ambush. Since no ambush has been encountered here, we should accelerate our advance and pursue Liu Bian and the others. Elbu, clasping his fists, flatteringly remarked, "Father, your wisdom and foresight are unparalleled. We are not worthy to compare." Dong Zhuo grunted in response, exclaiming loudly, Feng Xian, my son, relay my orders. Quicken our pace. We must catch up to Lu Bian and the others before sunset. Just as Dong Zhuo's words fell, a gong sounded from the thickets on either side, followed by a cacophony of battle cries erupting from the rear and flanks of the Shiliang army. Charge! Capture Dong Zhuo alive! Slay Elbu! Kill the traitors! Lu Bian's 300 Baoyan soldiers and 5,000 Guanning cavalry launched a fierce assault on the Shiliang troops according to the prearranged plan. The sudden attack left the once smug Dong Zhuo's expression drastically altered. Quick, protect me! Dong Zhuo bellowed, his corpulent form quaking in terror. Elbu swung his halberd, shouting angrily, Quick! Fei Xiong's guards, step forth and protect the chancellor. The rest of the soldiers, follow me to fight the enemy. As Dong Zhuo and Elbu issued their commands, Lu Bian was already wielding his spear, leading the 300 Baoyan soldiers like a spearhead into the ranks of the Shiliang army. Baoyan soldiers, follow me to slay the enemy. Lu Bian roared, riding his black steed, wielding his spear like a war god descended from the heavens, swiftly dispatching the Shiliang soldiers that stood in his path. The 300 Baoyan soldiers unleashed their full combat prowess, their long spears thrusting forward as they mercilessly reaped the lives of Shiliang soldiers. Following Lu Bian like an arrow, the 300 Baoyan soldiers quickly scattered the Shiliang troops in disarray. Baoyan soldiers, heed my command, reap the spears, switch to crossbows, Lu Bian commanded, vigorously waving his spear. The 300 Baoyan soldiers hung their spears on their horses, drawing their crossbows and positioning bolts on the strings. Lu Bian pointed a spear at the fleeing Shiliang soldiers and shouted in fury, Fire! With a flurry of bolts, the 300 Baoyan soldiers unleashed a storm of crossbow fire upon the retreating Shiliang soldiers. In the wake of the deluge of arrows, many Shiliang soldiers fell. Observing the disarray of the Shiliang army's rear, Lu Bian quickly issued further commands. Baoyan soldiers, heed my orders. Switch to long spears and follow me into the center. Slay the traitors, Lu Bian, with a spear and steed, clad in dark armor, surged forth like a black whirlwind towards Dong traitor. Come and meet your end, Lu Bian roared, and the soldiers of the Fei Xiong army, having witnessed Lu Bian's valor, hesitated to engage. The elite Shiliang Fei Xiong army was utterly powerless against the onslaught of Lu Bian and his 300 Baoyan soldiers, as Lu Bian charged towards the center. Gao Su led 5,000 Guanning cavalry into the fray from both flanks. All soldiers, follow me to slay the traitors, Gao Su shouted, brandishing his spear as he rode a white horse, a fearsome mask upon his face, charging at the Fei Xiong army. The Guanning cavalry, wielding sabers, plunged into the ranks of the Shiliang army. Gao Su, skilled in combat, danced his spear vigorously, recklessly claiming the lives of the Fei Xiong soldiers. Realizing the Fei Xiong army was struggling against the unexpected assault, Dong Zhuo grew increasingly alarmed. Feng Xian, my son! Feng Xian, my son! Dong Zhuo cried out that Elbu, with his halberd, cleaved through several Guanning cavalry soldiers. Father, what is your command? Elbu asked loudly. Dong Zhuo, in fright, replied, Feng Xian, quickly protect me and break through the encirclement. We must return to Luoyang. As the Fei Xiong army valiantly held their ground, Dong Zhuo began to contemplate retreat. Elbu complied, swiftly pulling Dong Zhuo from his chariot and helping him onto the steed Red Hair. Father, hold on tight. I shall protect you back to Luoyang. Elbu commanded the troops, all soldiers. Hold the line against the Han army. I will ensure the Chancellor's safe return to Luoyang. As elite soldiers of the Fei Xiong army, they naturally would not retreat an inch. They fought desperately to block Lu Bian and Gao Su's advance, buying time for Dong Zhuo to escape. Seeing the Fei Xiong soldiers bravely stepping forward, sacrificing their lives to shield him, Elbu swung his halberd, continuously cutting down Guanning cavalry. With the aid of the Fei Xiong guards, he finally managed to lead Dong Zhuo to safety. Soon, the elite soldiers of the Fei Xiong army, under the command of several deputy generals, retreated towards Luoyang. Lu Bian and Gao Su refrained from pursuit, consolidating their forces as planned. Lu Bian commanded loudly, Chang Gong, account for the numbers of the Guanning cavalry. In the fierce battle, not a single Baoyan soldier was lost, while the Guanning cavalry suffered 500 casualties. With the previous losses of 500, the Guanning cavalry still numbered 4,000. Lu Bian nodded with satisfaction, and then ordered, Chang Gong, Let us converge our forces and attack Zhang Liao's troops. In this battle, I shall compel Zhang Liao to submit to me." Lu Bian silently calculated that capturing Zhang Liao could trigger the rewards of the treasure system's lottery. Gao Gong clasped his hands and declared loudly, "This subordinate shall carry out the command." Chapter 16. A lone ride into the camp. What is the situation within Zhang Liao's army? Gazing at the camp ahead, Lu Bian and Gao Su halted their forces. Dispatching scouts to gather intelligence, it turned out that upon learning of Dong Zhuo and El Bu's ambush, Zhang Liao, without ascertaining the enemy's numbers, had stationed his 10,000 vanguard troops in place. Simultaneously, Zhang Liao sent scouts to investigate the battlefield. Unfortunately, the scouts he dispatched met a grim fate, falling victim to the chaotic battle. Therefore, Zhang Liao refrained from rash actions and instead planned to lay in wait. Preparing to ambush the enemy on the route from Luoyang to Yingchuan, as Zhang Liao's forces loomed nearby. Lu Bian and Gao Su did not immediately launch an attack, but also sent out scouts to gather information. Upon hearing Lu Bian's inquiry, the scout hastily responded, "In response to King Hongnong, Master Jia Su has entered the camp alone." "What?" Lu Bian and Gao Su were both taken aback, never expecting Jia Su to venture into the camp alone. Gao Su, anxious, asked, "Your Highness, what should we do now? Master Jia Su's solo entry into the camp may put his life at risk." Lu Bian narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Chang Gong, do not worry. Since one dares to enter alone, it signifies he possesses ample confidence. Relay my orders. All troops maintain battle readiness. Once a change occurs, launch an immediate attack." After the initial shock, Lu Bian swiftly regained his composure, that he firmly believed in Jia Su's ability to bring him favorable news. Within the command tent of the Shiliang army, executioners stood to either side, their eyes fixed menacingly upon Jia Su, who stood resolutely in the center of the tent. Despite being scrutinized by so many armed guards, Jia Su maintained a serene smile, his profound gaze revealing no trace of fear. Zhang Liao remained silent, his eyes piercing as they bore into Jia Su without a hint of anger. The atmosphere within the tent was thick with tension, so oppressive that the drop of a silver needle could have triggered a seismic reaction. The air was laden with a chilling aura, making it difficult to breathe. After a prolonged silence, Jia Su slowly spoke. "General, calamity is imminent." As these words escaped his lips, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, the murderous intent emanating from the executioners intensifying. Zhang Liao let out a cold sneer, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile that, "Oh, I am quite curious to hear what calamity could befall someone as loyal as Zhang Liao." Jia Su replied with an indifferent smile, "Wen Yuan, being a man of wisdom, how can you fail to see this?" Zhang Liao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them. Jia Su took a couple of steps forward, causing the executioners to tense, closing in on him. Jia Su scanned the surroundings with his deep-set eyes and chuckled. "What is this? A valiant warrior afraid of a mere scholar, unarmed and helpless." Zhang Liao abruptly waved his hand. Commanding, "Step back." With a cold laugh, he said, "I am eager to see what grandiloquence Jiao Wenhe can muster." Jia Su continued, "Wen Yuan, you currently lead 10,000 Shiliang troops, isolated and stranded. Forward, you cannot prevent the king of Hongnong from advancing to Yingchuan. Backward, you cannot rescue Dong Zhuo. Truly, you find yourself in a predicament." As these words left Jia Su's mouth, the murderous intent in Zhang Liao's eyes diminished, revealing a hint of hesitation. Jia Su noticed this change in Zhang Liao's demeanor, his confidence soaring. "Wen Yuan, I must confess, the king of Hongnong has already surrounded you with forces on all sides. General Yuan Qingdu leads several thousand elite troops not far east of the camp. The king of Hongnong himself, accompanied by General Gao Su, has likely defeated Dong Zhuo and is now on the way to encircle you." In truth, Jia Su's statements were a mix of deception and persuasion. There was no Yuan Qingdu or elite troops. They had already escorted Tang Ji and Emperor Xian of Han towards Yingchuan. Moreover, Lu Bian's prior plans did not include any reinforcements from Yuan Qingdu. Jia Su's intent was to apply pressure on Zhang Liao, seeking to gain the psychological upper hand. Upon hearing Jia Su's words, Zhang Liao's hesitation deepened. Jia Su secretly rejoiced, realizing that his persuasion was proving effective. and Zhang Liao was beginning to waver. With a slight twitch of his lips, Zhang Liao moved his eyes around. According to Wen's account, I, Zhang Wenyuan, have indeed fallen into despair, he inquired, with a sudden clap of his hands. Jiasu exclaimed, Wenyuan is correct. The moment the king of Hongnong issues his command, your 10,000 Fei Xiong troops will be annihilated in an instant. After a brief pause, he continued, Wenyuan. My lord, the king of Hongnong, is a man who cherishes talent, that he has heard of your name and recognizes your abilities. Even if His Highness the King of Hongnong is willing to spare you. Upon your return to Luoyang, will the wrathful Dong thief allow you to escape? Wenyuan, you find yourself in a bind, a man without a master, at any moment. You could face a death sentence. In such a scenario, are you not courting disaster? The moment Jia Su finished his last statement, Zhang Liao's expression transformed, as if he had been struck by a sudden revelation. He sprang to his feet. Clasping his hands in salute, bowing deeply to Jia Su. Upon hearing Mr. Wen's words, Zhang Wenyuan's mind has been enlightened. Zhang Liao hurriedly approached Jia Su and asked in a hushed tone, Sir, in your esteemed opinion, how should I preserve my life? Jia Su chuckled with pride, fully aware that he had swayed Zhang Liao, who would now turn against his former allies at a mere suggestion. Jia Su raised his right hand, twirling his mustache, and said, If Wenyuan wishes to survive, the only course is to surrender to the king of Hongnong, to support him in restoring the Han dynasty, and to achieve unparalleled merit. Zhang Liao furrowed his brow, hesitating as he replied, But can this truly work? I was just the vanguard of Dongzhuo's forces, intent on pursuing the king of Hongnong, that I fear for His Highness. Jia Su waved his hand dismissively, saying, Wenyuan, you are overthinking this, that my lord, the king of Hongnong, values talent above all else. He would rejoice at having a general of your caliber, and how could he possibly wish you harm? Furthermore, with me, Jia Su, by your side, you will undoubtedly remain safe. Zhang Liao's eyes darted around as he bit his lip, finally declaring, Very well, I shall heed Mr. Wen's advice. However, there are 2 of Dongzhuo's trusted subordinates among my ranks. My aides that I will summon them, dispatch them, and present their heads to the king of Hongnong as a token of my allegiance. With that, Zhang Liao gestured to his executioners, who promptly moved closer. You 2. Go into the camp and fetch Zhang Nai and Yang Kai, that if they inquire about the matter, tell them we wish to discuss the grand strategy for repelling the enemy. Chapter 17. The submission of Zhang Liao? Where is Wenha? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Outside the encampment of the Shiliang army, Gao Su's handsome face was etched with anxiety. Growing increasingly impatient, he dismounted and began pacing back and forth, his hands repeatedly clapped together, revealing his intense nervousness. That in contrast, Lu Bian sat confidently atop his steed, exhibiting no signs of distress. Changong, there is no need for worry. Let us be patient for a while longer, Lu Bian said, attempting to soothe Gao Su's nerves. Gao Su, biting his lip, spread his hands and replied, Your Highness, are you truly not concerned? Wenha is unarmed and has entered the camp alone, with Zhang Liao commanding 10,000 Shiliang soldiers. It would be all too easy for him to harm Wenha. We ought to charge in and rescue him. Lu Bian cast a glance at Gao Su, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of his handsome face. Changong, rest assured, Zhang Wenyuan would never harm Jia Su. Given Zhang Liao's current predicament, he is caught between a rock and a hard place. That I am confident that Wenha will find a way to persuade Zhang Liao. Lu Bian's words struck a chord, echoing Jia Su's sentiments within the camp. Just as Gao Su was about to speak further, a startled shout from his cavalry reached his ears. General, look, the gates of the camp are opening. Upon hearing this, Gao Su quickly mounted his horse, grasping a spear from a subordinate, donning a fearsome mask, ready for battle. Qiangning cavalry, prepare for combat, came Gao Su's commands from beneath his mask. However, Lu Bian remained unperturbed. From a distance, he observed Jia Su exiting the camp alongside a martial general, both engaged in light-hearted conversation, showing no signs of distress. Lu Bian surmised that the square-faced warrior accompanying Jia Su must undoubtedly be Zhang Liao. Moments later, Jia Su approached Lu Bian on horseback, clasping his hands in salute, and respectfully declared, I, Jia Su, pay my respects to His Highness the King of Hongnong. I entered the camp alone to persuade the commander Zhang Liao. Now, Zhang Liao is willing to abandon darkness for light, and I have brought him to meet your highness." Upon hearing this, Lu Bian's heart soared with joy that he promptly dismounted, smiling broadly as he exclaimed, "Wenhe, you have worked hard." Gao Su also relaxed, the tension in his heart dissipating at last. Jia Su, not wishing to take undue credit, quickly added, "I humbly ask your highness to forgive my presumption in reporting before consulting." Lu Bian replied with a smile, "Your courage is commendable, entering the camp alone and securing another fine general for our forces. What fault is there in that? Once we reach Yingchuan, I will petition the emperor to reward you." "Wenhe!" Jia Su hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lu Bian and then slightly turned to introduce Zhang Liao. "Your Highness, this man is Zhang Liao from Yinming and Mai, Zhang Wenyuan, originally a subordinate of General He Jin." He turned to Dong Zhuo after the general's demise. "Now, having renounced darkness for light, he has come to ally with your highness and is willing to join you in restoring the Han dynasty." As Jia Su's words fell, a look of shame spread across Zhang Liao's face. He clasped his hands and declared, "I am grateful that His Highness the King of Hongnong does not despise me, and I am willing to devote myself wholeheartedly to following your highness in restoring the Han dynasty. I have committed transgressions while serving Dong Zhuo. I beseech His Highness for forgiveness." With Zhang Liao's defection, Lu Bian's heart raced with excitement. Zhang Liao would become a renowned commander of the Chao Wei dynasty in history, also listed among the 64 generals in the Temple of Martial Achievement. In terms of strength and reputation, he was certainly on par with the illustrious Gao Su. Securing such a fine general would also provide Lu Bian the opportunity to activate the treasure-gathering lottery. So he would never hold Zhang Liao's past against him. Lu Bian placed a firm hand on Zhang Liao's shoulder and said, "Wen Yuan's choice to abandon darkness for light is indeed wise. As for previous matters, Wen Yuan was left with no other choice that I shall not punish you for your past. Upon arriving at Yingchuan, I will present my case to His Majesty and elucidate the situation. Thus, Wen Yuan need not harbor any worries." Hearing Lu Bian's words, Zhang Liao's anxious heart was finally set at ease. Gratefully, Zhang Liao expressed, "Thank you, Your Highness." Just then, a familiar system notification echoed in Lu Bian's mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected the historical General Zhang Liao and gained one lottery opportunity." This revelation filled Lu Bian with elation. Acquiring a renowned general while also receiving a system reward was indeed a double blessing. "Quickly, system. Let me draw." Ding. Lottery commencing. Dazzling light enveloped Lu Bian's vision, and moments later, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. "Please spin the grand wheel provided by the system to proceed with the lottery." As the command settled, a circular grand wheel appeared in Lu Bian's mind. The wheel was divided into 4 sections. Guaning Cavalry Reinforcement Reward, Maximum Personnel, 5,000. Historical General Reward, Historical Minister Reward, and a 2,000 stone grain reward. Lu Bian pondered, recalling records from his previous life. During the late Han and Three Kingdoms period, 30 jin constituted a jun, for jun equated to a shur, and 1 shur was 120 jin. Thus, 2,000 shur of grain, calculated by the standards of that era, amounted to an impressive 240,000 jin of sustenance. Even acquiring the grain reward would be advantageous, as such a substantial quantity would suffice for current expenditures. With this in mind, Lu Bian decisively opted to proceed with the lottery. The grand wheel began to spin fervently. Ding. "Please command the host to stop." Lu Bian declared, "Stop." The pointer of the grand wheel halted at the Guaning Cavalry Reinforcement Reward. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received the Guaning Cavalry Reinforcement Reward, with an addition of 1,000 personnel. System notification. The reinforced Guaning Cavalry soldiers have arrived within Yangzhai City of Yingchuan County." It was only fitting that the reinforcements appeared in Yangzhai City, the administrative center of Yingchuan County. Although it was merely a cavalry reinforcement reward, for Lu Bian, it constituted a substantial addition. After all, the Guaning Cavalry, a unit acquired through the system, could not be obtained through ordinary training. Each instance of combat loss was a tremendous setback. This reinforcement served as a commendable remedy for the losses incurred in battles against the Shiliang army. Lu Bian closed the system and issued commands to his followers. "Relay my orders. March swiftly towards Yangzhai City of Yingchuan. There is no need to leave troops behind. We must hasten our advance and reach Yangzhai City as soon as possible." Liu Bian arranged this because Dongzhuo had already been defeated once and would undoubtedly refrain from pursuing again. Given Dongzhuo's strategy, he lacked the acumen for a second pursuit. The crowd promptly set into motion. In addition to persuading Zhang Liao to join, Liu Bian also acquired 1,000 elite Fei Xiong troops. Although the Fei Xiong army was an elite force under Dongzhuo, it was akin to a headless bird, incapable of flight. After two of Dongzhuo's trusted confidants stationed in the camp were slain by Zhang Liao, this contingent of 1,000 Fei Xiong troops had no choice but to align themselves with Liu Bian. Liu Bian thought to himself that at present his forces had reached a modest scale. 1,000 Fei Xiong troops, 1,000 Shiliang troops, 3,000 Xiaowu troops, 5,000 Guanning cavalry, and 300 Baoyan soldiers, totaling nearly 30,000 elite troops. The next course of action was to seize control of Yinchuan County and await the opportune moment to seize the realm. Chapter 18. The 18 Lords Tiger Pass. The coalition army of the 18 warlords assembled just under 3 miles from this formidable pass. Their encampments stretching endlessly, with several tens of thousands of soldiers lying in wait. Such a powerful coalition had been stalled before Tiger Pass for several days to at that moment, within the grand tent of the alliance leader. The 18 warlords gathered to deliberate on how to breach Tiger Pass. Voices rose and fell in a cacophony, each individual presenting differing opinions that at the head of the table, clad in soft armor beneath a silver robe, adorned with a fur cap and exuding a commanding presence, sat Yuan Shao, the leader elected by the 18 warlords. Although Yuan Shao was merely the governor of Bohai at this time, his family, the Yuan clan, had produced 3 generations of prime ministers and was renowned throughout the land, making his position as leader of the coalition a matter of course. Observing the heated discussion among the warlords, Yuan Shao raised his hand to silence them. "Gentlemen, cease your squabbling." His voice resonated powerfully, silencing the assembly. All eyes turned towards Yuan Shao. At that moment, a soldier rushed in from outside and approached Yuan Shao directly. In full view of everyone, the soldier whispered urgently in his ear. Upon hearing the news, Yuan Shao's expression shifted dramatically. "What? Is your information reliable?" The soldier replied in a hushed tone, reporting to the general. "The information is absolutely accurate. It just arrived from the direction of Luoyang. Our scouts exhausted several fine horses to deliver this urgent news." Yuan Shao's broad face was marked with astonishment. His brows furrowed slightly as he replied softly. "Good. You may withdraw. I am already aware of this matter." Yuan Shao raised his right hand, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Once the soldier departed, a man, slightly shorter in stature, but bearing a resemblance to Yuan Shao, with a distinctive mustache, inquired, "What is the matter, Brother Benchu?" The inquirer was none other than Yuan Shao's younger brother, General Ho and governor of Nanyang, Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu raised an eyebrow, his small eyes glinting with curiosity. Noticing Yuan Shao's silence, he continued, "Though you are the leader, any news should be shared with us all. Otherwise, will we not remain in the dark?" As Yuan Shu's words fell, the crowd echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Brother Benchu, as the leader, you should consider the coalition's interests. Certainly, we are a coalition here. Brother Benchu must not act unilaterally. Brother Benchu, I do not mean to overstep, but we ought to be informed of any developments." The chorus of voices left Yuan Shao's expression increasingly grim. Just then, a man seated across from Yuan Shu, dark-skinned, handsome, clad in a brown robe with a golden belt, interjected, "Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. I believe Brother Benchu has his own considerations." The speaker was none other than the valiant cavalry officer, Cao Cao, known as Cao Mingda. At this time, Cao Cao's power was still inferior to that of other warlords that if one were to compare strengths. He was significantly more formidable than the trio of Liu, Guan, and Zhang seated at the in a time of chaos. Such inferiority rendered one's words less impactful. Though Cao Cao attempted to quell the discord, it bore little fruit. The crowd continued their clamorous exchanges, filling the grand tent with noise. Yuan Shao's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Enough! Silence! A soldier has just reported that Prince Hongnong possesses several tens of thousands of troops, having rescued His Majesty from Luoyang, and is now heading towards Yinchuan County." Yuan Shao had not intended to disclose this news to the assembly, but he had planned to disperse the crowd and consult his trusted advisors in detail. However, Yuan Shu's cunning remarks had piqued everyone's interest. With this thought, Yuan Shao shot a fierce glare at Yuan Shu that as anticipated. Once Yuan Shao revealed this news, the tent erupted into chaos. What? How could Prince Hongnong possibly command tens of thousands? Indeed, could it be a ruse set by that old scoundrel Dong? I suspect this matter is fraught with deceit. It cannot be taken at face value. The voices of the crowd intertwined, each expressing skepticism regarding the authenticity of the news, suspecting it to be a ploy by Dong Zhuo to mislead the 18 warlords. Yuan Shu glanced at his elder brother and questioned, "Brother Benshu, what are your thoughts?" Yuan Shao hesitated momentarily before responding slowly. "I find merit in what everyone has said. Prince Hongnong has been under Dong's confinement. It is improbable he could gather such forces. This may indeed be Dong's treachery." Yuan Shu nodded in agreement. "In my view, we need not heed such news that it would be more prudent to discuss how to breach Tiger Pass." Suddenly, Cao Cao spoke up, "Gentlemen, please lend me your ears. From my perspective, this is not mere rumor. I pose a question. Dong has been so intimidated that he intends to relocate the capital to Chang'an. How could he possibly dispatch tens of thousands as a feint to draw us in?" The news of Dong Zhuo's relocation had long ceased to be a secret, having reached every corner of the Han realm. Cao Cao continued, "If Dong truly harbored such a scheme, he would not have ordered the capital's move." Yuan Shu scoffed, rebutting, "Minda, tell me, how could a prince under confinement command tens of thousands?" Cao Cao shook his head. "That remains uncertain. However, I firmly believe this matter to be true. If you gentlemen are unwilling to proceed to greet His Majesty, I, Cao Cao, respectfully request to lead the charge." Just as Yuan Shu prepared to counter Cao Cao's assertion, a voice from the back of the tent interjected, "Brother Minda speaks wisely." The speaker was a man with a benevolent face, large ears, long arms, and dual swords hanging at his waist. I, Liu Bei, also believe that regardless of the truth, we must proceed to welcome His Majesty, if Brother Mingda is willing to lead the charge. I, Liu Bei, shall accompany him. Behind Liu Bei stood the illustrious Guan Yu, clad in a verdant robe with a visage reminiscent of a plump jujube and a majestic beard cascading to his chest. Alongside the formidable Zhang Fei, whose dark complexion and robust build were accentuated by his bushy sideburns. Although the two warriors remained silent, they exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Yuan Shu scoffed derisively. "Liu Bei, who do you think you are? You are but 3 brothers, lacking an army, and yet you presume to speak?" Before Liu Bei could respond, Zhang Fei retorted angrily, "You, sir, are exceedingly rude. My brother is a descendant of the Han emperors, and it is only natural that we should go to meet the imperial entourage." Yuan Shu attempted to interject further, but was interrupted by Cao Cao, who declared, "Gentlemen, I, Cao Cao, shall provide my own troops and provisions, surely. There can be no objection to that." With Cao Cao's assertion, Yuan Shao acquiesced, stating, "Well then, since Mingda wishes to go, I shall not impede him any further. I appoint you as the vanguard commander, with Liu Bei as your deputy, to proceed forth and greet the imperial party." In Yuan Shao's eyes, this seemingly futile endeavor was nothing less than a path to doom. Yet he was not foolish. After Cao Cao and Liu Bei departed, he swiftly dismissed the assembly and returned to his tent, where he hastily arranged for his troops to stealthily follow the Cao army, seeking to discern the situation. Should the Han Emperor truly be present, they would seize the opportunity. If it were merely a trap laid by Dong Zhuo, they would take advantage of the moment to eliminate Cao Cao, thereby removing a rival. On this day, as Liu Bian had just joined forces with the Central Army led by Yuan Qingdu, a soldier from the White Pole Army arrived with urgent news. Upon hearing the call, Liu Bian halted. "Ditto. Urgent news. What has befallen the vanguard forces?" Liu Bian inquired, his brow furrowed in suspicion. According to the plan, this afternoon, General Gao Chang's vanguard was expected to reach Xinyuan Pass, renowned as the foremost of the 8 great passes of the Qin and Han dynasties. Yet, at this critical juncture, Gao Chang had sent forth an urgent missive. The soldier from the White Pole Army urgently relayed, "In response to your Highness, General Gao has commanded me to convey that the vanguard army has encountered the valiant cavalry Lieutenant Cao Cao and the other division commander Liu Bei, who approach with an army of 15,000 men to greet the imperial party. Cao Cao and Liu Bei have arrived." Liu Bian's eyebrows shot up, and he mused inwardly. The news from the Eastern Lords travels quickly indeed. I have scarcely been away from Luoyang for 2 days, And yet the tidings have already reached beyond Hulao Pass. It is evident that the Eastern Lords have embedded numerous spies within Luoyang and even within the capital. However, neither Cao Cao nor Liu Bei are paragons of virtue. Cao Cao is the quintessential warlord of the chaotic times, while Liu Bei, cloaked in the guise of restoring the Han, engages in nefarious schemes to usurp power for himself. Liu Bian's mind whirled with calculations. Since they had willingly presented themselves, he must surely make use of them to his advantage. He gestured to the soldier from the White Pole Army, saying, "You shall return and inform Diaochan to refrain from any rash actions. Let all decisions be made upon my arrival." The soldier hastened to comply and departed just as Gao Su rode in with urgency. "Your Highness, I bring news." With remarkable speed, Gao Su reached Liu Bian's side. Liu Bian's heart leapt with joy as he inquired, "Changong, speak swiftly. What intelligence have you gathered?" Liu Bian had previously commanded Gao Su to lead a small detachment of the Guanning Iron Cavalry as scouts to probe the situation at Xinyuan Pass. This pass stood as the most formidable of the 8 great passes during the Qin and Han eras, far more perilous than Hulao Pass. Furthermore, Dong Zhuo had dispatched his trusted General Fan Shou with 5,000 elite Xiliang troops to fortify the location. The journey from Luoyang to Yingchuan County necessitated passage through Xinyuan Pass to the southeast. Thus, Liu Bian had prudently sent Gao Su ahead to gather information. Gao Su reported, "In response to your Highness, I found several common folk outside Xinyuan Pass to inquire. Initially, they were unaware of any paths through the mountains, yet an elderly man claimed knowledge of a lesser-known route that I have brought him back. Once our forces arrive outside Xinyuan Pass, he will guide us over the mountains to circumvent it." Liu Bian clapped his hands in delight, his face alight with joy. The very reason he had dispatched Gao Su to scout was to discover a means of evading the treacherous Xinyuan Pass, for it was fraught with danger. Liu Bian's forces lacked substantial siege equipment. An assault on Xinyuan Pass would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses that can serve as strength. It was imperative to find a way to bypass the confrontation there. "Truly, fortune smiles upon me." With elation, Liu Bian proclaimed, "Changong, relay my orders. Have the entire army accelerate their advance and swiftly unite with General Gao Chang's vanguard." "Your subordinate obeys." Gao Su clasped his hands in salute, reining in his horse to loudly relay Liu Bian's command. Liu Bian's grand army hastened forth, soon merging with Gao Chang's vanguard. Upon learning of Liu Bian's arrival, Gao Chang rushed to greet him. "Your subordinate Gao Chang pays respects to His Highness, the Prince of Hongnong." Gao Chang bowed respectfully to Liu Bian. Liu Bian raised a hand to signal him to rise. "Gao Chang, where are Cao Cao and Liu Bei?" Liu Bian inquired directly. Gao Chang replied, "Upon receiving your Highness's command, I established camp here. Cao Cao and Liu Bei's forces are currently awaiting outside the tents." Liu Bian nodded in satisfaction to go. "Convey my command for Cao Cao and Liu Bei to enter and meet with me." Gao Chang appeared somewhat taken aback and uneasily suggested, "Your Highness, I believe it advisable to allow Cao Cao and Liu Bei to enter separately while keeping the rest of the army outside. If they harbor ill intentions, it could lead to disaster." Liu Bian, unfazed, chuckled. "Cao Cao and Liu Bei would not dare to act against me. Our forces number 30,000, double that of Cao Cao and Liu Bei. Even if they plot malevolence, they would need to bring me and the emperor back to the camps of the 18 lords before they dare to strike." Seeing Liu Bian's unwavering confidence, Gao Chang ceased to voice further objections and proceeded to convey Liu Bian's command. Meanwhile, Jia Su, toying with his mustache, remarked, "Your Highness, I believe it prudent to exercise caution. Cao Cao and Liu Bei's arrival likely harbors ulterior motives. Moreover, the Eastern Lords are equally treacherous. Their forces may well exceed 15,000 with a discerning gaze." Jia Su articulated the conspiratorial designs of Yuan Shao that in truth, not only Yuan Shao, but also Yuan Shu, Sun Jian, and Gong Sun Zan had secretly dispatched troops to trail Cao Cao and Liu Bei, waiting for an opportune moment to seize a share of the spoils. Should no benefit arise, they would allow Cao Cao and Liu Bei to fend for themselves. Liu Bian laughed. "Am I unaware of their predatory ambitions?" Tang Ji looked at her husband with confusion, her lips parting to softly ask, "Your Highness, if you are aware of the Eastern Lord's sinister intentions, why not avoid them?" Liu Bian smiled. "There is no avoiding it. Our provisions are scant. Should we detour, we would surely find ourselves bereft of sustenance. Thus, traversing Xinyuan Pass is our sole option, that I surmise that Cao Cao and Liu Bei have recognized this as well. Which is why they await me a mere 10 miles from the pass, that we cannot return to Luoyang. For that direction lies Dong, which was a formidable army of over 100,000 Shiliang troops. Jiasu slowly nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is also the brilliance of Cao Cao and Liu Bei, that we have no retreat nor advance. We can only choose to meet them. Otherwise, should conflict arise, our soldiers would inevitably suffer losses, making passage through Xinyuan Pass exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing Liu Bian and Jiasu's discourse, Tang Ji's expression shifted to one of realization that I had thought too simply that I in light of this. Your Highness, do you have any clever strategies? She inquired. Liu Bian laughed heartily, but before he could respond, Gao Chang's voice called from outside. I report to His Highness, the Prince of Hongnong, that Cao Cao and Liu Bei have arrived. Liu Bian composed himself, his demeanor steady as he commanded, quickly, invite General Cao and General Liu to enter. With a flourish, the tent flaps were drawn back, and Cao Cao and Liu Bei entered the command tent in unison. Both clasped their fists and bowed in unison, declaring, We, Cao Cao and Liu Bei, pay our respects to His Highness, the Prince of Hongnong. That as they both knelt, Liu Bian, seated in the high position, raised his hand in acknowledgement. Generals Cao and Liu need not stand on ceremony. His gaze fell upon Guan and Zhang, who stood behind Liu Bei. The valiant generals accompanying Liu are none other than Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. I presume Liu Bei, once the prefect of Pingyuan, had appointed Guan Yu and Zhang Fei as his subordinate generals. Yet, having resigned from his post, they now appeared merely as common bowmen, lacking the famed exploits of slaying Huaxiong over warm wine or the legendary three heroes battling El Bu. Truly, they were relatively obscure figures at present. Liu Bei, surprised by Liu Bian's inquiry, responded, Indeed, Your Highness, these are my two esteemed brothers. The one on the left, with a countenance like a jujube, is my second brother Guan Yu, while the one on the right, with the dark face, is my third brother Zhang Fei. Liu Bei respectfully responded, while Guan Yu and Zhang Fei also cupped their fists in salute towards Liu Bian. With a smile gracing his lips, Liu Bian began to ponder how he could secure the allegiance of both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. After all, these two were formidable warriors, and having them charge in a battle would undoubtedly be a delight. More importantly, by gaining the loyalty of Guan and Zhang, he could trigger rewards from the treasure collection, a truly exquisite two birds with one stone. Indeed, both generals possessed striking appearances and remarkable valor, and Liu Bian did not hesitate to lavish them with praise. Zhang Fei, unable to contain himself, interjected, Hey, I say, King of Hongnong, don't just flatter my brother and me. My elder brother is a descendant of the king of Zhongshan, a true member of the Han royal family. A hint of pride flickered across Liu Bei's face, though he feigned reprimanding Zhang Fei. Third brother, you must not be impudent before His Majesty. Liu Bian, well versed in history, was fully aware of Liu Bei's identity. The claim of being a descendant of the king of Zhongshan might merely be a fade for deception. Nevertheless, Liu Bian feigned astonishment. What? Xindo is actually a descendant of the king of Zhongshan. How rude of me. Quickly, someone provide seats. With a command from Liu Bian, 3 round wooden stools were soon brought in from outside. Come, Lord Xindo. Please sit and converse. Liu Bian intentionally ignored Cao Cao, continuing to engage warmly with Liu Bei, which undoubtedly irked Cao Cao. His dark complexion deepened with displeasure. Clearing his throat, Cao Cao coughed deliberately. Only then did Liu Bian feign realization. Engrossed in conversation with Lord Xindo, I neglected General Cao. That I hope you are not offended. Cao Cao forced a chuckle, inwardly seething at the thought that he had marched with his army to support the emperor, only to have Liu Bei steal the spotlight. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Cao Cao replied, I would not dare to be angry. That I merely heard that Your Majesty was here and came to offer my support. Currently, all the lords opposing Dongjua are gathered at Hulao Pass. That I hope the king of Hongnong will invite His Majesty to join us as we head to Hulao Pass. That if His Majesty raises his arm and calls upon the populace to join in the fight against Dongjua, we can restore the Han dynasty. While Liu Bian listened to Cao Cao's impassioned words, he could not help but smirk internally. That go to Hulao Pass. What nonsense! That would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, an endeavor with no return. Such foolishness was something Liu Bian would never entertain. His motivation for meeting Cao Cao and Liu Bei was rooted in ulterior motives. Liu Bian smiled. General Cao, it is unfortunate that you arrived a moment too late. His Majesty has taken a detour to Yinchuan County that MY forces are here to draw the attention of the guards at Xianyuan Pass, buying time for His Majesty's journey to Yinchuan County. Both Cao Cao and Liu Bei were taken aback. What? Are you saying His Majesty is not here? Liu Bei inquired in astonishment. Liu Bian nodded, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness. Indeed, I dispatched someone to protect His Majesty, leading him around Xianyuan Pass toward Yinchuan County. Xianyuan Pass is now right before us, and with your forces arriving, I fear you may have already alarmed the guards there. Our supplies are insufficient. If we wish to see His Majesty, we must forcefully breach Xianyuan Pass. Should we take a detour? I wonder if General Cao has brought any provisions. Cao Cao's face soured. What provisions could he possibly bring? In his quest to seize the Han Emperor, he had traveled light, leaving all supplies and siege equipment at the Allied camp outside Hulao Pass that he had initially planned to capture the Emperor, then secretly retrieve the supplies before returning to Qinlu to establish the Emperor and gather strength for future endeavors. Yet now, it seemed he had come up empty-handed. What of Lord Xianda? Liu Bian queried Liu Bei. Liu Bei, somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. I have only my two brothers and nothing else. Liu Bian inwardly rejoiced, having anticipated this outcome. Now it was time for him to take the initiative. Since both generals lacked sufficient provisions, they would have no choice but to launch a fierce assault on Xianyuan Pass. That I have heard that General Cao commands elite troops. Would you be willing to lead an attack on Xianyuan Pass for His Majesty? Liu Bian secretly relished the thought. Possessing the Han Xian Emperor made matters exceedingly convenient. Under the Emperor's name, he could pursue his own agenda. What a delightful prospect. Cao Cao's expression shifted, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. To refuse would seem disloyal, yet agreeing filled him with concerns over potential losses among his troops. What? Are you unwilling, General Cao? Liu Bian sighed, feigning disappointment that it appears the world has changed. I had thought General Cao to be a loyal subject. But it seems you are merely serving your own interests. Nevertheless, if you are unwilling, I shall not force your hand, and we shall take Xianyuan Pass ourselves. I kindly ask you to take your leave. General Cao. Liu Bian gestured for Jiasu to escort Cao Cao out to AT that moment. However, Cao Cao gritted his teeth and with difficulty said, Your Majesty, it is not that I am unwilling, but I lack siege equipment. Xianyuan Pass is treacherous and exceedingly difficult to breach. That it would be better for you to return with us to Hulao Pass, gather the necessary equipment, and then lay siege. Liu Bian smirked inwardly, marveling at Cao Mengda's audacity. Shaking his head, he replied, General Cao, time is of the essence. Delay begets change. Back and forth will only squander precious moments. Should His Majesty fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, we would become eternal traitors. As Liu Bian's words fell, Zhang Fei could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Cao Cao, you truly are a nuisance. What is so formidable about Xianyuan Pass? We can simply attack if you are afraid. Just hand over command to my brother. Let us lead the charge against Xianyuan Pass. Liu Bei solemnly added, Indeed, Brother Mingda, as loyal subjects of the Han, we must serve our emperor and our country. Surely you do not harbor ulterior motives? Liu Bian quietly chuckled, appreciating Zhang Fei's spirited loyalty, as he and Liu Bei pressed Cao Cao to the edge of a precipice. Now, Cao Cao found himself in a precarious position. He feared that if he refused, even if he managed to leave Liu Bian's camp alive, he would be branded as disloyal by the world. Although the Han dynasty was in dire straits, it had not yet completely lost the people's support. Once branded as disloyal, returning to Qinlu to consolidate power would be nearly impossible. The wisdom of gaining support through righteousness was a lesson Cao Cao understood well. After much deliberation, Cao Cao clenched his teeth and declared, Very well. I shall join the king of Hongnong in the assault on Xianyuan Pass. However, as Xianyuan Pass is fortified by natural defenses, I wonder if the king of Hongnong has any strategies in mind. Cao Cao calculated that if Liu Bian lacked a plan, he could propose to return to Hulao Pass alone to gather siege equipment, thus providing himself an escape route. With a resounding clap of his hands, Liu Bian exclaimed, Mingda, I certainly have a strategy. In fact, you need not truly launch an attack, that a mere feigned assault will suffice, that I have already dispatched scouts and discovered a narrow path that leads around the side of Xinyuan Pass, allowing us to scale the cliffs and launch an attack. In truth, Lu Bian was merely deceiving Cao Cao. There was no such method of scaling cliffs. His intention was to divert the guard's attention at Xinyuan Pass, allowing his forces to maneuver around and buy time. Jia Su and Gao Su exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing that once Cao Cao agreed, he would fall directly into Lu Bian's trap. Cao Cao, skeptical, questioned, "Is it truly that simple?" Lu Bian assured him, "Indeed, Minda, it is as simple as that. The rest is for my commanders to handle." Seeing Lu Bian's unwavering confidence, Cao Cao ceased to doubt and nodded slowly. "If that is the case, I shall return to organize the troops and cooperate with your majesty in the assault on Xinyuan Pass." With that, Cao Cao swiftly departed the camp, harboring resentment towards Liu Bei for overshadowing him, and intentionally leaving Lu Guan and Zhang behind. Once Cao Cao had left, Liu Bei clasped his hands and inquired, "Your Majesty, how may I assist?" Zhang Fei boisterously chimed in, "Indeed, that fellow Cao Cao is quite troublesome. My elder brother is a loyal subject, filled with fervor for the nation. King of Hongnong, you must give us three brothers a chance to earn merit." Guan Yu, who had remained silent until now, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, how can we brothers be absent from the fray?" Lu Bian's mind raced with ideas, and he promptly proposed, "Lord Xianda, how about this? I suggest you oversee the troops at Cao Cao's camp. I find Cao Cao's demeanor treacherous. He does not seem trustworthy. That if you supervise the army, I will feel much more secure. As for the two generals, Guan and Zhang, why not join me in the assault on Xinyuan Pass? What do you think?" Lu Bian contemplated the necessity of separating Lu, Guan, and Zhang. Otherwise, given Liu Bei's character, he would certainly not remain under anyone for long. Both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were unwaveringly loyal to Liu Bei. It was imperative to first divide the three of them before devising a method to eliminate Liu Bei, thereby completely extinguishing any thoughts Guan and Zhang might have. Only then could they be genuinely brought under Liu Bian's command. Liu Bei hesitated for a moment, but then Jia Su spoke up beside him. "Indeed, Lord Xuanda, as a member of the Han royal family, if you could oversee the troops, the king of Hongnong would surely feel at ease. We are all striving to restore the great Han. I trust you will not refuse, will you?" This seemingly casual retort left Liu Bei momentarily speechless. "Very well then, that I shall proceed to Cao Cao's camp." As he spoke, Liu Bei rose to depart. Having dismissed both Cao Cao and Liu Bei, Lu Bian immediately issued orders for the entire army to mobilize. "Convey my command. The troops shall dismantle their encampments, and we shall set forth." With a resounding order, Lu Bian's army swiftly sprang into action. In mere moments, everything was in order, and Lu Bian led the troops onward, guided by the old man they had encountered earlier, moving quietly along a narrow path towards Xinyuan Pass. "Wait, are we not supposed to scale the cliffs to attack Xinyuan Pass? Yet this path seems to lead us further away." Zhang Fei voiced his confusion as they reached the mountainside. Guan Yu, equally perplexed, gazed down the slope to see the Cao army already arrayed in formation, with the general issuing a challenge at the forefront. "Third brother, something feels amiss," Guan Yu cautioned, pulling back on the reins. His face marked by vigilance. "That we have fallen into a trap." His brow furrowed, and his phoenix eyes flashed with indignation. "It appears the king of Hongnong never intended to assault Xinyuan Pass. Instead, he seeks to circumvent it entirely." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei was immediately incensed. "Second brother, we must seek out the king of Hongnong." The two brothers spurred their horses and hastened to Liu Bian's side. "King of Hongnong, halt! My brother and I have questions for you," Guan Yu shouted, brandishing his green dragon blade at Liu Bian. Liu Bian exchanged a knowing glance with Jia Su, both revealing sly smiles. Before Liu Bian could respond, Yuan Qingdu rode forward, brandishing his golden-tasseled spear, blocking Guan and Zhang's path. "You two, stop! What business do you have to raise such a ruckus?" Yuan Qingdu's eyes flared with anger. Guan Yu, frustrated, retorted, "Stand aside. I have questions for the king of Hongnong." Yuan Qingdu sneered. "You think you are worthy. His Highness is not someone you can just approach at will." Zhang Fei barked angrily. "Enough of your nonsense. If you do not step aside, do not blame my spear for being unmerciful." Realizing they had been ensnared, Guan and Zhang were deeply concerned for Liu Bei's safety and felt compelled to confront Liu Bian for clarity. The Wei Yu and Qingdu scoffed. Black-faced devil, cease your noise. If you wish to contest, then by all means try. At this, Zhang Fei's temper flared, and he roared, raising a spear to charge at Yu and Qingdu. Just then, Liu Bian interjected, Qingdu, let them through. Liu Bian's command left Yu and Qingdu no choice but to yield. He huffed, consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, my golden-tasseled spear would have claimed your life. Unyielding, Zhang Fei shot back. Do not be so arrogant. I will make you regret this day. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei circumvented Yu and Qingdu and reached Liu Bian's side. King of Hongnong, you do not intend to assault Xinyuan Pass. What of my brother? Guan Yu pressed directly. Liu Bian replied with a soft smile. Do not be alarmed, my lords, that I have already dispatched a secret envoy to convey my plans to Lord Xuanda. Lord Xuanda, a loyal minister to the Han. How could I possibly harm him? Liu Bian's words were a web of deception. There was no envoy. This was merely a fabrication of Liu Bian's own making. Guan Yu, still skeptical, scrutinized Liu Bian. Is this truly the case? Liu Bian assured him, absolutely. I have informed Lord Xuanda to seize the opportunity to extricate himself and join me. Zhang Fei questioned, then why not bring my brother along with you? Liu Bian responded with a smile. Ida, do you think if I took all three of you away, Cao Cao would not become suspicious? Without anyone to draw attention at Xinyuan Pass, how could we smoothly depart along this narrow path? Fear not, it will not be long before Lord Xuanda reunites with us. Chapter 22. Using a knife to kill a man under Liu Bian's persuasive words, although Guan and Zhang harbored doubts. They felt compelled to place their trust in him. After all, the army had already journeyed halfway. If they were to turn back towards Liu Bei, unforeseen complications might arise. Unlike modern times, communication in antiquity was far from efficient. And there was no guarantee that upon their return, Liu Bei and Cao Cao had not already withdrawn. Liu Bian astutely seized upon Guan and Zhang's psychological state, as well as the limitations of ancient communication, allowing him to boldly deceive them. With clarity in their minds, Guan and Zhang reluctantly blended back into the ranks. Once they had departed, Jiasu revealed a knowing smile. Why the mirth? Wenhe? Liu Bian inquired. Jiasu, twirling his mustache with his thumb, lowered his voice in admiration. Your Highness, what a brilliant strategy! I see Guan and Zhang as formidable warriors, their might rivaling that of Qingdu, Changong, and Gao Chong. Surely, Your Highness has taken a liking to their talent and deliberately separated Liu Guan and Zhang. Liu Bian grinned broadly, unashamedly acknowledging, indeed did I see them as two exceptional generals, and it would be a waste for them to remain by Liu Bei's side. Jiasu smiled. Might I inquire if Your Highness has devised a means to eliminate Liu Bei? I fear that without Liu Bei's removal, it would be difficult for these two to genuinely submit. Liu Bian furrowed his brow slightly. This matter had yet to be thoroughly contemplated. Sensing that Jiasu had a strategy in mind, Liu Bian asked, What wisdom do you propose? Wenhe? Jiasu, stroking his mustache with pride, suggested, Why not compose a letter? Inform Cao Cao of Your Highness's intentions, asserting that Liu Bei is merely a spy dispatched by Your Highness to monitor and mislead him. In a fit of rage, Cao Cao would undoubtedly execute Liu Bei. At that point, Guan and Zhang would surely pledge their allegiance. With a clap of his hands, Liu Bian could not contain his excitement. However, he was also wary of Guan and Zhang overhearing, so he stifled his laughter. Excellent, truly, Wenhe's plan is remarkable. Liu Bian thought to himself, acknowledging Jiasu's reputation as a cunning strategist. This plan was a swift and decisive way to eradicate the problem at its root. Without hesitation, Liu Bian set to work, instructing his men to procure paper and ink, and he swiftly penned a letter while mounted upon his steed, that he then discreetly summoned a trusted aide, ordering him to deliver the letter to Chao's camp. Outside Xinyuan Pass, Cao Cao arrayed his forces, dispatching General Eugene to provoke the defenders. However, after a prolonged wait, the commander of Xinyuan Pass, Fan Chou, did not emerge to engage. What further troubled Cao Cao was the absence of Liu Bian's forces, who had not appeared at the cliffs as initially planned. Xuanda, why is the king of Hongnong yet to initiate an attack? Liu Bei, perched atop his steed, squinted, increasingly perplexed. Logically, given the time elapsed, the king of Hongnong should have launched an offensive. Even if he had not, Guan and Zhang should have returned to update him. Liu Bei slowly spoke, "Brother Mingda, I believe the king of Hongnong is still preparing with his troops. After all, scaling the cliffs is a perilous endeavor." Before Liu Bei could finish, a soldier from the Chao army rushed forth with a shout. "Report! A message from the king of Hongnong." A soldier quickly knelt before Cao Cao, holding the letter aloft. Cao Cao's eyelids twitched, and he hastily snatched the letter from the soldier's hands that he eagerly opened it, but the few lines contained within plunged him into a state of fury. "Scoundrel! Utter scoundrel!" Cao Cao roared, his eyes reddening with a hint of madness. Liu Bei furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling premonition. "Minda, what has happened?" Cao Cao whirled around, forcefully tossing the letter at Liu Bei. "You, Liu Xuanda, have conspired with that scoundrel Liu Bian against me. Do you truly think I, Cao Cao, am so easily deceived?" Liu Bei was still trying to comprehend the situation when he caught sight of Cao Cao's eyes, brimming with a profound, murderous intent. A chill ran down Liu Bei's spine, and he felt a cold breeze sweep past him. He had no time to peruse the contents of the letter. Instinctively, he turned his horse to flee. Just then, Cao Cao bellowed an order. "Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan. Heed my command. Eliminate Liu Bei." As anticipated by Jiasu, Liu Bian had revealed the entire story through the letter, simultaneously betraying Liu Bei. Consequently, Cao Cao was engulfed in a fit of rage. His fury clouded his judgment, leaving him little room to contemplate the intricacies of the matter. Liu Bei, taken aback, hastily tightened his grip around the horse's belly, desperate to escape the clutches of Cao Cao's army. However, Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan were closing in from both flanks, encircling Liu Bei. Liu Bei had nowhere to run. The burly Xiahou Dun swung his weapon fiercely, aiming for Liu Bei's head, in a flurry of panic. Liu Bei bent low to evade the blow, narrowly escaping the sharp edge of Xiahou Dun's sword. Anger surged within Liu Bei. He loathed Liu Bian for putting him in such peril. If it weren't for Liu Bian's letter, he wouldn't have found himself in this life-threatening predicament. Just as he dodged Xiahou Dun's attack, Xiahou Yuan lunged forward, thrusting his spear towards Liu Bei's side. Liu Bei cried out, hastily attempting to evade. But this time fortune did not favor him. Although he managed to avoid a fatal wound, he was still pierced by Xiahou Yuan's spear, leaving a deep gash in his side, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. Liu Bei clutched the reins tightly, determined not to fall from his steed, while desperately spurring his horse to flee. As he glanced back, he could see Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan closing in on him, sending waves of panic through his heart. Yet at that moment, he caught a glimpse of a flag fluttering in the nearby woods, bearing the name Gongsun Zhuan. Furthermore, it appeared that soldiers from Gongsun's army were also present amidst the trees. Liu Bei's heart surged with hope. It seemed that fate had not forsaken him. He raised his arm and shouted towards the woods, "Warriors of Gongsun's army, I am Liu Xuanda. Come quickly to my aid. I beseech you." Hearing Liu Bei's desperate cries, Cao Cao turned abruptly. His gaze traversed the ranks of his army and spotted the Gongsun soldiers, who had yet to conceal themselves among the trees. "What is happening?" Cao Cao furrowed his brow. But before he could ponder further, he noticed the appearance of the banners of Yuan and Sun amidst the woods. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cao Cao cursed under his breath. How could he not understand that these were armies sent by other warlords, intended to catch him off guard? Furious, he shouted at Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan. "Yuan rang. Miao Kai. Return at once. We must regroup and retreat to Hulao Pass." Having fallen for Liu Bian's ruse, Cao Cao was determined not to linger any longer. With Gongsun Zhuan's forces allied with Liu Bei, the task of eliminating Liu Bei would prove exceedingly difficult. It would be wiser to withdraw to Hulao Pass and devise a new strategy. Upon hearing Cao Cao's command, Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan swiftly turned their horses back to the ranks. Cao Cao then ordered his troops to retreat immediately to Hulao Pass. At that moment, the gates of Xinyuan Pass swung open, and Fan Chou led the Shiliang army charging forth from the pass. Caught off guard, Cao Cao's forces suffered a crushing defeat and retreated in disarray to Hulao Pass. Chapter 23. Concealing malice, Liu Bei and Cao Cao were thoroughly outmaneuvered by Liu Bian. This incident swiftly reached Liu Bian's ears. Coincidentally, on that very day, Liu Bian had arrived at the administrative center of Yingchuan Prefecture, Yangdi City. Upon receiving the news, Liu Bian merely smiled faintly, not taking the matter to heart. For everything was as he had anticipated. Even if the plan to use others as instruments of assassination had not succeeded, Liu Bian remained confident in his ability to recruit Guan and Zhang. However, of greater importance was the decision on the new capital for the Han Empire after leaving Luoyang. Compared to the grandeur of Luoyang, Yangdi City appeared rather dilapidated, especially after the turmoil of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, rendering the city particularly desolate. Your Highness, it seems rather challenging for Yangdi to serve as the capital, Wang Yun remarked, observing the desolate streets with a hint of disdain that I asked the Grand Minister of the Han Dynasty. Wang Yun was accustomed to the splendor of Luoyang. Now, having left Luoyang, witnessing the stark contrast in Yangdi City, the disappointment in his heart was palpable. Liu Bian shot a glance at Wang Yun, ignoring his complaints. Throughout the journey, Wang Yun had been incessantly grumbling and opposing Liu Bian at every turn, that he even occasionally flaunted his status as a senior minister from 3 reigns, which irked Liu Bian considerably. Were it not for Wang Yun's still considerable reputation, Liu Bian might have been tempted to silence him permanently. Jia Su spoke up calmly, Minister Wang, our military foundation is currently unstable, and we face severe shortages of resources. Perhaps it would be wise to temporarily accommodate His Majesty in Yangdi City until our resources are replenished, at which point we can reconsider our options, Dais Jia Su concluded. Kai Yong nodded in agreement. Indeed, what one has suggests is prudent. Although Yangdi is in disrepair, it is still the administrative center of Yingchuan Prefecture. Compared to other locations within the prefecture, the city boasts greater fortifications and a larger populace. Our forces merely need to recuperate, and before long, we shall restore the grandeur of the Han capital. Jia Su and Kai Yong's words drew discontent from Wang Yun. He scowled, saying, the esteemed emperor of the Han should be greeted by envoys from all corners. Are we to have His Majesty receive visitors in such a dilapidated setting? Before Wang Yun could finish, Kai Yin interjected softly, Minister, this is a different time from the last, when our dynasty was flourishing. We had multitudes paying tribute. The world was united in submission. However, following the recent chaos of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the warlords are now hoarding their troops. The emperor's authority has been overlooked. How can we speak of receiving tributes from afar? With a clap, Liu Bian expressed his agreement with Kai Yin, unable to restrain his applause. Well said, Wenji, Liu Bian exclaimed loudly. Hearing Liu Bian's praise, Kai Yan's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her large, watery eyes discreetly glanced at Liu Bian. Throughout their journey from Luoyang, Kai Yin had keenly observed Liu Bian's actions and had grown increasingly fond of him. His wisdom, valor, composure, and decisiveness were all qualities that set him apart. Unbeknownst to Liu Bian, Kai Yin harbored these sentiments that he continued to assert. If we wish to receive tributes from afar, the Han must first be strong. Now, amidst the chaos of war and disobedient warlords, how can we hope for tributes? Is it possible that Minister Wang, a high-ranking official, is less significant than Wenji, a mere woman? Wang Yun's face flushed with embarrassment, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. He stammered, Your Highness, if we are to determine the capital, shouldn't we consult the emperor's opinion first? Although Wang Yun harbored hopes that Liu Bian would restore the Han, he still viewed Liu Xie as the rightful emperor. Believing Liu Bian to merely be a subject as a fellow minister, Wang Yun considered his seniority to surpass Liu Bian's, thinking it unreasonable that he could not contend with Liu Bian, that if he could gain control over the Han Emperor, then Liu Bian would surely have to heed his counsel. Liu Bian smirked inwardly, recognizing Wang Yun's insidious intentions. Coupled with Wang Yun's constant opposition and his self-aggrandizing claims of being a senior minister, Liu Bian was well aware of Wang Yun's treachery. However, understanding that he still needed Wang Yun's influence to attract the allegiance of the people and capable talents, Liu Bian chose to suppress his ire for the time being. Oh, it seems Minister Wang is not easily dissuaded. Very well, let us inquire about His Majesty's thoughts, Liu Bian declared. Riding up to the carriage where Liu Xie was seated, he clasped his hands and called out, Your Majesty, I, Liu Bian, have a matter to present. And no sooner had Liu Bian spoken than a faint voice emerged from within the carriage. I listened to my elder brother. Liu Xie was but a child of 7 or 8 years. Compared to Wang Yun, Liu Bian was Liu Xie's half-brother and had saved him from peril. Under such circumstances, how could Liu Xie not look to Liu Bian for guidance? Liu Bian was well aware of this dynamic, which emboldened him to speak so openly to Liu Xie. Lu Bian raised an eyebrow, smiling. Minister Wang, did you hear what His Majesty just said? Wang Yun's face twitched in response, leaving him speechless as the conversation unfolded. They arrived outside the government office of Yangdi City. The county magistrate, Guo Xiao, hurriedly emerged from within, exclaiming, I am Guo Xiao, the magistrate of Yangdi. I greet the Emperor and His Highness, the King of Hongnong. Guo Xiao knelt before the army, bowing deeply 3 times. Though he had never met Lu Bian, he understood the importance of respect and etiquette that as long as someone commanded authority, it was undoubtedly Lu Bian. Lu Bian slowly raised his hand. Magistrate Guo, no need for such formalities. Previously, I dispatched someone to deliver a message. Are the quarters for your majesty and the ladies in waiting adequately prepared? Lu Bian inquired. Before arriving in Yangzhai County, Lu Bian had sent a messenger to inform the county magistrate, Guo Ji. Upon receiving the missive, Guo Ji immediately set about his preparations. Now, hearing Lu Bian's query, Guo Ji promptly knelt and replied, In response to your highness, everything has been meticulously arranged, that I wonder if you are satisfied with the accommodations for your majesty and the ladies in the rear residence of the magistrate's office. Lu Bian nodded in approval, acknowledging Guo Ji's commendable efforts. After speaking, Lu Bian gestured, and Yuan Qingdu protected Tang Ji as Emperor Xian of Han. Lu Xie descended from the carriage. Qingdu, take Tang Ji, your majesty. Diaochan and Kai Yin to the rear residence. The rest of you, follow me to the main hall for a council. Lu Bian had no intention of resting. The allied forces of the lords from Guangdong were encamped outside Hulao Pass. Cao Cao had already returned to Hulao Pass. Should the Guangdong lords discover that the Han Emperor was in Yingchuan, they would undoubtedly mobilize troops to seize him. Lu Bian needed to be thoroughly prepared to confront the lords of Guangdong. For a moment's carelessness could lead to total defeat. Additionally, Yingchuan was a battleground. Having suffered greatly during the Yellow Turban Rebellion at present, the region was in dire need of restoration. Resources, finances, and supplies were of utmost importance. And Lu Bian could not afford the slightest negligence that Yuan Qingdu received his orders and escorted the group into the magistrate's office. Lu Bian also dismounted, commanding the troops to proceed to the training ground in Yangzhai City under the leadership of the deputy commander. Chapter 24. Lu Bian's arrangements in the council chamber of the magistrate's office. Lu Bian took the seat of honor. To his right sat Gao Su, accompanied by Yuan Qingdu, Gao Chong, Zhang Liao, Duan Wei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, forming a distinct ROW. To his left, however, was only the solitary figure of Jia Su. Kai Yong and Wang Yun, being loyal ministers of the Han, naturally did not belong to the staff of the Prince of Hongnong. Therefore, they were not present at this council. Gentlemen, we find ourselves besieged by internal and external turmoil, Lu Bian declared, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Our military is facing shortages of provisions and funds. Hence, the immediate priority is to rectify the taxation system and reassess the arable lands within Yingchuan, though we must reclaim any unowned lands for our military US. It is currently the first month of the year. We must ensure this is completed before the onset of spring, though we cannot afford to delay the planting season. Lu Bian's attention settled on Jia Su. I entrust this matter to you. What say you? Lu Bian was well aware of Jia Su's expertise in strategy and military affairs, yet he was not particularly skilled in internal governance. However, among the civil officials present, Jia Su was the only one capable of taking charge. Jia Su hesitated, saying, Your Highness, I fear I may not be the best candidate for this task, in my earlier travels, I befriended a man from Yingchuan named Chen Ji. Due to the turmoil wrought by the traitor Dong Zhuo, Chen Ji was able to return to his home in Xuchang with my assistance. Might it be better to send a letter of introduction to invite him to assist your highness? At this, Lu Bian's excitement was palpable. Chen Ji, in the Eastern Han era, he is renowned for his virtue and is counted among the 3 worthy gentlemen. However, it is not just Chen Ji's importance that matters. His son, Chen Kun, is a veritable master of internal governance. Moreover, the Chen family hails from a prominent lineage in Yingchuan. With their involvement, we would effectively open the door to recruiting talented individuals from the region. Lu Bian smiled broadly. Excellent. I shall rely on you. When his words concluded, Gao Su stepped forward. Your Highness, I fear we may not have enough time. Worry etched across his handsome features, he solemnly stated. Our military supplies are already insufficient to sustain daily consumption. Should we run out of provisions, there is a grave risk of mutiny. That be why the time Qinji arrives in Yangzhai City and we reallocate the lands. Our forces may very well starve. Gao Su's concerns had long been anticipated by Liu Bian, who maintained a light-hearted demeanor, leaving the martial leaders puzzled. Your Highness, what brings you to laughter? Is Long Gong mistaken? Gao Cheng asked, baffled. Liu Bian replied, not mistaken, rather, I already possess a solution. Suddenly the assembly was enlightened. Gao Cheng eagerly pressed, Your Highness, what is your solution? Liu Bian replied, it is, of course, Cai Yong and Wang Yun, that we simply need to issue a decree requesting the citizens of Yangzhai City to lend us grain, with the promise of returning twofold. In other words, for every gene of grain they lend us, we will return 2 genes by this autumn as harvest. This decree will carry the weight of Cai Yong and Wang Yun's esteemed names as guarantees. In the eyes of the populace, these two are highly respected ministers. With their endorsement, the people will surely rush to lend us their grain. This was one of the reasons Liu Bian had gone to great lengths to bring both Wang Yun and Cai Yong from Luoyang before his departure. Wang Yun was a veteran of 3 reigns, while Cai Yong was widely praised as Cai Zhonglong. With these two as guarantors, Liu Bian had no concerns about the citizens of Yangzhai refusing to lend him grain. Gao Su clasped his hands in reverence, exclaiming, Your Highness's foresight is truly admirable. Liu Bian chuckled nonchalantly and continued, Furthermore, when he, please issue a talent recruitment notice, calling upon all who aspire to aid the Han. The recruitment notice was merely a pretext to demonstrate Liu Bian's commitment to restoring the Han dynasty. True talents, however, would need to be discovered personally by Liu Bian. The issuance of the recruitment notice and the grain decree would occur simultaneously. It would be a laborious task for when he. Jia Su bowed and responded, Your Highness is too kind. Liu Bian appeared to remember something and suddenly snapped his fingers that when he, please seek out someone named Su Shu in Yangzhai City these days. If he cannot be found, then look for another named Su Fu. Inform me once you locate him. I wish to pay a personal visit. Liu Bian, being well-versed in history, knew that Su Shu hailed from Yangzhai and Yingchuan. Although Su Shu did not come from a prestigious family, he was undoubtedly a man of talent, well-versed in military strategy, and a rare asset. Jia Su, of the Jia family of Wuwei, was naturally unfamiliar with someone of Su Shu's humble origins. However, since Liu Bian had made such a request, Jia Su could only comply. Your Highness, with the grain issue resolved, from where shall we procure funds? Jia Su queried. Without military pay, it will be challenging to maintain the army. At that moment, Yuan Qingdu interjected, Your Highness, that is an excellent question. Liu Bian smiled. Indeed, with provisions secured, we must also ensure the availability of finances. The assembly turned their gaze toward Liu Bian, awaiting his response. After a brief pause, Liu Bian stated, I have heard that there remain many remnants of the yellow turbans in the vicinity of Yingyin County and Lining County. These remnants have plundered considerable wealth. I intend to lead an expedition to eradicate the yellow turbans in those areas and seize their amassed fortunes for our own use. Upon hearing of the impending campaign, Gao Cheng's excitement surged. He stepped forward, standing at the center of the council chamber, exclaiming, Your Highness, I request to lead the charge. Liu Bian, however, shook his head, saying, Gao Cheng, I have other plans for you. Your assistance will not be required for the eradication of the yellow turbans at this time. After a slight pause, he continued, Changgong, you shall lead 5,000 of the Guanning Iron Cavalry, while I will command 300 of the Bai Bao Yinhan to mobilize by tomorrow evening. Thanks to rewards obtained from the previous system lottery, the battle-damaged Guanning Iron Cavalry had been replenished and restored to its full strength of 5,000. Gao Su cupped his fists and declared, I accept the command. Gao Cheng, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, Your Highness, you mentioned having other arrangements. What might I do? Observing Gao Cheng's fervent demeanor, Liu Bian could not help but chuckle. Before Liu Bian could respond, Yuan Qingdu interjected, I say, Gao Cheng, even in battle, it is not solely your affair. Do not forget that I, Yuan Qingdu, along with my 3,000 Xiaowu troops, am also present. Zhang Liao, who had remained silent until now, could no longer hold his tongue. Indeed, there are not only 3,000 Xiaowu troops, but also my 10,000 Fei Xiong troops. The glory cannot rest solely with you. Duan Wei, however, remained silent, as if deep in meditation. Liu Bian shot a glance at Duan Wei, but felt no anger. After all, Duan Wei had no established roots under his command and had been forced to surrender. It was understandable that he wished to preserve his 10,000 Shiliang troops. Zhang Liao, on the other hand, was a surrendering general, yet his 10,000 Fei Xiong troops were not his direct command. Therefore, he was eager to achieve merit to prove himself. Lu Bian raised his hand to quell the dispute. Smiling, "You need not quarrel. I have already made arrangements." Chapter 25. Deceiving once more, Lu Bian's gaze fell upon Zhang Liao. He commanded, "When Yuan, you shall lead the 10,000 Fei Xiong troops to camp at Qingshan." Lu Bian discerned that the warlords of the Guangdong army, upon learning of the Han Emperor's presence in Yingchuan, would undoubtedly lead their forces to seize control of the emperor. To hold sway over the emperor was tantamount to wielding power over the Han dynasty itself. These ambitious warlords, in their assault on Dongjue, pursued precisely this objective. Hence, they would certainly not squander such a golden opportunity. The most direct route for the Guangdong warlords to enter Yingchuan from outside Hulao Pass would inevitably traverse Qingshan. When Yuan allowed the vanguard and central army of the Guangdong warlords to pass, focusing his assault on the rear supply lines of the allied forces, Zhang Liao clasped his fists together, declaring loudly, "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall ensure that the Guangdong allied forces come to know my prowess." Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "You shall mobilize in 3 days." Zhang Liao acknowledged his command with a nod. The reasoning behind the 3-day delay was twofold. Firstly, Lu Bian recognized that although the Guangdong allied forces boasted 18 warlords and presented an imposing front under Yuan Shao's leadership, they were, in truth, riddled with discord. Disputes over who would lead and who would trail would ensue. Secondly, preparations for provisions were still necessary. Thus, Lu Bian decreed Zhang Liao would set forth in 3 days. Diaochan, unable to contain his impatience, exclaimed, "Your Highness, you must not show favoritism. My brothers in the White Banner Army and I are eagerly awaiting action." Gao Chang's face was a portrait of anxiety, his eyes reflecting his restless spirit. Lu Bian smiled gently, responding, "Gao Chang, there is no need for haste. I appoint you to lead 5,000 of the White Banner Army in garrison at Yangguan City. Though it is a small town, it lies not far from Yangji City and Qingshan. By positioning your forces there, we will create a flanking maneuver. Once the battle commences, we can support one another and catch the Guangdong allied forces off guard." Well versed in history, Lu Bian was intimately familiar with the terrain of Yingchuan during the late Han period. Gao Chong, filled with excitement, declared, "I accept my orders, as long as I can step onto the battlefield. I shall make the Guangdong allied forces aware of Gao Chong's renown." At that moment, Yuan Qing stepped forward. "Your Highness, both Gao Chong and Wen Yuan have their duties. What role can I undertake?" As another of Lu Bian's generals and the first to pledge allegiance to him, Yuan Cheng was keen not to fall behind. Lu Bian commanded, "Qingdu, I appoint you as the commandant of Yangji City, to lead 3,000 of the Shaoguo army alongside General Duan Wei's 10,000 Dongqing troops to defend Yangji City. During my absence, you and Wen He shall oversee all matters within the city." Duan Wei's 10,000 Shiliang troops had been renamed the Dongqing army upon departing from Luoyang. Thus, when Duan Wei received Lu Bian's orders, he felt a sense of relief, as he would not be required to engage in battle and could safeguard his soldiers. Yuan Cheng, however, appeared somewhat disheartened. "Your Highness, you wish for me only to guard the city." Disappointment was etched across his face. Lu Bian, however, spoke gravely. "Qingdu, Yangji City is of utmost importance. The safety of His Majesty within its walls is paramount. Do not underestimate this responsibility. Should anything go awry in my absence, I shall hold you accountable." Faced with Lu Bian's seriousness, Yuan Qing dared not voice further objections. He quickly clasped his fists and affirmed, "I accept my orders." Content with the arrangements, Lu Bian continued, "Tomorrow morning, we shall resume court proceedings in the governor's office. Although the civil and military officials are absent, we must not neglect the governance of the state." Lu Bian, having hastily extricated Lu Xie from Luoyang, had little time to consider other officials. Nonetheless, he insisted on an early court session, as it was crucial to shift his identity and initiate the first round of appointments for his civil and military advisors. This was essential not only for consolidating support, but also to publicly assert that Emperor Xian was firmly in Lu Bian's grasp, with Lu Bian embodying the authority of the court. After distributing positions among the attendees, Lu Bian inadvertently overlooked Guan and Zhang. Once Lu Bian dismissed the assembly, only Guan and Zhang remained in the conference hall. Lu Bian feigned surprise, inquiring, "Why do the two generals linger?" The pair exchanged glances, with Guan Yu narrowing his eyes to ask, "Your Highness, do you know when my elder brother will arrive at Yangji City?" Zhang Fei, unable to contain himself, added, "Indeed, it has been several days. Yet my brother remains silent. I fear he may have fallen victim to Cao Cao's treachery." Upon hearing this, Lu Bian could not suppress a sigh. He cast a glance at the duo, feigning a sorrowful expression. "I had intended to delay sharing the news with you, but since you have inquired, I must speak the truth that this." Guan and Zhang's anxiety intensified, both stepping forward in unison. "Your Highness, what has transpired?" Lu Bian sighed, adopting a mournful demeanor. "Alas, I have received word that Cao Cao has launched a treacherous attack on Lord Xuanda. His fate is currently unknown." "What?" Guan and Zhang were taken aback, instinctively clenching their fists. Zhang Fei exclaimed angrily, "Your Highness, you assured me that my brother would be safe." He stepped forward, closing the distance to Lu Bian, his murderous intent palpable. Yet, Lu Bian remained steadfast, seemingly unfazed by Zhang Fei's ferocity. "Now that my brother's whereabouts are uncertain, you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall pierce you with 1,000 transparent holes." Lu Bian not only showed no fear, but instead laughed heartily. "Ida, do not be hasty. The Guangdong allied forces are soon to arrive. Rather than directing your fury at me, consider how to avenge Lord Xuanda. If I were in your position, I would volunteer to engage the Guangdong allied forces myself." Zhang Fei was momentarily rendered speechless by this retort. Meanwhile, Guan Yu snorted coldly, saying, "Your Highness, do you not bear any responsibility? If you had not sent my brother on some military errand, he would not be in danger." Lu Bian shrugged, feigning helplessness. "Yun Chang, as a scion of the Han royal family, it is only natural for Lord Xuanda to contribute to the Han court." Guan Yu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. In terms of eloquence, he and Zhang Fei could not match Lu Bian. Lu Bian grinned. "How about this? Why don't you both pledge your loyalty to me first? Together, we can confront the Guangdong allied forces and avenge Lord Xuanda." Lu Bian was fully aware that Liu Bei was still alive, concealed within Gongsun Zan's ranks. Yet his motive was to draw Guan and Zhang into his fold, that if one attempt at utilizing them failed, he would simply try again. Moreover, if Guan and Zhang agreed to ally with him, it would trigger the rewards from the collection system. Chapter 26. The wise minister Feng Xiao, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei exchanged glances, seemingly recognizing that their only course of action, aside from temporarily serving Lu Bian and avenging their elder brother, was limited. Zhang Fei spoke with a firm tone. "Your Highness, I have but one demand. We must be the ones to slay that scoundrel Cao Cao. Otherwise, my brother and I will surely leave and seek another ally." Guan Yu remained silent, yet he slowly nodded in agreement. Lu Bian's heart swelled with joy, his blood surging with excitement. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, two formidable warriors from the late Han and Three Kingdoms period, were now temporarily under his command. Even if their allegiance had an expiration date, the mere thought was exhilarating. Lu Bian, brimming with anticipation, maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. "Yun Chang, Ida, I promise you, I will assist you in avenging Lord Xuanda. Once we capture Chaomingda, I shall deliver him to you for your judgment." Upon hearing Lu Bian's words, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei instinctively exchanged glances before simultaneously clasping their fists in salute. "But we pay our respects to your Highness, the Prince of Hongnong," they proclaimed in unison. Lu Bian could not help but chuckle inwardly. Had Guan and Zhang not been present, he might have danced with joy. "Quickly, there is no need for formalities," Lu Bian urged. "Ding, congratulations to the host. Collection of the renowned General Guan Yu successful." "Ding, congratulations to the host. Collection of the renowned General Zhang Fei successful." "Ding, congratulations to the host. 2 lottery chances awarded." Lu Bian was overwhelmed with joy. Having recruited 2 formidable generals and received 2 lottery chances was simply delightful. "Ahem, Yun Chang, Ida, you may return for now. When the time comes to deploy, I shall certainly summon you both." Eager to partake in the lottery, Lu Bian sought to send Guan and Zhang on their way. The duo nodded in agreement and departed the conference hall. Once they had left, Lu Bian promptly summoned the system. "System, quickly, let me proceed with the lottery." Lu Bian rubbed his hands together in anticipation, his expression akin to that of a newlywed groom, filled with eagerness and hope. Ding! Initiating the first lottery, a radiant light enveloped Lu Bian, followed by the system's announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have acquired the historical minister Fang Xiao. Fang Xinling. Lu Bian pinched his thigh with considerable force, the sharp pain causing him to grimace. Fang Xinling, one of the 24 founding ministers of Lingyan Pavilion, reputed for his strategic acumen, was renowned as one of the 4 great wise officials of the Tang dynasty. My goodness, this is akin to being offered a pillow when one is already drowsy. In comparison to Fang Xinling, Chen Kun suddenly seemed far less appealing. With Fang Xinling present, the management of internal affairs would surely be a breeze. More importantly, Fang Xinling was not only exceptional in domestic governance, but also a master of strategy. He was undoubtedly the chief strategist for Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. Lu Bian was filled with exhilaration. His emotions were akin to those experienced on a thrilling roller coaster, the only difference being that Lu Bian remained at the pinnacle and had never descended into a trough. Initially, he had recruited Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Although temporary, a good beginning is indeed half the battle won. Then, through the system's lottery, he had obtained the historical minister, Fang Xinling, one of the 4 great wise officials of the Tang dynasty. Lu Bian felt an overwhelming desire to sing a joyful tune. For today, the common people were truly delighted. Hurry, hurry, let Fang Xinling come to meet me. Lu Bian exclaimed with excitement that a flash of light appeared, and within the council chamber stood a distinguished middle-aged man. Clad in a scholar's robe, sporting a goatee and adorned with a jade pendant, exuding an air of dignity that I am Fang Xinling, paying my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Hongnong. His steady voice compelled Lu Bian's gaze to fixate on Fang Xinling. Lu Bian, disregarding any notions of propriety, promptly rose and strode to Fang Xuanling's side. There is no need for excessive formalities, Xinling. Please be at ease. Lu Bian extended his hands to support Fang Xuanling's arms. It is truly my honor to have your assistance, Xinling. Lu Bian could not help but express his heartfelt sentiments. Fang Xinling smiled and replied, To serve your highness is indeed my honor. Lu Bian clapped Fang Xuanling's shoulder with vigor. You are too modest, Xinling. With your support, I shall not hold back. At present, our army has just entered Yangdi City, and there is much to be done that I hereby appoint you as the governor of Yingchuan, responsible for the administration of the region. You shall have full authority over all domestic affairs, regardless of their scale. Fang Xuanling's expression immediately transformed into one of gratitude as he hastily cupped his hands, exclaiming, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your highness's trust. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to convey the series of orders he had just issued, along with the current situation, to Fang Xinling. Fang Xinling marveled. Your highness's strategy of leveraging the renown of Cai Yong and Wang Yun to procure grain from the populace is indeed a masterstroke. In doing so, our army will swiftly acquire a substantial supply of provisions, ensuring a smooth logistical operation. Hearing Fang Xuanling's praise, Lu Bian felt a swell of pride. Indeed, Xinling, the situation of our army is just as you described, that I entrust all administrative matters to you. Fang Xinling responded. I shall dutifully adhere to your highness's directives. Lu Bian secretly contemplated placing Fang Xinling at the helm of domestic governance. Even with the acquisition of Chunji and the Chun father-son duo, they could assist Fang Xinling in managing the affairs within Yingchuan. After exchanging a few more words, Fang Xinling departed from the council chamber. Soon after, Lu Bian's decree appointing Fang Xinling as governor of Yingchuan was disseminated. Having completed these tasks, Lu Bian activated the system once more. System, I have one more opportunity for a lottery. Please proceed with the draw. Ding. The second lottery commenced. A flash of light revealed 4 cards in Lu Bian's mind. Ding, please choose one card from the 4 as your reward. Lu Bian rolled his eyes. While the system had many merits, its lottery method was rather inconsistent. However, this unpredictability also heightened Lu Bian's anticipation. The more uncertain the matter, the greater the challenge. Observing the 4 cards, Lu Bian selected the 3rd one on the left. This one will do. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5,000 ordinary sword and shield soldiers, spearmen, and archers. Ding. The ordinary sword and shield soldiers, spearmen, and archers have assembled in the training grounds. Although Lu Bian did not exhibit overwhelming excitement, he was nonetheless pleased. While these ordinary troops might not possess the valor of historically renowned armies, they could certainly supplement his forces and assist in various tasks. Although this reward was modest, it was better than nothing. Lu Bian stowed away the system and then rose, leaving the council chamber. Heading towards the inner residence where he would find Tang Ji, Kai Yin, and Diaochan particularly. Kai Yin was a true gem. Kai Yin was a renowned, talented woman from the late Han to the Three Kingdoms period. Well-versed in music, calligraphy, and literature, that if he could not make good use of Kai Yin, it would be akin to possessing a treasure mountain, yet being unable to utilize it in this chaotic era. The number of educated individuals was dwindling, that if he could establish a school, it might attract more common folk to seek refuge under his banner. After all, one who wins the hearts of the people holds the world. This underscores the importance of the populist. As Lu Bian approached the inner residence, before even entering the room, he heard the melodious laughter of the three women. His Highness was not like this before. I don't know why, but that day in Zhantiang Pavilion, it felt as though he had become a different person. Clad in a light yellow long dress, Tang Ji rested her chin on her hand. Her large, watery eyes blinking, reminiscent of the great heroes and champions she had once imagined. Those who bravely stepped forward in times of peril to rescue the helpless from disaster. Kai Yin added softly. Indeed, as the lady mentioned, His Highness's display of wisdom and courage along this journey has far surpassed the public's perception of him. Beside them, Diaochan blinked her starry eyes, her innocent smile beaming. Yes, I feel it too. It seems that as long as His Highness is present, no problem is insurmountable. The three women engaged in lively conversation, their words brimming with admiration and respect for Lu Bian. Having said so much, have you considered marrying into the royal household? Tang Ji quipped with a mischievous smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with cunning. Kai Yin and Diaochan both flushed crimson before they could respond. Lu Bian happened to walk by the door and, upon hearing Tang Ji's comment, quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. Feigning a cough, Lu Bian stepped into the room. Goodness gracious! What would happen if Kai Yin and Diaochan expressed their desire? Would I marry or not? Upon seeing Lu Bian enter, Kai Yin and Diaochan's lovely faces turned even redder. That we have met His Highness, the Prince of Hongnong, they said, both rising to pay their respects. Lu Bian gestured for them to remain seated, indicating that they need not be overly formal. That my lord, you have arrived, Tang Ji exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Lu Bian. Lu Bian affectionately regarded Tang Ji, extending his arms to embrace her. What were you discussing that brought such merriment? Lu Bian inquired. Feigning ignorance, he posed the question to avoid leaving a poor impression of eavesdropping. Tang Ji replied with a smile, I was asking them if they would like to marry His Highness. At this, Kai Yin and Diaochan's faces flushed an even deeper shade of red, reaching their ears. Lu Bian chuckled awkwardly, swiftly redirecting the topic. Now is not the time for personal matters. Let us set romantic feelings aside until the nation is stable. Upon hearing this, Kai Yin and Diaochan felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. The two women gazed at Lu Bian, silently wondering if they were not exceptional enough to pique the interest of the Prince of Hongnong. Just then, Lu Bian pulled Tang Ji down to sit beside him. You both should take a seat as well. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing Lu Bian's invitation, Kai Yin and Diaochan promptly sat down. However, they could not help but feel envious as they observed the closeness between Tang Ji and Lu Bian. Your Highness, is there anything we can assist you with? Kai Yin was the first to respond, striving to compose herself before inquiring. Lu Bian smiled. I have long heard of Kai Zhonglong's daughter being well-versed in music, literature, and calligraphy. Did I tee the mention of this? A hint of pride flashed across Kai Yan's delicate face. She slightly lifted her chin, saying, Your Highness flatters me. I am not as proficient as you claim, merely a novice. Though Kai Yin was modest, her subtly proud demeanor spoke volumes. Lu Bian replied with a smile. Wen Ji, you are being too humble. That I intend to establish a government-sponsored school and would be honored if you would serve as the headmaster. Would you be willing? Serve as headmaster. Kai Yin was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment that in this era of the late Eastern Han. Even though Kai Yin was knowledgeable, she was still a woman that in a society that favored men over women. A woman serving as a headmaster was an unimaginable prospect. That might not be appropriate, Kai Yin said, her lips parting in surprise. That I believe my father would be a more suitable candidate. Kai Yan's first instinct was to decline. Lu Bian chuckled. What could possibly be inappropriate? Wenji, your erudition undoubtedly qualifies you as a headmaster. Kai Zhonglong is indeed talented and a more fitting choice. However, the venerable Kai Zhonglong is advanced in years, and I cannot bear to impose further burdens upon him. Therefore, I have rather abruptly proposed that Wenji assume the role of the master of the academy. Historically, Kai Yong lived only until the year 192 AD, and at present, it is already the first month of 190 AD. This implies that, barring any extraordinary circumstances, Kai Yong is likely to pass away in 2 years. Of course, in history, Kai Yong met his demise while imprisoned. Kai Yin bit her crimson lip, feeling both exhilaration and trepidation. Can I truly manage this? Lu Bian responded with a hearty laugh, nodding affirmatively. Of course you can, Wenji. Your vast knowledge and graceful demeanor will surely attract many students to the academy. Moreover, having a female master is an unprecedented occurrence throughout history. If you, Wenji, can join the academy, it will herald the dawn of a new era. Lu Bian paused for a moment before continuing his persuasive discourse. Furthermore, women can match men in prowess. Who says that females are inferior to males? Lu Bian's final remark ignited a fervor within Kai Yin. Being well-versed in knowledge, she naturally understood the essence of that statement. Though she is a woman, this declaration ignited a passionate spirit within her. Very well. Since your highness does not find it objectionable, I am willing to contribute my humble efforts. With a resounding clap, Lu Bian exclaimed, Excellent. Then it is settled. The official academy shall be named Taishue. Wenji, I entrust you with the organization of Taishue's establishment. Kai Yin softly replied. Wenji shall obey. As soon as her words fell, Diaochan, resting her chin on her hand, inquired, Your Highness, what can I do? Tang Ji, standing nearby, also gently asked, Indeed, Your Highness, that if Sister Wenji has her duties, what tasks are there for me and Sister Diaochan? The 3 young women were of similar age, and their daily companionship had already forged a close bond among them. Witnessing Kai Yin becoming the master of Taishue, Tang Ji and Diaochan could hardly contain their excitement. Lu Bian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Tang Ji's father is the governor of Kuaiji, Tang Zhao. Thus Tang Ji has been well educated since childhood, as for Diaochan. Under Wang Yun's deliberate tutelage, she is proficient in various arts including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, since Kai Yin is to be the master. Tang Ji and Diaochan could also serve as instructors. Lu Bian smiled and proposed, How about this? The 3 of you shall collectively serve as masters of Taishue. Let Kai Zhonglong be the headmaster. Lu Bian arranged this because Kai Yong's reputation would undoubtedly attract numerous students to Taishue. Moreover, many scholars of great talent would come to Taishue to learn and exchange ideas with Kai Yong. Thus, Taishue's fame would swiftly spread to every corner of the Han realm. Hooray! The 3 young women cheered in unison. That moment, a servant's voice was heard from outside. Your Highness, the governor of Yingchuan, Fang Xianling and the military advisor, Jia Su, request an audience with you. Chapter 28. Successful grain borrowing. Lu Bian's spirit stirred. He waved his hand and commanded, Let them in. Upon Lu Bian's order, the servant promptly turned and left. Shortly thereafter, Fang Xianling and Jia Su entered the room. Fang Xianling, pay my respects to your highness. Jia Su, pay my respects to your highness. The 2 simultaneously clasped their fists and bowed respectfully to Lu Bian. Lu Bian raised his hand with a smile, saying, There is no need for such formalities. You 2 have come to see me. Surely you bring good news, observing the joyful expressions on their faces. Lu Bian surmised that there must be favorable tidings. Fang Xianling replied, Your Highness, you truly possess a remarkable intuition. Just a few hours after the grain requisition order was issued, our army has already borrowed 500 shur of grain from the citizens of Yangdi City. 500 shur of grain? Given the recent turmoil of the Yellow Turbans and the ensuing chaos among the warlords, managing to borrow 500 shur from the citizens of Yangdi City is no small feat. In the late Han period, 30 jin constituted a jun, and 4 jun made 1 shur. This means that 1 shur equates to precisely 120 jin. Therefore, 500 shur amounts to a substantial 60,000 jin of grain. This grain is precisely what Lu Bian's forces require in their hour of need. With a resounding clap, Lu Bian exclaimed excitedly, Well done. Xianling Wenhe, have you recorded the details of the grain borrowing? Fang Xinling responded, reporting to your highness. Wenhe and I have meticulously documented everything, ensuring absolute accuracy. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction. That is excellent. Since this is a loan, we must ensure timely repayment. Earning the trust of the people is paramount to instilling confidence in them. Lu Bian's strategy of utilizing the reputations of Cai Yong and Wang Yun to secure grain is the first step, while establishing Taixue with the knowledge of Cai Yin and Diaochan serves as the second. Lu Bian aims to gradually restore the tarnished reputation of the Han dynasty, regaining the people's unwavering faith. Fang Xinling frowned slightly, but he spread his hands, expressing a hint of helplessness. Your Highness, repaying this debt may prove to be quite challenging. Your requisition order states that we must repay double the amount borrowed, that in other words, for 500 shur of grain, we must return a full 1,000 shur. Fang Xinling grimaced at this daunting figure. I have just conducted a rough examination of the registered fields in Yingchuan County from last year. Even accounting for fertile, ordinary, and inferior lands, it is unlikely that such a quantity of grain could be produced within a year. During these tumultuous times, the populace has been displaced, and there is a significant shortage of labor. Consequently, while there may be many fields, there are few hands to till them. Additionally, with some land left fallow and others rendered barren by salinity. Relying solely on Yingchuan County to produce 5,000 shur of grain indeed poses a considerable challenge. Lu Bian snapped his fingers confidently, smiling. Xinling, you need not worry about this. Simply ensure that the fields within Yingchuan are recorded according to their quality. Fertile, ordinary, and inferior. All unclaimed land shall be appropriated for governmental use at the onset of spring. We shall organize idle officials and soldiers to cultivate the fields, while also recruiting homeless refugees from Yingchuan County to participate in the farming efforts. The grain consumed by the refugees shall be documented, and we shall deduct their portions from their entitled shares in the autumn. Fang Xinling understood the plan, but the scope of work was daunting. If relying solely on himself, it would be utterly unfeasible. Fang Xinling wore a troubled expression, hesitating to speak. Lu Bian noticed Fang Xuanling's distress and understood his thoughts. Xinling, you need not fret that I have already instructed Wenhe to draft a letter requesting assistance for you. Lu Bian spoke as he shifted his gaze to Jiasu. Wenhe, has the letter to Qinji been dispatched? Lu Bian inquired. Jiasu clasped his hands in affirmation. Your Highness, rest assured. Give him my rapport with Qinji. He will undoubtedly oblige. Moreover, I have heard that Qinji's son, Qin Kun, is quite talented. Once they arrive, they will assist Governor Fang, and the governance of Yingchuan will be secure. Upon hearing Lu Bian and Jiasu's words, Fang Xinling finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that your Highness had already anticipated my concerns, leaving me fretful over the completion of your directives. Lu Bian then shared the plan to establish Taixue and appoint Cai Yin, Diaochan, and Tang Ji as masters with the two men. Fang Xinling and Jiasu were both astonished by this revelation. Jiasu exclaimed, Your Highness, you dare to do what others would not. Truly, you are a remarkable man. Fang Xinling also praised. Employing women as masters, Your Highness, you have indeed set a precedent throughout history. Lu Bian smiled with pride. This endeavor will require your assistance, Xinling, in overseeing Wenji's efforts. Fang Xinling bowed in agreement. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall exert my utmost efforts. After conversing for some time longer, Lu Bian finally bid farewell to Fang Xinling and Jiasu outside the gates of Hulao Pass. The warlords once again gathered in the command tent. Mengde inquired, Has His Majesty arrived in Yingchuan County? The seemingly dubious Yuan Shao gazed at Cao Cao from the main seat. Cao Cao squinted, letting out a cold laugh. Did Ben Chu still need to inquire? Have not all of you dispatched your troops to await His Majesty beyond Xinyuan Pass? Should you encounter His Majesty, I fear you would be at each other's throats. Cao Cao's expression was one of icy severity. Standing beside him, the brothers Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan cast sharp glances at every warlord present. Cao Cao's resentment ran deep. On that day at Xinyuan Pass, Fan Chou had seized the opportunity to ambush him. Despite the other warlords being concealed in the woods, not a single one had come to his aid. This had resulted in significant losses for Cao Cao's forces, with 2,000 soldiers lost. To protect Cao Cao during the breakout, both Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan had sustained injuries as well. The warlords felt their faces flush with embarrassment, having been publicly exposed by Cao Cao. Yuan Shao cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, since His Majesty is already in Yingchuan County. We should advance southward to Yingchuan, welcome His Majesty back, and then engage in a decisive battle against the traitor Dong, restoring the old capital and reinstating the court. Cao Cao scoffed. I initially harbored such thoughts, but I fear that the Prince of Hongnong may not share the same sentiments. Cao Cao was inwardly seething with anger, reflecting that had he not fallen into Liu Bian's trap, the Cao army would not have suffered such grievous losses. He lamented his previous underestimation of Liu Bian and his gullibility towards Liu Bian's deceptions. Yuan Shao, with a glint in his eye, inquired, "Oh, what does Mengda mean by this?" Cao Cao recounted in detail the events that transpired between him and Liu Bian before the gathered lords. In conclusion, he did not forget to direct his ire towards Liu Bei, suggesting that Liu Xianda was likely colluding secretly with Wang Hongnong. Liu Bei's expression darkened instantly. Cao Mengda, do not slander me unjustly. I too was kept in the dark. Yuan Shao, playing the peacemaker, chuckled. Enough of this bickering that it cannot be allowed for Wang Hongnong to manipulate His Majesty. Our purpose in opposing Dong Zhuo is to assist the current emperor and safeguard the Han dynasty. Yuan Shao's words, though grandiloquent, concealed malevolent intentions that I wonder which of you noble lords is willing to take the lead and venture to Yingchuan to bring back His Majesty. Chapter 29. The Regent. Yuan Shao's voice echoed in the tent, yet no one responded. All the lords fell into a contemplative silence. Yuan Shao's gaze swept over them, his frustration mounting. Each lord harbored their own thoughts. Calculating their own gains, the vanguard meant facing potential dangers first, and none wished to be the one to stick their neck out. Yuan Shao proclaimed loudly, whoever takes on the role of vanguard will be rewarded with 3,000 stone of provisions. Yuan Shao, grinding his teeth, reluctantly offered this amount. However, 3,000 stones of provisions held little allure for the various lords. Yuan Shao's countenance darkened, his eyes flitting restlessly. He bit his teeth again and declared, 5,000 stones of provisions. Who will take the lead? As soon as Yuan Shao's words fell, Sun Jian, the governor of Changsha, stood up. Sun Jian was robust and tall, with a full beard and bronze skin, exuding a powerful demeanor. That he wore dark armor and a wide-bladed sword hung at his waist, with prominent white tassels adorning his helmet. Sun Jian had thick eyebrows and large eyes, appearing quite the honest man. Yet he was anything but. Historically, Sun Jian was the first to charge into Luoyang, seizing the imperial seal and feigning illness to return to Jiangdong. Changsha, located in Jingzhou, had a relatively abundant grain yield and had not been significantly affected by the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Thus, compared to regions like Yenzhou and Yuzhou, which were ravaged by war, Changsha appeared considerably prosperous. Nevertheless, 5,000 stones of grain were still a considerable temptation for Sun Jian's forces. Who would refuse such bountiful provisions? Just then, Gong Sunzan also stood up. Gong Sunzan wore an iron helmet with a tiger's head emblem in the center. Though he was lean and aged, it was evident he had been quite handsome in his youth. Gong Sunzan clasped his fists and said, "Since our army joined the coalition, we have yet to achieve anything significant. Let us take on this task. My White Horse Company is swift as the wind, perfectly suited for the vanguard." At this time, Gong Sunzan was not yet the inspector of Yuzhou, merely the governor of Beiping. 5,000 stones of provisions were equally enticing to him. Clap. Yuan Shao suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Excellent! It is rare to see Wen Tai and Bo Gei so eager. I hereby appoint you both as left and right vanguards. Whoever first brings back His Majesty will receive the 5,000 stones of provisions." Yuan Shao secretly rejoiced. With two fierce tigers, Sun Jian and Gong Sunzan, as vanguards, retrieving the Han Emperor would be an effortless task. Moreover, with the incentive of 5,000 stones of provisions, he was not concerned about their lack of effort. As they were in competition with each other, he would merely need to reap the benefits of their labor. After determining the vanguard, Yuan Shao issued another command. "Lords, let us unite to restore the Han dynasty. We shall march forth immediately to Yingchuan to bring back His Majesty." The assembly clasped their fists and replied in unison, "We take our leave." The coalition of lords from the east set out under the starry night, advancing robustly towards Yingchuan. Meanwhile, in Yangdi city of Yingchuan, Liu Bian was engaged in a game of chess with Zhou Gong. Upon awakening, he found the day had already dawned. Glancing at the sleeping Tang Ji beside him, curled up adorably, Lu Bian could not resist leaning down to plant a kiss on her delicate cheek. The previous night had been rather excessive. Even he found it somewhat overwhelming. However, recalling the need to attend court that day, Lu Bian hastily rose from bed. After dressing, he departed his chamber and made his way to the government office in Yangdi City. Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xie, Kai Yong, Wang Yun, and others had already convened in the council hall. Upon seeing Lu Bian enter, the others, aside from Lu Xie, immediately approached to greet him that we pay our respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Hongnong. The assembly greeted Lu Bian in unison. Lu Bian smiled and replied, "Good morning, everyone. I am a bit late. We may commence the court session." Though termed a court session, it resembled more of a gathering for discussion, lacking civil and military officials, eunuchs, or the imperial guards. Everything seemed rather rudimentary. "Your Majesty, today's court session is somewhat modest due to the haste of circumstances. I hope you will not hold it against us." Lu Bian stood at the forefront, cupping his hands in salute to Emperor Xian. Lu Xie, donned in his ceremonial attire, had his jade crown slightly swaying. "Brother, it is of no consequence. To escape from Dong the thief's clutches is already a stroke of great fortune that I hereby appoint you as Chancellor and Grand General, granting you authority equal to that of the three excellencies. You shall oversee all affairs of state." Ultimately, Lu Xie was still but a child of 6 or 7 years. Entrusting him with such responsibilities was nothing short of a jest. However, at this juncture, Wang Yun interjected, "Your Majesty, though you are young, you should still preside over state affairs and wield power. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Hongnong, and I can assist you from the sidelines." Wang Yun, while believing Lu Bian could restore the Han dynasty, did not wish to see Lu Bian seize power, relegating Emperor Lu Xie to a mere puppet. More importantly, if Lu Bian were to take control, Wang Yun, a veteran of 3 reigns, would find himself sidelined. Ultimately, Wang Yun was unwilling to submit to Dong Zhuo, desiring to maintain control over state affairs. Lu Bian's eyelids twitched violently, thinking that Wang Yun was truly insufferable. He must find an opportunity to remove him in the future. Lu Xie, however, shook his head and said, "No, I am still quite young. All matters of state shall be entrusted to my brother." Upon hearing Lu Xie's words, Wang Yun could only pout, refraining from further comment. At that moment, Jia Su suddenly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, should His Royal Highness the Prince of Hongnong take command, he may be aptly titled regent that I have observed in ancient texts that during the Western Zhou, the Duke of Zhou served as regent. The Duke of Zhou is renowned for his loyalty and patriotism, having restored the state. Therefore, it would be fitting to appoint His Royal Highness the Prince of Hongnong as regent." Aligning title with reality, Fang Xianling also stepped forward, asserting, "Your Majesty, I concur." A group of military generals led by Gao Su echoed their agreement loudly. "Your Majesty, we concur." Kai Yong, stroking his goat beard, leisurely remarked, "Your Majesty, I too concur." Kai Yong understood well that whoever could restore the Han dynasty would be his sovereign in heart. Presently, with Lu Bian's rise, though lacking the imperial title, he wielded significant power. Thus, Kai Yong naturally aligned himself with Lu Bian. Lu Xie slowly nodded, stating, "Since all you ministers have spoken so, I shall appoint my brother as regent, overseeing all matters of state and military affairs." This move by Lu Xie effectively rendered himself a complete puppet. However, for Lu Xie, a child of 6 or 7, this was indeed the wisest choice. Lu Bian did not decline. The title of regent perfectly aligned with his aspirations, far more melodious than that of Prince of Hongnong. "Grateful for your Majesty's and your esteemed minister's trust, I shall not refuse. I accept the decree." The assembly proclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness, the Regent." In this inaugural court session of the Han Dynasty, Lu Bian successfully ascended to the position of regent, overseeing the crucial military and political affairs of the realm. Chapter 30. Bestowing titles to ministers. Lu Bian transformed from the Prince of Hongnong into the regent. Historically, the illustrious regents included not only the Duke of Zhou, but also Wang Mang of the Xian dynasty and Dorgan of the Qing dynasty. Some usurped power, while others barely had time to do so. For Lu Bian, becoming regent brought him one step closer to the imperial throne. Having taken control of state affairs, Lu Bian naturally acquired absolute authority. Lu Bian spoke. In this turbulent time, the emperor is obscured. The capital, Luoyang, lies far in the Sili region. We shall temporarily establish our capital in Yangdi City. The assembly clasped their hands in agreement, though Wang Yun felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Lu Bian continued. Fang Xianling, heed my command. Fang Xianling stepped forward, that I am here. Lu Bian instructed, I appoint you as Minister of Personnel, overseeing the affairs of the Shofu, concurrently serving as the governor of Yingchuan, to assist me in managing state matters. The term Xiaofu refers to a historical institution responsible for managing the royal family's private finances and domestic affairs, alongside the roles of the Shizhong and Zongchengshi. It served as a close aid to the emperor, that I end this arrangement by Lu Bian. It is akin to entrusting Fang Xianling with both the administration of state affairs and the care of Emperor Xian. Lu Xie, Fang Xianling declared loudly, I shall faithfully adhere to the regent's will. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction. To Lu Bian, Fang Xianling was reminiscent of Sun Yu's role for Cao Cao in history. Both were pivotal in overseeing affairs from the rear. The distinction, however, lay in Fang Xianling's unwavering loyalty to Lu Bian alone, while Sun Yu was loyal to the Han dynasty. Lu Bian then directed his gaze towards Jia Su. When I heed my command, he proclaimed. Jia Su promptly stepped forward, responding respectfully, I am here, and the regent may command me. Lu Bian issued his decree. I appoint you as the chief clerk of the Grand General's office and a military advisor, to partake in significant military matters. After placing Fang Xianling by Lu Xie's side, Lu Bian incorporated Jia Su into the Grand General's office. However, Jia Su was not a versatile talent. Thus, Lu Bian refrained from bestowing upon him the position of acting head of the Grand General's office. Lu Bian contemplated that once he found a more capable individual, he would assign that role accordingly. Jia Su expressed his gratitude to Lu Bian before stepping aside. Lu Bian continued, issuing further appointments. I appoint Gao Su as the general of Pingdong, commanding 5,000 Guanning cavalry. I appoint Gao Chong as the general of Pingbei, overseeing 5,000 White Banner troops. I appoint Yuan Qingdu as the Zhonglong general of Hubin, commanding 3,000 Xiongwa troops, to guard the office in peacetime and respond to orders in wartime. Lu Bian assigned distinct roles to the three formidable generals rewarded by the system. Yuan Qingdu possessed exceptional combat prowess, and the 3,000 Xiongwa troops were elite heavy infantry, albeit with limited mobility. Therefore, he was perfectly suited as the emperor's personal guard. Gao Su and Gao Chong, on the other hand, were both experienced in warfare and adept at commanding troops, making them well-suited for external campaigns. The three, Gao Su, Gao Chong, and Yuan Qingdu, stood in unison, clasping their fists and exclaiming with fervor, We accept the command. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Zhang Liao. Wen Yuan, heed my command. I appoint you as the military officer of the detached division, subordinate to the Grand General's office, commanding an army of 10,000 of additionally, the Fei Xiong army under Wen Yuan shall be renamed the Fei Ying army. Zhang Liao expressed his gratitude to Lu Bian before returning to his position. Lu Bian then stated, Zhongming, heed my command. I appoint you as the general of valiant might, commanding an army of 10,000 from Dongcheng. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, heed my command. You two brothers are to be designated as the generals of Tiger Might and Tiger Fury, subordinate to the Grand General's office, and shall not command troops for the time being. Lu Bian's reasoning for this arrangement stemmed from the fact that Guan and Zhang had been persuaded to join. They were still unaware that Liu Bei was not dead, and once news of Liu Bei's survival reached them, it would be difficult for Lu Bian to retain their allegiance. Therefore, before Liu Bei's demise, Lu Bian needed to find a way to stabilize Guan and Zhang. After the appointments were concluded, Lu Bian finally fixed his gaze upon Cai Yong. Zhonglong, I plan to establish an official Taishua Academy. How about I appoint you as the dean of the academy? You wouldn't mind, would you? Cai Yong chuckled and replied, My daughter mentioned this matter to me upon her return yesterday. The regent's establishment of the Taishua Academy is truly a blessing for the people. How could I possibly refuse? Satisfied with such a response, Lu Bian nodded approvingly. With matters settled, Lu Bian was ready to implement his subsequent plans. Everyone, from now on, let us proceed according to the plan established yesterday. Each of you shall fulfill your duties to collectively support the Han dynasty. Lu Bian's voice resonated powerfully within the not-so-emptied council hall. With utmost respect, we shall obey the regent's orders. The assembly replied in unison, as the crowd dispersed. Following the plan set forth the previous day, Zhang Liao led his troops toward Qingshan, while Gao Chong marched towards Yangwan City. Yuan Qingdu, along with Jia Su, Duan Wei, and Feng Xianling, remained stationed in Yangdi City, while Liu Bian himself took 300 elite Yanhan guards, accompanied by Gao Su, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, to lead 5,000 Guanning cavalry towards Yingyin County and Yingchuan Commandery. Liu Bian's intention in bringing along Guan and Zhang was to prevent them from receiving any news concerning Liu Bei. Their presence would also expedite the conclusion of the conflict, Your Highness. We are approximately 10 miles away from the outskirts of Fanshu Village in Yingyin County. According to our scouts, there are over 5,000 yellow turban bandits stationed there, led by a general who calls himself Liu Bai. Liu Bai, Liu Bian pondered, recalling that historically, Liu Bai and another yellow turban named Gong Du were staunchly anti-Chao. These two had caused considerable trouble for Cao Cao in the regions of Yingchuan and Runan, and could be considered half-loyal subjects of the Han dynasty. If Liu Bai could be persuaded to join his ranks, even as a minor officer or vanguard commander, it would not be a poor outcome. Liu Bian inquired, "What are your thoughts, Chang Gong?" "Feel free to share." Upon hearing Liu Bian's words, Zhang Fei interjected with a laugh, "Your Highness, why complicate matters? I've slain my fair share of these yellow turban bandits before. They are nothing but a rabble, easily vanquished, that I suggest we charge straight in, attacking from both sides, and in no time, we'll leave them not a single soldier standing." Guan Yu also scoffed, declaring with pride, "Third brother speaks the truth. The remnants of the yellow turbans are of no consequence. Your Highness need not exercise such caution. Are you perhaps intimidated?" Liu Bian chuckled softly that he had little regard for Elbu, let alone the likes of Liu Bai. However, the situation near Yingyin County was rather complex, not as straightforward as Guan and Zhang envisioned at that moment. Gao Su chimed in, "The two generals are perhaps oversimplifying the matter. Besides Liu Bai's yellow turban forces in Fanshu village, there are several other yellow turban factions nearby, less than 3 miles from the village, which could coordinate their efforts. That we must employ strategy or conduct a surprise attack. An all-out assault is out of the question. The best course of action is to eliminate them one by one. Should they unite against us, no matter how formidable our combat prowess, we would find ourselves mired in a quagmire. After all, Your Highness seeks swift resolution, not protracted conflict. Once we deal with the yellow turban remnants and seize their wealth, we must still confront the coalition of the 18 warlords." Chapter 31. 100 paces away, clearing the yellow turban remnants around Yingyin County was merely a small segment of Liu Bian's grander scheme. Firstly, it would stabilize the internal security of Yingchuan Commandery. Secondly, it would allow them to seize the valuables and treasures plundered by the yellow turbans. The larger objective, however, was to confront the coalition from the east. The reason for addressing the yellow turbans was not solely due to Liu Bian's financial constraints. What to do when funds are low? Why, eliminate bandits and seize their riches for oneself. This could be viewed as repaying them in kind. After hearing Gao Su's insightful remarks, Liu Bian could not help but smile in satisfaction. Chang Gong is indeed correct. Pray tell, do you have any further strategies? Liu Bian inquired once more. Gao Su, known as the renowned general of Lianling in history, despite not being one of the 64 generals enshrined in the temple of King Wuqing, had his own merits that could not be overlooked. Gao Su replied, "I do have a few strategies in mind, though they may be somewhat risky." Liu Bian's interest piqued, and he urged, "Chang Gong, do share." Gao Su cleared his throat and continued, "Your Highness, while the yellow turban forces may appear ferocious, they are, in reality, like startled birds. Their defenses are remarkably stringent. Any slight disturbance will alert them that I propose that with your 300 elite Yanhan guards, you create a ruckus at the eastern entrance of the village. Upon seeing that your forces are small in number, they will surely underestimate you. I am convinced they will send troops to launch an assault. Meanwhile, I, along with Generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, will lead our forces to the western entrance of the village. Just as the yellow turbans pursue you and your 300 guards, we will silently infiltrate from the west. This strategy will undoubtedly lead to a decisive victory over the yellow turban remnants. Once we breach this stronghold, taking down the other yellow turban positions will be a mere formality." Feeling a bit bashful, Gao Su rubbed his hands together, his handsome face betraying a hint of awkwardness. "However, this plan may be a bit too risky for your highness, that if you are unwilling, I am also prepared to lead the 300 elite Yanhan guards to draw the attention of the yellow turban remnants. With a resounding clap, Lu Bian could not contain his excitement. Excellent strategy, Chong Gong. A clever ruse to mislead the enemy. I knew I had not misjudged you. Lu Bian flicked his head back with flair and laughed. They are but yellow turban remnants. What is there to fear? We shall proceed according to Chong Gong's plan, and we will signal with the sound of a gong. Once you hear the gong, it will signify that they have taken the bait. And you may charge forth with confidence. The plan has been set, and both parties shall act independently. Lu Bian, leading 300 elite soldiers of the Bai Bao Yanhan, approached the eastern entrance of Fanshu village under the afternoon sunlight, resembling a blazing inferno as they advanced swiftly. From a distance, the eastern entrance of Fanshu village had been fortified with stone walls, presenting a formidable defensive appearance that on top of the stone walls stood a dozen yellow turban soldiers, wielding an assortment of weapons, long spears, hoes, and sickles bound to iron rods with ropes. This ragtag assembly, which could hardly be deemed an army, represented the majority of the yellow turban forces. Each soldier sported a yellow headband atop their heads, lacking heavy armor, with most dressed in simple cloth attire. Were it not for their affiliation with the yellow turbans, these individuals would likely blend in with the common folk. Stop. Who are you? As Lu Bian and his 300 elite soldiers neared Fanshu village, they immediately attracted the attention of the yellow turban soldiers atop the stone wall. Lu Bian tightened his reins, halting his black steed about 100 paces from the wall. That I am Lu Bian, the regent of the Han dynasty. Go tell your leader that Lu Bian has come to quell the rebels. Surrender promptly, or when I breach your defenses, I shall ensure your blood flows like a river. Behind Lu Bian stood only 300 elite soldiers, neatly arrayed, their numbers easily counted. The yellow turban soldiers on the wall could not help but snicker, dismissing Lu Bian entirely, even unaware of the existence of a regent within the Han court. What, Lu Bian? Just a few of you think you can make us bleed like a river. Today, I am in a good mood, so I want to pursue this further. Begone, or you will incur our wrath and suffer the consequences. The yellow turban soldiers held Lu Bian in contempt, for Fanshu village boasted a garrison of 5,000, while Lu Bian commanded merely 300 cavalry, insignificant in their eyes to the yellow turbans. Lu Bian might as well have been a bandit seeking refuge after being driven out. Lu Bian scoffed, "You rebellious wretches, how audacious you are! Since you refuse to believe, then I shall show you." With a powerful thrust of his right arm, he plunged the tail of his spear into the ground, but he then unslung the longbow from his horse, drawing back an arrow and aiming it at the yellow turban soldiers on the wall. Upon witnessing Lu Bian's actions, the yellow turban soldiers burst into laughter. One of them jeered, "You truly are arrogant. You are at least 100 paces away. Even our leader, Lu Bai, cannot injure anyone from such a distance. Who do you think you are, attempting to hit me from 100 paces away? Come, I shall stand here and see if you can strike me." Without retorting, Lu Bian released his grip, the bowstring twanged, and the arrow flew through the air like a shooting star toward the yellow turban soldier. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, imbued with lethal intent. "That I do not believe you can." The yellow turban soldier, who had been mocking Lu Bian just a moment ago, was suddenly pierced through the skull by the very arrow Lu Bian released. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Lu Bian had indeed managed to kill him from 100 paces away. After dispatching the boastful soldier, Lu Bian did not relent, but he stowed his bow and extracted his spear from the earth, brandishing it towards the stone wall at the eastern entrance of Fanshu village. "By Bao Yanhan, draw your bows!" Lu Bian roared, issuing his command. The 300 elite soldiers responded in unison, drawing back their bows and aiming at the yellow turban soldiers atop the stone wall. "Release!" Lu Bian shouted once more. With a resounding command, 300 arrows were unleashed simultaneously, akin to a barrage of precisely targeted projectiles, soaring toward the yellow turban soldiers on the wall. Whoosh, thud! The arrows descended like a torrential rain, swiftly turning the yellow turban soldiers atop the wall into a veritable pincushion. Those fortunate enough to evade the storm of arrows fled in terror, scrambling down from the stone wall. "Not good. We are in grave danger. Someone is attacking the eastern stockade." The yellow turban soldiers cried out in panic as they fled, their voices echoing like the wails of slaughtered swine. After the initial volley of arrows, No yellow turban soldiers remained visible atop the stone wall. They were now fully convinced that Liu Bian and his troops possessed the capability to kill from 100 paces, laughing heartily at the sight of the yellow turban soldiers retreating like turtles. Liu Bian proclaimed, "You rebellious lot, quickly open the gates and surrender, and I may yet spare your lives." Chapter 32. Foolish and Naive Report. General. The yellow turban soldiers guarding the eastern gate of the village tumbled into a spacious courtyard. Weapon racks lined either side of the yard, where several sentinels stood watch. One soldier rushed into the building facing the courtyard entrance. "General, something terrible has happened." The yellow turban soldier gasped, panic etched across his face. Seated at the head of the table was a man with a yellow cloth wrapped around his head, a full beard adorning his face, dressed in ill-fitting armor, who furrowed his brow. "What is all this commotion? Can't you see I'm trying to read?" Clang. The bearded man hurled his brush onto the table, his irritation palpable. The soldier, startled by the outburst, quickly replied, "General, please calm your anger. I am aware of my mistake. However, there is indeed an urgent military report." The soldier spoke with trepidation. The bearded man was none other than the leader of the Yellow Turban Army, Liu Bai. Liu Bai scoffed. What urgent military matter could there possibly be? "The vicinity of Yingyin County is filled with our men. The authorities are too weak to challenge us. What urgency do you speak of?" The soldier hastily recounted the events that had transpired at the eastern stockade to Liu Bai. Liu Bai stroked his beard, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Oh, such a thing occurred. A cavalry unit in crimson armor, capable of striking a target from 100 paces. This is something I have neither heard of nor seen." Liu Bai's eyes glinted as he inquired, "How many were they?" 300, formed into a square, easily recognizable. The soldier replied. "What?" Liu Bai nearly choked in disbelief. 300. Just a mere 300 frighten you into a panic. "You worthless fools. Even if they can shoot accurately from 1,000 paces, they are still mere mortals. 300 are hardly a threat. Go, assemble the troops. I shall lead 3,000 men to eliminate them." Though Liu Bai spoke with bravado, he harbored doubts. While there were certainly those capable of shooting accurately from a distance, such individuals were few and far between. Even Liu Bai himself lacked the confidence to strike an enemy from 100 paces away. Thus, he reasoned that bringing 3,000 men, a force several times greater than the enemy's, would surely suffice. The yellow turban soldier promptly turned to relay Liu Bai's orders. Outside Fanshu village, Liu Bian and his 300 elite soldiers waited for an extended period. Yet no activity emerged from within the village. Liu Bian speculated, could Liu Bai truly be intimidated by his presence? Just as Liu Bian's thoughts wandered, the eastern gate suddenly swung open, and Liu Bai charged forth. Seeing the yellow turban forces emerge, Liu Bian felt a surge of excitement. Their advance signified that the plan had succeeded at least halfway. "Who goes there?" Liu Bian called out. "I am Liu Bai, the great general of the yellow turbans." "Are you Liu Bian?" Liu Bai bellowed. Liu Bian nodded with a smile. Observing Liu Bian's youthful complexion, Liu Bai thought him to be a pampered aristocrat, unable to fathom how he could strike down his soldiers from 100 paces away. Liu Bai sneered. "You are quite blind to venture into my territory with such audacity. I have heard you claim to be a regent. Since you have so graciously presented yourself, I shall not be polite. Allow me to take your head and quell your arrogance." Liu Bian raised a hand to his ear, his expression one of utter disdain. "That I see you are like a cow visiting relatives. Quite full of yourself. You wish to kill me. Come, let me witness your prowess." Possessing the abilities of the legendary Chu, Liu Bian held Liu Bai in no regard. Not only Liu Bai, even an encounter with Bu would not intimidate him. Liu Bai, incensed by Liu Bian's disdain, roared, "You scoundrel, behold my blade." With a furious shout, Liu Bai swung his large knife, leading the yellow turban soldiers toward Liu Bian. Unperturbed, Liu Bian issued a loud command. "Sound the gong." The nearest elite soldier produced a bronze gong and struck it forcefully. The resonant sound carried clearly to those in the western part of the village. Following that, Liu Bian commanded by Bao Yanhan, "Heed my orders, yes." The 300 elite soldiers responded in unison, their spirits soaring, exuding a fierce aura. "Follow me to slay the enemy." Liu Bian bellowed, thrusting his spear forward as his legs squeezed the steed. Charging toward the yellow turban forces, by Bao Yanhan, "Draw your bows." As the cavalry surged forward, Lu Bian continued to issue commands, and the 300 elite soldiers nimbly drew their bows, aiming at the yellow-turbaned soldiers before them. Release! In the blink of an eye, the 300 soldiers of Baoyan Han had closed the distance to the yellow-turban army by 50 paces. The remaining 50 paces were such that even if the Baoyan Han soldiers were to close their eyes, they could still accurately strike their foes. Whoosh, 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 arrows rained down, shooting forth with relentless precision. At such a close range, the archery accuracy of the 300 Baoyan Han was extraordinarily high, with each arrow capable of felling a yellow-turbaned soldier with remarkable precision. In the blink of an eye, 300 yellow-turbaned soldiers fell victim to the barrage of arrows. Present arms! Lu Bian shouted once more. The 300 Baoyan Han obeyed Lu Bian's command, slinging their longbows across their horses' backs and drawing their long spears instead. Charge! Lu Bian roared, and thus began the clash with the yellow-turban forces that as Lu Bian and Lu Bai surged to the forefront. They soon found themselves locked in combat. "You little thief, prepare to die!" Lu Bai bellowed, swinging his great blade with all his might, aiming a desperate strike at Lu Bian's neck. Lu Bian let out a cold chuckle, dismissing such an attack entirely. With a swift movement, Lu Bian dodged Lu Bai's assault and thrust his spear sharply into Lu Bai's side. The strike was both rapid and precise, delivered from an exceptionally acute angle, akin to a serpent striking from its lair, leaving no time for counteraction. By the time Lu Bai attempted to defend himself, his great blade was already beyond recovery, and Lu Bian's spear had viciously pierced through Lu Bai's ribs. "Ah!" Lu Bai screamed in agony, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Enraged, Lu Bai roared, intent on launching another ferocious attack against Lu Bian. Yet Lu Bian offered no further opportunities. With a sweeping motion of his spear, Lu Bian knocked Lu Bai from his mount. Lu Bai crashed heavily to the ground, and before he could comprehend the situation, Lu Bian's spear was already pressed against his throat. The "Do not move. Any motion will cost you your life." Lu Bai, filled with astonishment, gazed incredulously at Lu Bian. Within a mere exchange, he had been unseated by his opponent. Such prowess was truly terrifying. Lu Bian, however, did not hasten to announce Lu Bai's capture and call for a ceasefire. Instead, he observed the Baoyan Han soldiers in action. The strength of the 300 Baoyan Han was formidable. Against the already feeble yellow-turban soldiers, they fought as if in an unchallenged realm. With agile strikes from left and right, in mere moments, they had decimated 3,000 yellow-turban soldiers, leaving them in disarray and panic. Lu Bai, seated on the ground, watched in astonishment, his heart churning with tumultuous waves of shock. To think that such a mere 300 could possess such formidable combat prowess, this was truly terrifying. Seeing the 300 Baoyan Han gaining the upper hand, Lu Bian promptly declared, "I have captured Lu Bai. Will you not surrender at once?" The remaining yellow-turban soldiers, hearing this and feeling the relentless pressure from the 300 Baoyan Han, hastily discarded their weapons and knelt in submission. Lu Bai let out a heavy sigh. Yet his pride remained unyielded. Raising his head, he looked at Lu Bian and said, "Do not think that just because you have captured me, you will leave here alive, that my brothers in the village will surely inform the surrounding yellow-turban forces. Mark my words, you will soon find yourself besieged." Lu Bian laughed heartily, a hint of pity in his gaze as he replied, "Ah, you are truly foolish and naive." Chapter 33. A new perspective. Lu Bai failed to grasp Lu Bian's meaning. Just as Lu Bian struck the gong and launched his assault on Lu Bai, Gao Su, along with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, concealed at the western entrance of the village, led 5,000 Guan Ning iron cavalry in an offensive against Fanshu village. Prior to the assault, Gao Su had made certain preparations that he sent several soldiers, their heads wrapped in the scant few yellow cloth strips available, deliberately soiling their garments to appear tattered and worn, to converse with the guards at the western entrance of Fanshu village. Upon seeing what they believed to be comrades, the yellow-turban guards were caught off guard, with all their attention focused on the cave entrance. They easily opened the stone gate at that very moment. Gao Su, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, leading the 5,000 Guan Ning iron cavalry, launched their ferocious attack on Fanshu village. Kill, charge in, and exterminate the yellow-turban rebels. Gao Su roared, leading the charge into Fanshu village. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei closely followed, neither conceding an inch. With one wielding a blade and the other a spear, They plunged into the enemy ranks like fierce tigers among a flock of sheep. The Yellow Turban army was utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. The green dragon blade in Guan Yu's hands mercilessly reaped the lives of foes, while Zhang Fei, in a frenzy of combat, pierced through 3 to 5 enemies with a single thrust of his 8-foot serpent spear, skewering them like candied hawthorn. The Guanning iron cavalry moved with the force of a whirlwind, swiftly clearing the battlefield of every visible Yellow Turban soldier. Gao Su shouted, "Secure every road and exit within the village. We must not allow a single person to escape." "Yes," replied the 5,000 Guanning iron cavalry in unison. 2,000 of them quickly dispersed along the village's pathways, leaving 3,000 to stand ready. "General Guan, General Zhang, let us proceed to the eastern entrance to assist His Highness. I just captured a Yellow Turban soldier for interrogation." And he revealed that Liu Bai has led 3,000 men away from Fanshu village, that I worry that His Highness may struggle to cope. We should swiftly eliminate Liu Bai. Guan Yu replied solemnly. Indeed, if the regent were to fall, it would spell disaster. Zhang Fei shrugged, exclaiming in frustration, "Oh, how I wish I had remained at the eastern entrance. Had I done so, I would have already dispatched Liu Bai without needing to rush to his aid." Gao Su furrowed his brow, but refrained from further comment, leading his men toward the eastern entrance. Just at that moment, as Liu Bian informed Liu Bai of his folly and naivety, the stone gate at the eastern entrance of the village swung open, and Gao Su, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei emerged, leading 3,000 Guanning iron cavalry into the fray. Yet upon their arrival, they were left speechless. Where was the battle? The ground was strewn with corpses, yet not a single Baoyan Han lay among them. All the surviving Yellow Turban soldiers had discarded their weapons and were kneeling with their hands clasped behind their heads, obediently squatting on the ground. Liu Bian pointed his spear at a man who, by all appearances, could only be Liu Bai. The previously dismissive Guan Yu and Zhang Fei gaped at the scene, their mouths agape, large enough to fit an egg. Gao Su was equally astonished. To achieve victory with 300 against 3,000 was an unfathomable display of strength. "Your Highness, are you unscathed?" Gao Su rode up beside Liu Bian, concern etched on his face. Liu Bian smiled. "I am perfectly unharmed, but Liu Bai's condition is far from pleasant." As he spoke, he gestured toward the blood-soaked ground. Zhang Fei rushed over, astonished. "Hey, I must say, Regent, I never expected you to be so formidable. Not only are you unscathed, but you've also dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. That I, old Zhang, have clearly underestimated you. My respect for you has grown immensely." Zhang Fei, with his straightforward nature, spoke his mind without guile. The fact that such a fierce warrior as Zhang Fei held him in esteem left Liu Bian feeling a sense of pride. After all, Zhang Fei was a renowned warrior of the Three Kingdoms, famed for his deeds at Changban Bridge and his rescue of Yin Yin. Having outwitted Zhang, he'd earned the respect of such a figure was exhilarating. Guan Yu, with narrowed eyes, spoke gravely. "Your Highness possesses remarkable valor. It seems I have misjudged you." The fact that Guan Yu would say such a thing further heightened Liu Bian's excitement. Guan Yu was known for his pride, seldom acknowledging the capabilities of others. To have earned his admiration was no small feat, however. As elated as he was, Liu Bian maintained his composure. At that moment, Gao Su inquired, "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" "There are still many Yellow Turban remnants near Yingyin County, that if we employ this method repeatedly, it may prove ineffective." Liu Bian chuckled, glancing at Liu Bai on the ground before dismounting his horse. "Liu Bai, I am the regent of the Han dynasty. You are now my prisoner. Will you surrender to me? From now on, you may transform into a soldier of the official army, that I will also take in your brothers and the civilians who have followed you, ensuring they are well treated and even provided with land to cultivate." Liu Bai regarded Liu Bian with skepticism, his eyes flickering with uncertainty that he held great respect for Liu Bian's prowess, yet he had been burned before. The calamities that plagued the land had led to the Yellow Turban uprising, fueled by the government's inaction. Could he truly trust the government again? Just as Liu Bai hesitated, Zhang Fei interjected. "Hey, I say, Regent, Liu Bai is a remnant of the Yellow Turbans, with dubious intentions that I suggest we behead him. It's clear he is stubborn and unwilling to surrender. Keeping him alive will only lead to future troubles." Guan Yu cast a sidelong glance at Liu Bai and replied nonchalantly, "Third brother, you cannot say that. Perhaps Liu Bai is willing to turn over a new leaf and contribute to the court. The exchange between Guan Yu and Zhang Fei only served to deepen Liu Bai's inner turmoil. Regent, can I truly trust you? The previous government was corrupt and ineffective, but we have all suffered greatly because of it. Liu Bai clutched his wound, remaining silent, barely able to suppress a gasp of cold air. Fortunately, Liu Bian had shown mercy. The gunshot had merely grazed his flesh. Otherwise, Liu Bai would have long since met his demise. Liu Bian grinned widely, exuding confidence as he declared, "You may not trust the court, but you can always place your faith in Regent Wang Liu Bian. Now my time is limited. You have 3 counts to surrender. And if you do, we shall proceed to Fanshu village to discuss our strategies that if you choose not to surrender, I shall end your life before entering Fanshu village." Liu Bian was decisive and did not tolerate procrastination. As his words resonated, he began his countdown. 3, 2. Just as he was about to reach 1, Liu Bai exclaimed, "I surrender. I am willing to yield. I will trust the Regent Wang just this once." Liu Bian smiled in satisfaction, and at that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully collecting the Han Dynasty figure Liu Bai. You have earned 1 lottery chance." "Ding, will the host proceed with the lottery?" Without hesitation, Liu Bian replied, "Lottery." Chapter 34. The great horses of Liangzhou, having successfully collected Liu Bai, Liu Bian was once again granted a chance to draw from the lottery, which stirred his excitement. The collection system was unlike any other, consistently bringing forth boundless surprises. "Ding, the lottery begins. Please spin the wheel." The system's voice reverberated, and a massive wheel appeared in Liu Bian's mind. Segmented into 4 sections, the rewards included 10 siege engines, 5,000 Beifu troops, 10,000 sure of grain, and 3,000 Liangzhou steeds. Liangzhou steeds. Upon seeing these words, Liu Bian was immediately filled with exhilaration. The Liangzhou steeds were renowned during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, a formidable cavalry force established to counter the Xiongnu, hailed as one of the most elite troops of the Northwest. Due to the remarkable exploits of the Liangzhou steeds, they were famously compared to the fierce raptors known as Cheetao, who could terrify enemies to death. This was indeed a treasure. Liu Bian rubbed his hands together eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, that he mused to himself, the Beifu troops are also quite formidable. The Beifu troops were a fierce infantry unit with exceptional combat capabilities. Lost in thought, Liu Bian began to spin the wheel. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 3,000 Liangzhou steed soldiers." "What? I really won." Liu Bian was so elated that he nearly jumped for joy. Despite his efforts to suppress his excitement, a smile of exhilaration crept onto his lips. Observing Liu Bian's sudden laughter, Gao Su couldn't help but inquire, "Your Highness, what brings about this mirth? Have you devised a splendid strategy?" With a puzzled look, Gao Su regarded Liu Bian, snapping back to reality. Liu Bian realized he had let his enthusiasm get the better of him, but he quickly composed himself and shifted the topic, saying, "It's nothing. We should first head to Fanshu village to discuss our subsequent strategies." Gao Su and the others complied and followed Liu Bian back to Fanshu village. Along the way, Liu Bian summoned the system. "Where are the 3,000 Liangzhou steeds currently located?" Eager to meet this cavalry unit that had left a significant mark in the Han Dynasty, Liu Bian anticipated their arrival. With 3,000 Liangzhou steeds and 5,000 Beifu cavalry, Liu Bian now commanded a total of 8,000 cavalry. Although both units were light cavalry, they represented a considerable asset for him. "Ding! System notification. The 3,000 Liangzhou steeds are stationed at the training grounds in Yingyin County, and the host can summon them at any time." Yingyin County, that is indeed quite close. Liu Bian felt a surge of excitement. While he was inquiring about the system, Liu Bian and his men entered the courtyard that had once belonged to Liu Bai. He ordered the men to tend to Liu Bai's wound. But after much searching, they could only find a half-hearted physician to attend to him. In these chaotic times, even itinerant doctors and physicians were a rare sight. Gao Su asked again, "Your Highness, what should we do next? Should we replicate our previous tactics or seek an alternative approach?" Before Liu Bian could respond, Zhang Fei interjected impatiently, "Of course, we should replicate our previous tactics. We can take them down one by one. It may take some time, but that's of little concern." Zhang Fei showed no regard for the yellow turban rebels. Guan Yu slowly nodded in agreement. "I concur with my third brother's sentiment. The Yellow Turban Army poses no significant threat. We simply need to proceed methodically to eliminate them. Lu Bian glanced at the two and remarked, while replicating our previous tactics is not an erroneous choice, it is rather conservative, with a snap of his fingers. He elaborated, I intend to write a letter in the name of Lu Bian, summoning the Yellow Turban Army from the vicinity of Yingyin County to Fanshu Village. I shall inform them that Lu Bai has captured me, and that I have learned of the Han Emperor's whereabouts in Yangdi City. This will draw them in, and we can exploit the regent's name to open the city gates, seize Yangdi City, and plunder the Han Emperor. Lu Bian grinned cunningly. Such an enticing plan would surely attract the leaders of the Yellow Turban Army. All we need to do is set up an ambush in advance, and we can crush them in one fell swoop. Lu Bian's plan was nothing short of audacious. The Yellow Turban Army surrounding Yingyin County numbered at least tens of thousands. While Lu Bian commanded only 5,000 Beifu cavalry and the newly acquired 3,000 Liangzhou steeds. Counting the 300 elite Yinhan soldiers and the over 1,000 Yellow Turban rebels from Fanshu village who had just surrendered. His total forces amounted to approximately 10,000. Gao Su was taken aback. Your Highness, your idea is indeed bold, but it seems rather ambitious. With our current strength, it may be quite challenging to annihilate such a large number of Yellow Turban rebels in one go. At that moment, Lu Bai, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, General Gao, I believe the prince's plan is feasible. Gao Su looked at Lu Bai in confusion. Lu Bai continued, I have just dispatched someone to assess my own forces. Aside from the fallen, the wounded, and those unwilling to serve the court any longer, I still have 1,300 men. Lu Bai gasped, the pain from his side wound causing him to break into a cold sweat. Making it difficult to speak, that I have a close friend named Gong Du, who originally operated in the Ruzhou region. Recently, with little profit to be found there, he has come to the vicinity of Yingyin County. Gong Du commands 3,000 Yellow Turban soldiers that if I write him a letter, he will surely be willing to pledge his allegiance to the regent, that at that time, our forces will be even more robust. As for the Yellow Turban Army in Yingyin County, my strength is the most formidable. The rest of the Yellow Turban forces combined barely number 30,000 with the formidable combat prowess of the regent's troops. Defeating these 30,000 should pose no issue. Lu Bai's words piqued Lu Bian's interest, not for any other reason, but because of Gong Du. Gong Du was a man of courage but lacking in strategy. Even his bravery was only mediocre. However, he was exceedingly loyal and also a minor figure from the late Han and Three Kingdoms period that if Lu Bian could recruit him, it would undoubtedly trigger additional rewards from the collection system. The thought of gaining rewards filled Lu Bian with delight. Clapping his hands together, Lu Bian exclaimed, Excellent! Lu Bai, it seems we are in perfect accord. Immediately write to Gong Du, urging him to come and pledge his allegiance to me. Lu Bai struggled to clasp his hands together in salute, affirming Lu Bian's command. With the subsequent strategy in place, Lu Bian sought to bring the 3,000 Liangzhou steed soldiers under his command. Having such a powerful army stationed in Yingyin County would be a waste of their potential. Gong, I have a task for you, Lu Bian addressed Gao Su. Gao Su promptly replied, Your Highness, please instruct me. You are to take a group of men to Yingyin County, bearing my token, and bring the cavalry unit known as Liangzhou steeds to Fanshu village. Liangzhou steeds? Gao Su paused momentarily before inquiring. Your Highness, when did you train this unit? Lu Bian, without a hint of embarrassment, replied with a smile, They are troops I had secretly trained earlier. Just bring them back. Chapter 35. Gong Du arrives to submit with the strategy firmly established. All involved sprang into action. Following Lu Bian's plan, Lu Bai first penned a letter to Gong Du, inviting him to pledge allegiance to Regent Lu Bian. Subsequently, Lu Bai composed several additional letters, dispatching them to the leaders of the Yellow Turban Army surrounding Yingyin County, instructing them to inform their comrades of a lucrative opportunity as outlined by Lu Bian. Having completed these tasks, Lu Bian retreated to a secluded and tidy room to rest as evening approached. Gao Su returned to Yingyin City with 3,000 cavalry from Liangzhou. Upon receiving the news, Lu Bian, accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, promptly made his way to the eastern entrance of Fanshu village. Upon exiting the stone gate, they beheld a remarkably imposing cavalry unit. The steeds were esteemed Diaochan horses, tall and robust, and the soldiers mounted upon them were equally formidable, clad in dark bronze armor. With crossbows at their waists, they wielded long spears and carried curved blades on their backs. The sight of Liangzhou's cavalry filled Liu Bian with ecstatic delight, although they had yet to engage in battle. It was evident to all that this was a fierce and potent army. The palpable aura of menace and extraordinary presence was enough to instill fear. Liu Bian expressed his satisfaction, while Zhang Fei, already envious, exclaimed, "By my word, this battalion, so disciplined and brimming with morale, is simply awe-inspiring." Zhang Fei's face was alight with a gluttonous yearning, akin to a gourmet catching a whiff of a sumptuous feast. Who would have thought that the world perceives the regent as weak and ineffectual? To me, you are a man quietly amassing great wealth. Liu Bian cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Fei, noticing his envious and admiring gaze, which filled him with pride and satisfaction. Impatiently, Zhang Fei proposed, "Regent, might you allow me, Zhang, to lead this formidable cavalry? Rest assured, once I locate my elder brother, I shall return this army to you." Without retaining even a single soldier, Zhang Fei thumped his chest in assurance, but Liu Bian harbored no belief in his words. Such an ironclad army would be coveted by anyone who laid eyes upon it. How could Liu Bian possibly entrust the Liangzhou cavalry to a mercenary general? Until Liu Bei was eliminated, Guan and Zhang would never truly serve him. Liu Bian understood this principle well. Thus, he would not assign the Liangzhou cavalry to Zhang Fei. Shaking his head, he replied, "Ida, it is not yet the right time." Although Guan and Zhang were unaware of Liu Bei's fate, Liu Bian was acutely aware that he would never allow Zhang Fei to command the Liangzhou cavalry. Upon hearing Liu Bian's words, Zhang Fei could say no more and retreated, left only with his secret envy. Guan Yu, however, scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction. "It seems the regent does not hold us brothers in high regard. When promotions were bestowed, we were merely minor generals. Now, with such a formidable army at hand, you still refuse to let my younger brother lead it, that if the regent does not favor us, we shall seek another master." Seeing Guan Yu's ire, Liu Bian remained unperturbed. He chuckled, saying, "Yinchang, there is no need for anger. It is not that I distrust you, but rather that you have yet to demonstrate loyalty to me. You are aware of Lu Xuanda's uncertain fate. Yet you cling to the hope of finding him. Should I place my trust in you? If you were in my position, what would you do?" Liu Bian's candidness left Guan Yu momentarily speechless. Despite their uncertainty regarding Liu Bei's fate, both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were still preoccupied with thoughts of him. Noticing their silence, Liu Bian shifted his gaze to Gao Su. "Chang Gong, this Liangzhou cavalry will temporarily fall under your command. Together with the Guanning cavalry, you will oversee their unified operations." Gao Su promptly expressed his gratitude to Liu Bian, who then turned and returned to the courtyard of Fanshu village. Gao Su followed closely behind with the Liangzhou cavalry. While Guan and Zhang exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with unspoken feelings. "Second brother, do you believe we should continue waiting for elder brother or set out to find him?" Zhang Fei's face bore a look of confusion. Guan Yu sighed heavily. "Parting from elder brother was a mistake. Did I end this vast world? Where should we seek him? Did not the regent say he would inform elder brother to meet us in Yangdi City? Let us wait and see. You and I serve the Han, and elder brother will be pleased to know of it." With that, the two brothers walked side by side into Fanshu village. Liu Bian had already returned to the courtyard when Liu Bai hurried to greet him. Liu Bai's wound had stopped bleeding, yet his gait was still awkward in ancient times. With no advanced medical technology, any injury or illness took an agonizingly slow time to heal. "Your Highness, you have finally returned," Liu Bai exclaimed with a beaming smile. Liu Bian responded in surprise. "What has transpired?" Liu Bai replied, "Your Highness, Gong Du received the letter and hastily came to meet me. He is currently awaiting your arrival inside." Liu Bian understood. No wonder he had encountered so many unfamiliar faces upon entering the village. "Come, let us go meet him," Liu Bian commanded. Liu Bai complied, leading Liu Bian into the room. Hearing the footsteps, the man inside quickly emerged. "Gong Du, this is His Highness the Regent. He is also known as the former king of Hongnong." Gong Du appeared to be in his 30s, with a face adorned with stubble. Dressed in a deep indigo robe, slightly portly, and of average height that in contemporary terms, he could be described as having a slight beer belly, and he seemed somewhat greasy. Upon encountering Gong Du in person, Liu Bian grasped why history characterized him as lacking both courage and strategy. His physique resembled that of an ordinary citizen, rather than a distinguished warrior. However, Gongdu was steadfastly loyal, with proper training. He could certainly be entrusted with logistics. "Greetings, Your Highness." Gongdu clasped his hands together, his voice resonating with respect. Lu Bian smiled warmly. "Gongdu, there is no need for such formalities. Your decision to return to the fold and ally with the court is indeed a wise choice." Gongdu grinned broadly, saying, "Upon receiving Lu Bai's letter, I immediately organized my men and hurried to pledge my loyalty to Your Highness. I am deeply grateful that you do not disdain us for our yellow turban origins." As Gongdu spoke, he vigorously thumped his chest with his right hand. Lu Bian laughed heartily. "Excellent. I hereby appoint you as the logistics officer, responsible for the supply transport within Yangdi City, under the command of Fang Xianling." Gongdu quickly clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Gongdu was elated. Transitioning from a yellow turban rebel to an official soldier receiving imperial provisions, such a stark transformation was enough to exhilarate him. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction, and he heard the system's voice in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the historical figure Gongdu from the late Han Dynasty, earning a lottery chance." Lu Bian's spirits soared as he declared, "Lottery." Chapter 36. Advancing through retreat in the span of a single day, Lu Bian had acquired 2 lottery chances that he was uncertain whether this would be a grand roulette or a card draw, or perhaps a direct reward. Lu Bian awaited the system's response with eager anticipation. "Ding! Lottery begins. Please select any one of the 4 cards as your reward." As the system's voice echoed, 4 cards appeared in Lu Bian's mind. The contents behind the cards remained a mystery, adding an air of intrigue to the draw. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Bian chose the first card on the left. This one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 3,000 ordinary crossbowmen. 3,000 ordinary crossbowmen? Lu Bian's lips curled into a smile. Although this reward appeared modest, it effectively addressed his pressing needs. With 5,000 Guanning cavalry, 3,000 Liangzhou cavalry, and a total of 4,300 yellow turban soldiers, all of whom were close combat infantry, Lu Bian now had a solid force. While both the Guanning cavalry and Liangzhou cavalry could employ mounted archery, the greatest threat from cavalry lay in charging into enemy lines or flanking their formations. With the addition of these 3,000 ordinary crossbowmen, they would play a crucial role in decimating the yellow turban rebels. Lu Bian inquired of the system, "Where are the 3,000 ordinary crossbowmen located?" Lu Bian was preparing to lay out his forthcoming plans. As Lu Bai had indicated, the yellow turban forces near Yingyin County were at varying distances from Fanshu village, meaning their arrival times would not align. This posed a challenge for Lu Bian in eradicating the yellow turbans. However, as long as he set traps in advance, once the yellow turbans congregated in Fanshu village, he could launch an immediate assault. Closing the system, Lu Bian instructed Lu Bai, "Relay my orders to summon Gao Su, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei for a council." Lu Bai turned and exited the room, shortly thereafter returning with Gao Su, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Upon their entrance, Lu Bian wasted no time. He directly inquired, "Lu Bai, how many days at the latest will the yellow turbans near Yingyin County gather at Fanshu village?" Lu Bai pondered for a moment, tilting his head before responding, "The slowest will take 3 days, while the fastest could arrive as soon as tomorrow afternoon." Lu Bian snapped his fingers, realizing that from now until tomorrow, they had merely a little over half a day to set traps. "Changong, you shall lead 5,000 Guanning iron cavalry and 3,000 Liangzhou cavalry to ambush in the woods outside Fanshu village. At the signal of a fire arrow, attack from the eastern and western entrances of the village." Gao Su clasped his hands and declared loudly, "This subordinate will obey." With that, Gao Su turned to leave the room, taking 2 cavalry units to set the ambush outside Fanshu village. Lu Bian's gaze then shifted to Lu Bai and Gongdu. The 2 of them bowed and clasped their fists, saying in unison, "This subordinate is at your command, Your Highness." Lu Bai spoke with a serious tone. "You 2 will lead 4,300 yellow turban soldiers to set up iron caltrops, wooden stakes, animal traps, and pits within the village. Mark the traps, and when the remaining yellow turbans arrive at Fanshu village, send someone to position them, but be sure to keep the locations concealed. Furthermore, the markings on the traps must be communicated to every soldier in the army, including Gao Su's 2 cavalry units." Lu Bian intended for the enemy to be trapped in Fanshu village with no chance of escape, aiming for their complete annihilation. Lu Bai and Gong Du solemnly clasped their fists and declared, "This subordinate will obey." Just as they were about to leave, Lu Bian called them back. "Wait." Lu Bai and Gong Du promptly turned back, respectfully asking, "Does your highness have further instructions?" Lu Bian stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before saying, "From now on, the yellow turban soldiers under your command will be considered the army of Yangji City. They shall be called the Yangji Army." Initially, Cao Cao had recruited 300,000 yellow turbans to form the formidable Qingzhou army. Lu Bian also intended to cultivate the surrendered yellow turbans into an elite force, the Yangji army. However, more than half of the 4,300 cannot be selected for the Yangji army. Thus, Lu Bian planned to establish the unit's designation first and would select and train them upon returning to Yangji City. "This subordinate will obey." Lu Bai and Gong Du clasped their fists and turned to leave the room. At this point, only Lu Bian, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei remained in the chamber. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei exchanged glances, and Zhang Fei stepped forward, exclaiming, "Regent King, why do my brothers not have any assignments?" Lu Bian feigned a sigh, gesturing to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. "I did not summon you two to assign tasks, and I wish to inform you that you may leave." "What?" Both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were taken aback, caught off guard by Lu Bian's words. Zhang Fei stammered, "Regent King, what do you mean? Are my brother and I not as worthy as Lu Bai and Gong Du?" Lu Bian cast a glance at them, shaking his head as he replied, "Both of you are formidable generals of this era, like dragons of the sea and tigers descending from the mountains. But do not misunderstand me. I do not underestimate your capabilities. Moreover, with Lord Xuanda's fate uncertain, it would be more prudent for you both to seek him out." Guan Yu's eyebrows knitted together slightly. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up, "The Regent King may have misunderstood. I, Guan, wish to serve the Han and uphold my elder brother's aspirations to restore the Han dynasty. Seeing that the Regent King does not entrust significant responsibilities to us, I felt a surge of frustration. If I have spoken out of turn, please forgive me." "Oh," Guan Yu actually apologized. This was indeed an unprecedented event. Lu Bian was inwardly elated. To have the proud Guan heir give him an apology was a feat worth boasting about for decades. Before Lu Bian could respond, Zhang Fei interjected, "Indeed, Regent King, my brother and I have made our decision. Since our elder brother's fate is unknown, we shall first serve the Han while searching for his whereabouts. Otherwise, amidst the vast sea of people, how are we to find him? Furthermore, did you not say that you had informed our elder brother of our presence here? Surely, if he were still alive, he would come looking for us." "If he is no longer alive," spitting several times, Zhang Fei exclaimed, "my elder brother is blessed by the heavens and will surely avert calamity. He will not come to harm." Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Lu Bian could hardly contain his amusement. His earlier remarks at the village entrance, coupled with his recent strategic retreat, had successfully secured Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's loyalty that as long as he could keep them stable. He could resolve the issue with Liu Bei during this time. Lu Bian cleared his throat, saying, "Since Yin Chong and Ida have expressed their intentions, I shall not be polite any longer." "Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, heed my orders." The two responded, "This subordinate is here." Lu Bian continued, "There are 3,000 crossbowmen outside the village that I command you both to lead them in hiding within the residences. When the battle commences, take them to the rooftops and strike the enemy from above." Chapter 37. The Great Victory at Fanshu Village. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei accepted the command with enthusiasm, clasping their fists before turning to leave the room. Watching their departing figures, Lu Bian revealed a cunning smile. That it is often said that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are fiercely loyal to Liu Bei, which is undoubtedly true. However, to utilize them for his own ends, some subtle maneuvers are required. Most crucially, Liu Bei must be eliminated. Even if he does not perish, he must not be allowed to appear. Otherwise, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei would undoubtedly remain Liu Bei's staunch supporters. With the plan established, preparations commenced. For Liu Bai and Gong Du, time was of the essence, and the tasks were pressing. They did not mobilize the 4,300 Yangji soldiers, but instead enlisted the villagers of Fanshu village to begin digging and setting traps. The villagers had been safeguarded by Liu Bai from the ravages of war, and many of them had kin in the Yellow Turban Army. Thus, mobilizing them was quite effortless. With a single command, thousands of laborers gathered. Fanshu village, being a relatively large settlement near Yingyin County, had ample manpower to address the urgent tasks at hand. 3 days swiftly passed. During this period, Yellow Turbans arrived at Fanshu village in succession. Among them, the more formidable factions had only 3,000 to 4,000 troops, while the smaller factions numbered merely 700 to 800. In total, the Yellow Turbans gathered in Fanshu village amounted to 28,000. Rather than a military assembly, it resembled a gathering of bandits. The atmosphere in Fanshu village grew lively, and it was during this time that Liu Bei discreetly ordered the stone gates at the eastern and western entrances to be closed. He also commanded guards to secure both exits, presenting a posture of readiness. Yet, the Yellow Turbans within the courtyard remained unaware that they had fallen into a trap. After completing these arrangements, Liu Bei directed Gong Du to handle the situation while he stealthily sought out Liu Bian. "Your Highness, all the Yellow Turbans surrounding Yingyin County have arrived. Shall we strike immediately?" Liu Bei respectfully inquired of Liu Bian. With a resounding clap, Liu Bian exclaimed, "Excellent! Let us act at once. Relay my orders. The Yangji army shall commence the extermination of the Yellow Turbans." Liu Bei clasped his hands and declared loudly, "This subordinate will obey." Liu Bei turned to leave, while Liu Bian did not remain idle that he exited the room and instructed the Baoyan Han to enter a state of combat readiness. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted outside, followed by a chaotic clamor of battle cries. The operation had commenced. Liu Bian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them, that he mounted his steed, wielding the Bawang spear, and led 300 Baoyan Han into the fray. Simultaneously, he released a fire arrow concealed within his sleeve. Whoosh! The fire arrow let out a piercing sound. Gao Su, lying in ambush outside the village, immediately rallied his 3,000 Liangzhou cavalry and 5,000 Guaning iron cavalry towards Fanshu village. "Quick, fire arrows, slay them!" Zhang Fei stood outside a residence, brandishing his 8-foot-long snake spear, bellowing loudly. Guan Yu also urged his archers, relentlessly raining arrows upon the Yellow Turbans. Both brothers, unwilling to lag behind, charged into the fray, one wielding the green dragon crescent blade, and the other the 8-foot-long snake spear. "You scoundrels, Zhang Yi is here. Come and meet your demise." Zhang Fei roared, his fierce eyes wide open, exuding an aura of bloodlust. In contrast, Guan Yu remained more composed, his phoenix eyes glaring with fury, radiating an imposing presence. The green dragon blade danced with lethal precision. Wherever it passed, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood followed. Liu Bian watched the two as they surged into battle, invincible and valiant, and his heart swelled with joy. Such excellent generals would be a waste to leave with Liu Bei. Liu Bian's resolve to eliminate Liu Bei intensified, as he sought to keep Guan Yu and Zhang Fei by his side forever. "Yin Chang, Ida, I come!" Liu Bian let out a fierce shout, and the black steed surged forward, trampling several Yellow Turban soldiers to death. Armed with the renowned spear, he plunged into the enemy ranks like a ferocious tiger among a flock of sheep. The Yellow Turban army found themselves utterly powerless against him, their cries of despair echoing through the battlefield, lamenting that their parents had not given them 2 more legs to flee at that moment. Outside the village, Gao Su charged onto the scene. Wearing a terrifying mask, he wielded a mighty spear, his presence commanding the attention of the battlefield. The thousands of iron cavalry behind him remained undeterred, fiercely wielding curved sabers and long spears, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the Yellow Turban soldiers. Despite the numerical advantage of the Yellow Turbans, they were utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of Liu Bian's forces. Victory for the Han was assured. As Liu Bian became increasingly exhilarated, he let out a resounding roar. Soon after, from within Shanshu village, a chorus of furious shouts arose. "Victory for the Han! Victory for the Han! Victory for the Han!" Every soldier under Liu Bian's command joined in, their shouts rising in fervor. Though this battle was against the Yellow Turbans, the Han army displayed an overwhelming spirit and an unstoppable intent to kill. Liu Bian, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Gao Su fought valiantly, coordinating seamlessly with their elite soldiers that in just a brief span of 15 minutes, the Yellow Turbans could no longer withstand the assault and began to cast down their weapons and surrender. All their leaders met their demise amidst the chaos that, "Ha ha! What a satisfying battle!" Zhang Fei exclaimed. raising his 8-foot-long serpent spear, his expression brimming with excitement. Guan Yu, holding his green dragon crescent blade in one hand and gently stroking his magnificent beard with the other, wore a proud and triumphant smile. Indeed, these yellow-turban rascals are utterly feeble. When we confront the 18 warlords, our valor will truly shine. Gao Su chimed in, yes, there is nothing remarkable about these yellow turbans. I too eagerly anticipate our clash with the 18 warlords. Zhang Fei scoffed, hey, I can't wait to beat that scoundrel Yuan Shu. He looked down on the three of us back then. How infuriating! Upon hearing their words, Lu Bian burst into hearty laughter that he waved his hand, commanding Lu Bai and Gong Du to assess the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, Lu Bai and Gong Du approached Lu Bian to report. Your Highness, we have slain 8,000 enemies in this battle and captured 20,000 yellow turbans. Please, Your Highness, decide their fate. Lu Bai spoke respectfully. Lu Bian nodded slowly, saying, Lu Bai, you are to oversee their surrender. Those willing to submit, along with their fellow villagers, shall proceed to Yangdi City for resettlement. As for those unwilling to comply, simply disperse them on the spot. Lu Bian understood that these yellow turbans were mostly common folk driven to rebellion by oppressive officials. Ultimately, they remained just ordinary citizens. Lu Bian had no inclination to slaughter the people under his rule and thus planned to grant freedom to those who refused to surrender. What of our own casualties? Lu Bian inquired again. Lu Bai replied, I have checked the various units. The Yangdi troops suffered a loss of 1,000, while the archers and cavalry remained unscathed. Lu Bian nodded with satisfaction that a loss of 1,000 in exchange for 8,000 captives was indeed a tremendous profit. After Lu Bai departed, Gao Su hurriedly approached, saying, Your Highness, we have received news from Yangdi City regarding the 18 warlords. Chapter 38. Target Yangwan City O. Upon hearing this, Lu Bian's brow arched slightly, and a smile graced his lips. He thought to himself, what was meant to come has arrived. The 18 warlords of the East were indeed fulfilling his predictions, coming to seize the Emperor Xian of Han. Bring it to me at once. Lu Bian commanded, extending his hand toward Gao Su. Gao Su handed over the unopened letter, which Lu Bian opened to reveal the bold, powerful handwriting of Jia Xu As he read. Lu Bian's smile grew wider with each line. Gao Su blinked in surprise and asked, Your Highness, is there some joyous news? Lu Bian replied with a laugh. The letter states that the coalition from the east has come to Yangdi City, led by Gong Sun Zan and Sun Jian as the vanguard generals. Gao Su, puzzled, responded, Your Highness, what is there to be amused about? Lu Bian tucked the letter away, grinning, Of course. I have received word that Cao Cao's attempt to kill Liu Bei has failed, and Liu Bei has fled to Gong Sun Zan's forces. Gao Su was slightly taken aback, saying, Your Highness has always admired the valor of Guan and Zhang. Now that Gong Sun Zan is at the forefront, Liu Bei will undoubtedly accompany him. Why then do you rejoice? Lu Bian laughed. Previously, my scheme to use when he to eliminate Liu Bei failed, leaving me with a lingering regret. Now, I have another chance to rid myself of Liu Bei. He looked at Gao Su and asked, Do you not think I should be pleased? Gao Su grinned. By that logic indeed, Your Highness has every reason to be happy. However, I have heard that Gong Sun Zan and Liu Bei are close friends. It may not be so easy to have Gong Sun Zan eliminate Liu Bei. Lu Bian smirked confidently. I have my ways, he continued. However, the coalition has already dispatched its vanguard to be why my calculations. They should have reached the vicinity of Mount Xing by now. We must swiftly gather the spoils of the yellow turban remnants around Yingyin County and depart immediately. Otherwise, we shall miss the opportunity to engage the 18 warlords. Gao Su nodded in agreement. I share the same thoughts, Your Highness. Let us act without delay. Lu Bian nodded and ordered, Gong, summon Lu Bai and Gong Du for me. Their assistance will be needed in collecting the remaining spoils of the yellow turbans. Gao Su received the order and soon returned with Lu Bai and Gong Du. The two bowed before Lu Bian and then stood to listen attentively to his commands. Lu Bai, Gong Du. Heed my orders, Lu Bian instructed. The two generals quickly clasped their fists respectfully. We await your command. Your Highness, Lu Bian commanded, I entrust you both with organizing the surrendered yellow turban soldiers and bringing all their spoils and citizens from the vicinity of Yingyin County back to Yangdi City. Lu Bai and Gong Du exchanged glances. Then Lu Bai stepped forward. Your Highness, I have just accounted for 20,000 surrendered soldiers, of which 5,000 do not wish to continue fighting, given their reluctance to leave their homeland. Should they not be considered among the common folk, or shall we drive them away? Liu Bei hesitated to make a decision. Thus he sought Liu Bian's guidance. Liu Bian replied with a smile. Those willing to return to Yangdi City shall indeed be counted as common folk. For those unwilling, we shall provide them with some funds to seek their own livelihoods, with 15,000 surrendered soldiers. This number was substantial enough to bolster the ranks of the Yangdi forces. Liu Bei clasped his hands in agreement. Liu Bian continued, You are to gather the spoils, escort the citizens, and return to Yangdi City. Additionally, incorporate the 15,000 yellow turban soldiers into the Yangdi army. Liu Bei and Gong Du acknowledged the orders and then turned to depart. With these arrangements in place, Liu Bian smiled with satisfaction. He immediately summoned Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Your Highness, are we preparing for battle again? Zhang Fei asked, his expression filled with anticipation. Are we to confront the 18 warlords? They claim to be the heroes of the realm. But in my view, they are nothing but nonsense. At this, Liu Bian couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Fei truly had a clear sense of love and hate, looking down upon the 18 warlords with disdain. Liu Bian nodded slowly. Indeed, we are set to march and meet the 18 warlords. Zhang Fei rubbed his hands together, laughing heartily. That sounds splendid. I have awaited this day for far too long. Those who dare to underestimate Zhang will soon learn of my prowess. Guan Yu couldn't help but chuckle as well. Third brother, you are truly impatient, but we have yet to hear how His Highness intends to proceed, and you are already eager to charge into battle. Zhang Fei shrugged casually. Ah, second brother, you should know me by now that I am a man of action. Once I decide to do something, I cannot wait even a moment. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Liu Bian composed himself and said, Yun Chang, I currently have no surplus troops to assign to your command. Here's what we shall do. You will lead 3,000 archers in cooperation with Chang Gong's 3,000 Liangzhou cavalry. Let the 3,000 archers ride alongside the 3,000 Liangzhou steeds, and we shall march together toward Yangwan City to intercept the coalition of 18 warlords. Liu Bian's reasoning for this arrangement was clear. The steeds of Dewan were exceptional in both strength and endurance. Even if two riders shared a horse, it would not pose a problem. Moreover, the cavalry from Liangzhou were skilled horsemen, and carrying an archer would not hinder them. With a resounding clap of his hands, Zhang Fei exclaimed, Excellent! Let us proceed with this plan. However, this will strain our steeds that we have no stables, and if the horses tire, will you not be concerned, Your Highness? Liu Bian chuckled and shook his head. I have no cause for concern, that if we lose a few horses, I can find more. Liu Bian secretly contemplated that, with the system at his disposal, as long as he gathered a sufficient number of figures from the late Han and Three Kingdoms period, he would be able to draw prizes endlessly. However, this matter was not one to be shared with outsiders. That moment, Guan Yu spoke up. Your Highness, since the plan is set, let us hasten our departure to avoid prolonged delays that may invite unforeseen troubles. Moreover, it is possible that our elder brother is among the 18 warlords coalition. Upon reaching Yangwan City, I wish to seek news of him. Although Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had decided to temporarily serve Liu Bian, their thoughts were constantly occupied with the search for Liu Bi, and no matter how commendable Liu Bian was, he could never replace their elder brother, Liu Bei. Zhang Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed, both my brother and I intend to seek out the whereabouts of our elder brother. Liu Bian outwardly acquiesced, yet internally he felt a surge of frustration. What was so remarkable about Liu Bei that it inspired such unwavering loyalty from Guan Yu and Zhang Fei? The more they revered him, the more determined Liu Bian became to eliminate Liu Bei. Otherwise, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei would never genuinely commit to serving him. Liu Bian declared, Very well, if that is the case, let us set forth now. With our destination set for Yangwan City, following Liu Bian's orders, the entire Fanshu village erupted into a flurry of activity. Thousands of cavalry surged forth from the western entrance of the village. Galloping along the road to Yangwan City, the 18 warlords Liu Bian has arrived. Chapter 39. A Cautious Voyage to Eternity. Xingshan. Zhang Liao had led 10,000 soldiers of the Flying Eagle Army to this location for 2 days. Considering the terrain of Xingshan, Zhang Liao chose the most perilous and concealed spot to establish his encampment. After completing this arrangement, he dispatched scouts in batches to gather intelligence. for 2 consecutive days. The reports returned indicated that the vanguard of the 18 warlords coalition was drawing ever closer to Xingshan. Thus far, both the vanguard and the main forces of the 18 warlords had traversed Xingshan and were advancing towards Yangzhai City. Soon, the rear guard, tasked with transporting provisions and supplies, would arrive. Rather than feeling anxious, Zhang Liao experienced a flicker of excitement. Gazing at the towering peaks of Xingshan, his blood surged with fervor for Zhang Liao. This battle was of paramount importance, presenting an excellent opportunity to establish himself under Liu Bian's command. The 10,000 Flying Eagle soldiers were essentially remnants of Dong, which was Flying Bear Army. While they had followed him, many were primarily motivated by self-preservation or the prevailing circumstances. Most of these men were from Liangzhou and were not well acquainted with Zhang Liao. Thus, their loyalty to him, or even to Liu Bian, was tenuous. Therefore, Zhang Liao needed to leverage this battle to demonstrate his capabilities and simultaneously rejuvenate the ranks of the Flying Eagle Army. Report, General. Just as Zhang Liao was lost in thought, a soldier's low voice called out to him. Zhang Liao turned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What news? Is the rear guard approaching? Who commands them? Where are the provisions? His barrage of questions evidently startled the messenger, who had never witnessed Zhang Liao in such a state of exhilaration. Speak quickly. Why are you dawdling? Zhang Liao chided, a hint of impatience in his tone. The soldier quickly regained his composure and answered Zhang Liao's inquiries, reporting to the general. The commander of the rear guard is Yuan Shu, the governor of Nanyang among the 18 warlords. The officer in charge of transporting the provisions is General Ji Ling, under Yuan Shu's command. They have approximately 20,000 troops, with the provisions protected in the center. However, the soldier hesitated. Zhang Liao urgently pressed. What do you mean by however? The normally composed Zhang Liao was now visibly agitated. The soldier replied, however, they have not entered the Xingshan Pass. Instead, they have halted their forces 5 li north of the mountain. It appears they plan to set up camp. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Liao mused. What is Yuan Shu scheming? As the commander of the rear guard responsible for provisions, they should be hastening through Xingshan. Otherwise, if battle ensues and Liu Bian dispatches forces to secure the pass, Yuan Shu's supply convoy will be unable to enter, effectively starting the 18 warlords within Yingchuan County. Zhang Liao stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes darting back and forth in contemplation. The soldier, sensing Zhang Liao's deep reflection, refrained from interrupting, silently awaiting further instructions. After a long pause, Zhang Liao finally spoke. Is there an optimal vantage point for observation? The soldier nodded. Indeed. Zhang Liao's face lit up with excitement as he commanded. Quickly, lead me there. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Zhang Liao was determined to ascertain Yuan Shu's true intentions. The soldier promptly guided Zhang Liao to a relatively elevated position in Xingshan. Looking down, the view was unobstructed. General, look. Yuan Shu's army is indeed setting up camp, the soldier reported. Zhang Liao furrowed his brow again. The sight confirmed the soldier's words that Yuan Shu's forces were indeed busy establishing their encampment. Yet this was illogical. Yuan Shu had no reason to set up camp in such a location. After all, he was not part of the vanguard and did not need to wait for reinforcements. What could this mean? Zhang Liao was perplexed by Yuan Shu's actions. The soldier suggested, General, why not send a unit to disrupt them? They are currently setting up camp. A surprise attack would likely catch them off guard. However, Zhang Liao shook his head in disapproval. That would be unwise, that we do not yet grasp the full situation. Should Yuan Shu's forces lay in ambush, our army would be placed at a disadvantage, and we would expose our own position in Xingshan. Our 2 days of waiting would be rendered futile. The soldier inquired, General, should we simply wait here? What if Yuan Shu does not move? Wouldn't that mean we need not engage them at all? We would fail the task entrusted to us by the regent. Zhang Liao turned and glared at the soldier. Enough with the chatter. Even if we fail the assignment, we cannot act recklessly, that I sense that Yuan Shu's behavior is exceedingly unusual. There must be other schemes at play. Quickly relay my orders. Have the scouts remain vigilant and keep a close watch on them. Any slightest disturbance must be reported to me, with Zhang Liao's command. The soldier had no choice but to turn and depart. Outside Xingshan, in Yuan's military camp, observing the construction of Yuan's encampment, General Ji Ling approached Yuan Shu. My lord, Why are we setting up such a large camp when everything is proceeding smoothly? Ji Ling asked, utterly perplexed by Yuan Shu's sudden order to halt their advance 3 li from Xingshan and establish camp. Yuan Shu, stroking his beard, replied with a shake of his head, Ji Ling, you do not understand that we are not like the other warlords. They are leading their armies swiftly through Xingshan, but we are in charge of a supply convoy, as Cao Cao stated, the king of Hongnong. Oh. Now he is the regent. In recent days, the imperial edict is spread across the realm, and the news of the king of Hongnong's elevation to regent is now known to all. Lu Bian can outmaneuver Cao Cao, so he can deceive us as well. Therefore, we must remain cautious. I commanded you to deploy troops around the perimeter. Did you carry out my orders? Yuan Shu inquired. Ji Ling nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I have arranged everything as you instructed. Yuan Shu nodded in satisfaction. He looked up at Xingshan, pointing towards the peaks. There may well be ambushers hidden among those mountains. We must exercise extreme caution. Even if we do not supply those warlords' armies, we can still transport the provisions back to Nanyang, and we must not fall into the trap set by others. Thus, he urged the soldiers to expedite the construction of the camp. Nightfall is approaching. They must work swiftly. When darkness descends, remember to raise plenty of torches to create the illusion that we are still within the camp. In actuality, they intended to swiftly transport the provisions through Xingshan under the cover of night. Ji Ling praised, my lord, your wisdom is truly remarkable. With this strategy, even if there are ambushes in Xingshan, they will never suspect that we would cross the mountain at night. Yuan Shu smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, caution ensures longevity. Chapter 40. A gift of introduction. The soldiers under Yuan Shu's command acted with remarkable efficiency. Before darkness fell, they had successfully established their camp. Yet, they did not rest. Instead, they concealed the supply wagons behind the military tents, shrouding them from view. The twilight cast a gray hue over the landscape. Zhang Liao, stationed on the platform, observed Yuan's maneuvers with a cunning smile. That is the play Yuan Shu is attempting. I thought he was up to something grand. It seems he aims to employ this ruse. Zhang Liao murmured, appearing to have deciphered the entire scheme. A nearby soldier, puzzled, asked, General, what trick is Yuan Shu attempting? Zhang Liao replied with a triumphant smile. He is employing the strategy of building a road in the open while secretly transporting goods through the back. It appears Yuan Shu is quite cautious indeed. Relay my command, and inform my brethren to be vigilant this evening. Prepare an ambush in the valley, ever ready to heed my call, and launch an assault against the forces of Yuan. The soldiers, taken aback, inquired, General, do you mean we should strike outward? Zhang Liao chuckled, saying, there is no need for us to take the initiative. Yuan Shu will lead his troops directly into our grasp. Zhang Liao secretly reflected that tonight presented a splendid opportunity for him to achieve great merit. Time swiftly passed, and darkness gradually enveloped the land. Zhang Liao had set his ambush, merely awaiting Yuan Shu to unwittingly deliver himself to their doorstep. Alas, Yuan Shu remained oblivious to Zhang Liao's keen insight into his intentions, reveling instead in the brilliance of his own stratagem. Yuan Shu deemed the time ripe. He commanded the supply convoy to depart under the cover of darkness. With 20,000 men transporting provisions into the treacherous terrain of Xingshan, that moment, the mountains were engulfed in utter blackness, rendering visibility non-existent. To ensure safety, Yuan Shu refrained from allowing his soldiers to light torches, opting instead to proceed in the shadows. The valley revealed no signs of abnormality, not even the shadow of an enemy. Ji Ling nestled close to Yuan Shu, wielding a trident halberd to safeguard his lord's safety. My lord, your cunning is unmatched. Even if there were any signs of enemy movement, they would never suspect we would advance under the cover of night. I am truly in awe. Hearing Ji Ling's flattery, Yuan Shu's pride swelled further. Ji Ling, a true commander must be adaptable and versatile. You must learn from me, for I shall entrust you with significant responsibilities in the future, allowing you to stand independently. Just as Yuan Shu finished speaking, a sudden roar echoed through the valley. A blaze of torches ignited upon the left mountainside, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers, positioned advantageously, unleashed a barrage of arrows that rained down upon Yuan's soldiers. Yuan Shu, taken aback, cried out in alarm. Shield bearers, raise your shields to protect yourselves. Yuan Shu's countenance paled. He had not anticipated that Liu Bian had indeed laid an ambush in Xingshan. Even more astonishing was the realization that these ambushers had seen through his ruse. "Quickly, raise your shields to defend." Ji Ling echoed Yuan Shu's urgent command. But just as their orders were given, the torches on the left side of the valley suddenly extinguished, plunging everything back into silence. As if the recent events had merely been an illusion. "What is happening?" Ji Ling queried in astonishment. Before Yuan Shu could respond, another fierce shout reverberated through the valley. Following the roar, a multitude of torches flared to life on the right side of the valley. Whoosh, 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 as the flames illuminated the area, another volley of arrows descended. The Yuan soldiers, having just lowered their shields, found themselves once again besieged by a deadly rain of arrows. Both Yuan Shu and Ji Ling were left utterly astonished. "Ji Ling, relay my command, advance quickly, advance swiftly." Yuan Shu's nerves frayed. He truly feared another roar would resound. Ji Ling complied, calling out, "All troops, heed my command, accelerate your advance through the valley," with a single command. The speed of Yuan's advance notably increased. However, lacking torches, even with their hastened pace, they could not move quickly. Yuan Shu remained on edge, fearing another fierce shout would pierce the air. Yet, after advancing for a while without hearing another roar, his apprehension began to dissipate. Just at that moment, Yuan Shu's steed let out a pained cry, and he was violently thrown from his mount. Not only Yuan Shu, but also Ji Ling and several other lieutenants fell from their horses. "This is bad, it's a horse snare." Ji Ling screamed just before he fell. Boom, boom. Following the cries, the sound of boulders plummeting rang through the valley. A bang. Cries of anguish echoed, and the entire Yuan army descended into chaos. "Run! There are falling rocks! Hurry, dodge! Boom, boom!" The cacophony of falling stones intertwined with the cries of Yuan soldiers, reverberating through the valley. The disarray among Yuan's troops was dire, but the true calamity befell Yuan Shu. Ji Ling and the other lieutenants, soldiers, in their frantic attempts to avoid the descending boulders, scurried about like headless flies. Several lieutenants were trampled to death in the chaos. Yuan Shu was paralyzed with terror. Shielded by Ji Ling, he narrowly escaped a grave fate. "Quickly, relay the order to accelerate. All troops, hasten through the valley." Yuan Shu shouted urgently. Ji Ling promptly conveyed Yuan Shu's command. The soldiers of Yuan's army were now thoroughly disoriented. Upon hearing the orders, they frantically fled towards the valley's exit. Some even attempted to push the supply carts as they desperately retreated. Yet, as Yuan soldiers surged forward, fresh screams rang out, "It hurts! I've been skewered! Oh no, there are iron caltrops!" A chorus of cries and exclamations echoed, resulting in severe losses for Yuan's forces. "Quickly, everyone, sweep the ground with your feet as you move forward. Hurry!" Ji Ling bellowed orders. The best strategy for dealing with iron caltrops is to keep one's feet on the ground, advancing by sweeping the terrain with one's feet. After experiencing the first disaster, the soldiers of Yuan's army began to heed Ji Ling's advice, cautiously sweeping the ground as they proceeded. Just as they neared the valley's mouth, torches suddenly flared to life around them, accompanied by a battle cry. "Kill! Capture Yuan Shu alive!" A multitude of torches illuminated the surroundings, creating a daylight-like brightness. The Flying Eagle army stood in formation. Poised for battle, from the side emerged a formidable general, none other than Zhang Liao. "Yuan Shu, I have been awaiting your arrival," Zhang Liao proclaimed, brandishing his spear and astride a magnificent steed, exuding an air of formidable authority. In stark contrast, Yuan Shu and Ji Ling appeared disheveled, their faces smeared with dirt, the remnants of a defeated army. Many of their soldiers lay wounded and bloodied. Yuan Shu was taken aback, trembling in fear. "Who are you?" Yuan Shu demanded loudly. Zhang Liao erupted in laughter. "I am Zhang Liao, general under the Regent King, Zhang Wenyan, that I have awaited you for quite some time. The welcome gift I prepared for you. How do you find it?" Zhang Liao's arrogant demeanor deeply wounded Yuan Shu's pride. "You scoundrel! Do not be so boastful. I shall have General Ji Ling slay you." Yuan Shu, enraged, shouted furiously that he commanded Ji Ling. "Ji Ling, charge forth and slay him." Chapter 41. The great victory at Xingshan. Yuan Shu was utterly incensed. Since his rise, he had never endured such humiliation. This night's dismal defeat ignited a furious wrath within the noble-born Yuan Shu. Hearing Yuan Shu's furious shouts, Zhang Liao could not contain his laughter. "Ha! Yuan Shu, I hold the absolute advantage now. Do you think I would engage Ji Ling in a duel?" Zhang Liao's face radiated arrogance. "You are but a turtle in a jar. I can end your life whenever I please." Zhang Liao cast a disdainful glance at Ji Ling. "Moreover, do you truly believe that Ji Ling is a match for me?" Zhang Liao. He is utterly insignificant." Upon hearing Zhang Liao's taunts, Yuan Shu's fury reached its zenith. To mock Ji Ling was one thing, but to belittle him as a turtle was intolerable. Yuan Shu, unable to contain his rage, drew his sword and bellowed, "Troops, heed my command. Charge forward and slay the enemy." At Yuan Shu's command, his soldiers roared and surged towards Zhang Liao. That a cold glint flashed in Zhang Liao's eyes, and a murderous aura enveloped him. Ha! Such arrogance! Zhang Liao swung his spear with all his might, shouting, "Flying Eagle Army, slay the enemy!" With a fierce cry, Zhang Liao tightened his legs around his steed and charged towards Yuan's forces. "Yuan Shu, prepare to meet your end." Zhang Liao led the charge, toppling several Yuan soldiers in rapid succession, swiftly closing the distance to Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu, in a state of panic, emitted a shrill scream. "Protect me." Ji Ling advanced, arms outstretched, hands gripping Zhang Liao's spear aimed at Yuan Shu with the strength of iron pincers. "Ha!" Ji Ling roared, exerting all his might. "That my lord, flee. I will hold off Zhang Liao." Yuan Shu had no time to ponder further. Scrambling away in the direction from whence he came, "Do you dare to stand against me? Prepare to die." Zhang Liao thundered, channeling his strength to lift his spear, attempting to throw Ji Ling aside. Ji Ling, experienced in battle, sensed Zhang Liao's sudden surge of power and promptly released his grip on the spear. Unprepared for Zhang Liao's maneuver, all his force dissipated. The spear was thrust upward, and his body leaned back, nearly causing him to be unseated from his horse. Ji Ling, driven by a fierce desire to protect his lord, let out a battle cry. "Down with you!" Ji Ling charged with all his might towards Zhang Liao and his steed. Ji Ling exerted every ounce of his strength, crashing fiercely into Zhang Liao's horse. Boom! The sound reverberated, and Ji Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, Zhang Liao's steed could not withstand the impact either. Collapsing in a cacophony of noise, Zhang Liao, caught off guard, was thrown to the ground. Ji Ling, not lingering for battle, gasped for breath, turning to flee towards Yuan Shu. Ji Ling's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to run. Run as fast as you can, and run as far as you can. The provisions and the soldiers under your command are no longer of any consequence. As long as one survives, these things can be acquired in due course. Once death claims you, that is the end of all. Zhang Liao, gripping his spear, rose from the ground, fury igniting his spirit, his eyes now ablaze with murderous intent. Observing Ji Ling fleeing, Zhang Liao cast aside his spear and swiftly seized a dagger from the earth. Narrowing his eyes, he hurled the dagger with great force towards Ji Ling. Amid the chaos of battle, a vigilant soldier from Yuan Shu's army shouted, "General, beware of what's behind you." But alas, the moment that warning was uttered, the soldier's head was severed by a blade from the Flying Eagle Army. Exhausted and desperate, Ji Ling turned at the sound of the shout. But by then, the dagger hurled by Zhang Liao was already upon him. With no time to think, Ji Ling instinctively darted to the right, attempting to evade the incoming dagger. Yet it was too late. The dagger plunged viciously into his left shoulder. Ji Ling let out a pained scream, his body staggering as he nearly collapsed. "Damn it! Zhang Wenyuan, you shall pay for this." Ji Ling gritted his teeth, refusing to hesitate for even a moment. That he braced himself against the ground with his right hand, barely managing to keep upright, and then fled desperately into the distance. Observing Ji Ling's escape, Zhang Liao made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he retrieved his spear once more and raised his arm to shout, "Soldiers of Yuan Shu's army, listen. Ji Ling has fled. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." Following Zhang Liao's proclamation, the soldiers of the Flying Eagle Army echoed in unison, "Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." The fervor of their cries surged like a rising tide. Witnessing their commander's flight, the soldiers of Yuan Shu's army hastily discarded their weapons and ceased resistance. As the battle concluded, Zhang Liao commanded the clearing of the battlefield, assessing casualties, prisoners, and the quantity of provisions that he then sat beside a large stone, gazing at the fallen enemies, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This victory was splendid, sufficient for him to establish his position under Liu Bian. Before long, a soldier approached to report, "General, we sustained 500 casualties in this battle, while we eliminated 3,000 foes. We have captured 15,000 enemy soldiers, and the remaining Yuan troops have fled." Zhang Liao nodded in satisfaction. With merely 500 losses, this battle could be deemed a resounding victory. Yet it was thanks to Zhang Liao's prior preparations of numerous traps that the casualties were minimized. Zhang Liao inquired, "What are the provisions? How much do we have?" He recalled Liu Bian's previous request for provisions in Yangdi City, stipulating a loan of 1 for 2. Liu Bian had borrowed 500 shur of grain, which meant he would need to repay 1,000 shur. Thus, Zhang Liao was particularly concerned about the provisions. The coalition forces of the 18 warlords were said to number over 200,000. The supply of provisions for such a vast army should indeed be considerable. A soldier, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "General, we have struck gold. We have thoroughly assessed the provisions in the valley. There are a staggering 5,000 shur of grain. 1 shur is approximately 120 jin, so 5,000 shur amounts to 600,000 jin of grain. With 20,000 men, we can indeed transport this quantity." Zhang Liao was equally thrilled. With these 5,000 shur of grain, he could significantly aid Liu Bian. Though Zhang Liao understood that this amount would not fundamentally shake the coalition of the 18 warlords, it was nonetheless a substantial sum for Liu Bian at present. Clapping his hands together with fervor, Zhang Liao laughed. "Excellent. Splendid. Relay my orders to transport these 5,000 shur of provisions back to Yangdi City in 2 batches via the back roads. Furthermore, compose a report of our victory to be sent to Yangdi City, instructing Fang Xianling to convey my message to His Highness." The soldier complied and turned to leave. Zhang Liao immediately summoned someone to bring writing materials, drafting a report to be dispatched to Yangdi City. "General, what shall we do next? Should we assist General Gaochong in Yangwan City?" a soldier inquired nearby. Zhang Liao shook his head, stating, "No, we shall remain steadfast at Xingshan. I suspect that Yuan Shu, having suffered this defeat, will undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. After all, a coalition of over 200,000 cannot possibly rely on just 5,000 shur of grain. Furthermore, the coalition, isolated in their position, must have provisions to sustain them. Thus, we must stay here and continue to thwart Yuan Shu." Chapter 42. A fatal arrow. Zhang Liao continued to arrange his troops to guard Xingshan, while Yuan Shu and Ji Ling, having narrowly escaped, ran a full 10 li before they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, resting against a large tree. Meanwhile, the over 10,000 soldiers captured by Zhang Liao, stripped of their uniforms upon Zhang Liao's orders, gradually found their way back to Yuan Shu and Ji Ling. In the span of a single night, the original force of 20,000 had dwindled to about 3,000, but the remaining soldiers had either perished in battle or seized the opportunity to flee home. Looking at the battered 3,000 soldiers at his side, Yuan Shu seethed with rage, infuriated that Zhang Liao had dared to scheme against him, and resentful of his own earlier complacency that moment. Ji Ling approached and asked, "My lord, what shall we do next? Our forces are insufficient, and morale is low. Should we retreat to Nanyang or return to the main camp outside Hulao Pass?" Although the 18 warlords had mobilized their forces, a small contingent remained to guard the Hulao Pass camp. Yuan Shu clenched his teeth, growling, "Let us return to Hulao Pass, gather our troops and provisions, then we shall head back to Nanyang." Reflecting on his past miscalculations, Yuan Shu resolved not to wade into treacherous waters again. Once he returned to Nanyang, he intended to muster his forces and strategize for an assault on Yingchuan from another direction. "When I return to Nanyang, I will rally my troops and gather brave warriors to launch an attack on Yingchuan." Yuan Shu's gaze burned with resentment as he looked towards Yingchuan. The Ji Ling, startled, asked, "My lord, what are the other 17 warlords within Yingchuan?" Yuan Shu sneered, "Let them engage in their own dogfights. After all, the 17 warlords still possess provisions for another 7 or 8 days. Our rear forces are merely tasked with transporting a large quantity of supplies. Let them battle it out with Liu Bian while we sit back and reap the benefits." Yuan Shu was a quintessential self-serving individual. Having tasted defeat once, he he had no desire to experience it again. Ji Ling clasped his fists, saying, "Your calculations are astute, my lord." Yuan Shu snorted coldly and, with Ji Ling's support, struggled to rise, leading his troops back towards Hulao Pass. Yangguan City at this moment. The vanguard army had converged with the main forces of the 18 warlords outside Yangguan City. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Shu, who was in the midst of transporting provisions, had already suffered defeat at Zhang Liao's hands. Meanwhile, Yuan Shao, in high spirits, convened a swearing-in ceremony for the 18 warlords. After the ceremony, the troops of the 18 warlords lined up neatly beneath Yangguan City. "Once we breach Yangguan City, the path to Yangdi City will be clear," Yuan Shao proclaimed, pointing towards the city with his whip. "Who dares to challenge?" Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, bowed and said, "Alliance leader, I have a fierce general under my command, Lu Sandao, who wields a great blade and is renowned as a formidable warrior from Hebei. He shall take up the challenge." At this time, the 18 warlords had yet to engage with Hua Xiong. Lu Sandao, who had originally been slain by Hua Xiong, was very much alive. Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow. Smiling, "Oh, where is General Lu?" A valiant warrior rode forth, clasping his fists. "Alliance leader, I am here." Yuan Shao appraised Lu Sandao with admiration, exclaiming, "General Lu, you possess remarkable valor. I shall grant you 1,000 troops to challenge at the city gates." Lu Sandao, with a proud smile, replied, "Alliance leader, 1,000 is too many. I only require 500 men to overcome the enemy." Yuan Shao paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. I shall provide General Lu with 500 elite soldiers. I hope you will not disappoint us in breaching Yangguan City." Lu Sandao clasped his fists and declared, "Rest assured, Alliance leader, Lu Sandao shall not fail your expectations." With that, Lu Sandao brandished his great blade and, accompanied by 500 elite troops, approached the gates of Yangguan City. The defending commander on the city wall heard his challenge and proclaimed, "I am Lu Sandao, a renowned general of Hebei under Tao Qian. Surrender promptly, or I will unleash a torrent of blood upon your city." Hai Chong, standing atop the city wall, regarded Lu Sandao's provocation with a look of disdain. "Did I ask the defending commander deaf? If you do not open the gates to surrender, I, Lu Sandao, shall lead my troops into the city and take your life." As Lu Sandao saw Hai Chong ignoring him, he continued to shout defiantly. Hai Chong, irritated, rubbed his ears, exclaiming, "What a nuisance!" He dismissed Lu Sandao entirely. Considering him insignificant, that it was the over 20,000 troops behind Lu Sandao that truly concerned Hai Chong, that he feared that if he were to exit the city to confront Lu Sandao, the vast army would immediately surge forward. "I will give you one last warning. Open the gates and surrender, or my general Lu Sandao will take your life." Lu Sandao continued his tirade of insults. And Gao Chong, unable to endure any longer, bellowed, "Bring me my bow." At his command, 2 soldiers swiftly ascended the city walls, bearing Gao Chong's formidable bow. Unlike ordinary bows and crossbows, this bow was entirely obsidian black, forged from mysterious iron, and weighed a staggering 80 pounds. Its power was sufficient to draw 10 stones. Not only could ordinary soldiers not wield such a bow, but even typical generals would find it impossible to draw a 10-stone bow. Even Huang Zhong, the most renowned master of archery during the Three Kingdoms period, could only manage a 3-stone bow at best. Gao Chong seized the great bow, retrieving an arrow from the quiver, and with a fierce determination, drew the bowstring taut, aiming directly at Lu Sandao's head. "Lu Sandao, your incessant noise has infuriated me, and thus I shall send you to the Yellow Springs," with a thunderous roar. Gao Chong pulled the bowstring back like a full moon. Lu Sandao was still 100 paces away from Yangguan City. In truth, the distance from the city walls to the target was even greater than that. Lu Sandao dismissed Gao Chong's words, observing the longbow in his hands but sneering with disdain. "Come, shoot. If you can hit me, I shall withdraw my troops." Whoosh! Just as Lu Sandao finished speaking, Gao Chong released the arrow. The projectile sliced through the air, resembling a shooting star as it hurtled toward Lu Sandao's head. Yet Lu Sandao made no attempt to evade, instead gazing at the arrow with arrogant satisfaction. The arrow's speed was astonishing, reaching Lu Sandao in the blink of an eye. A formidable aura of lethal intent enveloped him instantaneously. Lu Sandao's heart sank in alarm. His eyes widened in realization of his peril. At that moment, as he sought to dodge, it was already too late. Bang! Gao Chong's arrow obliterated Lu Sandao's head, leaving not even a single complete skull behind. Lu Sandao met his tragic end beneath the arrow, prompting a collective gasp of horror from the 500 soldiers behind him, who then retreated in a panic, like startled birds fleeing a bowstring. Yuan Shao and the others watched from afar, utterly perplexed, none having grasped the unfolding events. How had Lu Sandao met his demise? A question mark lingered in the minds of the onlookers. Gao Chong erupted into a series of maniacal laughs from atop the city walls. He proclaimed loudly, to the 18 warlords, "Heed my words. Whoever seeks death, I, Gao Chong, shall oblige." Chapter 43. Slaying two generals. Gao Chong's voice echoed powerfully, clear enough for the 18 warlords, despite the distance, to hear distinctly. Yuan Shao squinted, scoffing. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Who would dare to fight? The loss of the so-called General Lu Sandao, coupled with Gao Chong's hubris, left the warlords feeling utterly disgraced. That moment, Kong Rong, the governor of Beihai, clasped his fists and spoke. "My lord, I have another valiant general under my command, named Wu Onghua. He wields a 50-pound iron hammer and is renowned for his bravery and martial skills. I implore you to allow Wu Onghua to avenge General Lu." Kong Rong and Tao Qian were old friends, and witnessing Tao Qian lose a general spurred Kong Rong's desire for retribution. Yuan Shao nodded slowly, saying, "Very well. Where is General Wu?" As Yuan Shao's words fell, Wu Onghua emerged from the ranks, standing over 8 feet tall, wielding a massive iron hammer. He exuded an aura of strength and ferocity that commanded respect. Yuan Shao scrutinized Wu Onghua, nodding in satisfaction. "General Wu, this battle must end in victory. We must bolster our army's reputation." Wu Onghua clasped his hands in salute, proclaiming loudly, "Rest assured, my lord, this mere nameless foe is no match for me. Watch as I use this 50-pound hammer to crush his skull." "Excellent," Yuan Shao praised, then gestured emphatically, declaring, "Should General Wu emerge victorious, I shall reward him handsomely for his valor." Upon hearing this, Wu Onghua felt invigorated. He bowed to Yuan Shao before turning his steed towards Yangguan City. However, this time, Wu Onghua was wise. Cognizant of Lu Sandao's grim fate, he chose to halt his advance a full 200 paces from the city. "Listen, you little thief. Do not attempt any underhanded attacks. If you have the courage, step forth from the city and engage me in battle for 300 rounds. If you lack the valor, then surrender quietly." Wu Onghua raised his great hammer, taunting the defenders atop Yangguan City. In his view, while Gao Chong's archery was exceptional, it did not imply he excelled in mounted combat. Thus, Wu Onghua maintained a safe distance, hoping to lure Gao Chong out of the city and crush him with his hammer. Gao Chong frowned slightly, estimating the distance to be around 200 paces this range, unless the overlord himself were present. No one could strike Wu Onghua. Even Gao Chong, upon self-reflection, deemed it impossible. What, are you, a cowardly turtle? Or perhaps merely a craven rogue, skilled only in ambushes? If you have the guts, come forth and fight my General Wu Onghua to the death. As Wu Onghua's insults grew increasingly fervent, he even resorted to cursing Gao Chong's mother. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gao Chong shouted, "Bring me my gold-engraved tiger-head spear." Gao Chong, endowed with immense strength, wielded a spear that too weighed 80 pounds, its shaft thick as a bowl. With a commanding shout, it wasn't long before 2 soldiers brought Gao Chong's spear to the city walls, grasping the spear tightly. Gao Chong pointed it at Wu Onghua below, bellowing, "Wait there. I shall come to claim your worthless life." With that, he swiftly descended from the city tower, mounted his prepared steed, and commanded the gates to be opened. Charging out of the city, as soon as Gao Chong exited Yangguan City, the gates slammed shut, preventing the 18 warlords from seizing the opportunity to assault the city at last. "You little thief have the audacity to face me in battle for 300 rounds. The governor of Beihai, Wu Onghua, stands before you. State your name, coward," Wu Onghua proclaimed, hammer in hand. Gao Chong sneered, declaring loudly, "I am Gao Chong, a general under the Regent King. You dog thief, come and meet your doom." Gao Chong's steed galloped swiftly, reaching Wu Onghua in an instant. "Look out!" Gao Chong roared, thrusting the gold-engraved tiger-head spear with ferocity. Wu Onghua, in turn, swung his iron hammer, attempting to deflect Gao Chong's spear. Bang! The two weapons collided violently. Yet Wu Onghua felt his arms go numb, his palms splitting from the impact, blood oozing from his hands. In stark contrast, Gao Chong remained unyielding. The spear did not waver, continuing its lethal trajectory toward Wu Ongua's chest. Wu Ongua's hammer was deflected, leaving his defenses wide open. How is this possible? Wu Onghua gasped in horror, his face expressing sheer terror. He believed himself immensely powerful, only to discover someone even stronger, even under the hammer's crushing force. The trajectory of the attack remained unchanged. Pooh! Just as Wu Onghua was consumed by dread, Gao Chong's spear pierced through his chest. Die! Gao Chong roared, twisting the spear violently, cleaving Wu Onghua in two. Blood and flesh erupted like a torrential downpour. Gao Chong had slain Wu Onghua in a single strike, leaving the air thick with shock. The 18 warlords exchanged glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. They had not anticipated such a formidable warrior within the humble confines of Yangwan City. Indeed, this man is exceptional. He appears to be a dangerous character. Having dispatched 2 generals in quick succession, the warlords deliberated anxiously, their gazes toward Gao Chong tinged with apprehension. Yuan Shao cleared his throat, asking gravely, "Who else is willing to fight?" In the wake of witnessing Gao Chong's prowess, the warlords fell silent. Who would dare send their own generals to their demise against such an adversary? Yuan Shao snorted disdainfully. What a disgrace for the esteemed 18 warlords to be intimidated by a mere youth. It is regrettable that I left Yanliang and Wenchou to guard the Tiger Pass. Otherwise, one of them would have quelled his arrogance. As Yuan Shao's words faded, Gao Chong's voice thundered forth, "To the 18 warlords, listen. Those with courage may continue to seek death. I, Gao Chong, will slay 1 for each who comes today, and 2 for those who dare to send 2. If you are frightened, then retreat together. I, Gao Chong, will gladly accommodate you. If you lack the guts, then scurry back and spare yourselves the embarrassment." Gao Chong's voice rang loud and clear, piercing the ears of the 18 warlords with a jarring intensity. Clap! Yuan Shao slammed his hands together, seething. Is there truly no one willing to face this brazen wretch in battle? Whoever can slay Gao Chong shall have my recommendation to the court for the title of Thousand House Marquis. As Yuan Shao's declaration echoed, Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou, stepped forward and "My lord, I have a fierce general named Pan Feng, a commander from Jizhou. Ditto." Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow, eagerly inquiring, "Where is General Pan Feng?" A burly warrior with a square face stepped forward, declaring, "I am Pan Feng." In Chapter 44, titled Request for Battle, Pan Feng's imposing appearance immediately signified him as a formidable general. Yuan Shao, filled with delight, exclaimed, "General Pan, you are indeed extraordinary and possess the stature of a true commander. I implore you to slay Gao Chong and bolster the reputation of our 18 lords." Pan Feng clasped his fists in salute and replied, "I accept the order, yet I have one stipulation." With a grand gesture, Yuan Shao, in a display of generosity, said, "Speak freely, General Pan, that as long as someone can vanquish Gao Chong and reinvigorate the morale of our coalition, I would gladly fulfill any reasonable request, no matter how many." Pan Feng insisted, "When I engage in battle, I must have the drums beaten continuously to rally support. Furthermore, should I emerge victorious, the alliance leader must proclaim my achievements for all the troops to hear and grant me 3 days of uninterrupted revelry." These demands seemed trivial to Yuan Shao. After all, if Gao Chong were slain, he would not begrudge Pan Feng even 30 days of celebration. Yuan Shao readily acquiesced. "General Pan, proceed to battle. Should you succeed in slaying Gao Chong, I shall reward you with the title of Thousand Household Lord and 100 taels of gold." With a nod of gratitude, Pan Feng turned and charged towards Gao Chong, shouting, "Despicable brigand, do not flee. I, Pan Feng of Hebei, shall not tolerate your arrogance. Witness as my mighty axe cleaves you in twain." As he advanced, Gao Chong's eyes glimmered with disdain. Such needless chatter, he scoffed, dismissing Pan Feng as a mere trifling opponent. Despite their first encounter, with a flick at his wrist, Gao Chong brandished his gilded spear and galloped towards Pan Feng, a chilling intent radiating from him. In his eyes, Pan Feng was nothing more than a lifeless corpse waiting to fall. "Receive my axe," Pan Feng bellowed, swinging his great axe towards Gao Chong's neck. With narrowed eyes, Gao Chong effortlessly parried the strike, sending Pan Feng's axe flying. That a sharp crack echoed as Pan Feng felt a tingling numbness spread through his arms, accompanied by a painful throb in his hands. He gasped, his expression shifting as he regarded Gao Chong with newfound respect, astonished by his strength. That moment, Gao Chong flashed a smile, yet it bore the chilling quality of death itself. "Forgive me, but I must send you on your way." With a frigid gaze, he thrust his spear forward. Pan Feng, gathering his strength, raised his axe to block the lethal strike. The impact resonated powerfully, forcing the axe to slam against his chest, resulting in a muffled groan and a spurt of blood as he was sent sprawling to the ground like a kite with severed strings. Struggling to rise, Pan Feng clutched his chest. But each attempt to stand was in vain. Gao Chong's lips curled into a cruel smile. "I am terribly sorry, but it is time for you to depart." With a commanding shout, he lunged forward once more with his spear. In that fleeting moment, Pan Feng summoned every ounce of energy to stagger to his feet, only to collapse before Gao Chong, pleading, "Spare me, great general. I surrender. Please grant me my life." As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly in supplication. The spear halted mere inches from his head, an overwhelming aura of death enveloping Pan Feng. "You surrender. Those who yield are not slain. If you are willing to submit, I shall accept it for now and report to His Highness." Gao Chong nodded in satisfaction. When Pan Feng slumped to the ground in relief, Gao Chong dismounted and effortlessly lifted him, placing him across his horse, observing Pan Feng being struck down and then kneeling in surrender. The coalition of 18 lords felt as if a bucket of cold water had been doused over them, their morale swiftly evaporating, the once thunderous drumbeats ceasing abruptly. Rejoining his steed, Gao Chong raised his spear and challenged the lords. "Is there no one else willing to face me? Is this truly all the might you possess?" His taunts pierced like daggers into the hearts of the assembled lords. Yuan Shao clenched his fists in fury, exclaiming, "This insolent wretch has gone too far. How dare he?" He bellowed, "Is there no one brave enough to confront Gao Chong? Who among you will rise to slay him despite his fervent calls?" None dared to step forward, paralyzed by fear. Behind Cao Cao, his loyal generals, Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan, attempted to volunteer, but were swiftly restrained by their leader. The entire army of the 18 lords appeared utterly defeated, devoid of spirit. Gao Chong's laughter boomed, mocking, "The 18 lords are but a fade of bravado. Do you truly believe you can oppose the regent?" Such foolish delusions. The lords' expressions darkened, their eyes filled with dread as they recognized Gao Chong's overwhelming power. Yuan Shao sighed heavily. "In that case, we shall—" Before he could finish, a young warrior from Gongsun Zan's ranks stepped forth, declaring, "My lord, I shall engage in battle against this scoundrel Gao Chong." This young warrior, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, wielded a silver spear and sported a gleaming helmet adorned with a white plume. Gongsun Zan was taken aback. "Zilong, you." He attempted to dissuade the young warrior, but it was too late. The young warrior bowed, stating, "I am willing to face Gao Chong. While I cannot guarantee victory, I am eager to try." Yuan Shao scrutinized the youth, noting his extraordinary presence, yet his fair complexion suggested a lack of battlefield experience. "What is your name and rank?" Yuan Shao inquired. The young warrior boldly replied, "I am Zhao Yun, styled Zilong, currently serving as a cavalry lieutenant under Gongsun Taisho." Yuan Shao furrowed his brow at the mention of the lieutenant-s rank, which was less than impressive, merely a minor leader among the cavalry. Before he could voice his concerns, Han Fu interjected, "Sending a mere cavalry lieutenant to battle would tarnish the reputation of our 18 lords." Gongsun Zan countered, "Though Zilong is a cavalry lieutenant, he is exceptionally brave and far surpasses the likes of Lu Sandao, Wu Onggua, and Pan Feng." Despite his reservations, Gongsun Zan could not oppose Zhao Yun's eagerness. Yuan Shao stroked his beard, torn in indecision. Yet again, Gao Chong's derisive voice interrupted. "Well, are you going to fight or not? If not, I shall take my leave." I advise the 18 lords to return home promptly, lest you provoke me further and blood flow like rivers. Gao Chong's taunts galvanized Yuan Shao's resolve. "Very well." Following Gongsun Zan's lead, let this young warrior engage in combat with Gao Chong without hesitation. Zhao Yun seized his spear and charged towards Gao Chong, His steed, like a white flame, surged forward with remarkable speed. Sensing the imminent threat, Gao Chong felt a palpable wave of lethal intent. Unlike the previous generals, Zhao Yun spoke not a word, his expression steely, and his gaze, "I see why I in the blink of an eye." Zhao Yun closed the distance, lunging forward with his spear aimed directly at Gao Chong's face. Gao Chong swung to deflect the strike, but Zhao Yun executed a sudden change in his attack, redirecting the spear towards Gao Chong's side. Startled, Gao Chong hastily swept his spear to counter the thrust, the two weapons colliding with a resounding clang. "Who are you?" Gao Chong asked, astonished to find a warrior capable of matching him in a round of combat among the 18 lords that the fierce battle raged on. Gao Chong inquired amid the chaos, to which Zhao Yun coldly replied, "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan." While they exchanged words, Zhao Yun's spear lunged forward once more, this time aimed directly at Gao Chong's throat. Gao Chong swiftly evaded, his gilded tiger head spear sweeping violently toward Zhao Yun's left side, attempting to unseat him from his steed. Yet Zhao Yun's reflexes were remarkably swift. The spear he had thrust out was rapidly retracted, calmly deflecting Gao Chong's advance. Clang, the weapons collided, and neither warrior budged an inch. Zhao Yun's astonishing strength was evident, along with his superior speed and agility. "It seems I have underestimated you," Gao Chong remarked, raising an eyebrow. Zhao Yun let out a cold laugh, remaining silent as his spear danced like a serpent, launching a relentless barrage of strikes at Gao Chong with extraordinary speed. Gao Chong was no mere opponent. With his gilded tiger head spear, he created a fierce wind, embodying an aura of overwhelming force. The two exchanged blows back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds had passed. "Behold my spear!" Zhao Yun shouted fiercely, declaring, "100 birds facing the phoenix." With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed dozens of distinct phantoms from the tip of his spear, all simultaneously darting toward various vulnerable spots on Gao Chong. Should this strike find its mark, Gao Chong would surely be gravely injured, if not slain. Observing the multitude of fierce attacks converging, Gao Chong's lips curled into a sly smile. "That a fine strike indeed." Gao Chong bellowed, and immediately, he executed a powerful horizontal sweep with his gilded spear. Bang! A sharp sound echoed as Gao Chong's spear forcefully collided with Zhao Yun's, successfully neutralizing his 100 birds facing the phoenix. Zhao Yun was taken aback. He was aware of Gao Chong's exceptional skills, but he had not anticipated that Gao Chong could counter his signature move. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yun pressed on with his assault. The two continued their exhilarating duel, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows for over 100 rounds. The coalition of the 18 warlords watched in astonishment. Even the soldiers who had been beating drums in support had forgotten their task. All eyes were riveted on the fierce clash between Gao Chong and Zhao Yun. Their spear strikes intertwined, neither side yielding an inch, repeatedly reaching critical moments where both adeptly evaded peril. Bang! The two long spears struck each other with tremendous force, causing their steeds to rear back several steps. After engaging in a grueling battle of over 100 exchanges, both Gao Chong and Zhao Yun were now somewhat breathless. What exhilaration! What exhilaration!" Gao Chong exclaimed, throwing his head back in laughter. "I once thought the 18 warlords were a pack of rabble, yet here stands a true hero among you. Zhao Zilong, let us end our duel for today. How about we meet again tomorrow?" Zhao Yun, gripping his spear, responded loudly, "Very well. It is a promise. Tomorrow at this time, I shall meet you for another 100 encounters, and we shall determine a victor." Gao Chong laughed heartily, then turned his horse towards Yangwan City. Zhao Yun also intended to return to his own ranks when suddenly, Yuan Shao regained his composure and commanded loudly, "All troops, heed my orders. Let us charge forth and breach Yangwan City. Charge!" With Yuan Shao's command, the coalition of the 18 warlords erupted in a chorus of battle cries. However, as they approached, they found the gates of Yangwan City firmly shut. Gao Chong, unperturbed, ordered, "Release the arrows, drop boulders and wooden beams on them. Let them feel our wrath." Having expended considerable energy in his battle with Zhao Yun, Gao Chong now felt somewhat fatigued, yet he steeled himself to confront the fervent assault of the 18 warlords. The soldiers under the 18 warlords attempted to use ladders to scale the walls, but their efforts were consistently thwarted by the defenders of Yangwan City. The defenders fought valiantly, The initial charge of the 18 warlords quickly receded like a tide. Seeing the retreat of the 18 warlords, Diaochan refrained from issuing a pursuit order. They lacked numerical superiority, and a pursuit would only lead to needless casualties. Squinting his eyes, a glimmer of determination shone within. Zhao Zilong is indeed a hero. The rest of the 18 warlords, however, hardly impress me. Gao Cheng mused to himself. But to defeat Zhao Zilong, I must devise a different strategy that we are evenly matched. Continuing this way is not the solution. Should one of the 18 warlords send reinforcements to flank me alongside Zhao Yun, my defeat would be inevitable. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, announcing loudly, "Report, General. His Highness has arrived." Gao Cheng, upon hearing this, was immediately filled with excitement. "Oh, where is His Highness now?" Gao Cheng inquired eagerly. The soldier replied, "His Highness is in the government office, that he entered the city with his troops right after the 18 warlords retreated." Gao Cheng smiled broadly, saying quickly, "Take me to meet His Highness." The soldier complied, leading Gao Cheng toward the government office. Chapter 46. A new plan under the soldier's guidance. Gao Cheng arrived at the main hall of the government office. At that moment, Lu Bian was already waiting there with Gao Su, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. As soon as they met, before Gao Cheng could speak, Lu Bian eagerly handed him a report from Zhang Liao. "Gao Cheng, quickly, take a look at this report sent back by Wen Yuan from Xing Mountain." Lu Bian's face beamed with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Clearly, this report had greatly elevated Lu Bian's spirits. Gao Cheng hastily took the letter, opened it, and read the contents within. "Haha, Wen Yuan truly is remarkable. He managed to defeat Yuan Shu in the battle at Xing Mountain and captured 5,000 shur of grain. This is an urgent relief for our forces." Lu Bian nodded, smiling. "Indeed, 5,000 shur of grain is sufficient to sustain our army for a while, sparing us from having to borrow from the common folk. While it may not last until autumn, it will certainly sustain us for a time." Gao Cheng returned the report to Lu Bian and proceeded to brief him on the events of the day. "Your Highness, I have slain 2 generals of the 18 warlords today and captured a commander named Pan Feng." Lu Bian's eyes lit up at once, though. "You've captured Pan Feng?" Pan Feng, known as the unparalleled general, was actually of mediocre strength. However, he was certainly superior to Lu Bian's other subordinates like Gong Du, making him capable of serving as a vanguard. Lu Bian inquired with a smile, "Where is Pan Feng now?" Gao Cheng responded, "I have left him outside the government office." "What shall your Highness do with him?" "Execute him." Lu Bian shook his head. With the existence of the collection point system, historical figures from the late Han and Three Kingdoms periods were treasures in Lu Bian's eyes. As long as he could enlist their service, even if only temporarily, it would trigger rewards from the collection point system. Thus, despite Pan Feng's lack of prowess, Lu Bian still wished to bring him under his command. Why kill him? He can handle the dirty work and serve as a minor commander. Lu Bian chuckled. "Go, send someone to bring him to me." Gao Cheng bowed in acknowledgement, then turned to instruct his soldiers to bring Pan Feng inside. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Cheng continued, "By the way, Your Highness, today I encountered a young general named Zhao Yun, styled Zilong. His skills are quite impressive, and we fought for over 100 rounds without a clear victor." "Oh." Zhao Zilong. Upon hearing this name, Lu Bian was secretly astonished. According to the historical timeline, Zhao Yun should still be in Jizhou at this moment. However, he had unexpectedly become part of the army of the 18 warlords. What he did not know was whether Zhao Yun was currently under Han Fu or Gong Sunzan. Regardless of his allegiance, Lu Bian was determined to find a way to recruit Zhao Yun. Historically, Zhao Yun's performance had been lackluster due to Liu Bei's failure to utilize him properly. If Zhao Yun were to serve under Lu Bian, he would undoubtedly shine as a capable commander. As Lu Bian pondered, Gao Cheng continued, "We have agreed to battle again tomorrow. Your Highness can ascend the city to observe the fight, that I assure you, Zhao Yun will pique your interest." Lu Bian snapped back to attention. Smiling, "Tomorrow, you two must not engage in combat." Gao Cheng looked at Lu Bian in confusion, asking, "Your Highness, why is that?" Lu Bian replied with a calm smile, not rushing to explain, but instead stretching leisurely. At that moment, Gao Su, standing nearby, interjected, "The reasoning is quite simple. You have already slain 2 generals of the 18 warlords today, captured one, and fought to a standstill with Zhao Yun. Once Zhao Yun returns, The 18 warlords will surely learn of your agreement to battle tomorrow. If I were among the 18 warlords, I would set an ambush on either side of the city as soon as you two engage in battle. They would immediately charge out, and even if they cannot breach Yangwan City, they could still eliminate you, Diaochan. Lu Bian nodded slowly, praising, Long Gong is indeed correct. Therefore, no matter how Zhao Yin taunts you tomorrow, you must not respond. Lu Bian paused momentarily before continuing. Currently, the supply routes of the 18 warlords have been severed, and they cannot hold out for much longer. Once their provisions run low, we will launch a surprise attack, and we can decisively defeat the 18 warlords. With sufficient grain at hand, Lu Bian could sustain the consumption of the troops within Yangwan City. However, the 18 warlords were different. They lacked ongoing supplies and would soon find themselves embroiled in internal strife. As they conversed, soldiers entered, bringing Pan Feng along. Report, Your Highness. The defeated General Pan Feng is here. The soldier's voice boomed as he spoke. Lu Bian raised his gaze and saw Pan Feng, pale-faced and weak, clutching his chest from a distance. Defeated General Pan Feng, I pay my respects to Your Highness the Regent. Pan Feng clasped his hands in a salute, struggling to bow before Lu Bian. Lu Bian slowly raised his hand and said, There is no need for such formalities. General Pan, did I have heard of your defeat at the hands of Diaochan? May I inquire what your plans are moving forward? As Pan Feng was not a top-tier general, Lu Bian's demeanor toward him was rather tepid, bordering on indifference. With a heavy sigh, filled with shame, Pan Feng replied, As a defeated general, I leave my fate in Your Highness's hands. An idea sparked in Lu Bian's mind. Ahem, General Pan, if that is the case, would you be willing to serve me? Pan Feng hastily responded. If Your Highness does not find me unworthy, I am more than willing to serve you, with unwavering loyalty. As soon as Pan Feng finished speaking, a notification echoed in Lu Bian's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully recruited the character Pan Feng from the late Han Dynasty, earning 1 lottery chance. Upon hearing this, Lu Bian felt as if he had heard the sweetest music, his heart swelling with joy and a broad smile adorning his face. Lu Bian refrained from rushing to draw from the lottery and instead turned to Pan Feng. General Pan, since you are willing to serve, I have a task I would like you to undertake. Upon hearing this, Pan Feng immediately clasped his hands and said, Your Highness, it is not that I do not wish to comply, but I have been gravely wounded by General Gao. If I were to engage in battle now, would that not be akin to seeking my own demise? Lu Bian chuckled, shaking his head. Oh, General Pan, how could I be so unreasonable? What I ask of you is quite simple. Return to the coalition of the 18 lords and serve as our informant. The mention of being an informant stirred something within Pan Feng, and he quickly replied, Your Highness, I am willing to go. Hai Su, standing nearby, furrowed his brow upon hearing Lu Bian's words, eager to interject, but Lu Bian silenced him with a glance. Lu Bian laughed heartily. He had initially intended for Pan Feng to be a mere scout, but upon seeing him, a more intricate plan blossomed in Lu Bian's mind. Pan Feng could serve as a pawn to assist him in easily overcoming the coalition of the 18 lords. Excellent. That is precisely the response I sought from you, General Pan. We shall agree upon this. 3 days hence, I will lay an ambush west of Yangwan City. All you need do is lure the 18 lords into my trap. And upon your return, I shall ensure your promotion. Pan Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall do my utmost to assist you in executing this plan. Shall I set out at once? Pan Feng inquired. Lu Bian shook his head, saying, That would not do. If you leave in such haste, it may not instill trust in the coalition of the 18 lords. They are no fools. Each one is astute. Thus, we must ensure absolute certainty in our endeavors. Chapter 47. The true intention. Pan Feng blinked in astonishment, a sense of unease washing over him. He clasped his hands and asked, Your Highness, what do you intend to do with me? Lu Bian's lips curled into a sly smile. It is quite simple. It merely requires you to endure some physical discomfort that I hope you will not take offense. Pan Feng could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. Take offense? How could I not? After all, it is not you who will bear the brunt of the punishment. Yet, upon contemplating a return to the coalition of the 18 lords, Pan Feng realized that this could be his chance to escape. Although his surrender had been a matter of necessity, the prospect of rejoining Han Fu's ranks was an opportunity not to be missed. More crucially, he would be able to bring back valuable intelligence. With this, he could orchestrate the annihilation of Lu Bian's forces, avenging his own grievances. Pan Feng's expression twitched as he said, "Very well, I am willing to endure this suffering for your highness." Lu Bian snapped his fingers, visibly pleased. "Excellent, General Pan. Your loyalty is truly unmatched." With that, Lu Bian gestured grandly to the soldiers outside, commanding, "Seize Pan Feng and subject him to rigorous interrogation and coercion. Then, find an opportunity to release him." Upon receiving Lu Bian's orders, Pan Feng felt a chill run down his spine. However, having already committed to the plan, he gritted his teeth and allowed the soldiers to take him away for questioning. Once Pan Feng was led away, Gao Su, who had been holding back, quickly stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to voice his concerns. "Your Highness, you must not allow Pan Feng to return. His surrender was out of desperation. Should you send him back and plan an attack in 3 days, I can guarantee he will leak our strategy. Our forces would find themselves in a precarious position, and we might even lose Yangguan City." Gao Su's earnestness and agitation were palpable, yet Lu Bian remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his handsome features. Noticing Lu Bian's calm demeanor, Gao Su grew increasingly anxious. "Your Highness, are you even listening to me?" Lu Bian cast a sidelong glance at Gao Su, chuckling. "Long Gong, do you think I am unaware of what you say? I fully understand that Pan Feng does not genuinely wish to ally with me. It is precisely for this reason that I can exploit him." Gao Su blinked in realization, saying, "So, your Highness's thoughts are so meticulous. I was too hasty in my assessment." Lu Bian continued, "Truth be told, I never intended to ambush the coalition of the 18 lords. With our limited forces, even the most elite troops would stand no chance against the overwhelming numbers of the 18 lords. However, the coalition, emboldened by their sheer strength, will undoubtedly follow Pan Feng's lead and enter our ambush, feigning to have fallen into our trap, that in reality, we will seize that window of opportunity to raid their supplies and burn their provisions." Lu Bian paused before elaborating. "The 18 lords are already struggling with insufficient supplies. If we were to incinerate what little provisions they have left, they would surely be thrown into disarray. At that point, we can pursue them relentlessly, striking when the moment is ripe for maximum impact." With a clap of his hands, Gao Su could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "What a brilliant plan! Your Highness, you are indeed a genius. Should this plan succeed, our forces will gain renown." Even Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who stood nearby, were in awe. Guan Yu stroked his magnificent beard, saying, "Your Highness, this scheme is truly masterful. I suspect the 18 lords, being so incompetent, will not catch on." Zhang Fei laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Why bother with all these convolutions? Let us engage the 18 lords in a bloody battle. In my eyes, they are nothing but a bunch of worthless fools." As the discussion continued, a soldier entered, announcing, "Your Highness, the county lieutenant Lu, by requests an audience." Before departing from Fanshu village, Lu Bian had promoted Lu Bai to the rank of Tiger Guardian Lieutenant, while Gong Du was appointed as the Supply Transport Lieutenant, both under the command of Feng Xianling. Lu Bian raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, saying, "Let Lu Bai come in and see me." The soldier left promptly and soon returned with Lu Bai in tow. Lu Bai clasped his hands respectfully, stating, "I am Lu Bai, here to pay my respects to your Highness. Has the inventory of the Yellow Turban Army's assets outside of Yingyin been compiled?" Lu Bian inquired. Lu Bai replied with a smile, "Indeed, Your Highness, including the assets from Fanshu village, the total assets of the Yellow Turban Army in the vicinity of Yingyin amount to 100 taels of gold, 100 taels of silver, 50,000 coins, and a box of jewels and precious artifacts that in these chaotic times. Although the Yellow Turban Army is an uprising force, they also claim to rob the rich to aid the poor. They have not spared the wealthy families and merchants. Yet these raids have been minor, yielding only limited spoils that it is only after this period of accumulation that we have gathered this wealth." Lu Bian was quite pleased with this haul, jewels and precious artifacts. Gold and silver, along with 55,000 coins. While not an overwhelming amount, it was sufficient for short-term expenses. "Lu Bai, well done. I shall reward you and Gong Du each with 50 taels of gold," Lu Bian declared grandly, his generosity evident. Although the total gold was only 100 taels, Lu Bai showed no reluctance. He firmly believed that only through great generosity could loyalty be earned. Lu Bai quickly waved his hands, saying, "Your Highness, that is far too much. I cannot accept such a reward without having achieved anything significant, that if I were to receive 50 taels of gold without merit, I would surely face criticism. I implore your Highness to retract this order." Lu Bai is not foolish. He is certainly aware that the 50 taels of gold he possesses are akin to a hot potato. It is highly likely that this could incite jealousy and resentment among others in the army. Consequently, Lu Bai may find it increasingly difficult to establish his position within Lu Bian's forces. Lu Bian, with a cunning smile, remarked, "Lu Bai, who says you cannot achieve merit?" Lu Bai blinked in confusion and gazed at Lu Bian, asking, "Your Highness, what do you mean by achieving merit?" Lu Bian inquired, "How many troops did you bring with you this time?" Without hesitation, Lu Bai replied, 1,000 Yangzhai soldiers as guards. The remaining forces are with Gongdu, escorting the wealth back to Yangzhai city for necessary provisions. Lu Bian smiled and said, 1,000 is sufficient. Lu Bai, I command you to lead these 1,000 men to dig pits, trenches, and set up iron caltrops approximately 3 miles west of Yangwan city. Lu Bai scratched his head in perplexity and asked, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Bian chuckled, "That is not for you to worry about. Simply follow my instructions that do not commence work during the day. Intensify operations at night. Do you understand?" Lu Bai, uncertain of Lu Bian's intentions but nonetheless compliant, assured, "Your Highness, I shall ensure the task is executed well." With that, Lu Bai turned and departed from the main hall. Chapter 48. The feudal lords divide their forces again. Shortly after Lu Bai's departure, another soldier entered hastily. "I report to your Highness. Pan Feng has been beaten to a pulp and has been released from the city at the corner gate." The soldier's report filled Lu Bian with exhilaration. He could hardly contain himself as he rubbed his hands together, for his plan was about to unfold, and this battle would make the 18 feudal lords aware of his might. "Well done. You have all worked hard. Let the executioners take a well-deserved rest," Lu Bian instructed the soldiers. Once they had left, he turned to the others and said, "Everyone, let us rest and recuperate for the next 3 days. Once the 18 feudal lords fall into our trap, we will promptly launch an assault, seizing the opportunity to plunder their camps and burn their supplies." The group acknowledged his orders and subsequently exited the hall. After they had all departed, Lu Bian eagerly summoned the system. The system's voice immediately resonated in his mind. "Ding! Would the host like to proceed with the lottery?" Lu Bian responded, "Lottery?" In truth, he had been impatient to participate in the lottery for quite some time. Had it not been for some unfinished tasks, he would have used his chance long ago. After all, one should not let opportunities go to waste, lest they expire. What if the collection point system decided to implement a time-limited lottery, akin to a certain penguin's hunger marketing strategy? Lu Bian's thoughts were interrupted as the system's voice chimed again. "Ding! Please spin the grand wheel, and let us enjoy the excitement." As the system's voice faded, a grand wheel appeared in Lu Bian's mind. This time, the wheel featured 4 options: 8 Xian iron crossbows, 10,000 stones of grain, 1 renowned historical general, and 1 esteemed historical minister. Upon seeing these rewards, Lu Bian's spirits soared. All 4 were items he coveted, especially the 8 Xian iron crossbows, which he desperately needed. It was easy to foresee that the 18 feudal lords, upon losing their supplies, would launch a frenzied attack on Yangwan city. Hence, acquiring those 8 crossbows would be tantamount to securing a powerful defensive weapon. Even if they were outnumbered, they could hold their ground for a while with those 8 crossbows. The other 3 rewards were also commendable. Although not urgently needed, they would still be highly beneficial. Lu Bian, brimming with anticipation, exclaimed, "Spin the wheel!" The wheel began to whirl, and the 4 rewards danced before Lu Bian's eyes like a slideshow. Suddenly, he shouted, "Stop!" The wheel came to a halt, with the pointer landing squarely on the crossbows. "By heaven, my wishes have been granted," he thought, reveling in his good fortune. That moment, with no one around, Lu Bian could not contain his exhilaration and shouted aloud. Even the soldiers on guard outside, upon hearing his outburst, dared not speak or peek inside, their minds filled with questions about why the regent was suddenly conversing with himself. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired 8 Xian iron crossbows." Lu Bian inquired, "Where are these crossbows now?" "Ding! They are currently located in the training grounds of Yangwan City, and the host may deploy them at any time. Upon hearing this, Liu Bian closed the system interface. He did not rush to position the crossbows on the city walls, as there were certainly spies from the 18 feudal lords lurking within Yangwan City, but if he were to make a grand display of bringing the 8 crossbows up to the battlements, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those spies that if the news leaked, there would be no secrets left to keep. Liu Bian desired to deliver a substantial surprise to the 18 feudal lords. At the camp of the 18 feudal lords, in the main tent of the leader, they gathered together. Naturally, this assembly lacked the presence of Yuan Shu, who had already been defeated by Zhang Liao. Zilong stated, "Have you arranged to battle Gao Chong again tomorrow?" Yuan Shao, seated at the head of the table, lifted his gaze to Zhao Yun and inquired, "Did I end this confrontation?" Zhao Yun had suddenly risen from the rank of a cavalry officer to become the darling of the feudal lords. After all, Gao Chong was a man who had slain 2 generals and captured another, instilling such fear in the 18 feudal lords that they dared not even breathe. Zhao Yun's ability to contend with Gao Chong single-handedly spoke volumes of his prowess. Thus, apart from Gongsun Zan, the other lords all aspired to acquire a fierce general like Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun nodded, replying, "Indeed, that is correct, my lord." Beside him, Han Fu clenched his right fist and struck his left palm, exclaiming, "Excellent! My lord, I believe this is an opportunity." Gongsun Zan also nodded slowly, saying, "Indeed, it is an opportunity. I perceive Gao Chong to be arrogant and proud. He will undoubtedly accept the challenge tomorrow. At that point, our forces merely need to set up ambushes on either side of the city. Once Gao Chong engages with Zilong, we can strike from both flanks that we shall undoubtedly eliminate Gao Chong, and Yangwan City will fall without a fight." Gongsun Zan's words elicited a chorus of hearty laughter within the tent, as all the lords deemed this a splendid strategy. Yet, only Cao Cao remained silent, his expression somewhat indifferent. Yuan Shao noticed this and asked, "Mingda, do you hold a different opinion?" Cao Cao replied solemnly, "In my humble view, Gao Chong's valor is not inferior to that of Elbu. Moreover, Yangwan City is not the sole route to invade Yangzhai. Our forces hold the numerical advantage. We should encircle Yangwan City without attacking. Instead, we ought to dispatch an elite force to assault Yangzhai City. If we can capture Yangzhai City, then Yangwan City will naturally fall." Cao Cao's words immediately drew Han Fu's ire. "Mingda, that is mistaken. Gao Chong has brought disgrace upon the 18 feudal lords that if we do not eliminate him, where will our dignity lie? What of our honor?" Cao Cao retorted with a sneer, "Are we to disregard our true objectives merely for the sake of appearances?" Yuan Shao, sensing the rising tension between the two, quickly intervened, "Enough, enough. Both Mingda and Wen Jie present valid points. In that case, let us proceed as follows. Mingda will lead the army to attack Yangzhai City while we encircle Yangwan City here. How does that sound?" Cao Cao narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "I have no objections to that. I only fear that you will resort to the same tactics as last time, playing the role of the mantis behind." Cao Cao's reminder of past events left the other lords feeling embarrassed. Their glares directed at him filled with resentment. Yuan Shao's face flushed with embarrassment. He cleared his throat and awkwardly stated, "Rest assured, Mingda, this time we shall not send a single soldier, but if you are successful in reinstating the Han Emperor, the credit shall rightfully belong to you." Cao Cao cared little for accolades. His focus lay solely on the Han Emperor. Rising abruptly, he declared, "Very well, then I shall march at once," calculating that the supplies he carried were limited to 10 days' worth. He deemed that sufficient for the assault on Yangzhai City. Chapter 49. A duel approached. Cao Cao turned and exited the command tent, leading his troops towards Yangzhai City. As soon as he departed, Han Fu began to sneer. "This Cao Mingda truly overestimates himself. While we are here besieging Yangwan City, he is not aligned with us. Had I known this, I would not have supported him from the outset." Han Fu was naturally displeased after the capture of the great General Pan Feng. Thus, when he learned that Cao Cao intended to divide their forces, his resentment only deepened. Yuan Shao chuckled when Jie, "Since Mingda has already left with his army, let us set this matter aside for now. Our priority is to conquer Yangwan City." The others nodded in agreement, finding Yuan Shao's reasoning sound. Just as they were conversing, a soldier rushed in great haste, exclaiming, "Report! I have news for the Lord." Yuan Shao observed the flustered demeanor of his soldiers, and his brows furrowed in concern. What has transpired? He inquired solemnly. The soldier clasped his fists and replied, I report to the alliance leader that General Pan Feng has returned from within Yangwan City. What? Pan Feng has returned? Han Fu's heart soared with sudden joy. His face alight with excitement. That ha ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. Where is Pan Feng now? Bring him to me at once. Han Fu rose, addressing the soldier in a loud voice. The soldier, casting an awkward glance at Han Fu, hesitantly said, General Pan is currently lying outside the tent, covered in blood. Upon hearing this, Han Fu's expression shifted to one of shock that he hastily rushed outside. And indeed, Pan Feng lay there clad in simple garments. His body marked by the cruel lashes of a whip, blood oozing from numerous gashes, a sight most harrowing. Pan Feng! Pan Feng! Han Fu disregarded his dignity and rushed to him. Pan Feng, a formidable general under Han Fu, shared a close camaraderie with him. They were like brothers. Seeing Pan Feng in such a dire state filled Han Fu with urgency and rage. His eyes reddened, glinting with ferocity. My lord, Pan Feng opened his eyes weakly. I have crucial news to convey. Just as Liu Bian had surmised, Pan Feng had not genuinely surrendered. Upon encountering Han Fu, he intended to disclose Liu Bian's deceptive scheme. Han Fu, startled, immediately pressed, what critical matter? Liu Bian, the regent, is presently within Yangwan City. Pan Feng's voice, though faint, was clearly heard by the other lords within the tent. Upon learning that Liu Bian was in Yangwan City, the assembly began to murmur amongst themselves. Liu Bian has actually come. It appears he is resolute in opposing us. Indeed, this mere king of Hongnong dares to aspire to the title of regent. Having once been an emperor, he now seeks to manipulate the throne. Akin to Dongjua, Yuan Shao's voice rang out, Gentlemen, let us refrain from speculation and allow General Pan to continue. Pan Feng, regaining his breath, recounted Liu Bian's plan in detail. Once he finished, Han Fu summoned the accompanying military physician to attend to Pan Feng's injuries. Esteemed colleagues, it seems Liu Bian harbors considerable ambition. Yuan Shao's countenance darkened after hearing Pan Feng's account that he intends to annihilate us in one fell swoop. We must teach Liu Bian a lesson. Otherwise, he will truly believe that the 18 lords are easy prey. As Yuan Shao concluded, Sun Jian interjected, Alliance leader, I suspect there may be further intricacies to this matter. We must exercise caution. Han Fu, the first to bristle at this remark, retorted Sun Jian. What do you imply? Are you suggesting that Pan Feng has defected to Liu Bian, coming here to deceive us? Han Fu's face flushed slightly, his breath heavy with indignation. Sun Jian frowned slightly and replied, That is not my intention. The governor of Jizhou need not be so agitated. Then what is your meaning? Han Fu demanded loudly. Sun Jian explained, My point is simple. We should dispatch scouts to verify the accuracy of this intelligence. If Liu Bian truly has laid an ambush west of Yangwan City, there will surely be signs left behind. Should we uncover anything and confirm the veracity of the information, we can then turn the tables on him. It will not be too late. Sun Jian's suggestion garnered the approval of most present, yet Han Fu's gaze remained darkly fixed upon him, harboring resentment. Yuan Shao nodded slowly. Very well, we shall divide our forces. Tomorrow at dawn, Zilong will challenge Diaochan. If an opportunity arises, we shall strike him down. Additionally, Wentai, the task of investigating any potential ambush falls to you. Remember, utmost caution is imperative. Sun Jian cupped his hands. Rest assured, Alliance leader, I will not fail in my duty. With the plans of the 18 lords agreed upon, they began to set their strategies into motion. According to the plan, the following morning, Zhao Yun arrived at the foot of Yangwan City, brandishing his spear and provoking the defenders below. Yet, regardless of Zhao Yun's cries, there was no response from within the city, as if Gao Chong had vanished from existence, leaving no trace of his presence. Alas, this is infuriating. Meanwhile, Gao Chong paced anxiously within the main hall, wringing his hands in distress. Your Highness, just allow me to step out for a moment. I promise to return immediately. Liu Bian, resembling a serene monk, shook his head with a smile. Nay, not even for a moment. Gao Chong, eager, implored, shall we simply let them mock us from below? Your Highness, Zhao Yun is a formidable opponent. I yearn to engage him in battle. My lord, please grant me this chance. In the beginning, Liu Bian acknowledged Gao Chong's pleas, but soon became engrossed in reviewing memorials, ignoring Gao Chong's incessant chatter. Gao Chong, parched from speaking, stepped aside to drink from a bowl. "What? Gao Chong, do you also tire?" Lu Bian asked, chuckling. Gao Chong sighed. "Your Highness, regardless of what I say, you refuse to let me engage in battle. This is truly exasperating." Lu Bian laughed heartily. "Fear not, there will come a time for you to face Zhao Yun. But it is certainly not now. I shan't have you go out to meet your demise in vain, that if you find yourself idle. I have a splendid idea. Would you care to hear it?" Gao Chong inquired. "Your Highness, what command do you have?" Lu Bian jested. "Why not take this opportunity to assist Chonggong in reinforcing the city defenses? Perhaps moving bricks and timber atop the city walls will relieve some of your tension." Gao Chong was left speechless, initially believing Lu Bian had assigned him a worthwhile task, only to find it was merely to labor atop the walls. "Your Highness, please do not jest at my expense." "Very well. Since you refuse to let me battle, I might as well return to slumber. Call for me when there is need." With that, Gao Chong bid farewell to Lu Bian and exited the main hall. Chapter 50. The offensive commences for 2 consecutive days. The coalition of 18 lords persistently provoked from below the city. Lu Bian remained steadfast, undisturbed by the cacophony of insults, diligently attending to the backlog of memorials that had accumulated over the past days. Though it was called the Han Empire, warlords had risen in rebellion, and the genuine affairs of state were confined solely to the matters of Yingchuan commandery. While Lu Bian remained composed, the coalition of 18 lords busied themselves. Sun Jian dispatched scouts multiple times to investigate west of Yangwan City, discovering a flurry of activity during the night. Yet, by daybreak, the area returned to tranquility. This stark contrast further solidified the coalition's belief that Lu Bian was up to some sinister plot. According to the agreed timeline, the 3rd day marked Lu Bian's ambush against the coalition. The lords had prepped their troops early, sending Han Fu's faction forth as bait, while the other lords lay in ambush nearby. Meanwhile, Lu Bian, having secretly led 1,000 Yangji soldiers back into Yangwan City the night before, had completed his preparations, the very air thick with an ominous tension. The coalition was eager to defeat Lu Bian and seize the Han Emperor for themselves. While Lu Bian harbored his own designs, planning to launch a surprise attack on the coalition's main camp. The stage was set for imminent conflict. The following dawn, Lu Bian scouts, tasked with monitoring the coalition's movements, hurried back with urgent news that I report to your Highness that the 18 lords are clandestinely mobilizing. They have sent Han Fu's faction as vanguards, moving westward toward Yangji City. The scouts stood in the center of the main hall. Flanked by several of Lu Bian's martial generals, this news reached Gao Chong, who had been waiting impatiently for 3 days. He leaped forth eagerly. "Your Highness, what are we waiting for? We must strike swiftly. Opportunities like this are fleeting." Gao Chong clenched his right fist, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. Zhang Fei echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, Regent, I believe Gao Chong speaks wisely. We must mobilize our forces without delay." Guan Yu nodded in agreement, stating, "I concur with this view." Gao Su, with seriousness, added, "Your Highness, let us march. Our soldiers have awaited this moment for days." Lu Bian surveyed the eager faces before him, satisfaction swelling within him. The morale was high, the soldier spirits ready to be unleashed like a drawn sword, poised to deliver a devastating blow to their foes. With a decisive clap of his hands, Lu Bian commanded, "Gao Chong." "Gao Su, heed my orders. At your service." The two responded with solemnity, their expressions fierce and determined. "Gao Su, you shall lead 5,000 cavalry of Guanning to break through the left flank of the coalition's camp." "I shall obey," Gao Su declared, stepping back. Lu Bian then turned his gaze to Gao Chong. "Gao Chong, you will lead 5,000 infantry and follow me as we penetrate the center of the coalition's camp." Gao Chong hastily clasped his fists and declared, "I shall obey your command." Lu Bian then turned his gaze towards Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, showing no hesitation as he proclaimed loudly, "Guan Yu. Zhang Fei, heed my orders." The 2 warriors exchanged glances before stepping forward, exclaiming in unison, "We are at your service. I command you both to lead 3,000 cavalry from Liangzhou to breach the encampment of the 18 lords from the east." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei accepted the orders with enthusiasm. Lu Bian's decision to entrust them with the Liangzhou cavalry was a calculated move, aimed at ensuring their relentless slaughter of the soldiers aligned with the 18 lords. This would inevitably lead to Liu Bei, caught amidst the chaos, being branded as a traitor and facing dire consequences. With the command given, Lu Bian's forces swiftly mobilized. The soldiers had long been prepared for battle. Departing from Yangguan City alongside their general and advancing towards the encampment of the 18 lords. Gao Su and the two warriors led the cavalry with great speed, swiftly arriving at the flanks of the enemy's camp. Thousands of cavalry charged forth without hesitation, attacking the enemy with ferocity, as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, mercilessly reaping lives. Quick! Release the arrows, shield bearers, step forward and block them. Although the 18 lords had mobilized their entire force, they had left 5,000 troops to guard the camp. Among the defenders was none other than the General Dian Wei, under the command of the Governor Zhang Miao of Qinlu. However, at this moment, Dian Wei had not yet allied with Cao Cao and was still an obscure general. Zhang Miao, being one of the 18 lords, had chosen to lead a portion of his forces to engage in battle, leaving Dian Wei to defend the camp in an effort to conserve strength. Unbeknownst to Zhang Miao, the very troops he left behind would be the ones facing Lu Bian's main force. As the flanks of the camp were under relentless assault, the defending General Dian Wei wielded dual halberds, bared his upper body, and let out a series of roars. Hurry! Shield bearers, do not falter. Pikemen, step forward and impale their steeds. Amidst the turmoil, Dian Wei remained undaunted, commanding his soldiers to resist with composure. With the flanks under siege, the center of the camp became vulnerable at this moment. Lu Bian, leading 300 elite soldiers, arrived first. Clutching the overlord spear and donned in black armor, he rode a dark steed, resembling a swirling cloud of black flames as he charged into the enemy camp. The soldiers defending the camp instinctively attempted to form a human wall to slow Lu Bian's advance. Yet his speed was too great. He tightened the reins and leapt high, soaring over the heads of the enemy ranks. Die! Lu Bian's steed landed, and swept horizontally behind him, sending several enemy soldiers flying with a single strike. The 300 elite soldiers followed closely, penetrating the enemy formation like a sharp blade, swiftly joining the fray. Gao Chong, leading 5,000 infantry, quickly joined the battle under his command. Seeing the breach in the center, Dian Wei's fury surged. Damn it! Everyone make way, I shall personally slay them. His roar echoed, capturing Lu Bian's attention. Dian Wei, exposing his upper body, his disheveled hair giving him a ferocious appearance, embodied a fierce spirit, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Interesting. Lu Bian's mind raced as a name suddenly emerged in his thoughts. Among the 18 lords, the only warrior capable of such fearless and reckless valor was likely Dian Wei, a general under Zhang Miao. Just as Lu Bian pondered this, Dian Wei swung his dual halberds, dispatching several infantry soldiers in front of him, blood splattering onto his face, enhancing his terrifying visage. Chapter 51. The Great Battle Against Evil, furious at the unfolding chaos. Dian Wei descended into a frenzy, swinging his massive halberds and ruthlessly claiming the lives of the infantry. Observing the scene, Lu Bian charged forward on horseback, positioning his spear before Dian Wei. "Are you Dian Wei?" Lu Bian called out. Dian Wei sheathed his halberds and turned his gaze towards Lu Bian. "I am Dian Wei of Qinlu. And who might you be?" he coldly inquired. Lu Bian could not suppress a series of hearty laughs. "I am Lu Bian, the regent of the Han dynasty. Dian Wei, look at your soldiers. They are falling one by one. Why not surrender to me?" Though fully aware of Dian Wei's fiery spirit and his likely refusal to yield, Lu Bian still harbored a flicker of hope. "Pa, even if I die in battle, I shall never surrender," Dian Wei roared, his legs propelling him upwards as he charged at Lu Bian, halberds raised. A chill emanated from Dian Wei, his murderous aura palpable. Were it anyone else, they might have quaked in fear. However, Lu Bian felt a rush of excitement. Having inherited the prowess of the overlord of Chu, he held even elbow in contempt. "Let alone Dian Wei. Ha! Come at me. But you are still no match for me." Lu Bian elevated his, bracing against the oncoming force of Dian Wei's dual halberds. The clash rang out with a sharp sound as their weapons met. Suspended in midair, Dian Wei was taken aback. He believed his arms to possess immense strength, and his halberds were known for their unstoppable might. Few could withstand the impact of his strikes. Yet this time, it felt as if he had struck an indestructible boulder, and worse still, a counterforce surged back at him. Leaving his arms numb, seizing the opportunity, Dian Wei rolled in the air, landing behind Lu Bian. "Look out," he bellowed, twisting his body into an H shape, the lower half advancing while the upper half retreated, his left arm swinging the halberd towards the back of Lu Bian's head. Should this strike land, Lu Bian would surely meet his end. Yet Lu Bian remained unfazed, his right arm surging with strength as he swiftly maneuvered his AT the moment Dian Wei aimed to claim Lu Bian's life. The spear's tail struck fiercely against Dian Wei's chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Dian Wei gasped, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground but rolled forward and sprang back to his feet. Breathing heavily, Dian Wei gasped for air. Although that strike had not inflicted harm, it had left him in considerable pain. The force was so great that even a warrior of his caliber required time to recover. Lu Bian, however, was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he turned his horse and gazed at Dian Wei with a smile that "So, do you surrender?" Upon witnessing Lu Bian's relaxed demeanor, Dian Wei's anger ignited further. He had never encountered such an opponent before. With a roar, he declared, "I will not yield. Come again." Dian Wei swung his dual halberds, charging once more at Lu Bian. Lu Bian remained calm, gripping his tightly, awaiting Dian Wei's assault. Like a raging bull, Dian Wei thundered towards Lu Bian, then abruptly swung his halberds upwards, targeting Lu Bian's lower half. Unperturbed, Lu Bian blocked with his spear. Yet at that moment, Dian Wei suddenly altered his attack, driving his halberds downward towards the legs of Lu Bian's steed. Realizing the danger, Lu Bian swiftly pulled the reins, causing his steed to rear up and neigh loudly, lifting its front legs high. Bang! The halberd struck the ground with a resounding crash. Dian Wei's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he charged forward, his massive frame colliding forcefully with the chest of Lu Bian's steed. Thud! The steed let out a mournful cry, collapsing under the impact. Lu Bian furrowed his brow slightly, but as his steed neared the ground, he nimbly leaped off and landed firmly. "That I knew you were not to be underestimated," Lu Bian remarked, his admiration for Dian Wei growing despite the harm to his beloved steed. "Enough chatter. Witness my halberds," Dian Wei roared, launching yet another assault on Lu Bian. That a smirk played on Lu Bian's lips as he replied, "This time, I shall not hold back." With a sharp command, Lu Bian swung his, charging toward Dian Wei. The spear wielded immense power, transforming into a whirlwind that enveloped Dian Wei in its shadow. Dian Wei struggled to fend off the relentless strikes. Finding himself unable to retaliate effectively, the two clashed for over 20 exchanges. Dian Wei gradually found himself at a disadvantage, his strength waning and his breath growing ragged. Lu Bian seized the opportunity, exploiting a critical opening in Dian Wei's defense. With a powerful sweep of his spear, he struck hard beneath Dian Wei's ribs. Dian Wei let out a pained cry, hurtling away. Thud! With a resounding crash, Dian Wei's back slammed against the wooden wall of the encampment, and he spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Thud! He fell to the ground, struggling for a moment before he lacked the strength to rise again. As Lu Bian triumphed over Dian Wei, the other commanders swiftly led their troops to decimate the 5,000 enemy soldiers within the camp that in the grand encampment of the 18 warlords. Only a mere 300 surrendering foes remained. Not only was Lu Bian able to incinerate the provisions, but if time and circumstances permitted, throwing a celebratory feast would pose no issue at all. "Your Highness, that man is incredibly valiant. Just moments ago, I witnessed him wielding his twin halberds with ferocity. I had intended to challenge him, but you seized the opportunity first," Diaochan remarked, a broad smile upon his face. Gao Su soon joined him, stating, "Your Highness, approximately 300 enemy soldiers have surrendered, while the rest have been executed. Should we not burn the provisions first?" Lu Bian nodded in agreement, instructing, "Changong, take your men and set fire to the provisions of the 18 warlords. Additionally, let these 300 surrendered soldiers go, allowing them to carry word back to the 18 warlords." Turning to Diaochan, he added, "Go, bind Dian Wei for me. We shall escort him back to the city for judgment." Diaochan accepted the order and departed, while Guan and Zhang quickly approached. "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" Zhang Fei inquired. Lu Bian smiled enigmatically. "The mission of you two has reached its conclusion. It is imperative that you depart from this place swiftly. Should you encounter Liu Bei, it could pose complications." You two must return to Yangdi City and inform Jia Su and Yuan Qingdu that I require their support." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei exchanged glances, with the former expressing his doubts. "Your Highness, for such matters, a single messenger would suffice. Why must you send us brothers?" Lu Bian replied with a smile. "This matter is of great significance. It necessitates your personal involvement. Go forth, for this is a crucial element of my plan. Upon meeting Jia Su, you will remain by his side, guiding him to set an ambush behind the 18 warlords' encampment. No action is to be taken without my command." Guan and Zhang felt it unwise to argue further and complied with Lu Bian's directives. Chapter 52. Clash of Arms 3 miles west of Yangwan City. The coalition of the 18 warlords lay in wait among the desolate trees, having waited for a full hour at the ambush point described by Pan Feng. Yuan Shao peered cautiously at the situation outside the woods. Observing that Han Fu's forces were advancing along the path as Pan Feng had indicated, appearing quite secure, with no signs of abnormality, Yuan Shao stroked his chin, muttering quietly, "What is going on? Could it be that Pan Feng's information is erroneous?" His brow furrowed, confusion etched across his face. Beside him, Sun Jian leaned on his hip, his bronze complexion marred by questions that "My lord, could it be that Pan Feng is in cahoots with Lu Bian? I suspect there is treachery afoot." After waiting for over an hour without sighting any ambush, Sun Jian voiced his concern. "Have we fallen into Lu Bian's cunning trap?" Before he could finish, a middle-aged man clad in soft armor, adorned with a yellow jade belt and appearing to be in his 40s, interjected, "My lord, I concur with Wentide. I have long harbored suspicions regarding how Pan Feng escaped from Yangwan City. Now, having waited so long without news, it seems we have likely been deceived. Perhaps this Ji province governor Han Fu and Pan Feng have already conspired with Lu Bian to plot against us." The speaker was none other than Zhang Miao, the magistrate of Qinlu, who sought to preserve his strength while the main force had been annihilated in the main camp. Zhang Miao, who exuded an air of pedantry, seized the opportunity to instigate discord, thinking, "If I can incite dissatisfaction and anger among the others, perhaps I can persuade Yuan Shao and the others to eliminate Han Fu." Zhang Miao, ever calculating, added, "My lord, one must always guard against treachery. You are the governor of Bohai, a lineage of 4 generations of ministers, yet Han Fu is the governor of Ji province, clearly overshadowing you. That if I were Han Fu, I would seize this opportunity to ally with Lu Bian and eliminate dissenters." Yuan Shao narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. Just then, a soldier pointed towards the direction of the 18 warlords' camp, shouting, "Look, it seems to be on fire." At this cry, Yuan Shao and the others turned their gazes towards the encampment, where thick smoke billowed into the air that a sense of foreboding gripped Yuan Shao's heart. "Bring forth a scout. Investigate what has transpired at the camp," he commanded loudly to AT. That moment, a soldier rushed in, wailing, "My lord, grave news." Upon hearing these words, Yuan Shao's face paled, as though he had received a devastating blow to the chest. Though panic filled his heart, he feigned calmness. "Speak slowly. Has the camp caught fire?" Yuan Shao inquired loudly. The soldier knelt, lamenting, "My lord, the camp has been breached by Lu Bian's forces. They have slain the guarding soldiers, captured General Dian Wei under Governor Zhang Miao, and set our provisions ablaze." "What?" Despite having mentally prepared himself, upon hearing that the provisions had been destroyed, Yuan Shao crumbled. The supplies brought by the 18 warlords had already been scant, relying on the rear troops led by Yuan Shu for transport. Yet without the arrival of Yuan Shu's substantial supplies, the 18 warlords could only sustain themselves for about 10 days, and now all had been incinerated. Clapping his hands in fury, Sun Jian exclaimed, "My lord, we have fallen into Lu Bian's trap." He proclaimed, "My lord, we must mobilize our forces immediately to extinguish the flames. We may yet salvage some of the provisions." Yuan Shao intended to nod in agreement, but Zhang Miao interjected ominously, "My lord, I believe it is futile to attempt to save the provisions. They are likely beyond recovery. Instead, we should first eliminate the traitors among us." "Traitors?" Yuan Shao instinctively glanced towards Han Fu, who was still awaiting at the path. That a cold glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yuan Shao's eyes. Zhang Miao's words struck true. Without traitors, how could they have fallen into Lu Bian's deceit? Now reflecting, it was evident that Pan Feng's escape from Yangwan City had indeed been a trap. Yuan Shao seethed with hatred, realizing that the current plight of the 18 warlords was entirely due to Han Fu. Sun Jian, alarmed, stepped forward to intervene. "My lord, we cannot act hastily. The matter remains unclear. We must not turn against each other, lest we fall into Liu Bian's machinations. Were Liu Bian present, he might commend Sun Jian for his insight. His scheme encompassed more than just burning provisions. It aimed to incite internal strife among the 18 warlords. Those well-versed in history understood that while the 18 warlords appeared united, each harbored their own ulterior motives. Liu Bian had cleverly utilized Pan Feng to convey false information, misleading the coalition into falling for his ambush. Moreover, amidst the chaos, Liu Bian had orchestrated a plan to turn one faction against another. With the provisions burned, the first to be suspected would undoubtedly be Han Fu and Pan Feng. Given the nature of Yuan Shao and his companions, a deadly confrontation was inevitable. Indeed, all of this transpired precisely as Liu Bian had anticipated. Now, in a fit of rage, Yuan Shao could hardly hear Sun Jian's words that he bellowed, "Issue my orders. The entire army shall advance and eliminate the traitors led by Han Fu," with Yuan Shao's command. The other warlords responded in kind. Seizing the opportunity to weaken their rivals, none were willing to let it slip by. With no choice left, Sun Jian ordered his soldiers to join the 18 warlords in their fierce assault against Han Fu. Charge, kill, capture Han Fu alive, eliminate the traitors. Once Yuan Shao's orders were given, the other warlords simultaneously launched their attack against Han Fu. Unbeknownst to him, who had been waiting for Liu Bian, he was instead met with the blades of his own allies. Han Fu, bewildered, attempted to inquire further, but the other warlords showed no interest in his words. As their forces surged into Han Fu's ranks, they swiftly decimated 1 to 200 of his men. Han Fu, taken aback, could scarcely defend himself and fled amidst the protection of his subordinates. The coalition of 18 warlords wreaked havoc, leaving Han Fu's forces in disarray, with the formidable General Pan Feng meeting his end in the chaos. Finally, Yuan Shao, satisfied, returned his troops to the main camp, oblivious to the fact that all that had transpired was observed in clarity by Liu Bian's scouts hidden within the surrounding woods. Chapter 53. The Surrender of Dian Wei, my lord. This battle has incinerated the provisions of the 18 warlords. When Yuan has also severed their supply lines, the 18 warlords shall not be able to endure for many more days. Within the grand hall of Yangguan City's government office, Gao Su spoke with palpable excitement, while Gao Chong beside him echoed his enthusiasm. "I am eagerly anticipating the fierce assault from the 18 warlords, at which point they shall truly comprehend my might." Observing the lively demeanor of the two, Liu Bian could not help but smile faintly that he inquired of Gao Su, "Chong Gong, have you disseminated the information I requested?" It turned out that Liu Bian had instructed Gao Su to spread the news of Guan and Zhang valiantly battling and shattering the camp of the 18 warlords before releasing the captives. In this narrative, Guan and Zhang were credited with the foremost achievements, having incinerated the enemy's supplies. Liu Bian was not particularly concerned about offending the 18 warlords. Rather, his ulterior motive lay in sowing seeds of suspicion among figures like Yuan Shao, potentially leading to the downfall of Liu Bei. Gao Su chuckled. "Your Highness, rest assured, I have already spread the news as you instructed. Yuan Shao and the others will inevitably learn of it." Liu Bian nodded in satisfaction, then declared, "Bring me Dian Wei." Liu Bian had captured Dian Wei with the intent of persuading this formidable general to join his ranks. However, given Dian Wei's character, it seemed that considerable effort would be required. Before long, soldiers escorted Dian Wei into the main hall. "Kneel," the soldiers barked, shoving him roughly. Yet, with a sudden shake of his shoulders, Dian Wei sent the two soldiers who had pushed him flying as if struck by an immense force. With a disdainful snort, Dian Wei's face bore an expression of pride. "Clap, clap, clap." Liu Bian applauded, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, General Dian Wei possesses extraordinary strength. He is undoubtedly a fierce warrior. However, Gao Chong scoffed, "Your Highness, you elevate him too highly. He is merely a defeated general, daring to flaunt his prowess here. Watch as I put an end to him." With that, Gao Chong swiftly drew his sword in the blink of an eye. The blade aimed to sever Dian Wei's throat. Yet, Dian Wei remained unfazed, presenting himself as if inviting death. Liu Bian hastily interjected, "Gao Chong, stop. Gao Chong halted, the sword's edge poised dangerously close to Dian Wei's throat, just a mere inch away from a fatal blow. Coldly, Gao Chong remarked, "Your Highness, what purpose does it serve to keep such a man alive? It would be far better to kill him and be done with it." Rising to his feet, Lu Bian approached Dian Wei. He extended his hand, shifting Gao Chong's sword away. "Gao Chong, do not be so rash. General Dian Wei is a valiant warrior, and is one who cherishes talent. How could I bear to slay such a man?" As Lu Bian spoke, he circled behind Dian Wei and personally untied the ropes binding him. With a sudden surge of freedom, Dian Wei broke free like a fierce tiger escaping its cage. His eyes blazed with a fierce intent, and with a roar, he spun around, swinging his right arm with force. Dian Wei's iron elbow hurtled toward Lu Bian's head with lightning speed. The ferocity of the strike was astonishing. The gust of wind stinging Lu Bian's cheek. Should he fail to evade, it would surely result in his demise. Both Gao Su and Gao Chong gasped in shock, shouting in unison, "Your Highness, be careful." Yet Lu Bian remained calm, a smile still adorning his face. "Dian Wei, you truly underestimate me," Lu Bian remarked with a chuckle. In a split second, Lu Bian nonchalantly raised his right hand, effortlessly blocking Dian Wei's ferocious strike. Though it seemed a casual gesture, only Dian Wei understood the immense strength behind that block. Dian Wei gasped, feeling as though his elbow had collided with an impenetrable wall. After that blow, the wall stood unmoved. While his elbow felt entirely numb, a flicker of astonishment crossed Dian Wei's eyes. He realized Lu Bian's prowess was formidable, which was why he had been defeated on the battlefield. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Bian could also possess such formidable strength outside of battle. "General Dian Wei, this is rather unbecoming, is it not? I kindly untied your bonds, yet you repay kindness with malice. Should this news spread, it would surely chill the hearts of people everywhere." Dian Wei's face flushed with shame. Lu Bian narrowed his eyes, sensing an opportunity to persuade him. He swiftly stepped before Dian Wei, smiling warmly. "General Dian Wei is a man of profound righteousness. Your loyalty to Zhang Miao is truly misplaced. Zhang Miao, merely a governor of Qinlu, has carved out his own domain, refusing to heed orders. Indeed, he is a rebel. As a citizen of the Han, how can you betray your country and aid a traitor? I, Lu Bian, sincerely invite you to join my forces and together restore the glory of the Han." Lu Bian's words plunged Dian Wei into contemplation that he furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Gao Chong scoffed. What an ungrateful wretch. My lord is the regent of the Han. To have him personally recruit you into our ranks is a tremendous honor. You feign indifference. How infuriating." Dian Wei sighed heavily, lowering his head. He clasped his hands before Lu Bian, saying, "Your Highness treats me with sincerity, not shaming me for being a defeated general, that I aided the traitors first, then attempted to ambush your Highness afterward. If I do not submit to you, it would bring me nothing but disdain from the world. Since your Highness does not despise me, I am willing to surrender." With that, Dian Wei knelt on one knee before Lu Bian. Joy surged within Lu Bian, who hastily extended his hands to assist Dian Wei up. "General Dian, please rise. There is no need for excessive formalities." Once standing, Dian Wei bowed respectfully to both Gao Su and Gao Chong, stating solemnly, "I apologize for my previous offenses, esteemed generals. I beg your forgiveness." Upon witnessing Dian Wei's submission to Lu Bian, Gao Su and Gao Chong transformed, treating him with newfound warmth. "General Dian, do you have a courtesy name?" Lu Bian inquired that he recalled that historical accounts lacked detailed records of Dian Wei's courtesy name, as he hailed from humble beginnings, a true commoner. Even if he had a courtesy name, it was likely bestowed later by Cao Cao or Zhang Miao. Thus, Lu Bian wished to ascertain whether Dian Wei possessed a name at present. Dian Wei shook his head, replying, "In response to your Highness, I do not have a courtesy name." Lu Bian stroked his chin thoughtfully, smiling as he said, "In that case, General Dian Wei, would you mind if I bestowed a courtesy name upon you?" Dian Wei's eyes brightened. "Thank you, your Highness, for granting me a name." Lu Bian laughed. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Wu Shuang, a peerless general, capable of traversing and negotiating through the tumult of war. General Dian, do not fail to meet my expectations." Dian Wei clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, Wushuang shall not disappoint your lofty hopes. Chapter 54. Intercepting Han Fu, Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction, then firmly patted Dian Wei on the shoulder. Wushuang, I hereby appoint you as the Central Guard Commander, leading 300 elite guards of the Han, serving as my protector. This will not be a slight to your capabilities, will it? Dian Wei, filled with excitement, quickly expressed his gratitude. I am deeply thankful, Your Highness. Ding, congratulations, host, on recruiting the famed General Dian Wei of the late Han. You have earned one chance at a lottery. As soon as Dian Wei's words fell, a voice echoed in Lu Bian's mind. He was overwhelmed with joy. What could be better than double happiness? First, he had recruited a fierce general, and now, a chance at a lottery. This was indeed auspicious. System, I wonder what surprises you have in store this time. Lu Bian eagerly awaited the spinning wheel or card draw for the lottery. System, commence the lottery. A flash of golden light heralded the system's announcement. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 5,000 crossbowmen, 5,000 sword and shield soldiers, and 5,000 spear soldiers as rewards. What? Lu Bian was momentarily speechless. That I've stripped down, and this is what you show me. Ding, 15,000 ordinary soldiers have gathered in the training ground. The host may collect them at any time. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, Lu Bian grumbled. Although the reward consisted of ordinary soldiers, it was crucial for Lu Bian, who was preparing to defend Yangguan City. Cavalry were not particularly adept at defending cities, meaning that both the elite Yin Han and Liangzhou cavalry had little opportunity to shine in a siege. Relying solely on Gao Chong's 5,000 basic soldiers appeared insufficient. This reward of 15,000 ordinary soldiers was precisely what Lu Bian urgently needed. Lu Bian closed the system and was about to lead the three generals to the training ground when he heard hurried footsteps outside. Report, Your Highness, new intelligence has arrived. The scout dispatched to monitor the 18 warlords hurriedly rushed in clang. He knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, and proclaimed loudly, Your Highness. As predicted, Yuan Shao has led the other warlords to attack Han Fu. Han Fu was utterly defeated and fled, while the General Pan Feng perished amidst the chaos. Upon hearing this news, Lu Bian's eyes brightened. Clap. Lu Bian abruptly clapped his hands, exclaiming, Aha, a splendid opportunity has presented itself once more. Gao Chong and Dian Wei exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the cause behind Lu Bian's fervent excitement. Gao Su chuckled, inquiring, Your Highness, do you intend to take action against Han Fu? Lu Bian snapped his fingers, replying, Indeed, but not quite. Gao Su furrowed his brow slightly, curious as he asked, Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Lu Bian smiled as he elucidated, This action is not that action. Han Fu has just suffered defeat in battle. He is bound to flee back to Jizhou. But do you believe Han Fu will simply acquiesce? Gao Su shook his head resolutely, stating, Of course not. Having endured such a defeat, he will not rest until he regains his honor. Were I in his position, I too would seek to reclaim my face. With a clap of his hands, Lu Bian exclaimed, Exactly. Han Fu, in his current state of defeat, has become an enemy of the other lords. But remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, that if we were to court Han Fu's allegiance now, offering him generous rewards, do you think he would not align himself with us? Gao Su nodded in agreement. That is certainly the case. Han Fu will undoubtedly serve Your Highness. Gao Chong scratched his head in bewilderment, exclaiming, But Han Fu has just suffered a defeat. His troops are gravely diminished and likely cannot be of much use. Gao Su shook his head, countering, You seem to misunderstand. Although Han Fu has been defeated, if he were to act as a surprise force while the other lords assault us, he could deliver a significant blow from behind. Han Fu still possesses that capability, and he would surely exert himself to do so, driven by a desire for vengeance. Lu Bian chuckled. Your words resonate deeply with me, Chonggong. He then turned his gaze towards the scout, asking, Where has Han Fu retreated to? The scout responded, In reply to Your Highness, after his defeat, Han Fu has fled towards the direction of Mount Xing. Lu Bian gestured for the scout to depart. Once the scout had left, Lu Bian promptly issued orders. Chonggong, Wushuang, you two will lead 3,000 cavalry from Liangzhou in pursuit of Han Fu. Gao Chong, you will command the troops to defend the city. Ensuring no errors occur, the generals immediately accepted their commands and set about their tasks. Lu Bian's forces secretly departed from Yangguan City. Heading towards Mount Xing, they galloped swiftly, and before long, they spotted the banners of Han Fu's army fluttering in the distance. Lu Bian ordered his troops to accelerate, and soon they arrived at the front of Han Fu's encampment. Upon seeing Lu Bian, Han Fu was taken aback. When he beheld the 3,000 cavalry from Liangzhou behind Lu Bian, he nearly fainted from fright. "Who are you?" Han Fu stammered, his face filled with trepidation. Having never encountered Lu Bian before, he only recognized the troops and generals under Lu Bian's command, but not the man himself. Before Lu Bian could respond, Dian Wei boomed, "Han Fu, how dare you?" Upon seeing the Regent King, "Do you not dismount to pay your respects, Regent King?" Lu Bian. Han Fu was even more astonished, realizing that Lu Bian had personally led troops to intercept him. His mind raced as he desperately contemplated how to persuade Lu Bian to spare him. "I am Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou, here to pay my respects to the Regent King." Han Fu did not dismount, but remained astride his warhorse, offering a formal salute to Lu Bian. Lu Bian smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Lord Hanwh, you are indeed my senior." Han Fu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lu Bian's true intentions. "Your Highness is too courteous. I dare not presume too much in your presence that I wonder if you have come to put me to death." Han Fu boldly asked Lu Bian, "Your Highness, please forgive my frankness. When the 18 lords united to oppose Dong Zhuo, it was for the restoration of the Han dynasty. Now, as I join the Lord's forces to come to Yingchuan, it is merely to welcome His Majesty back to Luoyang. I have not opposed you, Your Highness, and I humbly ask that you grant me my life. I would be immensely grateful." Lu Bian could not help but chuckle inwardly, thinking how fearful Han Fu truly was. Had this been Cao Cao, they would likely be engaged in a fierce confrontation by now. Lu Bian replied with a smile, "Lord Han, do not say such things, that I am well aware of your loyalty to the court. You have merely been misled by Yuan Shao. Moreover, did you not just suffer defeat at Yuan Shao's hands?" At the mention of this, Han Fu's face twitched as if he had been stabbed in the heart with a dagger. The crushing defeat had claimed General Pan Feng, and with 5,000 troops, 2,000 had perished. Such a painful loss made Han Fu burn with a desire for vengeance against Yuan Shao. Han Fu sighed heavily, and before he could speak, Lu Bian continued, "I have come to discuss a transaction with you. I wonder if you would be interested." Han Fu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Lu Bian's intentions. He stared at Lu Bian, his eyes flickering with confusion. Lu Bian smiled and said, "Lord Han, my proposal is quite simple. You will transfer command of your army to me, and I shall assist you in avenging yourself against the 18 lords. Once we have repelled the 18 lords, I will allow you to return to Jizhou. What do you think?" Hearing this, Han Fu narrowed his eyes and could not help but chuckle. "Your Highness indeed has a keen strategy. You wish to use me against the 18 lords to compensate for your own lack of troops." Lu Bian smiled, replying, "That is one way to interpret it, but from another perspective, you might find greater satisfaction in this arrangement. We would both be fulfilling our respective needs, would we not, Lord Han?" Han Fu stroked his chin, pondering, and after a few moments, he asked, "Your Highness, what if I am unwilling to engage in this transaction with you?" Lu Bian stretched lazily. "Ah, you do not wish to trade with me? Well, that is quite simple." Han Fu's heart leaped with joy, eagerly inquiring, "Oh, Your Highness, what do you mean by simple?" Han Fu had hoped that Lu Bian's notion of simplicity meant he would spare him. However, Lu Bian's response left Han Fu utterly disheartened. Lu Bian snapped his fingers, grinning. "All you need to do is defeat the 3,000 cavalry behind me, and I shall no longer impede your return to Jizhou. Not only that, but I will also provide you with resources from Shu and even petition His Majesty to bestow honors upon you." Lu Bian's proposal nearly infuriated Han Fu, that he thought to himself, "Is this fellow speaking in earnest? If I could defeat you, would I be wasting my breath here?" Han Fu could not help but roll his eyes, inwardly cursing Lu Bian, seeing Han Fu's silence. Lu Bian cheerfully asked, "So, Lord Han, will you choose option 1 or option 2? Han Fu wanted to argue, but before the 3,000 cavalry behind Lu Bian, he could not utter a single word of refusal. With a resigned sigh, Han Fu acquiesced. "Very well, I will follow your Highness's wishes and agree to cooperate, but I kindly ask that you keep your promise, once we have defeated the coalition of 18 lords." You must allow me to return to Jizhou. Han Fu was concerned that Lu Bian might use this as an excuse to detain him in Yingxuan. Lu Bian smiled, assuring him, "You need not worry about that. Lord Han, that I have no intention of harboring idle individuals." Upon hearing this, Han Fu was instantly rendered speechless. He did not wish to engage in further conversation with Lu Bian, for it would surely provoke his ire. As the illustrious governor of Jizhou, he found himself dismissed as insignificant by Lu Bian. Yet in truth, for Lu Bian, the distance between Yingxuan and Jizhou remained substantial. Even if he were to detain Han Fu, Lu Bian would have little influence over Jizhou, making it difficult to assert control. It would merely benefit others. Rather than that, Lu Bian preferred to release Han Fu after achieving his goals, allowing them to engage in their own struggles in Jizhou. Lu Bian continued, "Lord Han, since you have chosen to cooperate with me, shall you now hand over the command token for the army?" Reluctantly, Han Fu surrendered the token to Lu Bian and then issued orders to his soldiers. "From this moment forth, the troops shall temporarily heed the commands of the Regent King, without fail." The 3,000 soldiers of Han Fu's army responded in unison. "Yes." Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction, that he then turned to Gao Su, handing him the token and instructing, "Chang Gong, take 3,000 cavalry from Liangzhou and 3,000 of Han Fu's soldiers to secretly ambush the rear of the 18 lords' camp. Remember, do not act without my command." Lu Bian had brought Gao Su along, fully confident that Han Fu would not dare to refuse him. The merging of Han Fu's forces with the cavalry from Liangzhou had been Lu Bian's plan even before departing the city. Upon hearing Lu Bian's orders, Gao Su clasped his hands in salute, assuring, "Your Highness, you can trust me. I shall faithfully follow your commands." With that, Gao Su turned to leave. Lu Bian watched Gao Su's retreating figure and then smiled. Gesturing to Han Fu, "Lord Han, please, it is time for us to return to Yangwan City." That is, Lu Bian wore a smug expression. Han Fu felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, he found himself powerless against Lu Bian. Ultimately compelled to return to Yangwan City, alongside him, in the camp of the 18 warlords. Upon witnessing the grain storage reduced to ashes, Yuan Shao's heart bled. The other warlords wore grim visages, akin to individuals who had swallowed a fly. "Damn it! That scoundrel Lu Bian!" Yuan Shao fumed, consumed by rage, wishing he could tear Lu Bian apart to relieve his fury. At that moment, Zhang Miao, with a sinister tone, remarked, "Alliance leader, I have just interrogated the soldiers who fled under my command. From them, I have uncovered a shocking secret." Originally intending to preserve his strength, Zhang Miao now found himself with merely over 1,000 remnants of soldiers. This fueled his intense resentment towards Lu Bian, while also igniting thoughts of scheming against the other warlords. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao exclaimed, "Mengzhua, what is this astonishing secret? Pray, do enlighten us." Zhang Miao cast a furtive glance towards Gongsun Zan. Lowering his voice to a somber tone, "Alliance leader, my soldiers have reported that the ones who led the assault on our camp were none other than Guan Yu and Zhang Fei." What? Upon utterance of these words, not only was Yuan Shao taken aback, but the other warlords also cast wary glances at Liu Bei, who stood behind Gongsun. "Zayin, it is indeed them. It appears our coalition harbors not just one traitor. Indeed, it is a classic case of knowing the face, but not the heart." Initially, the alliance leader accepted Liu Bei due to his lineage as a descendant of the Han Emperor, not anticipating that he would turn out to be a traitor. The warlords exchanged murmurs, their words reaching Yuan Shao's ears. Hearing this, Gongsun Zan immediately bellowed, "Silence." In the past, Xuanda fell victim to Liu Bian's cunning, which led to the separation of the sworn brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang. Surely, Guan and Zhang were unaware of Xuanda's presence with me. Otherwise, how could they still serve Liu Bian? Gongsun Zan's urgency to defend Liu Bei stemmed from his awareness of Han Fu's tragic fate. Even if Gongsun Zan's troops were valorous, and Zhao Yun was a paragon of bravery, he believed he could not withstand a combined assault from the other warlords. Yuan Shao squinted, coldly asserting, "Boj, do not be deceived by Liu Bei. Mengda previously warned that Liu Bei is secretly colluding with Liu Bian. He might be attempting to mislead you." Zhang Miao chimed in ominously, "Indeed. Boj, I believe Liu Bei is probing into our military intelligence. He is the true traitor within our ranks. Quickly eliminate Liu Bei to prove your innocence. Otherwise, well, you know the consequences." Gongsun Zan retorted fiercely, "Pa, Zhang Miao, do not slander without evidence. I have absolute faith in Xuanda. He would never betray his friends. Chapter 56. Turning the tables, Gongsun Zan fervently defended Liu Bei, but could not win the trust of the other warlords. All remained vigilant, casting wary glances at Liu Bei. Clearly unwilling to believe him, Liu Bei discerned this skepticism and stepped forward before Gongsun Zan could defend him again. He clasped his hands in a respectful greeting, his voice resonating yet maintaining an air of dignity. Esteemed lords, allow me to speak. Zhang Miao sneered. Liu Bei, what more could you possibly say? At this juncture, do you still wish to argue your case? Are my soldiers intentionally framing you? We have no past grievances or recent enmities. Why would you, Liu Bei, be of any concern to me? Zhang Miao's words held merit. Liu Bei was hardly a significant figure among the warlords. Were it not for his lineage as a descendant of the Han Emperor, he would have long been expelled from their coalition. Logically, Zhang Miao had no reason to conspire against Liu Bei. Liu Bei, however, remained unperturbed, instead smiling. Brother Mengzhua, your words are too harsh. I do not believe you are the one scheming against me, but rather it is Liu Bian's ploy. After I was separated from my sworn brothers, they were left unaware of my whereabouts that I suspect Liu Bian intends to exploit this to eliminate me, or to incite discord between us that I in doing so, he stands to reap the benefits. Liu Bei turned to glance at Gongsun Zan before continuing. Pray, if you were to act against me, would General Gongsun stand idly by? Since he would not, then the true beneficiary of our internal strife would be Liu Bian. Liu Bei then bowed to Yuan Shao, alliance leader. Please do not fall for Liu Bian's schemes. That I, Liu Bei, am willing to challenge them at the gates of Yangguan before we attack. That as soon as I see Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, I will compel them to switch sides. Should I fail, you may execute me then. Yuan Shao raised his right hand, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Just then, Gongsun Zan spoke once more. Alliance leader, I believe Xuanda is correct that if he appears before our armies, Guan and Zhang will surely defect. Furthermore, I propose we send a letter with Xuanda, secretly delivered into the city to arrange a time with Guan and Zhang. When we launch our assault, they can act as our inside informants. And with simultaneous attacks from within and without, Yangguan City will surely fall. Gongsun Zan's words steeled Yuan Shao's resolve. With the 18 warlords facing a dire shortage of supplies, swift action was imperative. Reluctantly, Yuan Shao chose to trust Liu Bei once more. Clap. Yuan Shao clapped his hands decisively. Excellent. We shall proceed as Boj suggested. Let Xuanda draft a letter, and I will dispatch someone to deliver it secretly into the city. Timing it for tomorrow. Our supplies are low. We must act quickly. Upon hearing Yuan Shao's decree, Zhang Miao felt discontent, wishing to voice further objections, but was silenced by Yuan Shao. Enough. Mengzhua, tomorrow's battle will reveal the truth. If Liu Bei is indeed a traitor, I shall be the first to punish him. With that, Yuan Shao commanded for paper and ink to be brought forth, overseeing Liu Bei as he penned a letter, then summoned a capable scout to deliver it to Yangguan City. Upon returning to Yangguan City, Liu Bian intended to first arrange defensive measures. Based on his assessment, the 18 warlords would soon issue orders to attack the city. Thus, the 8 heavy crossbows crafted from mysterious iron should be put to use as night fell. The dim light provided a veil of concealment, alleviating Liu Bian's worries about being discovered by the scouts of the 18 warlords. Just as he was about to summon Diaochan to discuss the defense plans, a soldier rushed in from outside. Your Highness, we have received a secret letter from Liu Bei to Generals Guan and Zhang. Upon hearing this, Liu Bian's eyes gleamed with excitement. He hurriedly inquired, Where's the letter? Bring it to me at once. The soldier promptly raised the letter high above his head, sprinting to present it before Liu Bian. Liu Bian took the letter in hand, waving the soldier off as he opened it. The contents of the letter filled Liu Bian with elation. That in it, Liu Bei expressed his yearning for Guan and Zhang, while also stating that Gongsun Zan's forces would assault the northern gate of Yangguan City the following day, that he hoped that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei would act as inside informants, opening the gates to allow Gongsun Zan's army to be the first to storm the city. Absorbing this information, Liu Bian felt a mix of shock and joy. What a stroke of fortune. I never expected Liu Bei to escape the clutches of the 18 warlords and deliver such a grand gift to me. If Gongsun Zan's forces were to attack, Zhao Yun would surely lead the charge. A plan must be devised to capture Zhao Yun, subsequently defeating Gongsun Zan's army. This way, not only could Zhao Yun be persuaded to join, but there would also be grounds to justify the 18 warlords executing Liu Bei. Truly a delightful prospect. With this thought in mind, Liu Bian tucked away the letter and called out, "Someone, fetch Gao Chong and Dian Wei for me." The soldier acknowledged and promptly departed. Before long, Gao Chong and Dian Wei entered. Saluting Liu Bian in unison, "That we pay our respects, Your Highness." Liu Bian raised a hand, smiling. "There is no need for such formalities that I summoned you to show you something." Gao Chong inquired curiously, "Your Highness, what is this thing that warrants our visit at this late hour?" Liu Bian snapped his fingers, feigning mystery. "You shall see when we arrive at our destination." With that, Liu Bian led Gao Chong and Dian Wei out of the government office, heading straight for the training grounds. Soon, they arrived, and at Liu Bian's command, the soldiers unveiled the 8 heavy crossbows, revealing them to the 3 men. The black cloth covering them was lifted, exposing the gleaming crossbows, which shone brilliantly in the firelight. "What is this?" Dian Wei exclaimed in astonishment. "It appears to be some sort of bow or crossbow." Gao Chong exclaimed in astonishment, "My heavens, this is enormous! If struck by such an arrow, one would surely not only perish but also be rendered incapable of survival." Liu Bian, brimming with pride, declared, "This is known as the Xian Tai heavy crossbow, a formidable siege weapon that I had it secretly forged from black iron. Each bolt alone weighs a staggering 10 caddies. It can be deemed a crucial instrument for the defense of the city." Gao Chong, taken aback, responded, "Your Highness, you truly are remarkable, capable of crafting such a device. It is indeed a revelation for this humble general." Dian Wei nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Your Highness, with this at our disposal, the assaults of the 18 warlords shall amount to naught." Liu Bian snapped his fingers and chuckled. "Gao Chong, instruct your men to stealthily position 8 heavy crossbows atop the city towers, 2 on each of the 4 towers." Gao Chong clasped his fists and replied, "This humble general shall obey." Liu Bian smiled and added, "Wu Shuang, you two have an important task at hand, and it is quite an excellent one." Chapter 57. The Battle of Eli and Zilong. Upon hearing this, Dian Wei's excitement surged. He hurriedly inquired of Liu Bian, "Your Highness, what manner of task is it?" Liu Bian replied with a grin, "Tomorrow, you shall lead 2,000 archers and 2,000 shield-bearers to ambush at the northern gate of the city. I have received word that Gongsun Zan's forces will launch an attack from the north at that moment. You shall feign being an insider, opening the northern gate, and once Gongsun Zan's vanguard enters the city, you must immediately command the 2,000 shield-bearers to intercept the advancing troops of Gongsun Zan. Subsequently, order the archers to unleash their volleys, that I shall also be present to assist in the battle." Dian Wei clasped his fists, assuring, "Your Highness, you can rest assured, this humble general shall follow your commands." Liu Bian nodded in satisfaction, but he then turned to Gao Chong, saying, "Gao Chong, you shall guard the remaining 3 city gates. Should the 18 warlords concentrate their assault on any one gate, we cannot afford to easily relocate the Xian Jia heavy crossbows, lest we fall prey to their stratagem of drawing the tiger away from its lair." Gao Chong clasped his fists, affirming, "Your Highness, you need not worry. This humble general shall not act recklessly." Liu Bian extended his hands, firmly patting the shoulders of both Dian Wei and Gao Chong, declaring, "Gentlemen, tomorrow marks only the first day. I believe the 18 warlords will attack Yangwan City with frenzied determination. Once we withstand their onslaught for 3 days, I have a grand surprise in store for them." Gao Chong and Dian Wei exchanged glances, uncertain of Liu Bian's intentions. However, without further elaboration from Liu Bian, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further. After a night of preparations, Liu Bian finally arranged all vital matters concerning the city's defenses. By the time he intended to rest, dawn had already begun to break. Seizing the opportunity for a brief respite, Liu Bian was soon roused by the urgent sounds of war drums from outside the city. "Report, Your Highness, the 18 warlords have arrayed their forces at the city gates. Yuan Shao demands an audience with you." The soldier's hurried voice jolted Liu Bian awake. Stretching lazily, he replied, "Go tell Yuan Shao that he is nothing but a mere dog of the Han dynasty, unworthy of an audience with me." The soldier accepted the command and departed towards the city tower. Liu Bian then summoned 2 cups of hot tea, and after consuming them, Order the gathering of 300 elite guards to head to the northern gate of Yangwan City. Meanwhile, outside the city, Yuan Shao had been waiting with the 18 warlords for quite some time. With a proud expression, he anticipated humiliating Liu Bian upon their meeting. Just as Yuan Shao pondered this, a voice from the city tower reached him. The regent commands me to convey this message. What is Yuan Shao but a dog of the Han dynasty, utterly unworthy of meeting the regent? This proclamation struck Yuan Shao's heart like a sharp dagger. Infuriated, he clenched the whip in his hand, exclaiming, "This insolent brat! I, Yuan Shao, am a man of 4 generations of nobility, and he dares to insult me. This is intolerable. Relay my orders to the generals. Commence the assault on Yangwan City immediately." Yuan Shao's roar echoed with fury, his eyes tinged with madness. Clearly, he was seething with rage, with Yuan Shao's command. The forces of the 18 warlords began their assault on Yangwan City. "Charge! Into the city!" they shouted. "Kill! Victory shall be ours!" The armies under the 18 warlords surged forward, carrying siege ladders towards Yangwan City. At the northern gate, Gongsun Zan ordered Zhao Yun to lead the charge against Yangwan City. However, just as Gongsun Zan's forces commenced their attack, the northern gate of Yangwan City swung open unexpectedly. Gongsun Zan burst into laughter upon witnessing this. "Look, Shinda's letter has borne fruit. Quickly inform Yuan Shao that the northern gate shall soon be captured. Urge him to hasten his forces here." With that, Gongsun Zan drew his sword and shouted, "Warriors, charge! Follow Zi Long into Yangwan City." The vanguard led by Zhao Yun surged ahead, entering the city with far greater speed than Gongsun Zan's main forces. Yet, just as Zhao Yun breached the city, a deluge of boulders and wooden beams rained down from the city tower, effectively blocking the entrance for Gongsun Zan's troops. "This is bad. We have fallen into a trap," Zhao Yun exclaimed, feeling a pang of regret. At that moment, a furious roar resounded from within Yangwan City to shield bearers. "Hold the rear and close the city gates. Archers, loose your arrows and slay them." Dian Wei, wielding twin halberds, appeared atop the city tower. Following Liu Bian's orders, Dian Wei bellowed commands to his soldiers. "Charge! Slay them!" 2,000 shield-bearers rushed forward from both flanks, effectively cutting off Zhao Yun's retreat, while also seeking to close the gate. Realizing the dire situation, Zhao Yun acted decisively. Knowing he had been ensnared, he understood that to avoid being trapped, he must fight his way out. Mounted upon his steed, the Jade Lion, clad in silver armor, and wielding a silver spear, Zhao Yun exuded an aura of lethal intent. "All soldiers, heed my command. Together, we shall break through and escape the city." Yet, the soldiers of Gongsun Zan's forces had no time to heed Zhao Yun's orders. They were besieged by a sudden barrage of arrows, and in the blink of an eye, many fell to the ground. The vanguard of Gongsun Zan's army descended into chaos, and Zhao Yun, left with no choice, charged towards the city gate. With his spear whirling, Zhao Yun swiftly dispatched a dozen foes in mere moments, cutting through them as if they were but straw. The 2,000 ordinary shield-bearers under Liu Bian's command were no match for Zhao Yun's prowess, and they could only watch helplessly as he wreaked havoc upon them. As the distance to the city gate dwindled, Zhao Yun's heart swelled with elation. But at that moment, a massive halberd lunged at him from the side. "Taste my halberd!" Dian Wei roared, swinging his weapon towards the back of Zhao Yun's head. Hearing the wind rush behind him, Zhao Yun swiftly bent down to evade while simultaneously thrusting his spear backward with precision. The thrust was as elusive as a serpent striking, its angle tricky and concealed. Had it not been for Dian Wei's remarkable martial skills and keen eyesight, he would have undoubtedly been struck by Zhao Yun's spear. Dian Wei quickly raised his left halberd to block, just in time to fend off Zhao Yun's attack. "Excellent marksmanship. It seems today will be an exhilarating clash," Dian Wei bellowed, channeling all his strength into his twin halberds as he unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, with a cold smirk, swiftly parried Dian Wei's onslaught, deflecting each blow with ease. "Now it is my turn," Zhao Yun growled, using his spear to push aside Dian Wei's halberds before launching a fierce counterattack. His spear danced like a serpent, striking up and down, left and right. Initially, Dian Wei managed to keep pace, but as they exchanged blows for 50 or 60 rounds, he gradually fell behind Zhao Yun's speed. Zhao Yun's spear work dazzled the eye, and Dian Wei soon found it increasingly challenging to defend himself. This young dandy is truly formidable. I never expected his spear skills to be so fierce. Dian Wei thought to himself, growing anxious, that I must devise a strategy to defeat him. Chapter 58. Death before dishonor. After exchanging blows for 50 or 60 rounds, Dian Wei felt himself increasingly unable to match Zhao Yun's speed. In a moment of desperation, he concocted a scheme to counter Zhao Yun. Deliberately feigning a weakness, he pivoted his horse and attempted to flee. Zhao Yun, in the heat of battle, glanced towards the city gate. Noting its impending closure, determined to capture the enemy's commander and escape Yangwan City, Zhao Yun charged forward, intent on seizing Dian Wei. Dian Wei, glancing back, saw Zhao Yun pursuing him and felt a surge of elation. "You foolish boy, you have fallen into my trap. There shall be no escape for you." As he galloped away, Dian Wei tossed his twin halberds aside, quickly retrieving a short dagger from his waist. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled the dagger towards Zhao Yun's face. The force behind the throw was tremendous. The speed of the short dagger rivaled that of an arrow shot from a bow. In but a breath's time, the dagger was mere inches from Zhao Yun. Although Zhao Yun pursued Dian Wei, he was already well prepared that as the short halberd came slicing through the air, Zhao Yun abruptly swept his long spear outward, producing a resounding clang as he sent the halberd flying. Concealed in the shadows, Lu Bian was taken aback by the prowess of Dian Wei's thrown weapon, reflecting that this was indeed Zhao Yun. Had it been an ordinary general, that strike could have claimed a life. When Dian Wei realized his initial attack had failed, he swiftly drew 2 short halberds from his waist. With a swish, he executed a swift 180-degree turn on his steed, unleashing both halberds toward Zhao Yun in a linear formation. The speed of the halberds was astonishing, leaving no discernible difference between them in the blink of an eye. They were upon Zhao Yun that he managed to deflect the first halberd with the tip of his spear, but at that moment, the second halberd was already at his front, with no time to block. Zhao Yun bent backward, performing an iron plank bridge to evade the attack. Yet, at that instant, he feigned a cry of agony. Zhao Yun contemplated that Dian Wei's martial skills were formidable and his strength overwhelming. Even he found it challenging to secure victory in a short span. Moreover, with such precise and lethal halberd throws, defeating Dian Wei would not be an easy feat, that it would be more prudent to employ some cunning tactics. Perhaps they could yield unexpected results. Thus, Zhao Yun resolved to pretend to be injured, feigning a fall from his horse. However, he firmly grasped the reins with his left hand, ensuring he did not truly tumble to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yun turned his horse around, adopting a guise of defeat and retreat. Dian Wei, witnessing this, was filled with unrestrained glee at "Ha! The pale-faced lad. You two have your day." Dian Wei, elated, withdrew his 2 heavy halberds and redirected his horse towards Zhao Yun. Roaring, "Prepare to meet your end." With a fierce cry, he galloped forward, reaching Zhao Yun in an instant. Dian Wei swung his halberds with great force, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Zhao Yun. In that moment, however, his center was wide open, completely unguarded. Seizing this chance, Zhao Yun executed a swift 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix, thrusting the spear's tip directly at Dian Wei's chest. If this strike landed, it would surely injure or even kill him. Dian Wei's expression changed dramatically. He hastily retracted both halberds to defend himself. With a resounding clash, his reflexes were swift enough to parry the spear's tip with both halberds. Nevertheless, even so, the spear grazed Dian Wei's armor. Had Dian Wei not reacted in time, the spear would have pierced through his chest. From his hidden vantage point, Lu Bian could no longer remain calm. When 2 tigers contend, one is bound to suffer injury. Both of these men were among the fierce generals Lu Bian admired most, and if either were to be gravely wounded, it would surely break Lu Bian's heart. Resolute, Lu Bian decided to intervene, leading 300 elite soldiers to charge into the fray. With the arrival of Lu Bian's troops, the tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of his forces. Gong Sun Zan's vanguard was no match. After a brief resistance, they surrendered en masse to this moment. Only Zhao Yun remained, fighting valiantly alone. "You are Zhao Yun?" Lu Bian rode closer, inquiring loudly. Zhao Yun, spear in hand, coldly replied, "Indeed, I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. And who might you be?" Lu Bian laughed heartily. "I am Lu Bian, the regent of the Han. I have long heard of your unmatched valor, having fought to a standstill with Gao Chong. Today, facing my general Dian Wei, You prove yourself a true warrior. Despite Lu Bian's flattery, Zhao Yun did not show delight. Instead, a look of discontent crossed his face. Enough with the idle chatter. Today I shall fight to the bitter end. Zhao Yun growled lowly. Lu Bian, however, did not rush to attack. Instead, he spoke with a smile. Zilong, you are a man of profound principle. I am the regent of the Han, representing the court and the rightful order. The 18 warlords claim to be purging the treacherous Dong Zhuo and restoring the Han dynasty, yet they are merely seizing power and manipulating the court. Lu Bian paused before continuing. Do you intend to assist in their tyranny? Zhao Yun furrowed his brow, responding gravely. As for others, I cannot speak, but General Gongsun is genuinely devoted to restoring the Han. If you, the regent, truly wish to restore the Han, why not return the emperor to Luoyang and restore governance to him? Lu Bian chuckled. The current emperor is my younger brother. He is still quite young, hence it is my duty as an elder brother to assist him. Zilong, is there any issue with this? Zhao Yun realized he could not out-argue Lu Bian. Yet surrendering was out of the question. Very well. Enough with the words. Since I have fallen into your scheme, I shall fight to the end. Today, even if I perish, I will not yield. Zhao Yun's expression was resolute. Clearly not jesting. Lu Bian frowned slightly. He knew he could defeat Zhao Yun, but his unwillingness to surrender posed a dilemma. Lu Bian's mind raced. Since Zhao Yun refused to capitulate, it would be prudent to let him go for the moment. He would then secretly spread the rumor that Zhao Yun was an undercover agent among the 18 warlords. Once Gongsun's unharbored doubts about Zhao Yun, the latter would surely become disheartened. When the time came, Lu Bian could find an opportunity to capture Zhao Yun, who would then undoubtedly submit. Having formulated this plan, Lu Bian smiled. Good. Zilong, you have spirit. It seems you are not inclined to submit today. Zhao Yun coldly replied, Indeed. You have lured me into the trap of your city. Even if you were to defeat me now, it would be a hollow victory. Lu Bian laughed. Very well. I shall let you leave the city. When we meet again, I will ensure our battle is one that leaves you thoroughly convinced of your defeat. With that, Lu Bian gestured grandly, ordering, Come. Once Gongsun's forces are repelled, allow Zhao Yun to depart the city. Chapter 59. Repelling Gongsun's forces upon hearing Lu Bian's orders. Dian Wei was utterly bewildered. He stared at Lu Bian in disbelief, asking, Your Highness, why let him go? We could easily capture and kill him. Allowing him to leave like this only strengthens the 18 warlords. Lu Bian replied with a smile, Wu Shuang, Zhao Yun is a formidable warrior, and I hold him in high regard, since he is unwilling to yield. Let him go. I will find a way to win him over. Should it be anyone else, I would have long since dispatched them with a single strike. But who could possibly refuse Zhao Yun? Wu Shuang, follow my command. You will lead the troops to repel Gongsun's forces and then allow Zhao Yun to exit the city. Lu Bian once more issued orders to Dian Wei. Dian Wei clasped his fists and replied, I will carry out your command. Your Highness need not worry. I see Gongsun's forces as easy prey. With that, Dian Wei gestured grandly, commanding his soldiers, All troops, follow me to the walls and drive back Gongsun's forces. Dian Wei dismounted, leading the charge to the northern city wall. Lu Bian did not depart. Instead, he kept a close watch on Zhao Yun with 300 elite soldiers, ensuring he did not cause any trouble within the city. Once atop the wall, Dian Wei immediately issued orders, commanding the archers to fire at full speed while instructing for shield-bearers to operate the heavy crossbow. The wall already had shield-bearers and archers for defense. And with Dian Wei's reinforcements, their defensive capabilities increased significantly, swiftly resulting in the deaths of many of Gongsun's soldiers attempting to scale the walls. Dian Wei shouted, Hurry, prepare the heavy crossbows. Then let loose upon these scoundrels. With a roar, the shield-bearers swiftly readied the bolts for the heavy crossbows. Reporting to the general, the bolts are now loaded. The shield-bearers announced loudly. Dian Wei waved his hand, commanding fire. Eliminate them. With a resounding thrum, the heavy crossbows unleashed a powerful tremor as the massive bolts shot forth, slicing through the air towards Gongsun's soldiers below. The bolts, as thick as a bowl, carried considerable weight. With a resounding crash, they descended like iron rods, piercing through dozens of Gongsun's soldiers like skewered fruit. The lethality of the bolts was tremendous. Aside from those directly struck, even soldiers in the path of the bolts suffered no escape. However, the slow loading speed of the heavy crossbows prevented them from matching the rapid-fire capability of the archers. Otherwise, they would have been an unparalleled weapon. In the distance, Gongsun Zan watched in shock as two massive bolts pierced through over 30 of his soldiers. "What in the world is that?" Gongsun Zan exclaimed, his eyelids twitching. Beside him, Liu Bei shook his head, remarking, "This is my first time seeing such a thing. It is truly astonishing." Gongsun Zan stroked his chin. Speaking solemnly, "Guan and Zhang, are you not the ones who wrote to you? Why have the gates that were once open suddenly closed again? Is it possible that Zilong is in danger?" Gongsun Zan's face was etched with doubt, and a nagging uncertainty stirred within him that it was not that he doubted Liu Bei, but rather that the unfolding situation rendered him unable to place his complete trust in him. Originally, Zhao Yun had charged into the city, and Gongsun Zan had intended to follow closely behind. However, he was taken aback when the city gates were shut and the defending troops mounted a frenzied resistance against Gongsun's forces. This unexpected turn of events led Gongsun Zan to question whether Liu Bei had truly conspired with Liu Bian. Liu Bei furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Bergi, I have faith in my second brother. He would never betray me, unless circumstances have changed." Gongsun Zan, observing from a distance, watched as waves of his soldiers launched assaults, only to be repelled by the defenders atop the walls, seeing his troops suffer heavy losses. Gongsun Zan clenched his teeth and spoke in a deep voice, "Xuanda, if Guan and Zhang would not betray you, how do you explain the current predicament? My soldiers are risking their lives in battle. And now they are gravely wounded. Where are Guan and Zhang?" Liu Bei opened his mouth but had little to say in response. Noticing Liu Bei's silence, Gongsun Zan snorted coldly and declared loudly, "Convey my orders. Retreat the troops." Liu Bei, taken aback, replied, "Bergi, Zilong is still within the city, that if we withdraw now, will we not be placing him in peril?" Gongsun Zan narrowed his eyes, his voice icy, "While I admire Zilong's valor, I will not sacrifice the lives of thousands of my soldiers for one man." With that, Gongsun Zan waved his hand, and the sound of gongs resonated through the army. The Gongsun troops retreated like a receding tide, and the battle at the north gate of Yangwan came to an end. Inside the city, Liu Bian received news of Gongsun's retreat and subsequently fulfilled his promise by opening the city gates to allow Zhao Yun to leave. Before departing, Zhao Yun turned back to cast a deep glance at Liu Bian, to Zhao Yun's astonishment. Liu Bian truly kept his word and allowed him to leave unharmed as soon as Zhao Yun departed. Liu Bian promptly ordered Dian Wei to clear the battlefield and assess the casualties and enemy kills. Moments later, Dian Wei reported to Liu Bian, "Your Highness, we have completely annihilated Gongsun Zan's vanguard of 1,500 men. We also killed 1,000 in the defense of the city. Our losses include 500 swordsmen and 500 archers." Liu Bian nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Inform the soldiers to remain vigilant. After this battle concludes, I shall personally reward them." Dian Wei chuckled. "Your Highness, rest assured, the soldiers are brimming with morale after their victory. They eagerly await another attack from the coalition of the 18 warlords." Liu Bian smiled warmly, turning his gaze towards the eastern direction of Yangwan, where the sounds of conflict continued to erupt. "Come, let us see how things fare with Diaochan." Having said that, Liu Bian, accompanied by Dian Wei, made his way towards the eastern side of Yangwan. At that moment, the fighting in the east had intensified to a fever pitch. The battlements were strewn with corpses, and the walls had been battered by catapults, leaving several large breaches. Diaochan, with his blade already nicked from combat, stood bloodied yet resolute, embodying the spirit of a war god. "Quickly! Archers, fire! Suppress the enemy's arrows!" Diaochan bellowed, urging his archers to unleash their volleys at the enemy. Yet, the archers under the 18 warlords outnumbered them significantly, and arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, suffocating the defenders atop the walls. "General, we have no chance. We cannot even show our faces," the crossbowmen, hidden behind the wall, displayed expressions of despair. With enemy arrows falling like rain, revealing themselves now would be tantamount to becoming living targets. Diaochan furrowed his brow and shouted, "Swordsmen, advance. Use your shields for cover. Archers, shoot from the gaps in the shields, quickly." Recognizing the pressure from the relentless onslaught of arrows, the swordsmen began to re-establish their ladders to prepare for the assault. Diaochan could not afford to give the enemy an opportunity to attack, lest they fail to hold Yangwan. With Gao Chang's command, the defenders on the eastern front began to mobilize. The swordsmen used their shields for protection while the archers shot from behind the shields. Although their efficiency was markedly low, it was better than nothing and managed to inflict some damage on the attacking soldiers of the 18 warlords that at that moment. Lu Bian and Jian Wei ascended the eastern city wall. The prince has arrived. It is the prince. Upon seeing Lu Bian, the soldiers' morale surged, their faces lighting up with excitement. The frontline soldiers, who had been risking their lives, were invigorated to see such a prominent figure leading them into battle. Gao Chong, hearing the commotion, turned to see Lu Bian and exclaimed, "Your Highness, the eastern front is perilous. Why have you come personally?" Lu Bian replied with a smile, "The Gongsun army to the north has been repelled. So I have come to lend my support." Though Lu Bian had brought only Dian Wei with him, his presence alone was enough to bolster morale. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. The assault from the 18 warlords is exceedingly fierce. They are using their catapults and archers to press us hard." Lu Bian chuckled, "But I am here now. With my arrival, the 18 warlords will surely retreat." Gao Chang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired, "Your Highness, do you have a plan?" Lu Bian produced a signal arrow from his robe. "This will be our signal. However, before I release it, Gao Chong, you must urgently prepare 5,000 Guanning cavalry to await my command below the city. The heavy responsibility for the eastern defense now rests entirely upon Wu Shuang." Gao Chong, exhilarated, exclaimed, "Your Highness, are we truly going to march out to meet the enemy?" Lu Bian smiled. "Indeed, to passively endure attacks is not the way of Lu Bian. It is time for the 18 warlords to learn of our might." Hearing Lu Bian's intention to attack, Gao Chong was filled with enthusiasm. "Very well. I shall prepare immediately." With that, Gao Chong rushed to the training grounds within the city, armed with Lu Bian's orders, while Jian Wei naturally assumed command of the eastern defense. Before long, Gao Chong arrived near the eastern city gate with 5,000 Guanning cavalry. "Your Highness, General Gao Chong is ready," a soldier reported loudly. Lu Bian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Excellent. Relay the order to the 300 Baoyan soldiers. Prepare for battle, and follow me as we charge out of the city to annihilate the 18 warlords." With that, Lu Bian released the signal arrow. Whoosh, bang. The arrow sliced through the air, soaring high into the sky, and a crisp sound echoed from its peak. Immediately afterward, Lu Bian descended from the city walls. Mounted on his steed, wielding the overlord's spear as he commanded loudly, "Convey my orders. Open the city gates and meet the enemy." With a resounding rumble, the eastern gates of Yangwan slowly opened. Lu Bian led the 300 Baoyan soldiers, charging forth like a blaze of red flame towards the army of the 18 warlords. Gao Chong followed closely behind, leading the 5,000 Guanning cavalry. Filled with a murderous intent, as they surged towards the enemy formation, the 18 warlords, witnessing the sudden emergence of thousands of cavalry from the city, could not help but burst into laughter. "Haha, that kid Lu Bian can no longer hold on. He has come out to seek death. Indeed, with just a few thousand men, he thinks he can challenge our 18 warlords. It's utterly delusional. Since he seeks death, let us oblige him." The 18 warlords completely disregarded Lu Bian, considering a mere few thousand cavalry to be insignificant compared to their claimed 200,000-strong army. Yuan Shao, holding the command flag, waved it vigorously. "Relay my orders. The entire army is to attack and annihilate Lu Bian's cavalry." With Yuan Shao's command, over 100,000 troops surged toward Lu Bian. Yet, Lu Bian remained undaunted, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips, as long as the army of the 18 warlords advanced. They would surely meet their doom. Lu Bian led the charge, plunging directly into the ranks of the 18 warlords. "Kill the entire army, charge!" Lu Bian roared, his spear swirling with lethal grace, and in an instant, he felled dozens of enemy soldiers. Like a fierce tiger among sheep, Lu Bian, leading the 300 Baoyan soldiers, swept through the enemy ranks like a raging inferno, creating a vast breach in their formation. Gao Chong, unwilling to fall behind, led the 5,000 Guanning cavalry, piercing the enemy lines like a spear. With the spear flashing in a flurry, he charged left and right, swiftly disrupting the enemy formation. Observing Lu Bian and Gao Chong's formidable prowess, the 18 warlords refused to sit idle. "Sun Jian, listen up. Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, You two flank Gao Chong and strike swiftly. Although the 18 warlords had never encountered Lu Bian, they were well aware of Gao Chong's reputation. Having witnessed Gao Chong's martial prowess, Sun Jian was prudent in deploying Huang Gai and Cheng Pu to flank him. Huang Gai and Cheng Pu accepted their orders and rushed towards Gao Chong. At this moment, Lu Bian, caught up in the thrill of battle, shouted, "I am Lu Bian, Chancellor of the Han, prepare to meet your end." With a furious roar, Lu Bian swung his spear with tremendous force, sending the dozen or so enemy soldiers blocking his path flying. The enemy soldiers screamed and wailed, none able to withstand even a single round against Lu Bian's might, letting out a maniacal laugh. Lu Bian galloped forward, leading his 300 cavalrymen, poised to pierce through the enemy's formation. If they could breach the enemy lines, they could directly strike at the 18 warlords behind. The 18 warlords listened intently, their hearts sinking in astonishment. That truly Lu Bian. My heavens, when did he become so formidable? He was nothing but a wastrel. Could he be an impostor? The crowd murmured, but Yuan Shao, ever cautious, asserted, regardless of whether he is Lu Bian or not, we must dispatch someone to eliminate him. Otherwise, if he breaches our formation, it will be our downfall. The others nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Zhang Yang, the governor of Shandong, cupped his hands and declared, "My General Yang Cho can contend with Lu Bian." Yuan Shao replied, "Very well. Let General Yang Cho take the field." Just then, a young general clad in silver armor, draped in a white cloak, brandishing a long spear while riding a magnificent steed, suddenly charged out of the formation. Sun Jian, witnessing this, felt a jolt of alarm and shouted, "Bofu, what are you doing?" The young general bellowed, "I'm going to confront Lu Bian. Father, do not worry. Watch as I bring back Lu Bian's head." This was none other than Sun Tzu, known as the Little Overlord. Leading the charge, Sun Tzu moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly infiltrating the enemy ranks. With a diagonal thrust of his spear, he aimed for Lu Bian's left side, akin to a venomous snake striking, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The attack came as a complete surprise, and Sun Tzu, with remarkable speed, was poised to pierce Lu Bian's body. Should this strike land, Lu Bian would surely meet his demise. Chapter 61. A pincer attack. Sun Tzu lunged with his spear, targeting Lu Bian's vital points. His face lit with excitement. He anticipated delivering a fatal blow to Lu Bian. Yet, in a flash of lightning, Lu Bian seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, suddenly swinging his spear backward with force. Deflecting Sun Tzu's thrust, Lu Bian turned his steed, and before him stood the young general, handsome and resplendent in shining silver armor, with a tiger emblem on his breastplate, wielding a spear and exuding an aura of ferocity. "Who are you, daring to ambush me?" Lu Bian inquired with curiosity. Observing Sun Tzu's impressive demeanor, Lu Bian felt a spark of admiration. Capturing such a formidable general was not merely a matter of recruitment. It could also trigger a reward, igniting Lu Bian's interest in every figure from the late Han and Three Kingdoms period. Sun Tzu sneered, "I am Sun Tzu, the little overlord of Jiangdong. Today, I have come specifically to take your life." Sun Tzu, Lu Bian's heart surged with delight. The little overlord of Jiangdong, fierce as fire and skilled in martial arts. Though he could not recruit him now, exchanging a few moves with Sun Tzu to appreciate his prowess would be most gratifying. To provoke Sun Tzu and elicit his full potential, Lu Bian chuckled and taunted. "Oh, little overlord, I see you might be a little turtle instead." As expected, upon hearing this, Sun Tzu's fury ignited, and he clenched his spear, roaring, "You scoundrel! How dare you insult me?" Though the ancients might not understand the figurative meaning of green-shelled turtle, they recognized that being likened to one was a profound insult. "Today, it shall be either you or I who dies. I shall see to your end," Sun Tzu shouted, lunging forward with his spear aimed at Lu Bian. Lu Bian's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a playful expression that he held Sun Tzu in no regard. The young warrior's strength was insufficient to warrant his concern today as Sun Tzu charged. Lu Bian deftly evaded the attack, countering with a thrust aimed at Sun Tzu's chest. Overconfident in his prowess, Sun Tzu sought to evade Lu Bian's strike. Yet in that instant, Lu Bian changed tactics, sweeping his spear sideways, striking directly at Sun Tzu's chest. Sun Tzu, underestimating Lu Bian's assault, dismissed it as inconsequential, Recklessly intending to exchange blows with Lu Bian, he withdrew his spear, aiming for Lu Bian's left side. Lu Bian, instead of dodging, braced himself to absorb Sun Tzu's thrust. The two spears collided simultaneously with a resounding crash. Lu Bian remained unfazed, as if Sun Tzu's spear had inflicted no harm upon him. In stark contrast, Sun Tzu spat a mouthful of blood, feeling as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer to the chest. The overwhelming force felt as if it might shatter his ribs. Desperately gripping the reins with his left hand, he managed to prevent himself from falling off his horse. Having successfully landed his strike, Lu Bian did not rush to attack Sun Tzu, but he did not intend to seize this opportunity to kill Sun Tzu. Rather, he smiled and remarked, "I must say, Sun Tzu, your strike felt akin to a mere tickle." "I felt nothing at all." Lu Bian appeared nonchalant, in stark contrast to Sun Tzu, who was spitting blood and teetering on the brink of collapse. Sun Tzu, already reeling from Lu Bian's assault, was further enraged upon hearing Lu Bian's words, his fury boiling over. "Damn it, scoundrel! I will kill you!" Sun Tzu roared, attempting to charge at Lu Bian once more. Yet, the pain coursing through his body robbed him of the strength to wield his spear. Had Sun Tzu not recklessly underestimated Lu Bian, choosing to engage in a life-or-death struggle, he might not have been so swiftly defeated. Ultimately, it was his arrogance that led to his downfall, as he failed to regard Lu Bian with the respect he deserved. Lu Bian scoffed. "Let it be. This time your overconfidence and recklessness in facing me with such bravado is commendable. Therefore, I shall spare your life. When next we meet, bring your full strength, and we shall clash once more." Lu Bian was not a merciful saint. He understood that killing Sun Tzu at this juncture would only incite Sun Jian's relentless vengeance. Slaying one Sun Tzu would not significantly alter the larger strategy, but would instead provoke a furious counterattack from Sun Jian, rendering such an action counterproductive. Moreover, Lu Bian surmised that the 18 warlords would soon fragment and turn upon one another. It was inevitable that factions would emerge among them, and in that chaos, Sun Tzu could prove invaluable. Preserving Sun Tzu as a combat-ready force to contend with the 18 warlords was, in fact, a most prudent strategy. Did I end this contest, the fisherman would ultimately reap the benefits of the clashing clam and heron. A result Lu Bian yearned to witness. Before Sun Tzu could respond, Lu Bian turned his steed and, alongside his 300 cavalrymen, charged once more toward the ranks of the 18 warlords. Meanwhile, Sun Jian, observing from a distance, saw Sun Tzu reeling from Lu Bian's powerful strike, and his heart raced with urgency as he led his troops to rescue his son. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the rear of the 18 warlords' forces. Hai Su, having heard the signal arrows, led the 3,000 soldiers he had taken over from Han Fu, along with 3,000 cavalry from Liangzhou, swiftly advancing toward the rear of the 18 warlords. At that moment, Hai Su's forces surged forth, piercing through the rear of the 18 warlords, charge and kill indiscriminately. Hai Su shouted, rallying his troops like a dagger thrust into the heart of the enemy's rear guard. Taken by surprise, the rear ranks of the 18 warlords fell into disarray. "Not good. We are under attack from behind. Quickly, prepare to engage the enemy." The warlords issued orders in frantic haste, yet their main forces were preoccupied with encircling Lu Bian and Diaochan's cavalry. The few soldiers remaining to guard the rear were utterly insufficient to withstand Hai Su's onslaught. With a fearsome, ghostly mask adorning his face, Hai Su brandished his spear, leading the Liangzhou cavalry and the 3,000 soldiers under Han Fu's command straight into the fray. The 18 warlords found their formations disrupted and, reluctantly, had no choice but to sound the retreat, seeking to safeguard their commander. However, this decision played directly into Lu Bian's hands. Prior to the battle, Lu Bian had already predicted that the rear of the 18 warlords would be attacked, compelling them to order a withdrawal for defensive consolidation. And now his opportunity had arrived. "All soldiers, follow me in pursuit of the 18 warlords. Do not let them escape. Charge!" Lu Bian bellowed, brandishing his spear with fervor. Lu Bian and Diaochan led their forces in a relentless pursuit, flanking Hai Su. The 18 warlords' ranks crumbled into chaos, while Lu Bian's forces remained organized, their morale soaring. After enduring a devastating defeat, the 18 warlords were forced to retreat to their camp in disarray. Chapter 62. Escaping the tiger's den. The 18 warlords, caught in Lu Bian's carefully orchestrated pincer maneuver, suffered a crushing defeat and retreated in humiliation to their encampment. Within the command tent, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the warlords, their faces darkened, as if they had just swallowed a swarm of flies. Bang! Yuan Shao raised his right hand, striking the table with a resounding thud that echoed ominously throughout the room. Every gaze converged upon him, yet the looks directed his way were laced with palpable dread. "Bring Liu Bei to me," Yuan Shao commanded coldly. At that moment, soldiers emerged from the tent's entrance, forcefully ushering Liu Bei inside, jostling him roughly from behind. "Hurry up, move inside," the soldiers barked at Liu Bei. Upon entering the commander's tent, Yuan Shao fixed Liu Bei with a piercing glare that a cruel smile played upon Yuan Shao's lips as he menacingly spoke. "Liu Bei, do you have anything to say for yourself? My coalition of 18 warlords is met with defeat, though this cannot entirely be blamed on you. However, I have heard from BRG regarding the events at the Northern Gate. Why did Guan and Zhang deny BRG's forces entry? Is this not your cunning scheme?" Yuan Shao's words resonated with the others present. According to their plan, the 18 warlords were to launch a frontal assault, providing Gongsun's on the opportunity to breach the Northern Gate. Yet, the plan had not only failed but had resulted in a devastating defeat. Zhang Miao sneered, "My lord, I have long asserted that Liu Bei colluded with Liu Bian to harm our coalition of 18 righteous armies." Zhang Miao spoke with audacity. As if Liu Bian were present, he would have delivered him a resounding slap. Sun Jian, gritting his teeth, added, "Indeed, had it not been for Liu Bei's collusion with Liu Bian, we would have already breached Yangguan City. How could we have suffered such a defeat otherwise?" Sun Jian's resentment towards Liu Bei was palpable, having narrowly escaped the loss of his son in battle. A thought that filled him with dread. Should Sun perish, regret would come too late. Liu Bei remained silent, merely listening to the scathing criticism from the coalition of warlords. "What? Have you lost your voice?" Yuan Shao mocked with a sneer. He shook his head, saying, "I summoned you here merely to ensure you grasp your impending demise, so that when you reach the underworld, you cannot claim we wronged you." With a sweeping gesture, Yuan Shao commanded, "Someone, take Liu Bei outside and execute him. Let his head hang from the city gate as a warning. Let all see the fate of traitors." The soldiers acknowledged the command and began to shove Liu Bei out. Even Gongsun Zan, who had previously defended Liu Bei, averted his gaze in silence. "Stop, my lord, esteemed generals, please allow Liu Bei to speak." At that moment, Liu Bei raised his voice. Yuan Shao raised a hand, signaling the soldiers to halt. Yuan Shao scoffed, coldly inquiring, "Liu Bei, what do you wish to say?" Liu Bei, appearing calm, felt a cold sweat in his palms as his legs began to tremble to the brink of life and death. Anxiety was inescapable. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, steadying his emotions. With a strained smile, Liu Bei addressed the assembly. "Esteemed lords, allow me to speak. Today, it is true that I, alongside Birve, attacked the northern gate of Yangguan. However, I did not see my second and third brothers. Yet, the gates were opened. Before I could utter a word, Birge had already commanded the charge into the city." Liu Bei's words pointed directly at Gongsun Zan. Faced with such a life-threatening situation, he disregarded past camaraderie. He understood that without betraying Gongsun Zan, his own survival was at stake. Yuan Shao furrowed his brow slightly, while others turned their attention to Gongsun Zan. Gongsun Zan's eyes widened in outrage. "Xinda, do not speak recklessly. Did I not assume that Guan and Zhang acted as insiders, opening the gates for our army upon seeing our banner? Was my action truly erroneous?" Gongsun Zan glared at Liu Bei, internally cursing him for dragging him into this predicament. Yet Liu Bei shook his head, stating, "Birge, I do not accuse you of treachery. Rather, I believe this to be Liu Bian's cunning plot. I suspect that the letter has fallen into Liu Bian's hands. My second and third brothers are undoubtedly unaware of the developments. Liu Bian has led us astray. My lords, I am not the traitor. It is Liu Bian who is as crafty as a fox. You have all fallen into Liu Bian's trap, and I implore you to avoid being ensnared further by his schemes." Upon hearing Liu Bei's words, Yuan Shao hesitated, his old indecisiveness resurfacing, but he stroked his beard, his eyes darting about. However, Zhang Miao was unwilling to let Liu Bei off the hook, but he darkly remarked, "My lord, it is better to mistakenly execute 1,000 than to let one traitor slip away. Liu Bei is a silver-tongued deceiver. Do not be easily swayed. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting, Zhang Miao, you have repeatedly targeted me. Could it be that I have wronged you in some way? Zhang Miao scoffed. The assault led by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei against our camp serves as irrefutable evidence. Liu Bei countered, oh, did you witness this with your own eyes? If not, can I not claim that you were slandering me? With a resounding bang, Yuan Shao slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, enough, no more bickering. Xianda raises valid points that in light of this, I shall spare your life. Should such an incident occur again, Xianda, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei internally sighed in relief. The weight on his heart lifted that he felt a surge of ease, knowing he had narrowly evaded disaster once more. Liu Bei cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. With that, he stepped aside that moment. A soldier rushed into the tent, breathlessly reporting, my lord, Cao Cao has sent a messenger requesting an audience. Yuan Shao frowned slightly and instructed, let him in. The soldier exited and soon returned with a general clad in armor. I am Le Jin, paying my respects to the lord. Yuan Shao inquired, Le Jin, what message does Cao Cao bring for me? Le Jin replied loudly, in response to the lord, Cao Gong has commanded me to request provisions. Provisions? Yuan Shao's expression tightened. The scant supplies remaining from the coalition had just been incinerated, and now Cao Cao sought more. How could he manage this? Return and inform Mengde that the subsequent provisions have yet to arrive. Once they do, I shall send them to him. Le Jin's brow furrowed, my lord, but Cao Gong's forces are already out of supplies. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched me to urge you. Yuan Shao scowled that I said there are no supplies. Tell Mengde to wait patiently for a few days. The provisions will arrive soon. Enough, you need not say more. Dismiss him. Yuan Shao waved his hand dismissively. The mere mention of supplies reminded him of the burnt provisions, leaving him feeling as though he had been dealt a series of stinging blows. At that moment, another soldier's voice rang out from outside. Report, my lord, Liu Bian has sent a letter. The soldier burst into the tent, holding the letter high above his head as he rushed towards Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao's brow furrowed in confusion. What business does Liu Bian have sending a letter at this time? With suspicion swirling in his mind, Yuan Shao took the letter as he unfolded it. The bold characters of Liu Bian's handwriting caught his eye. To Lord Yuan as Yuan Shao read the contents, his hands trembled uncontrollably, his face betraying shock, anger, and confusion. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yuan Shao roared in fury, crumpling the letter and hurling it away. Liu Bian, I will not rest until you are vanquished. Yuan Shao's shout was tinged with panic and astonishment, leaving everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Miao asked, my lord, what has transpired? Sun Jian inquired curiously. Yes, Brother Benchu, did Liu Bian provoke you in a letter? Everyone leaned in, eager for an explanation. Yuan Shao trembled, his eyes wide with alarm, his cheeks twitching but remaining silent. Sun Jian urged, Brother Benchu, please tell us what is happening. We can assist you in strategizing. Zhang Miao chimed in, indeed, Brother Benchu, why keep us in the dark? We are all in this together. Yuan Shao's gaze swept across the assembly before he slumped, as if deflated. Gentlemen, it seems we may not receive the provisions in time. Liu Bian's letter states that he has dispatched General Zhang Liao to ambush at Xingshan, and he has already routed Yuan Shu's army, seizing the provisions. What? The assembly gasped in shock, the atmosphere in the tent erupting into chaos. I have long said that Yuan Shu is unreliable. He should never have been entrusted with the transport of supplies. Indeed. Now we are left without provisions. We need not wait for Liu Bian to act. Hunger will claim us first. Yuan Shao, I perceive that you are in collusion with Yuan Shu, deliberately siphoning off our provisions. Yuan Shao, you must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall be your sworn enemy. The assembled lords vehemently denounced Yuan Shao, placing the blame for the loss of provisions squarely upon his shoulders. Yuan Shao, incensed, turned pale with rage and exclaimed, What are you all clamoring about? Am I in league with Yuan Shu in embezzling supplies? If that were the case, why am I here? Is it merely to allow you all to unite against me at this juncture, with the army deprived of food and no further supplies forthcoming? None would heed Yuan Shao's words. Yuan Shao, you scoundrel, I shall confront you today. I shall return to rally my troops and demand reparation. From this day forth, I shall not rest until you and I are at odds. Irreconcilable as water and fire. The lords within the command tent erupted into chaos. Some left in a huff, while others remained to hurl invectives at Yuan Shao. The coalition of the 18 lords was now irrevocably fractured due to Liu Bian's letter. In this moment, Sun Jian stepped forward and called out, "Esteemed lords, please lend me your ears. What if Liu Bian's letter were a fabrication? We must not throw our ranks into disarray. Let us send someone to investigate the situation at Mount Xing. I, Sun Jian, am willing to assist in uncovering the truth." Sun Jian appeared eager, yet he harbored ulterior motives. Observing the disintegration of the coalition, he planned to seize the opportunity to scout Mount Xing and extricate himself from the 18 lords. Returning to Changsha to further his own ambitions. Yuan Shu's reinforcements should have arrived by now, yet the delay was all too evident, and those with discerning eyes could easily perceive the veracity of Liu Bian's letter. Thus, Sun Jian reasoned that rather than entangle himself further with the other lords, it would be wiser to take his leave and distance himself from this cauldron of conflict. Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, Yuan Shao silently expressed gratitude. To end this moment of crisis, to have someone stand up for him was indeed commendable. Yes, what Wen Tai says is correct. Esteemed lords, let us remain composed while we ascertain the facts. Yuan Shao rose as well, speaking loudly in an effort to calm the tempers of the various lords. Upon hearing these words, the lords who had not yet departed gradually quelled their fury. Very well, let us allow Wen Tai to investigate. If there are indeed ambushes laid by Zhang Liao at Mount Xing, we shall settle accounts with you later. Yuan Shao. The lords departed in droves, leaving only Yuan Shao and Sun Jian within the tent. It was then that a soldier rushed in, breathless, reporting, "Commander, the inspector of Yenzhou, Lu Dai, is leading his forces toward the command tent." Yuan Shao was taken aback, seething. "This Lu Dai is courting death. I shall personally lead the charge against him and set an example." Sun Jian clasped his hands in salute. "Brother Benchu, I shall head to Mount Xing to investigate. Together we shall stabilize the remaining lords." Yuan Shao placed a firm hand on Sun Jian's shoulder, exclaiming, "Wen Tai, true friendship is revealed in times of adversity. Your actions today shall be etched in my memory. Make haste and return swiftly. I shall await your favorable news." Sun Jian nodded solemnly before turning to depart. Little did Yuan Shao realize that Sun Jian would not return, busy assembling his troops. He began preparations to confront Lu Dai. Amid the chaos in the camps of the 18 lords, news naturally reached Liu Bian's ears. "Your Highness, the inspector of Yenzhou, Lu Dai, has mobilized against Yuan Shao. Sun Jian is leading the troops from Jiangdong to scout Mount Xing. Additionally, Cao Cao has sent envoys to urge for supplies." A covert scout returning from the camps of the 18 lords reported to Liu Bian. Slap! Before Liu Bian could respond, Gao Su clapped his hands together and laughed heartily. "Your Highness, this letter is indeed the last straw that will break the back of the 18 lords. At present, they are fracturing, and it will not be long before they become a scattered mass." Gao Chong chimed in. "Your Highness, why not dispatch troops now and deliver a heavy blow to the 18 lords?" However, Liu Bian shook his head, stating, "There is no need for haste. Sun Jian's departure will surely be his final act. The rifts among the 18 lords will only deepen. They were never truly united. We need only wait patiently until they turn on one another, and then we can act." Liu Bian stretched languidly and added, "Inform the soldiers to rest well in the coming days. We shall bide our time, and when the 18 lords have exhausted themselves, it will be our moment to shine. Furthermore, send out scouts in 2 directions, one to closely monitor the situation of the 18 lords, and the other to ascertain the conditions at Yangzhai City, now, when he and his forces should have arrived." Gao Su, Gao Chong, and Jian Wei received their orders and promptly departed the main hall. Chapter 64. The bed at Yangzhai City. Jia Su and Yuan Qingdu stood atop the northern ramparts, surveying the landscape. Not far beyond the city, the encampment of Cao Cao's 5,000 troops lay. For several days now, Cao Cao had been challenging them outside Yangzhai City, yet Jia Su had remained sequestered within, unfazed by all provocations. Gazing at the encampment of Cao's forces, Yuan Qingdu clenched his right fist and struck the parapet with force. "Long Shifu, it has been days. Letting Chao's army shout outside is truly infuriating. Yuan Qingdu was a valiant warrior unafraid of death, and he felt an inexplicable frustration at Jia Su's reluctance to engage in battle. Jia Su glanced at Yuan Qingdu and could not help but chuckle at why Yuan Qingdu, dissatisfied, retorted, "Long Shifu, how can you still find amusement in this? I say, let me lead the valiant brothers of the Xiaoguo army out of the city. A single charge could topple Chao's forces. Moreover, we have 5,000 troops, each of shield-bearers, long spear-wielders, and archers within the city that in terms of manpower, we hold a significant advantage against Chao's army. Why am I not permitted to fight and teach them a lesson?" This contingent of 15,000 ordinary soldiers was a reward obtained through a lottery before Liu Bian's departure. In terms of numbers, they indeed possessed considerable leverage. Jia Su stroked his mustache, a broad smile gracing his face. "Qingdu, Cao Cao is well-versed in military strategy, and his soldiers are seasoned fighters. Even if we were to win, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory." Jia Su cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Qingdu and continued. "Furthermore, before departing, His Highness had already instructed Zhang Liao to lead troops to Mount Xing for an ambush. That I have received word that Zhang Liao achieved a great victory over Yuan Shu at Mount Xing and has just dispatched the captured provisions back to Yangzhai City. This means that although Chao's army has supplies, they are certainly not abundant. Once Chao's provisions run low, he will inevitably seek supplies from Yuan Shao. However, I have learned that His Highness set fire to the meager supplies of the 18 lords outside Yangwan City. Thus, without provisions, Cao will surely retreat. That moment, we can pursue him at our leisure." Jia Su's words dispelled Yuan Qingdu's discontent, and he suddenly understood. "So that is the case, Long Shifu. No wonder His Highness holds you in such esteem. Your mind is indeed full of clever stratagems." Jia Su smiled nonchalantly. Liu Bian's appointment of him as the chief of the general's office was intended to enable him to devise strategies and maintain oversight of the overall situation. If he could not accomplish this, it would be a disservice to Liu Bian's trust. Yuan Qingdu then remarked, "Alas, I only wonder when this Cao will retreat, allowing me to fight wholeheartedly." Just then, an anxious soldier rushed up, reporting, "Long Shifu, the Hubin Zhulong general scouts have reported signs of retreat from Chao's army outside the city." Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingdu's excitement surged. "Ha! Cao is retreating. What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly mobilize and pursue. If we do not act now, we may miss the chance." Yuan Qingdu rubbed his fists together, brimming with combat fervor. Unable to contain his eagerness, the other warriors all had combat assignments, while Yuan Qingdu alone was confined within Yangzhai City. Though discontented, he dared not dispute Liu Bian's orders and could only comply. Having finally obtained an opportunity to lead troops into battle, he was as impatient as a gourmand catching the scent of a delicious meal. Jia Su, however, remained composed. He shook his head and said, "Qingdu, now is not the time." Jia Su instructed the soldier, "Relay my orders to dispatch more scouts to gather intelligence on Chao's army. Ensure that the news is relayed back promptly. Understood?" The soldier complied and left. Yuan Qingdu, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "What is it, my esteemed Long Shifu? What are you scheming? Just now you said we would pursue as soon as Cao retreated. Now that he is retreating, why are we not taking action?" Yuan Qingdu, in a state of agitation, anxiously stamped his feet. However, he recalled Liu Bian's instructions before leaving, which had emphasized that the military leaders of Yangdi City should confer with Jia Su and heed his counsel. Given Liu Bian's words, Yuan Qingdu dared not act recklessly. Otherwise, driven by his temperament, he would undoubtedly pursue them without hesitation. Jia Su chuckled and remarked, "Qingdu, do not be hasty. Haste breeds failure." But he gestured towards the outside of the city, saying, "Observe how Cao retreats with measured grace, his formation steady and his troops in perfect order. This indicates that Cao is certainly prepared. Moreover, given his character, he will surely have laid ambushes along the way. Should our forces engage now, we would undoubtedly fall into Cao's trap and suffer a crushing defeat." Yuan Qingdu, skeptical, replied, "How could that be? Cao would be too busy fleeing to set any ambushes." Jia Su smiled and proposed, "Qingdu, if you do not believe me, why not place a wager?" Yuan Qingdu agreed, asking, "What do you wish to wager, Wenhe?" Jia Su grinned and stated, "It is not much. I have heard that you recently acquired a precious piece of porcelain." If you lose, you shall give it to me. In recent times, although Liu Bian was engaged in warfare, he had issued a decree in the name of the Han Emperor, summoning the ministers and nobles to Yangdi City to pay their respects. Consequently, many lords and nobles had flocked to the city. As a result, Yuan Qingdu, serving as a commander of the Tiger Ben, was entrusted with the task of protecting Emperor Liu Xie, and all nobles wishing to meet Liu Xie required his approval. Thus, Yuan Qingdu had not missed out on numerous benefits during this time. He nodded and declared, agreed. It is settled. And if you lose, what then? Jiasu laughed. Should I lose, I shall comply with your commands in our future collaborations. Without further thought, Yuan Qingdu promptly agreed. After waiting for a brief moment, a scout returned with a report. Reporting, the cavalry commander, Tiger Ben commander, the Chao army has retreated and laid ambushes in the woods. Seeing that our forces did not pursue, they hastened their retreat and withdrew their ambushes. Upon hearing this news, Jiasu's eyes lit up, not merely because of the wager with Yuan Qingdu, but because he keenly sensed that this was indeed an opportune moment to pursue Cao Cao. Qingdu, quickly lead the Shaohua army to pursue along the way, Jiasu urged. Yuan Qingdu, taken aback, replied, Wenhe, do you not fear that Cao Cao may have set another ambush? Jiasu shook his head and insisted. Absolutely not. Cao Cao has already set one ambush. Seeing our forces did not pursue, he will surely lower his guard. With no provisions, he will hasten his departure. Now is the perfect time to strike. You must lead your troops to pursue swiftly, lest we miss this opportunity. Hearing this, Yuan Qingdu wasted no time, promptly assembling his troops and departing from Yangdi City in pursuit of Cao Cao's retreating forces. Chapter 65. 1 against 2 Elder Brother. News has arrived from the direction of Yangwan City. Lu Dai, the inspector of Yenzhou, has led his troops to ambush Yuan Shao, but has fallen victim to Yuan Shao's trap. Lu Dai has been defeated and is fleeing towards Yenzhou, a man clad in black iron armor, wielding a sharp sword and sporting a thick beard, reported loudly to Cao Cao. The man tucked his iron helmet under his right arm, revealing a hint of anxiety on his broad face. Elder Brother, from the news, it seems the coalition of 18 warlords is beginning to unravel. In this situation, what course should our army take? Cao Cao, dressed in a black robe with soft armor underneath and a green sword at his waist, rode forward. Zixiang, the coalition of 18 warlords is of no consequence. We shall no longer join forces with them. Convey my orders to return to Qinlu. Cao Cao proclaimed loudly. The man reporting was none other than Cao Ren, Cao Cao's trusted general. With a heavy sigh, Cao Ren lamented, in the past, the gathering of the 18 warlords was a grand affair. Their strength formidable, that we initially believed we could achieve something monumental. Who could have predicted it would come to this disintegration? Cao Cao scoffed in response, Zixiang, I have long foreseen that the 18 warlords would amount to nothing. Their leader, Yuan Shao, is indecisive, while his brother, Yuan Shu, is insatiably greedy. The pursuit of Liu Bian reveals that the other warlords harbor their own agendas, all seeking personal gain. Now, their inability to conquer Yangwan City, compounded by Liu Bian's machinations, ensures the demise of the 18 warlords. If Liu Bian were to overhear Cao Cao's words, he would undoubtedly applaud him for his astute analysis. Cao Cao truly lives up to his reputation. Cutting straight to the heart of the matter, Cao Ren, feeling helpless, implored, Elder Brother, must we truly conclude matters in such a hasty manner? Is there truly no way out? Cao Cao chuckled and replied, Zixiang, one must not act in haste. We are indeed close to Yangdi City, but we lack provisions, and Jiasu is holed up within the city, refusing to come out. Even if we wish to launch a strong assault, it would be unattainable. Rather than depleting our own strength, it is wiser to abandon the siege and return to Qinlu. Just as the two were conversing, a sudden commotion arose from the rear of Chao's army. Accompanied by shouts of kill, capture Cao Cao alive, brothers, charge in with me, and crush the Cao army. The cries erupted suddenly, as numerous banners of Liu Bian's army emerged at the rear, one flag prominently displaying the characters Yuan. Not good. Elder Brother, we are under attack, Cao Ren exclaimed in alarm. Cao Cao was equally startled. He had previously set up ambushes to guard against pursuing forces. However, after moving a considerable distance and seeing no pursuers, he had ordered the ambushes to be recalled. Yet, as the ambush led by the Xiahou brothers was just being withdrawn, enemy forces suddenly surged forth. Quickly, relay my orders to meet the enemy. Cao Cao commanded loudly. The Cao army, caught off guard, found their formations thrown into disarray amidst the panic. Yuan Qingdu, wielding the golden-hilted phoenix-winged spear, charged into the midst of the Cao army like a bolt of lightning. Wherever the spear struck, it left a trail of corpses in its wake. Fueled by rage, Yuan Qingdu swung his weapon with fervor, mercilessly reaping the lives of Chao's soldiers. Kill! 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 He bellowed, resembling a relentless machine of slaughter. Unstoppable in his advance, Yuan Qingdu, akin to the sharpest of swords, shattered the already wavering formations of the Cao army. Following closely behind, the Xiaohua heavy infantry joined the fray, armed with towering shields in their left hands and broad-bladed swords in their right. They surged into the Cao army's ranks like a torrent of steel. The Cao soldiers, attempting to strike with their blades, found their attacks merely bouncing off the shields, inflicting no harm upon the Xiaohua troops. In retaliation, the Xiaohua soldiers swiftly wielded their broadswords, severing the heads of the Cao soldiers. Witnessing this turn of events, Cao Cao issued a loud command. Cao Run, Cao Hong, heed my orders, capture the thief, and seize their leader. The leader of the Xiaohua army was easily identifiable, for he was the only one mounted on a warhorse among the heavily armored infantry. Cao Run and Cao Hong, receiving the command, charged towards Yuan Qingdu with their blades raised. Thief, reveal your name. My blade does not strike without reason. Cao Hong roared as he advanced on Yuan Qingdu. Yuan Qingdu laughed maniacally. You little thief, my name is Yuan Qingdu, the Tiger Ben commander under the Regent King. Anyone unafraid of death may come forth. Today, if one comes, I shall slay one. If two come, I shall slay two. As Yuan Qingdu's arrogance reached its peak, Cao Hong, seething with rage, shouted, You scoundrel, do not be so brazen. Watch as I, Cao Hong, take your life. With a fierce squeeze of his legs, his steed surged forward in pain. Seeing the ferocity of Yuan Qingdu, Cao Ren rushed to assist, spurring his horse to charge alongside. Yuan Qingdu, do not be so arrogant. The great General Cao Ren is here. Prepare to face my blade. Cao Ren declared, raising his large sword high above his head, preparing to deliver a powerful strike upon Yuan Qingdu's head. Yuan Qingdu laughed heartily, dismissing the threat, such trivial skills. As he spoke, he lifted the phoenix-winged spear to intercept Cao Ren's blade. Clang! The weapons clashed, producing a sharp sound. Yuan Qingdu's arms remained steady as a mountain, effortlessly blocking Cao Ren's full-force strike. In contrast, Cao Ren felt a numbing sensation in his hands from the reverberation, his expression shifting subtly in surprise that he was taken aback. Despite his utmost effort, he could not budge Yuan Qingdu's weapon even slightly. How could this be? Cao Ren was astonished that he could not move Yuan Qingdu even a fraction. He could not help but think that Yuan Qingdu's strength was truly formidable, despite exerting himself fully. He found it astonishing that he could not suppress Yuan Qingdu's weapon. Just then, Cao Hong charged in from the side, shouting, Scoundrel, face my blade. Cao Hong let out a furious roar, swinging the massive blade in his hand as he aimed a devastating strike at the waist of Yuan Qingdu. Should this blow land, Yuan Qingdu would undoubtedly be cleaved in twain. With a dismissive smile, Yuan Qingdu shouted, Get out of my way! Suddenly, he exerted tremendous force with his arms, pushing Cao Ren's sword aside. Simultaneously, he retracted the phoenix-winged golden halberd, channeling the momentum directly towards Cao Hong's weapon. Clang! The weapons clashed, and the phoenix-winged golden halberd effortlessly deflected Cao Hong's blade. The overwhelming force left Cao Hong's arms numb, causing his body to involuntarily lean backward. The same fate befell Cao Ren on the other side, his balance precarious as he too leaned back, leaving their midsection exposed and vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Qingdu thrust the phoenix-winged golden halberd towards Cao Hong's chest. Chapter 66. Repelling the Cao army, the phoenix-winged golden halberd surged towards Cao Hong's chest with astonishing speed. However, at that moment, Cao Hong had just steadied himself and had no time to defend. As the halberd was about to pierce his chest, Cao Hong could not help but cry out, My life is forfeit. His complexion turned pale, pupils dilating with sheer terror. A feeling of imminent dread he had never experienced since his rise to power. Do not harm my brother. You scoundrel, feel my blade. Cao Ren, witnessing the peril, unleashed all his strength and swung his sword at Yuan Qingdu. The reason for attacking Yuan Qingdu instead of rescuing Cao Hong was that there was no time for the latter. If Yuan Qingdu advanced even slightly with the phoenix-winged golden halberd, it would be enough to claim Chao Hong's life. Thus, in a moment of desperation, Chao Ren chose to launch an offensive against Yuan Qingdu to alleviate Chao Hong's predicament. Indeed, upon hearing the rush of wind behind him, Yuan Qingdu had no choice but to retract the phoenix-winged golden halberd to defend against Chao Ren's assault. You dare to sneak attack. You seek death. Yuan Qingdu was incensed by Chao Ren's ambush. He deflected Chao Ren's sword with the phoenix-winged golden halberd and then launched a relentless offensive against him. Chao Hong, regaining his composure from the initial shock, saw Chao Ren being overwhelmed by Yuan Qingdu, nearly losing his life several times. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to assist. "Brother, let us flank him together. This brat is no match for us." Chao Hong shouted to Chao Ren. Chao Ren responded affirmatively, steadying his mind as they coordinated their attacks on Yuan Qingdu from either side. "Ha, you two think you can defeat me? What a fanciful notion. Today, I shall ensure you both perish here." Yuan Qingdu laughed heartily as he spoke. The strength in his arms surged, and the speed and frequency of his strikes with the phoenix-winged golden halberd increased significantly. The weapon danced with ferocity, swiftly suppressing both Chao Ren and Chao Hong. Despite their coordinated efforts, they found themselves unable to withstand Yuan Qingdu's relentless assault. After more than 30 exchanges, Yuan Qingdu seized a moment of opportunity. Swinging the phoenix-winged golden halberd horizontally towards Chao Hong's chest, Chao Hong cried out in alarm and quickly bent down to evade. Yet even so, his iron helmet was struck from his head by Yuan Qingdu's halberd. You dodged quite swiftly. Seeing his initial strike fail, and realizing that prolonging the battle would yield no swift resolution, Yuan Qingdu grew increasingly agitated that he launched a ferocious assault, while the brothers Chao Ren and Chao Hong fought valiantly to resist. Observing the struggle of the Chao brothers, Chao hastily dispatched Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan to their aid. "Yuan Reng, Miao Cai, you two assist immediately. We must hold back Yuan Qingdu." Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan accepted the order and galloped towards Yuan Qingdu. Chao narrowed his eyes. The cavalry was elite and possessed formidable combat capabilities that, in contrast, the soldiers of the Chao army struggled to inflict any damage on the cavalry, clearly at a disadvantage. It was precisely due to this realization that Chao began to contemplate retreat. However, if he were to flee without caution, he would undoubtedly fall victim to Yuan Qingdu's pursuit. Thus, he resolved to first block Yuan Qingdu's advance before considering a withdrawal. With this in mind, Chao issued a command: "Relay my orders. The troops shall form a defensive formation and avoid direct confrontation with the enemy." Upon hearing the command, the Chao soldiers, who had been engaged in fierce combat with the cavalry, hastily formed a defensive line, creating a wall to shield themselves from the onslaught. Although the cavalry soldiers were heavily armored and possessed great individual strength, prolonged combat would inevitably wear them down. Thus, faced with the Chao army's wall strategy, the cavalry found themselves at a loss at why Yuan Qingdu, entangled in battle with the four generals, recognized the shift in momentum. After the recent skirmishes, the cavalry's stamina had severely diminished. It was imperative to withdraw while the situation was favorable. Otherwise, continuing the fight would surely lead to their disadvantage. With this thought, Yuan Qingdu let out a fierce roar. Swinging the phoenix-winged golden halberd to deflect Chao Ren and Chao Hong's weapons, that he then feigned an opening, which Xiahou Dun, seizing the opportunity, thrust his spear towards Yuan Qingdu. Seeing this, Yuan Qingdu felt a surge of joy and quickly dodged. Extending his left hand to grasp Xiahou Dun's spear shaft, "Come here," he exclaimed, yanking with great force, attempting to pull Xiahou Dun onto his horse. The immense strength startled Xiahou Dun, who hastily released his grip, allowing Yuan Qingdu to seize the spear. With his weapon lost, Xiahou Dun was effectively rendered defenseless and of no use in combat. Without hesitation, Yuan Qingdu lunged forward with the spear, aiming a vicious stab at Xiahou Dun. Xiahou Dun attempted to evade, but was too slow, resulting in his left arm being pierced by the spear. He let out a pained cry and retreated on his horse. Observing this, Chao shouted, "Fall back quickly." The remaining three generals, heeding his command, covered one another as they retreated to their formation. The Yuan Qingdu did not pursue, but instead crossed the phoenix-winged golden halberd over his chest. Laughing heartily, "The Chao army is nothing but a farce. Today, I shall spare you. Retreat swiftly." In truth, Yuan Qingdu also considered the exhaustion of the cavalry and chose not to engage further. Cao Cao's expression darkened. Yet he recognized that, at present, they were no match for Yuan Qingdu and had no choice but to implement their planned retreat. That's why Yuan Qingdu refrained from pursuing, merely instructing his troops to remain poised. Once Cao Cao led his forces away, he commanded his soldiers to rest and start clearing the battlefield. Not long after, a soldier approached Yuan Qingdu with a report. "General, our forces suffered no casualties in this battle, and we have slain 1,500 of the Cao army." Yuan Qingdu's face lit up with satisfaction. "Ha! Excellent. This battle was exhilarating. If only we had captured Cao Cao, it would have been perfect." Nevertheless, inflicting such heavy losses on the Cao army is a significant achievement. When the prince returns, I shall personally commend you all. The soldier hastily clasped his fists in gratitude, that's why Yuan Qingdu waved his hand and ordered, "Go, relay my command. The soldiers shall rest for yet another moment, and then we shall set forth back to Yangdi City. After all, we are in a desolate wilderness, and we cannot ensure that Cao Cao will not return with his forces. Remember, even while allowing the brothers to rest, they must remain vigilant. They must not remove their armor. For the cavalry, their heavy armor represented an indispensable weapon. Compared to ordinary infantry, the cavalry's superiority stemmed from their formidable armor. Without it, even the most elite troops could not maintain their dominance." The soldiers clasped their fists in acknowledgement that we understand. Yuan Qingdu nodded in satisfaction. After a brief respite, he led his troops back to Yangdi City. Chapter 67. Defeating the Allied forces very well. Clap. Within the main hall of Yangwan City, Lu Bian clapped his hands vigorously, elated. Qingdu and Wuna performed splendidly in this battle. They have dealt a heavy blow to Cao Cao's forces, driving away yet another warlord. Lu Bian's face beamed with excitement. By the way, has Wuna received my orders and already led his troops here?" he inquired, looking at the messenger before him with a smile. The messenger, dispatched by Jia Su, had come to report the recent events outside Yangwan City, where Yuan Qingdu had pursued Cao Cao and slain 1,500 of his men. The messenger replied, "In response to your highness, Jia Changsha has commanded General Yuan to guard the city while he himself has ambushed behind the encampment of the 18 warlords with Generals Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. He awaits your command to launch an attack." Lu Bian stroked his chin, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. Return and inform Jia Su to signal with a flare. He must not act hastily." The messenger complied and promptly departed. Once the messenger had left, Gao Chong impatiently exclaimed, "Your Highness, what are we waiting for? The 18 warlords have been relentlessly attacking Yangwan City these past few days, suffering heavy losses, while simultaneously embroiled in internal strife. Just yesterday, scouts reported that Gongsun Zan, the governor of Beiping, had ambushed and slain Zhang Yang, the governor of Shandong. Caught off guard, Zhang Yang met with a crushing defeat and fled in disarray. At present, the 18 warlords have been thoroughly drained of their strength. Your Highness, let us take action swiftly." Lu Bian cast a sidelong glance at Gao Chong and could not help but chuckle. Gao Chong, filled with impatience, exclaimed, "Your Highness, what is so amusing? Am I mistaken? If we do not act now, when shall we?" Before Lu Bian could respond, Gao Su interjected with a smile, "General Gao Chong, you are overly eager. The timing is nearly perfect. As you have noted, the 18 warlords are in disarray, their spirits waning. Their recent relentless assaults on Yangwan City, coupled with internal strife, signify their desperate final throes. I predict that by tomorrow at the earliest, or at the latest the day after, the warlords will undoubtedly retreat. According to the scouts, their supplies have run dry. The morale among the 18 warlords is scattered, and their hearts yearn for home. Once they withdraw, it shall be our prime opportunity to strike. At that moment, with the forces led by Jiao Wenhe, we shall encircle them and assuredly achieve a resounding victory over the 18 warlords. This battle will severely deplete their resources and afford us the utmost time for our forces to develop." Gao Chong blinked in astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is the truth. How could I have overlooked such wisdom?" Meanwhile, Dian Wei scratched the back of his head, awkwardly chuckling. "I too had not considered this, only thinking of charging out to annihilate the 18 warlords." Lu Bian and Gao Su exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Gao Chong and Dian Wei were valiant warriors, yet not known for their cunning or strategic prowess. Thus, Liu Bian held modest expectations of them, as long as they charged in a battle with unwavering loyalty. That would suffice. As their conversation unfolded, a scout rushed in from outside, breathless with urgency. "Your Highness, the 18 warlords have begun their retreat. They have abandoned their camps and are withdrawing," with a resounding clap of his hands. Liu Bian exclaimed, "How fortuitous! Just as I was drowsy, a pillow has been delivered. Just moments ago, Changong predicted the earliest retreat would be tomorrow. It seems the 18 warlords cannot remain still any longer. Gao Su, heed my command." Liu Bian swiftly issued orders, commanding him to lead 3,000 cavalry from Liangzhou to launch an offensive against the right flank of the 18 warlords. Gao Su clasped his fists, declaring, "This humble general obeys." Liu Bian then turned to Gao Chong. "Gao Chong, I command you to lead 5,000 infantry to breach the center alongside me." Gao Chong, brimming with enthusiasm, clasped his fists and proclaimed, "This humble general obeys. I have awaited this moment." Liu Bian smiled warmly and instructed Dian Wei, "Wu Shuang, you shall lead 5,000 canning iron cavalry to assault the left flank of the 18 warlords." Having issued his commands, Liu Bian rose to his feet and drew the Zhonglu's sword with determination. "Let us engage swiftly, attack with full force, and decisively crush the 18 warlords in this battle." The three generals replied in unison, "This humble general obeys." With Liu Bian's command, the troops sprang into action. The gates of Yangguan City swung open, and three prongs advanced, targeting the 18 warlords. "Charge! Break through their lines! Capture Yuan Shao alive! Push forward! Leave not a single one behind!" The forces under Liu Bian erupted in waves of fervent roars, akin to the sharp blades of a trident piercing into the ranks of the 18 warlords. In the very instant they penetrated the enemy formation, Liu Bian retrieved a signaling arrow from his bosom and shot it skyward. As the sound of the arrow echoed, Jia Su, stationed behind the camp of the 18 warlords, directed Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to lead their troops surging forth from the woods. "Charge! Annihilate them!" Just then, Han Fu, who had been given the order to retreat, unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, leading the remaining 3,000 troops to cut through the ranks of the 18 warlords. Faced with the sudden onslaught, the already demoralized troops of the 18 warlords, who had begun to harbor thoughts of retreat, collapsed in an instant. The soldiers, stripped of any will to fight, either surrendered or fled for their lives. In a moment, the entire camp descended into chaos, and no amount of admonishment from the warlords could restore order. Observing the pandemonium, Yuan Shao could not help but let out a deep sigh. "Let us depart from this place." Upon issuing his command, his personal guards protected Yuan Shao as he fled. The remaining warlords, witnessing the tide turning against them, also relinquished their resistance and made desperate attempts to break free under the protection of their guards. Meanwhile, Liu Bian brandished the leading 300 Baibao Yanhan, akin to a blazing flame, as they swiftly penetrated the ranks of the 18 warlords, striking in and out with ferocity. Noticing the absence of other warlords amidst the chaos, Liu Bian raised his spear high and shouted, "All warlords have fled. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." The soldiers of Liu Bian's army echoed his cries in unison. With no sight of their commanders, the soldiers of the warlords opted to surrender to Liu Bian. This battle culminated in an overwhelmingly decisive victory for Liu Bian. The conflict concluded swiftly, and the soldiers gathered around Liu Bian. "Alas, it is infuriating that we could not capture that old rascal Cao Cao." Zhang Fei stomped his foot, his face a mask of regret. Jia Su, twirling his mustache with a grin, replied, "Ida, patience is a virtue." Besides, Cao Cao had already been ordered to retreat back at Yangdi City. Zhang Fei, incensed, exclaimed, "How fortunate for him! When I catch him, I shall have him dismembered." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Once the mirth subsided, Liu Bian commanded the troops to clear the battlefield and account for the casualties and prisoners. The generals complied, dispersing to commence the cleanup. Chapter 68. Returned to Yangdi, the soldiers under Liu Bian swiftly cleared the battlefield. In a short time, they had tidied the entire area. Gao Su approached with excitement, grinning widely. "Your Highness, the Liangzhou cavalry suffered 100 casualties, while we decapitated 800 enemy troops. The canning iron cavalry sustained 300 casualties. Claiming 1,000 enemy heads, The infantry lost 500, yet took 1,000 enemy lives. Not a single soldier from the Baibao Yan'an was harmed, and they too claimed 1,000 enemy heads. 300 Baibao Yan'an, 1,000 enemy heads. This tally is indeed exhilarating. A mere 300 men have vanquished over 1,000 foes. The Baibao Yan'an have proven to be an exceptionally formidable force. Additionally, the troops led by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei accounted for 500 enemy casualties. Liu Bian beamed with satisfaction. This battle was splendid. We have slain 4,300 enemies, marking a significant triumph. Upon our return to Yangdi City, we must celebrate accordingly. Liu Bian spoke with great enthusiasm. Gao Su replied, Your Highness, this is merely the count of slain enemies. Our forces captured 30,000 surrendering soldiers from the 18 warlords. The rest either fled amidst the chaos or followed their respective warlords in retreat. 30,000 captives. Liu Bian pondered. Stroking his chin, he waved his hand and declared, Bring all 30,000 back to Yangdi City. I have use for them. What? Gao Su was momentarily taken aback, staring at Liu Bian in disbelief. Your Highness, you cannot be jesting. Gao Su's expression was one of utter shock, clearly filled with skepticism. Liu Bian commanded a sizable army that required sustenance. Although Zhang Liao had recently intercepted a shipment of supplies, it was insufficient to sustain an additional 30,000 individuals. More critically, Liu Bian owed provisions to the common people. 30,000 captives indeed posed a significant burden. Gao Su sighed. Your Highness, if we bring back all 30,000, our supplies will surely be strained further. Liu Bian, however, chuckled. Changong, these 30,000 are a labor force. Moreover, they are exceedingly cheap labor. They are captives. Not executing them is already a great mercy. With the spring plowing season approaching, I had previously instructed Fang Xianling to assess the land. Those unclaimed wastelands shall be allocated to the government. When the time comes, someone must tend to the fields. These individuals could be put to good use. Liu Bian grinned proudly. To him, each of the 30,000 captives represented a valuable asset. Losing even one would mean losing a laborer. Gao Su sighed. Your Highness, but what of our food supplies? Even if we do not provide them with money or silk, we must feed them. The thought of 30,000 mouths to feed weighed heavily on Gao Su's mind. Yet Liu Bian smiled. Changong, do you know what is most abundant in the region of Yingxuan? Gao Su replied in astonishment. What is most abundant? The aristocratic families. Liu Bian snapped his fingers and continued. These families are each swimming in wealth. If I do not compel them to contribute at this juncture, when shall I? It was clear that Liu Bian had set his sights on the aristocracy of Yingxuan, seeking not only their talents but also their riches. Gao Su spread his hands in resignation, saying, Your Highness, these families may not be easy to deal with, that if you press them too hard, it may incite rebellion. And then we would face trouble. Liu Bian stretched languidly and remarked, I harbor no concerns whatsoever regarding this matter, that I stand as the legitimate representative of the Han dynasty. Any act of rebellion against us is tantamount to open insurrection and can be deemed treasonous. I believe the noble families would be loath to carry the stigma of traitors. Hearing Liu Bian's words, Gao Su ceased further discourse, turning to issue commands to his soldiers, instructing them to escort the 30,000 surrendered troops back to Yangdi City. At the sound of the order, the army commenced their movements to At that moment. Dian Wei approached, stating, Your Highness, in addition to the surrendered troops, we have also captured 10 catapults. Liu Bian nodded, smiling. Indeed, 10 catapults can be considered a valuable asset. Let us transport them all back to Yangdi City. Dian Wei clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Gao Chong approached Liu Bian, asking, Your Highness, shall we set forth for Yangdi City, or should we rest here in Yangguan City for another day? Liu Bian shook his head, declaring, Convey my orders for the entire army to return to Yangdi City. Furthermore, send word to Zhang Liao at Xingshan, instructing him to lead his forces back to Yangdi as well. Gao Chong acquiesced and promptly acted upon Liu Bian's directives that I end this battle. Liu Bian decisively defeated the combined forces of the 18 warlords, totaling 200,000 troops, thus elevating his renown to unprecedented heights. Within a mere few days, the name of Regent Liu Bian echoed throughout the entirety of the realm. News of victory soon reached Yangdi City, eliciting jubilant cheers from the nobility down to the common folk. Only Sima Wang Yun could not muster a semblance of joy at this moment. Wang Yun resided in a modest dwelling situated in a narrow alley east of the Yangdi County office. Given that Yangdi City had yet to undergo expansion, even the residence of the Han Emperor was rather humble, let alone Wang Yun's, that as he gazed upon the dilapidated room, he felt a persistent frustration lodged within his chest, refusing to dissipate. Originally, Wang Yun had aspired to wield power akin to that of Dong Zhuo and He Jin, leveraging his status as a senior official, yet he found himself sidelined by Liu Bian from the very start, which left him profoundly discontented. The recent triumph of Liu Bian over the 18 warlords only deepened his sense of despondency. That my lord, the person you seek is waiting just outside, a servant announced as he entered the room. Wang Yun's eyes brightened, and he hurried to greet the visitor. "Ha ha, General Yuan, you have finally arrived. I have eagerly awaited your presence, and thankfully, it was not in vain." Wang Yun, neglecting to wear his shoes and appearing somewhat disheveled, exuded an air of urgency. Yuan Qingdu cast a glance at Wang Yun, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Wang Sima, what is the purpose of your summons?" Wang Yun grasped Yuan Qingdu's wrist, smilingly suggesting, "If it would not be too much trouble, might we converse within?" Yuan Qingdu furrowed his brow slightly, but did not reject Wang Yun's invitation. Once inside the room, they took their respective seats. "General Yuan, I have long admired your prowess. However, I have never had the opportunity for an in-depth discussion with you. Today, I am fortunate to have the chance to converse face-to-face." Yuan Qingdu, however, was not particularly interested in Wang Yun. He raised an eyebrow, asking, "Wang Sima, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Wang Yun smiled serenely and replied, "You are a man of remarkable stature. May I inquire if you are married?" Yuan Qingdu shook his head, responding, "No," with a resounding clap of his hands. Wang Yun erupted into laughter. Yuan Qingdu regarded him with a look of bewilderment. "Wang Sima, what is the meaning of this?" Wang Yun replied, "It is splendid news that you are unwed. I have a daughter named Diaochan. I trust you remember her? I wish to betroth her to you as your wife, and I wonder if you would be amenable to this proposal?" Chapter 69. A failed scheme. Yang Hong smiled faintly, stating, "Lord Yuan heard that the general is not held in high regard under the regent's command, which is why he sent me to cultivate a friendship with you." Yuan Qingdu scoffed coldly at this. "How does Yuan Shu know of my standing with the regent?" Yang Hong replied with a smile, "If you were truly valued, would you be languishing here in Yangdi City? Consider Zhang Liao, a mere defector, who has managed to achieve great deeds at Xingzhan. That in contrast, you remain here, which is indeed a misallocation of your talents." Noticing Yuan Qingdu's silence, Yang Hong continued, "To be frank, Lord Yuan intends to advance eastward and seize Yingchuan in defense of the Han dynasty. Therefore, should General Yuan lend his support to Lord Yuan, conquering Yangdi City and defeating Liu Bian to restore the Han dynasty, lucrative rewards will certainly follow." Yuan Qingdu narrowed his eyes, two cold glimmers flashing within. "Yuan Shu wishes for me to become a traitor." Yang Hong recoiled slightly under Yuan Qingdu's icy glare, awkwardly chuckling. "General, such a characterization is rather unkind. Rather than being a traitor, it could be seen as abandoning darkness for light. Lord Yuan promises that should you serve him, you will be handsomely rewarded," he continued. "Surely, receiving Lord Yuan's favor would be far superior to being neglected by Liu Bian here." Yuan Qingdu erupted into laughter, leaving Yang Hong utterly perplexed. "Why do you find humor in this?" he inquired. Yuan Qingdu laughed heartily, causing Yang Hong to feel a chill creeping down his spine. "General, please cease your mirth. It is somewhat frightening." Yuan Qingdu eventually stifled his laughter, coldly declaring, "Though I, Yuan Qingdu, may be a mere brute, I am not ignorant of loyalty, righteousness, and honor. The regent has bestowed upon me immeasurable grace. How could I betray him? Yuan Shu perceives me as the treacherous elbow, but he is gravely mistaken." With that, Yuan Qingdu abruptly rose, drawing a sword from its place on the wall, the blade's cold edge pointing menacingly at Yang Hong. Startled, Yang Hong stumbled backward, his countenance shifting dramatically. "Yang Hong, today I ought to take your life. Yet, I shall spare you for now, as perhaps the regent still has use for your wretched existence. When the regent returns, should your life be deemed unnecessary, I shall personally see to your demise, ensuring the world knows of my unwavering loyalty to the regent." Yuan Qingdu radiated a murderous intent, causing Yang Hong's legs to weaken, collapsing to the ground in terror. Liu Bian returned, and the entire Yangdi city erupted in fervor. The populace spontaneously rang gongs and beat drums, lining the streets to welcome him. Look, the one riding at the forefront is none other than the regent. Indeed, he appears remarkably youthful at such a tender age. He has thwarted the chaos wrought by the 18 warlords. Furthermore, he has rescued the emperor from the clutches of Dong the traitor. And that is not all. The newly established Taixue is a testament to the regent's vision. The citizens conversed animatedly, their discourse brimming with admiration for Liu Bian. This admiration stemmed from Liu Bian's victory over the 18 warlords, showcasing a triumph of the weaker over the stronger and rekindling hope for the court among the people of Yingchuan. Moreover, during Liu Bian's absence, the Taixue was successfully inaugurated through the collaborative efforts of Tang Ji, Kai Yin, and Diaochan Kai Yin as the sole female teacher of the Taixue and indeed of the entire Han Empire. Attracted considerable attention. Most importantly, the Taixue was entirely free of charge, allowing every child eager to learn access to education that in antiquity, education represented the sole hope for the impoverished to elevate their status. Yet the number of families capable of affording education was exceedingly limited. Coupled with the dominance of noble clans throughout the Han dynasty, it became exceedingly difficult for the common folk to produce exceptional talents. Liu Bian's intention behind establishing the Taixue was twofold: to win the hearts of the people and restore their faith in the Han court, as well as to lay the groundwork for the eventual eradication of the noble families. Otherwise, without talented individuals, how could one rely on the nobility? Of course, dismantling the noble families would not be a simple endeavor. It would require a gradual infiltration that Liu Bian led his army into Yangdi city. Emperor Liu Xia personally awaited at the main thoroughfare, accompanied by the civil and military officials, to extend a warm welcome. Wang Yun was dispatched as a representative to convey congratulations to Liu Bian and his forces. I, Wang Yun, humbly congratulate your highness, the regent, on your triumphant return, having vanquished the 18 warlords. Wang Yun clasped his fists and raised them high above his head, bowing respectfully to Liu Bian. Liu Bian, astride his steed, wore a countenance brimming with pride and delight. There is no need for excessive formality, Wang Sima. The army has returned weary from the journey. Let us forego the elaborate ceremonies. Liu Bian smiled, his excitement evident. Wang Yun responded, Your Highness has defeated the 18 warlords, safeguarding the Han dynasty's stability. I must pay my respects accordingly. Liu Bian erupted in laughter, stating, You are too courteous, Wang Sima. Where is His Majesty? Please lead me to him. Wang Yun nodded and proceeded to guide him. Before long, Wang Yun brought Liu Bian before Emperor Liu Xia. Brother, you are truly remarkable. You have sent the 18 warlords fleeing. Upon seeing Liu Bian, Emperor Liu Xia beamed with excitement. Brother, next time you embark on a campaign, will you take me along? I wish to witness such grandeur. Liu Bian chuckled in response, Your Majesty, the battlefield is no place for frivolity. You remain seated upon the grand throne. While matters of conflict can be entrusted to your loyal subjects, Liu Xia uttered a soft sound of acknowledgement. He grasped Liu Bian's hand and smiled, saying, Elder brother, let us return to the palace together. This evening, I shall host a banquet in your honor, as well as for the esteemed generals. Yet, Liu Bian declined once more, replying, Your Majesty, the troops have returned from afar and are in urgent need of rest. Your imperial grace is boundless, and I express my gratitude on behalf of the generals and soldiers. However, let them take their much-deserved respite. Hearing this, Liu Xia could only nod in agreement. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Bian instructed someone to escort the Han Emperor back to the palace. The so-called return to the palace merely referred to their return to the official residence that Emperor Liu Xia departed. The lords and ministers gradually dispersed after offering their congratulations. Liu Bian, accompanied by his strategists and generals, returned to his own abode. Upon entering, Tang Ji, Kai Yin, and Diaochan eagerly rushed to greet him. My husband, you have returned. I have missed you dearly. Do you know that during your absence on the battlefield, had it not been for Sister Wenji and Sister Diaochan accompanying me, I would have been tempted to run to the front lines to find you. Tang Ji exclaimed, adorned in a flowing pale yellow gown, and she hurried towards Liu Bian. However, upon noticing the numerous generals and strategists following Liu Bian, her cheeks flushed crimson. I did not realize that the esteemed generals and scholars had returned with you. I beg your pardon for my forwardness. Tang Ji bit her red lip, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. The others stifled their laughter, diverting their gazes as though they had not noticed the three women's presence. Lu Bian cleared his throat and addressed the assembly behind him. You may proceed to the council hall and await my arrival. I shall join you shortly. Chapter 70. The success of the Taishua Lu Bian was not the type to be rendered immobile upon encountering his wife. However, having just triumphed over the 18 warlords, there were no pressing military affairs within the borders of Yingchuan. Yuan Qingdu had yet to report to Lu Bian regarding Yang Hong's matters. Thus, Lu Bian decided to carve out some time to accompany Tang Ji. Otherwise, given Lu Bian's usual approach, he would not have prioritized conversing with the three women. The trio surrounded Lu Bian as they made their way to the inner residence, animatedly discussing how to prepare for the Taishua, its location and construction plans. Lu Bian merely smiled and nodded, without an opportunity to interject, but he couldn't help but think that regardless of the era, once women began to converse, they left little room for men to interject. Your Highness, the most challenging aspect is indeed recruiting students, Kai Yin remarked, her cheeks flushed with a hint of helplessness that in your absence of over half a month, the Taishua had no students at all, which left us three sisters quite distressed. Finally, Lu Bian had the chance to speak. He smiled and inquired, Oh, but I just heard that the Taishua is now overflowing with students, and there is even a shortage of space in the classrooms. Kai Yin responded with a radiant smile. That is all thanks to your Highness. Lu Bian was puzzled and replied, Thanks to me. What do you mean by that? Before Lu Bian could finish, Diaochan seized his left arm and giggled. Of course, it was through the name of Kai Zhonglong. Sister Kai Yin was inspired by your Highness, and she had House Minister Fang Lingjun issue a recruitment notice in the name of Kai Zhonglong. That is how people gradually became aware of the Taishua. The House Minister referred to here is none other than Fang Xianling, and the term Lingjun is a respectful title for the Minister of Personnel since the Han Dynasty, not exclusively referring to Sun Yu. Lu Bian understood at last and chuckled. Wenji's application of knowledge is truly admirable. That it is no wonder that the Taishua has become so popular by recruiting students under the name of Kai Zhonglong. Lu Bian felt immense joy. Kai Yin had indeed put her learning into practice, but he had not anticipated that his own method of borrowing grain from Kai Yong and Wang Yun would be replicated by Kai Yin. Tang Ji chimed in, My husband, it is not as easy as you think. Lu Bian turned his gaze to Tang Ji, gently teasing her nose with his right hand. Oh, is that so? Do tell me more. Tang Ji cleared her throat and explained. Initially, a few individuals did come to the Taishua, but upon seeing the three of us female instructors, they turned on their heels and left. It was Sister Diaochan who took decisive action. She blocked the entrance, insisting that anyone who came must select one of us three to teach them. Upon hearing this, Lu Bian praised, Indeed, Diaochan possesses both strategy and courage. After all, she is someone who dares to play the game of sowing discord between Dongjua and Elbu. If she lacks such audacity, how could she succeed in that endeavor? Yet, Lu Bian found himself curious. From Tang Ji's words, it seemed that the three women were responsible for teaching different subjects. Before Lu Bian could inquire further, Tang Ji continued, As a result, those seeking knowledge had no choice but to remain and learn from us three. Gradually, the reputation of the Taishua began to grow. Lu Bian smiled and remarked, You three complement each other perfectly. It is no wonder the Taishua is flourishing. On my way back, I heard whispers of the three esteemed female instructors of the Taishua, that I had no idea that you had employed such methods to achieve this. It is truly commendable. Upon hearing Lu Bian's words of comfort, the three women giggled shyly. Lu Bian curiously asked, By the way, Tang Ji, from what you just mentioned, do you three teach different subjects? Tang Ji nodded with a smile. Indeed, Sister Wenji is well-versed in poetry and history, so she naturally teaches poetry collections and the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. Sister Diaochan is skilled in music, serving as the musician for the Taishua. As for me, being the wife of the regent, I teach matters of etiquette. The etiquette of the ancient officialdom was exceedingly intricate. Anyone in office had to adhere to these ceremonial practices. Most students attending the Taishua sought to gain knowledge in hopes of being recommended for the position of Juxialian. As in the Han Dynasty, the qualifications for being recommended were predominantly held by local officials or scholars well-versed in the classics. Learning more could only serve to prepare them for the future. As for music, it was merely a means of cultivating one's character, and acquiring more knowledge in this area would not be detrimental. After listening to the three women discuss the Taishua, Lu Bian became increasingly convinced that the establishment of the Taishua was indeed a prudent decision. My dear husband, I believe we could establish several more Taishua. This way, more commoners could gain access to education, and we would also win the hearts of the people, Tang Ji said enthusiastically. However, Lu Bian shook his head. Responding, there is no rush. Taking too large a step may lead to missteps. The three women looked at Lu Bian with confusion, not comprehending his meaning. Lu Bian, realizing that they did not understand, patted his forehead and patiently explained. You can think of the Taishua as a long-term plan, that we must not be hasty, or it may backfire, that it is like walking. If one strides too far, might one not slip and fall? With that, the three women burst into laughter at Lu Bian's analogy. Observing the trio's diverse charms and their joyous laughter, Lu Bian's spirit soared. To have three beautiful women around was indeed a rare fortune, and few could hope for such a delightful scenario. After conversing with the three women a while longer, Lu Bian finally bid them farewell and made his way toward the council hall. He swiftly traversed the garden of the residence, and shortly thereafter arrived at the council hall. Inside, Lu Bian's civil and military officials were engaged in lively conversation, completely unaware of his arrival. That it was only when Lu Bian entered the hall that Gao Su inadvertently caught sight of him. Quickly suppressing his smile and rising to bow respectfully, "Your Highness, we have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive us." Upon hearing his voice, the others ceased their discussions and promptly stood to offer their respects to Lu Bian. Lu Bian, however, smiled and said, "All is well. There are no outsiders here, so you need not be overly formal. What were you discussing just now that brought such merriment?" Gao Su replied with a grin. "We were just speaking about the recent battle against the 18 warlords that as we reached the most thrilling parts, we couldn't help but laugh together. Our excitement grew, which is why we did not notice your Highness entering." Lu Bian chuckled. "The 18 warlords have been utterly defeated. They have all returned to their respective territories. Our next task is to recuperate and regroup." With that, Lu Bian's gaze fell upon Fang Xianling. "Xianling, the land survey I tasked you with before my departure should have yielded results by now." Fang Xianling promptly stepped forward. "In response to your Highness, the land has been completely surveyed and awaits your further orders." Chapter 71. Internal Affairs and Military Matters. Lu Bian nodded in satisfaction that he addressed Fang Xianling. "Xianling, I have brought back 3,000 surrendered soldiers, and they will all be entrusted to you. The season for tilling the fields is fast approaching. As the Chancellor and the Governor of Yingchuan, it is imperative that you allocate the land accordingly. Furthermore, my soldiers must also partake in the farming activities. During busy times, they shall cultivate the land, and during their leisure, they shall engage in training. It is essential for all generals to cooperate." Upon Lu Bian's command, the assembly promptly acknowledged with a bow. Lu Bian, satisfied, nodded and turned to Fang Xianling, inquiring, "Xianling, how much wealth remains from the treasures brought back by Lu Bai and Gong Du?" Fang Xianling replied, "Your Highness, the total wealth brought back by Generals Lu Bai and Gong Du consists of 100 taels of gold, 100 taels of silver, 50,000 coins, and a box of jewels and jade. You had bestowed 50 taels of gold to each of them, yet they ultimately declined the offer, after accounting for daily military expenses and the construction of the Taishua. Our army currently retains 100 taels of gold, 100 taels of silver, 30,000 coins, and a box of jewels and jade that in the span of 2 weeks, we have expended 20,000 coins, which is quite a significant amount. However, the construction of the Taishua is a project Lu Bian values highly. Thus he feels no remorse in spending further." Lu Bian commanded, "Xianling, take the box of jewels and jade and sell it. Converting everything into gold, silver, or coins that in these turbulent times, it is not a season for indulgence. The jewels and jade hold little value in our grasp. Transforming them into gold, silver, or coins would be far more advantageous. Additionally, allocate 100 taels of gold and silver, along with 20,000 coins, as rewards for the soldiers who participated in this campaign." Lu Bian continued, "Though this sum may appear substantial, when divided among all, it amounts to little for each individual. Nonetheless, it serves as a small incentive for the valiant soldiers." Fang Xianling accepted the order and stepped aside. Lu Bian then turned his attention to Lu Bai and Gong Du. "Lu Bai, Gong Du, how many yellow turbans and civilians involved with them have you brought back from the vicinity of Yingyin County?" Lu Bai replied with a bow, "Your Highness, There are a total of 20,000 yellow turbans and civilians from the vicinity of Yingyin County. Lu Bian stroked his chin, contemplating that 20,000 is no small number. Previously, Lu Bian had assembled the Yangdi army, but its strength was uneven. Lu Bian desired a force capable of standing alongside the historical Qingzhou troops. Hence a reselection of the Yangdi army was necessary. Lu Bian snapped his fingers and asked Lu Bai, "Among these 20,000, how many able-bodied men are there?" Lu Bai answered, "There are approximately 9,000 able-bodied men." In times of war, due to conscription and conflict, the number of men is relatively scarce, while the elderly, women, and children are more numerous. Lu Bian commanded, "Lu Bai, you and Gong Du shall gather all these able-bodied men together. Select the strong among them based on their ability to bear weight. Those who can carry 20 pounds and run a mile shall be retained in the Yangdi army." Lu Bian's criteria required individuals to carry 20 pounds and run 500 meters. This standard was neither too high nor too low and should yield a selection of robust individuals. With sufficient physical strength, they could then be reorganized and trained to reach a commendable level. Lu Bai and Gong Du both bowed in acknowledgement and stepped aside at this moment. Gao Su stepped forward and addressed Lu Bian. "Your Highness, I believe that in addition to organizing internal affairs, we cannot neglect the threat of external enemies. Yingchuan is a battleground, and with your majesty here, it is inevitable that those treacherous individuals will harbor ill intentions. The warlord Dong Zhuo from Siji and Bingzhou previously suffered a great loss. I have heard that Dong Zhuo has now arrived in Chang'an and may soon dispatch troops to attack us. Moreover, there are others like Yuan Shu from Nanyang, Zhang Miao from Qinlu, and Cao Cao, who could all pose significant threats." Gao Su's concerns were not unfounded. Without foresight, one would inevitably face imminent troubles. Reacting only when the enemy is at the doorstep would likely be too late. Before Lu Bian could respond, Jia Su interjected with a smile. "Chang Gong's concerns are indeed valid. However, there is no need to overly worry about Zhang Miao from Qinlu, Cao Cao, or Lu Dai. The inspector of Yinzhou, that modest Yinzhou, has already gathered 3 factions. Cao Cao, with his lofty ambitions, would not remain beneath others for long, that I suspect they will soon turn on one another in conflict. As for Dong Zhuo, he is merely a brutish tyrant, hardly worth our concern." Jia Su paused before continuing. "As for El Bu, he is untrustworthy and forgetful of loyalty when it comes to profit. It won't be long before discord arises among them." Hearing Jia Su's analysis, Lu Bian secretly praised his keen insight. His observations were astute. Historically, after the dissolution of the 18 warlords, Cao Cao eliminated Zhang Miao, and Lu Dai wisely relinquished the position of inspector of Yinzhou. As for Dong Zhuo and El Bu, they were played against each other by Wang Yun's schemes. Although Wang Yun is currently in Lu Bian's hands, it is likely that others may still incite discord between Dong Zhuo and El Bu. Jia Su continued, "What we should be most vigilant of is actually Yuan Shu, the governor of Nanyang. Yuan Shu possesses a large army and abundant provisions. Although he returned from the battle at Qingshan in defeat, his core strength remains unscathed. Yuan Shu is a petty man, vengeful and unforgiving, that I suspect he will come to attack us." Jia Su's assessment resonated with Lu Bian's own thoughts. Lu Bian smiled. "Your words, Wenhe, align perfectly with my sentiments. Therefore, we must remain wary of Yuan's Hud. The mention of Yuan Shu. Yuan Qingdu finally stepped forth. "Your Highness, I have something to report." Lu Bian, noticing Yuan Qingdu's serious demeanor, asked with a smile. "Qingdu, what is it?" "Speak freely." Why Yuan Qingdu declared. "Your Highness, just 2 days ago, Yuan Shu dispatched his strategist Yang Hong to sow discord between myself and your Highness. Yuan Shu intends for me to act as an inside informant, opening the gates to surrender when his forces approach Yangdi City." The assembly gasped in astonishment at this revelation. Why Yuan Qingdu continued. "However, that Yang Hong greatly underestimated my loyalty to your Highness, that I have already bound him and detained him in my residence, awaiting your judgment." Upon hearing this, Lu Bian was instantly elated. "You captured Yang Hong? Haha, that is splendid news. I had thought that with your fiery temper, you would have taken Yang Hong's life on the spot. Yet, you managed to capture him. Qingdu, where is Yang Hong now? Quickly send for him to come before me. Defeating Yuan Shu may very well require his assistance." Lu Bian exclaimed with a smile. Why Yuan Qingdu also laughed in response. "It appears my gamble paid off. Yang Hong's life may indeed be of use to your highness." With that, Yuan Qingdu turned to his personal guards and issued a command. Shortly thereafter, a bound Yang Hong was brought into the council chamber. Kneeling before them, Yuan Qingdu bellowed, kicking Yang Hong to the ground. Thud! Yang Hong's knee struck the floor painfully, causing him to grimace in agony. Lu Bian wasted no time and directly stated, "You are Yang Hong, correct? Before you lie only two paths. The first, to be dragged out and dismembered. The second, to cooperate with me. You are a clever individual. Surely you know which path to choose." Lu Bian had no time for idle chatter with Yang Hong. Securing Yang Hong would be an unexpected gain. Without him, Lu Bian would eventually have to confront Yuan Shu. Chapter 72, A Lion's Demands. Witnessing Lu Bian offer only two choices, Yang Hong knew which path to choose without hesitation. He hurriedly bowed his head and proclaimed, "Regent, I choose the path of life. I am willing to cooperate with you." Lu Bian's eyes brightened at once, he replied with a smile, "Excellent, since you have chosen life. Write a letter to Yuan Shu at once. Inform him that Yuan Qingdu is willing to act as an informant. Furthermore, state that you have obtained details of my defenses in Yingchuan through Yuan Qingdu. Hand over all this information to Yuan Shu and suggest that he immediately dispatch troops to attack Yingchuan. Do you understand?" Yang Hong nodded vigorously. I understand. Lu Bian smiled in satisfaction. "You have done well. I shall temporarily appoint you as the FNWI Cavalry Commander, serving under Yuan Qingdu." The title of FNWI Cavalry Commander was merely nominal, holding no real power, as Yang Hong lacked significant talent and had not made a name for himself in history. However, acquiring Yang Hong was akin to triggering a reward from the system. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Bian conferred the title upon Yang Hong, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the historical figure Yang Hong from the late Han Dynasty, earning a lottery opportunity," Lu Bian remarked. "Let us postpone the lottery for now." After closing the system, Lu Bian proceeded to make further arrangements. "Gao Chong, heed my command." Lu Bian fixed his gaze upon Gao Chong. Gao Chong stepped forward, presenting himself. "Your subordinate is here," Lu Bian commanded. "I order you to lead the White Pole Army and lie in ambush outside Fu City. Abandon the defense of Fu City and allow Yuan Shu's forces to pass unimpeded." Gao Chong clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Your subordinate shall obey." Lu Bian's gaze fell once more upon Zhang Liao. "When Yuan heed my command," Zhang Liao hastily stepped forward, exclaiming, "This subordinate is at your service." Lu Bian continued, "I appoint you to lead the 9,500 Eagle warriors, lying in ambush at Yang, and do not disturb Yuan Shu's army. Allow them to pass unimpeded." Previously, in the battle at Xingshan, the Eagle warriors had sustained losses of 500 men and had yet to replenish their ranks. However, as the need to engage Yuan Shu loomed, Lu Bian decided to forego immediate reinforcements. Zhang Liao clasped his fists in salute, saying, "Your Highness, you wish for me and Gao Chong to lie in wait, one at Fu City and the other at Yangyin, creating a trap that will ensnare Yuan Shu after his defeat." Lu Bian snapped his fingers and smiled. "Indeed, when Yuan, your intellect is commendable beside them." Jia Su chuckled. "With Yang Hong as our informant, Yuan Shu will undoubtedly be misled, falling right into your trap, Your Highness." Lu Bian laughed heartily and promptly ordered Zhang Liao and Gao Chong to depart. Once they had left, Lu Bian addressed the remaining officials, saying, "Everyone, fulfill your respective duties and await Yuan's forces at the gates of Yangdi." "Understood," they replied in unison, with the internal affairs and military matters arranged. Lu Bian then turned to Jia Su, asking, "Earlier you mentioned riding to Qinji and Qinkun. I wonder if they have arrived in Yangdi yet." Jia Su smiled at this, replying, "Your Highness, the Qin father and son have been in Yangdi for several days now, resting at the inn, awaiting your summons." Lu Bian's heart leapt with joy as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Quickly send someone to invite them to the council hall." Jia Su complied and turned to instruct a servant, who hurried off. Lu Bian was filled with excitement, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Qinji and Qinkun, one renowned for his wisdom as a venerable minister of the Han Dynasty, the other a promising young talent. Gaining their allegiance would not only secure capable individuals for his cause, but also the support of the Chun clan from Yingchuan. Moreover, it would grant him the reward of gathering precious resources. Before long, the servant returned, escorting Chunji and Chun Kun into the council hall of the regent's residence. The elder and the youth presented a striking contrast. The younger man donned a black scholar's robe and sported a goatee, his fair complexion exuding an air of scholarly elegance. The elder, leaning heavily upon a cane and hunchbacked, bore the marks of age and wisdom. "I am Chunji, paying my respects to your highness." The elder announced, "I am Chun Kun, paying my respects to your highness." The younger followed suit. Lu Bian was overjoyed at their presence and quickly said, "There is no need for such formalities. It is truly a stroke of fortune for you both to arrive in Yangdi." Chunji humbly replied, "Your highness is too kind that as loyal subjects of the Han. It is only natural for us to serve the throne. Serving you is but serving the Han court. Moreover, your highness has just repelled the 18 lords, preserving the court's dignity and uplifting the spirits of the Han people. The Han is fortunate to have you, and so is the populace. Thus, our service is merely an embellishment to the grandeur of the Han." With a resounding clap, Lu Bian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. There is no one who does not enjoy flattery, and Chunji's praise was delivered with such finesse that it was impossible for Lu Bian not to revel in it. It is often said that scholars are pedantic, yet when they offer compliments, it can be quite delightful. Indeed, as Mr. Yuan Fong has aptly stated, we, as loyal subjects of the Han, must fulfill our duties. Therefore, I hereby appoint you as the Grand Minister of Ceremonies, responsible for the court's rituals, and you shall hold a position among the 9 ministers," Lu Bian declared, granting Chunji a prestigious title, although the Grand Minister of Ceremonies wielded little real power. The honor of being among the 9 ministers was nonetheless significant. Chunji, taken aback by the unexpected elevation, responded, "Your Highness's kindness is overwhelming. I am undeserving." Lu Bian approached Chunji, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Mr. Yuan Fong, you are indeed worthy. You are a paragon of erudition in our time, and the position of Grand Minister of Ceremonies is most befitting of you." Chunji hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and Lu Bian, brimming with pride, turned to Chun Kun, stating, "Wen Chong, your remarkable talent shall see you appointed as the county magistrate of Yingchuan. Assist the Minister of Personnel, Fang Xianling, in managing the affairs of Yingchuan." Chun Kun bowed, saying, "Thank you, your highness. I accept the appointment." Lu Bian patted Chun Kun's shoulder amiably, saying, "Mr. Yuan Fong and Wen Chong, do not rush to express your thanks that if you truly wish to show your gratitude. I would ask for your assistance in a small matter." Chunji and Chun Kun exchanged glances, uncertain of Lu Bian's intentions. Chunji inquired softly, "What assistance would your highness require from us?" "Since you have pledged your loyalty, I trust you will endeavor to fulfill my requests," Lu Bian replied, snapping his fingers. "Given the current state of Yangdi, it hardly resembles a capital worthy of the Han dynasty." He continued, "Such a grand empire should not appear so dilapidated and impoverished. It is rather unbecoming." Chunji nodded in agreement, responding, "Your Highness speaks the truth. Yangdi is indeed in a state of disrepair, unworthy of being the imperial capital. Are you suggesting a relocation of His Majesty?" Lu Bian shook his head, laughing, "Mr. Yuan Fong, relocating would only burden His Majesty further, but I intend to construct a new palace in Yangdi, expanding the city." Chun Kun interjected, "Your Highness, this is a splendid endeavor. What do you require of us?" Chunji and Chun Kun presumed Lu Bian sought their aid in the project. However, Lu Bian had ulterior motives, intending to impose financial burdens upon the Chun clan for the construction of the palace and city expansion. Chapter 73. A twofold strategy. Building a palace and expanding the city would entail considerable expenses, not a trivial sum by any means. Even if the Chun family possessed wealth, such expenditures would be unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Chunji's white beard trembled slightly, while Chun Kun bore an awkward expression. The father and son were momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Bian raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is this? Are Mr. Yuan Fong and Wen Chong unwilling? Just moments ago, they had affirmed their loyalty and expressed a willingness to serve him. Could it be that they would shy away from such a minor request?" Minor request. Is this truly a minor request? If not for Lu Bian's status, Chunji would have been beside himself with indignation, ready to rebuke him. The costs associated with constructing a palace and expanding the city were anything but trivial. Even if the Qin family could afford it, why should they bear such expenses? This was sheer madness. However, having just declared their loyalty, they found it difficult to refuse Liu Bian's demands at this juncture. Liu Bian feigned a sigh, furrowing his brow as he said, "Very well. Since you two are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. I will relieve you of your positions and allow you to return to Changxi City." He waved his hand, adopting a dismissive posture. Qinji and Chen Kun felt their faces flush with embarrassment, their expressions frozen. What was happening? Just moments ago, they had been granted high office, and now they faced dismissal. If word of this spread, how would the Qin family maintain their dignity? Liu Bian continued, "Once you depart, I shall issue a decree stating that the Chun family is unwilling to serve the Han, branding you as rebels and calling upon the lords to rise against you. Any who can eliminate the Qin family shall be rewarded with titles of nobility." Titles of nobility. What an enticing temptation. Throughout the Han dynasty, it was nearly impossible for commoners to receive such honors that if they were to be granted nobility, it would surely incite the masses against the Chun family. Liu Bian's tactics left Qinji and Chen Kun in a perilous predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Though the Han dynasty was in decline, its influence and authority still loomed large that if Liu Bian truly acted on his threats, the Chun family would be facing utter annihilation. Trembling, Qinji clasped his fists and implored, "Your Highness, please calm your anger, though we do not wish to refuse. We merely fear that our Qin clan may not meet your expectations. Perhaps you would allow my son to send a letter to his friend Zhong Yao, of the Zhong clan, another prominent family from Yingchuan. Would it not be advantageous for him to join us in serving your Highness?" A silent scoff echoed in Liu Bian's mind. Qinji was indeed a cunning old fox. Realizing he could not extricate himself, Qinji sought to involve another prominent family. However, this was not without merit, as securing Zhong Yao's assistance would also compel the Zhong clan to contribute financially and materially. Liu Bian replied with a smile, "That sounds excellent. Since Mr. Yuan Fong has suggested it, I shall not oppose it. Have Wen Chang write to Zhong Yao at once, requesting him to come meet me." Chen Kun, resigned to the situation, could only comply at that moment. A notification chimed in Liu Bian's mind. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully collected the esteemed figure Qinji from the late Han dynasty, granting you one lottery opportunity." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully collected the esteemed figure Chen Kun from the late Han dynasty, granting you one lottery opportunity." In the moment when Chen Kun finished writing the letter, the system voice in Liu Bian's mind finally resonated. Liu Bian was overwhelmed with excitement, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of calmness. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 chances for a lottery, ding, including the previously obtained chance. Would the host like to proceed with the lottery?" Were it not for the multitude present, Liu Bian would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to participate in the lottery. However, considering the presence of others, he restrained his eager heart, suppressing his excitement as he closed the system interface. It would be unwise to draw now. He could wait until they departed. Liu Bian whispered to himself, "Good things come to those who wait." During the brief exchange with the system, Chen Kun had completed the letter. The content flowed eloquently, filled with praise for Liu Bian, culminating in an invitation for Zhong Yao to return to the embrace of the Han court in Yangzhai. Upon reading the letter, Liu Bian felt immense satisfaction. He patted Chen Kun on the shoulder, smiling, "Your literary prowess is profound. Even in letter writing, your balance is commendable. Truly, you are a rare talent." Chen Kun beamed with pride, but Liu Bian suddenly shifted his tone. "However, while the letter has been penned, the tasks of constructing the palace and expanding the city must fall upon you, Changwen. In other words, Changwen's primary responsibility is indeed the construction of the palace and the expansion of the city." Liu Bian deliberately elongated his words, causing Chen Kun's heart to leap in trepidation. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Chen Kun inquired cautiously, his expression tense and uneasy. Clearly, he feared Liu Bian might utter something detrimental to the Chun family. As fate would have it, what he dreaded came to pass. Liu Bian's next statement nearly caused Chen Ji and Chen Kun to faint. Thus, the Qin family must first provide the funds for the construction of the palace and the expansion of the city. As for how to extract the money from the Zhong family, that is a matter for you two to resolve. It does not concern me that a cunning smile danced upon Liu Bian's lips, igniting a fire of frustration in Chen Ji and Chen Kun. Were it not for Liu Bian's threats, they would have long since stormed off in anger. This was utterly intolerable. They gazed at each other, their expressions a portrait of anguish. Meanwhile, Jia Su and Feng Xianling exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. They both thought to themselves that the regent prince was indeed a masterful tactician, employing both soft and hard measures, ensnaring the Qin father and son in a predicament from which they could not escape, compelling them to obey his commands. Qinji's face was a storm cloud of frustration, his murky eyes nearly blazing with fury. Yet he found himself unable to unleash it. "Your Highness, may I inquire how much you intend to demand?" Qinji asked, his voice strained. Lu Bian extended a hand. 500,000 coins. Qinji ventured cautiously. The figure of 500,000 coins was uttered with great reluctance. Lu Bian rolled his eyes, displeased, shaking his head. "Did I say, Mr. Yuan Fong, your Qin family is, after all, one of the foremost clans in Ing? Do you truly believe that a mere 500,000 coins would suffice for constructing a palace and expanding a city?" Qinji gritted his teeth, summoning his resolve. With a stomp of his foot, he forced out a few words. 5 million coins. For the Chun family, 5 million coins was not a substantial amount, having accumulated wealth over generations. 5 million would not destabilize their foundation. Lu Bian inwardly cursed the old fox. He declared loudly, 50 million coins. What? Qinji and Qin Kun were both taken aback. The sound of that figure. Qinji felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Had it not been for Qin Kun's steady support, he would have surely collapsed. "Your Highness, is 50 million not excessive?" Qin Kun lamented, his expression one of deep concern. Lu Bian raised an eyebrow. "Excessive? Not at all. You simply need to procure this sum first, then devise a means to reclaim it from the Zhong family. In that case, your funds will ultimately return to you." Qinji and Qin Kun cursed Lu Bian in their hearts. 50 million coins felt akin to skinning the Qin family alive. Yet, at this juncture, they had no avenue for retreat. They could not risk wearing the label of rebels, inviting the wrath of vengeful lords wielding blades against the Qin family. Despite possessing a family militia and some armed strength, facing an onslaught from numerous lords would likely prove disastrous. "Your Highness, we will require some time to gather this money. Do we ask for your patience?" they implored. Lu Bian extended his hand once more. 5 days. His words were firm, granting no leeway for negotiation. After speaking, Lu Bian's gaze settled on Gao Su. "Changong, you shall lead 3,000 cavalry from Liangzhou to accompany Mr. Yuanfang back to Changsha for the funds. Changwen will remain in Yangzhai to recruit laborers for the palace construction and city expansion. This dual approach will expedite the process." Qinji and Qin Kun exchanged glances, both on the verge of tears. Lu Bian's actions effectively left Qin Kun as a hostage while sending Gao Su with 3,000 iron cavalry to escort Qinji back to Changsha for the funds. Should anything go awry, both Lu Bian and Gao Su could take action, even going so far as to wipe out the Qin family under the banner of the Han Emperor. Chapter 74. The brilliant minister Duruhe Lu Bian conversed with the others for a while longer before dismissing everyone except Jia Su. Once they had departed, Jia Su clasped his hands and remarked, "Your Highness, you have retained me here. Is there something you wish to discuss that cannot be shared with others?" Lu Bian snapped his fingers. Smiling astute, Jia Su offered a calm smile, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This indicated Lu Bian's considerable trust in him. Lu Bian paused for a moment before continuing. "Wenhe, now that it is just the two of us, I shall speak plainly." Jia Su straightened. "Your Highness, please speak freely." Lu Bian's tone grew serious. "In our upcoming confrontation with Yuan Shu, I plan to split our forces into 2 camps. I wonder what insights you might have." Wenhe. The reason Lu Bian sought Jia Su's counsel was due to Jia Su's reputation for devising ruthless strategies that often struck at the enemy's vital points. Jia Su furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Bian, his lips pressing together firmly. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Your Highness, if we are to divide our forces, I do indeed have a plan." Lu Bian's heart leapt with joy. He leaned forward slightly, grinning. "Oh, do share, Wenhe." Jia Su replied, "It is quite simple. I suspect you have already considered it. Allow me to lay it out for you." Clearing his throat, Jia Su elaborated, "Your Highness, use Yang Hong to relay false intelligence to Yuan Shu. Upon receiving the message, Yuan Shu will surely mobilize his entire army to attack us. Such a move will inevitably lead to his disastrous defeat. Meanwhile, You only need to dispatch an elite force via a back route directly to Nanyang County, capturing Wansheng, and you will secure a swift victory over Yuan Shu. With a resounding clap of his hands, Liu Bian's face lit up with excitement. Jiasu was indeed incredibly perceptive. Not only would this plan defeat Yuan Shu, but it would also eradicate his influence entirely. What an ingenious strategy! Excellent. Wenhe, your plan is truly remarkable, Liu Bian thought to himself, reveling in the brilliance of Jiasu's scheme. Liu Bian then inquired, Wenhe, what do you think of my personally leading the troops? Engrossed in Liu Bian's praise, Jiasu was suddenly jolted back to reality. Your Highness, you must not. You are invaluable. How can you undertake such a perilous endeavor? Should anything go awry, I could never bear the consequences. Liu Bian smiled cunningly, placing a reassuring hand on Jiasu's shoulder.